Ever since my female tenants discovered that I, their landlord, was blind, not only do they walk around in front of me every day, but they also keep shoving cucumbers from the kitchen into my mouth, claiming it's to supplement my vitamins. When it comes to collecting rent, they're full of tricks, insisting I stay for seafood every time. But the flavors of this seafood are bizarre. Some taste sweet, some unbearably salty, and others sticky enough to cling to my teeth. Still, out of gratitude for their kindness, I force myself to lick the plates clean every time, not even sparing the sauce. I thought this torment would go on endlessly, but today, my vision miraculously returned. However, my joy lasted less than 3 seconds before the documents on the table sent my blood pressure soaring. Turns out, the so-called best friend's rental contract my girlfriend brought over an hour ago was actually a property gift deed and a power of attorney. How outrageous! If I lose the house, I'll lose the female tenants, and without them, how am I supposed to get my vitamin supplements? Heartless! Fury surged through me. I stormed upstairs, kicked her door open, and barged in, ready to throw all her belongings out. But when I yanked the blanket off the bed, my old face instantly flushed red. There lay the heartless single mother, Lu Yenran, sleeping topless. Feeling the sudden chill, she woke with a start. Yet, upon seeing it was just me, the blind man, she suppressed her anger, grabbed her clothes, and carefully dressed. "Xiaomu, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Hearing this, I froze, then quickly realized no one knew about my regained sight yet. Forcing composure, I replied, "Auntie, why are you in Heartless's room?" She sighed and waved her hand. "You've got the wrong room. Heartless's room is next door." She spoke while getting dressed, and the sight of her in a red deep V-neck camisole mini dress left me momentarily stunned. This was no comparison to that heartless brat. Just then, she opened the window, stretched lazily, and asked in confusion, "Xiaomu, did you come looking for Liang Xin so early in the morning?" Hearing this, I snapped out of my daze and quickly handed her the house gift contract, explaining the whole situation in detail. Lu Yenran flew into a rage upon hearing it. Liang Xin, she has lost her mind. How could she do something like this? "Xiaomu, don't be angry. I'll call Liang Xin right now and make her return the house to you." With that, she rummaged around the bed for her phone, but as she searched, a rolling pin tumbled out from under the pillow. Lu Yenran saw it too, of course, but since she still thought I was blind, she paid it no mind. Yet this discovery left me utterly dumbfounded. In my memory, she had always been virtuous and diligent, meticulously taking care of my daily needs, the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. I never imagined she had this other side to her. She dialed Liang Xin 3 or 4 times in a row, but each call went unanswered. Furious, she slammed her phone onto the bed. That wretched girl. She is infuriating, won't even pick up my calls. I wore a look of distress. "Auntie, what should I do? This is the only inheritance my parents left me." Lu Yenran sighed and slumped onto the bed in defeat. "Xiaomu, don't worry. Whatever she owes you, I'll make it right." Hearing this, I felt somewhat uneasy. "But auntie, how can you compensate me?" "Forget that. Liang Xin spent all my rent and half the compensation money. Just the demolition fee for this building alone is as high as 2 million. Lu Yenran clutched her head in frustration, running her fingers through her long hair in agitation. She worked as an accountant at a car dealership, earning just 6,000 or 7,000 a month. Even if she saved every penny, it would take forever to amass 2 million. What could she do? Default on the debt? But Mugo was already pitiable enough, having gone blind. To take away his only source of income would be pushing him to the brink. Her conscience told her she couldn't do such a thing. Just as she was at her wit's end, Liang Xin called back. Her voice on the other end was slurred with drunkenness. "Mom, I was celebrating my best friend's birthday. I just went to the bathroom and missed your calls." Without mincing words, Lu Yenran cut straight to the point. "Liang Xin, did you trick Mugu into signing a house gift contract?" At the mention of the house, Chu Yuhan Mei conscience instantly sobered up a lot, volume increased a few points. "Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean by cheating? It is Chinbin Muge. To see me take care of him a year is not easy. Gratuitous gift the house to me." "Nonsense!" Chenbin loudly questioned. "This year, you eat my house, spend my money. When did you take care of me? On the contrary, I also quite a lot of washing and cooking for you. Obviously you lied to me, saying that your girlfriends want to rent a house in my house. Let me sign the rental contract, but you bullied me to be blind, and replaced the rental contract with a housing grant contract." Xu Yuhan coldly said. "Chenbin, I'm not in the mood to mess around with you. My girlfriend has a house, why should I rent your house? And my girlfriend can testify that you voluntarily transferred the house to me without compensation." Next to her came a mean female voice. "Really funny, my house 180 square feet, why do I have to go to you to rent a house? Make up excuses also do not make up a good point. I saw with my own eyes, it is you said that Yuhan take care of you for a year is not easy, so the house will be transferred to her, when the hard work fee. You." Shinbin was so angry that his face turned blue. Well, you guys play like that, right? Xu Yuhan, I will ask you one last time, do you never love me, much less want to marry me, with me together? Just covet my house, right? Xu Yuhan laughs. "Covet your house? Oh, your broken house I really did not put in the eyes. Next to her came a male voice. Yuhan, who is he? What is he talking about? What did not love him, did not want to marry him? You have a boyfriend? Shu Yuhan panicked and quickly said, Gu Shao, what are you talking about? I am still single. This guy has been secretly in love with me. I clearly rejected a number of times, but still stalking to say the ugly point, is just a licking dog. I've never liked him, much less wanted to be with him, everything is his wishful thinking. I've never liked him, let alone wanted to be with him, all is his wishful thinking. Hearing this male voice, the last ray of hope in Chen Bin's heart was completely destroyed. It seems that the tenant's rumors are true, Shu Yuhan really betrayed himself. More than 2 years of dedication and companionship, all the savings of the first half of his life, but only in exchange for a dog licking. Every word she said was like a steel nail deeply rooted into Chen Bin's heart. Angry, heartbroken, he couldn't help but angrily curse, Shu Yuhan, I knock your mom. Xin Xiaoxia. Xin Xiaoxia was also furious, but she was more worried that Chen Bin would get sick from his anger. She hurriedly stroked Chen Bin's chest and comforted, Bing, don't be angry, I'm here today, I'll definitely get justice for you. After placating Chen Bin for a few moments, Xin Xiaoxia took her cell phone and walked into the restroom, and soon the sound of two people arguing came from inside. Chen Bin gritted his teeth, deceiving people too much, Shu Yuhan she deceived people too much. After exploiting Lao Zi, she turned her head and dumped Lao Zi, and threw herself into the arms of others. Lao Zi is definitely not finished with you. But how to get back at her? Sue her for fraud? But I have no substantial evidence in hand, while the other party has personal testimony, the possibility of winning the lawsuit is very small. Forced to retaliate, knocking her down? Come on, now is the rule of law, do so will only take themselves in. Ding! Exorcism system binding success. When other people's children are sticky, do you still want your children to stick to your hands? Get rid of the charm system, help you get rid of the dog licking life. Chen Bin was jolted, what's that sound? What's that sound? Tuzi dad is here? Answer me. There's no seat. Chen Bin, who was sad to the extreme, was suddenly excited. God open eyes really just want to sleep on someone to send a pillow. Who do not know, the system is a beggar, salted fish turnaround necessary medicine. Revenge is expected. Only, what is the meaning of expectorant system? Dispel system, as the name suggests, is a system that can dispel charm. Chen Bin, this system is not an artificial retard, I ask you what is the meaning of expectoration? Get rid of charm, help you improve immunity to women, change the lick dog mentality. This system to turn over the licking dog to sing is the mission, to help you conquer all kinds of goddesses, so that goddesses fall in love with you, obsessed with you, kneeling to lick you. If you want to make a date, you can make a date and achieve a reckless life. Chen Bin was dumbfounded, let the goddess kneel and lick me? You have such a great ability? The goddess is not a god, and a licking dog is also a dog. Please don't question the ability of this system with the mindset of a licking dog. The system's decisiveness made Chen Bin so excited that he couldn't even speak. The blind man regained his sight, the salted fish turned over, double happiness. Newbie gift pack is being distributed, may I ask if the host is receiving it? A transparent interface appeared in front of Chen Bin's eyes with two options, yes and no. He used his consciousness to choose yes. Newbie gift pack claimed successfully. Gift pack 1, 20 points of dispelling value. Gift pack 2, 1 blessing card host can issue any blessing to any target group once. Gift pack 3, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Chen Bin, I wish all the readers of this book who read 50 chapters and above a great fortune, a night of wealth, peach luck, beautiful women. Ding! Blessings have been issued. Reaching the condition of reading 50 chapters of this book and above will automatically take effect. Task module loaded. Love him, you have to be brave to take the first step. Daily task, destroy the prop rolling pin and bravely tell her that I will be your rolling pin from now on. Reward, 20 dispelling values. Chen Bin. Chapter 3, Xin Xiaoxia gets suspicious. If you want to be shameless, I'll ask you if you want to be shameless. Is that a prop? That is the psychological pillar of people, how can I lay my hands on it, and I have no face to lay my hands on it. Those who want to be shameless have become licking dogs, and only those who are shameless can grow up to be gods. Chen Bin, Yots on you. Completion of the task can get charm value. Charm value can be exchanged for goods, skills, enhance physical fitness, enhance the value of the face, temperament, etc., can also be cashed. Cash-in ratio, 1 point of charm value exchange 10,000 dasha coins. Completion of the mission can also increase the object of the mission love value up to 100 points, give the opportunity to draw a lottery. I'm going. Chen Bin was stunned. 1 point of charm value can be exchanged for 10,000 dasha coins. Completing a daily task rewards 20 points of charm value, which is 200,000 Ah. In addition, it can also be exchanged for commodities to enhance your physical condition, face value, and temperament. Just now, the newbie gift package gave away 20 charm value, can it really be exchanged for 200,000? He tentatively said, system, exchange all 20 expectorant value into dasha coins. Ding! Successful exchange, cash has arrived. He was busy pulling out his cell phone. Postal Bank, June 25, 25, 1000, transferred amount 200,000 yuan, balance 200,356 yuan. 200,000, really 200,000. What a fragrance! Shenbin thumped his heart, Tootsie Father Mighty. You're polite to me, MLGB. The system is quite grumpy. Shenbin asked, what is the value of Qin Xiaoxia's devotion now? Mission object, Qin Xiaoxia. Age, 35. Height, 175. Face value, 85 points. Heart value, 0. Shenbin was greatly disappointed. It's 0 points. She has no feelings for me at all. The other party purely treats you as a junior, so the heart value is 0. Please host as soon as possible to adjust her mentality, change its attitude, sublimation of affection into love, the value of love will skyrocket. Shenbin did not doubt that Qin Xiaoxia had a very positive outlook, although he and the other party were only a dozen years apart. Because of this relationship with Chu Yuhan, she never treated herself as a junior only. He looked at the restroom. Qin Xiaoxia was still arguing fiercely with Chu Yuhan. Chu Yuhan, are you my mom or not? How can you help outsiders to make things difficult for me? Besides, me getting the house is good for you, at least you'll have a home in the future. Haven't you always wanted to have a home of your own? Qin Xiaoxia, humph. Do you still know that I'm your mom and this is how I usually teach you? If this is how I got this home, I'd rather not have it. You'd better return the house to the people as soon as possible, or else you'll blame me for disowning you as my daughter. Chu Yuhan screamed, Mom, you want to cut ties with me for that outsider Chinbin? How can your heart be so cruel? Qin Xiaoxia, compared to you, what do I count as a cruel heart? Chenbin sighed. Qin Xiaoxia for his own sake, not hesitate to fall out with his daughter, but he also want to destroy her psychological pillar, more or less a little immoral. He took a deep breath, gathered courage, picked up the props, ice cold. At this time, Qin Xiaoxia walked out and happened to see this scene. She was instantly ashamed, her face reddened like an apple, and she instinctively screamed. Chenbin was startled by this Qin Xiaoxia and shivered. Damn, how was it discovered? He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Auntie, what's wrong? Qin Xiaoxia looked at the thing in his hand and hated to find a crack in the ground. Bing, what are you doing? Chenbin's brain spun wildly. Oh, I want to go to the restroom. Qin Xiaoxia said, the restroom is over here. Oh. Chenbin fumbled his way to the restroom. Qin Xiaoxia sighed, I'll take you there. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Xiaoxia assisted Chenbin, her eyes glancing at his hand from time to time. In the end, she summoned up enough courage to say, Bin, what are you doing with my medical pointing stick? She emphasized the word medical. Chenbin pretended to be confused and said, I thought it was a flashlight, but it turns out to be a medical item. What kind of acupuncture point is this? Qin Xiaoxia blushed, can I tell you? Chenbin handed it to her, Auntie, sorry, give it back to you. Before Qin Xiaoxia could catch it, Chenbin spilled it. Splat. It fell to pieces. Qin Xiaoxia sighed in relief. Shattered is shattered. Even if it is not shattered, she is still embarrassed to use it. Chenbin, however, tensed up. Auntie, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being careless. Don't worry, if it breaks, it breaks. From now on I'll be your pointing stick. I've been learning blind massage for a while now, and I've learned a thing or two. What tiger and wolf words? Qin Xiaoxia was ashamed and annoyed. She quickly said, Okay Aben, stop it, go inside. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Xiaoxia suddenly remembered something. Just now, Chenbin didn't just haphazardly grope for the medical pointing rod, but directly reached for it. He shouldn't have regained his sight. And then recalling Chenbin's discovery that the lease contract was actually a gift and assignment contract. If he really had regained his sight, then from the moment he first entered the door. This realization left Qin Xiaoxia with no place to go, so embarrassed that she couldn't jump from the window. In order to confirm whether Chenbin had really regained his sight, she casually said, Chenbin, how did you find out that this was not a rental contract but a house transfer contract? Chenbin frowned. She suddenly asked this question, is it suspicious? He casually perfunctory said, is downstairs that pair of twin sisters told me. Oh. Qin Xiaoxia was still skeptical. She thought a little, reached out and pretended to slap Chenbin. Seeing a small hand slap towards his face, Chenbin subconsciously dodged. Oops. Qin Xiaoxia's question just now had Chenbin on guard, and he immediately reacted. She was testing herself. Chapter 4, Bin wants to commit suicide. It must not be revealed now, otherwise the two of them would have to die of embarrassment alive. He immediately calmed down and yawned, disguising that tiny movement just now. He fumbled his way into the restroom while observing Qin Xiaoxia's reaction through the bathroom mirror out of the corner of his eye. Qin Xiaoxia's expression was bland, and she did not seem suspicious, so Chenbin sighed in relief. In the restroom, Qin Xiaoxia's personal clothes were hanging. Big D, small ding, fishing net stockings, fragrant. Daily mission completed, 20 charm removing values have arrived. Task target, Qin Xiaoxia. Tendency value, 1. Another $200,000 in the bank, getting rich. It's just that how did the confidant value only go up a little bit? A new daily task has been triggered. Have Qin Xiaoxia take the initiative to confess her love to you and embrace you lovingly. Shen Bin's face went black, and his heart ran over a grass mud horse. System, you've gone too far, this is simply a hellish task. Shin Xiaoxia is very conservative in her thinking and has always been clean. Since her husband's death, she hasn't touched a man for over 10 years, even if she has a need, she drives a manual gearbox. What's more, I have a special identity, if not this accident, I may become her son-in-law. She never only regarded me as a junior, how can I take the initiative to confess? In her eyes, this is considered treason. I confess to her more or less. Only dog lickers take the initiative to express their love for women, and male gods only get confessed to. Please get rid of the dog-licking mentality as soon as possible. This will increase the reward value of the subsequent tasks. Lick the dog, 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 and in the end, there is nothing left. Shen Bin covered his chest, blindly what big truth, solid old iron. This is purely difficult for you, this task is not even a dog. Mission reward, 40 dispel charm value. Shen Bin, do as this task, the dog does not do I do. This task is very challenging. Shen Bin has a headache and scratches his ears. Shin Xiaoxia had been single for 10 years and had never had an affair with any man, which showed how conservative she was in her thinking. Want to break her conservatism, open her pattern, let her take the initiative to confess their own, it is more difficult than the sky. Where should we start? From her weakness? Her greatest strength is that she is beautiful and compassionate, but at the same time, this is also her greatest weakness. Shen Bin pondered for a moment, soon brightened up and had a plan. I lost both parents since childhood, and due to an accident I blindness, and now my girlfriend betrayed me, cheated away all my, I am disappointed in life, love to spare, and want to hastily end this life is very reasonable, right? With Shin Xiaoxia's kindness, surely will not be indifferent. As long as he or she is slightly guided, it is highly likely that she will enter the game with her body and save herself. That's how it works. Witty as you are. Interview, the host has such a mind, darkness is very, how to fall into Chu Yuhan's licking dog. Shen Bin sighed, it was all forced. Forced by whom? Shen Bin, her mom forced her. He adjusted his emotions and walked out of the restroom with a sad face. Shin Xiaoxia rushed forward to help him. Bing, slow down. Thank you, Auntie. Shen Bin sat down and asked, Auntie, what did Chu Yuhan say? Shin Xiaoxia stammered, Yuhan, her brain has not turned a corner yet. But don't worry, there are ants in, ants can certainly persuade her to let her return the house to you. AI. Shen Bin sighed deeply, expression sad, forget it, this is life, I admit it. Look at his painful appearance. Shin Xiaoxia a burst of heartache, she hastened to pacify, Bin, you must not say so. Things are people, give Auntie some time, Auntie guarantee to let your house intact. Shen Bin waved his hand, helplessly said, Auntie, your good intentions I appreciate, but no need. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Auntie, can you see me off? Shin Xiaoxia busily stepped forward to assist Shen Bin. Good, Bin, you go back to your room to rest first. When Yuhan comes back, I will communicate with her. Shen Bin lives on the first floor. Shin Xiaoxia sent him back to his room. Shen Bin fumbled in the drawer for a moment, and quickly fished out a bank card from it. Auntie, you take this card, the password is the last 6 digits of the account number, I may not be able to use it later. Shin Xiaoxia was a bit puzzled. Bin, what are you giving me a bank card for? Shen Bin said, this is my car accident compensation, Chu Yuhan spent 100,000, there are still 100,000 left inside, as a way to thank you for taking care of me this year. Shin Xiaoxia was instantly anxious and quickly refused. Bin, what are you talking nonsense about? I live in your place, you don't charge me rent, I take care of you shouldn't I, how can I ask for your money? How can I ask for your money? Besides, I'm already very sorry for what happened to Yuhan. This card, you take good care of, you now have no source of income, this is your future foothold. Shen Bin smiled to himself, later? Do I have a future? Shin Xiaoxia, Bin, don't be paranoid, you're still young, there's still a long way to go. Okay, I'll do it. Shen Bin did not insist on sending the card. Auntie, I will rest first, you also go back to busy themselves. Shin Xiaoxia hesitated, it's not right to go, it's not right not to go. Shen Bin inexplicably gave himself all the deposits, but also said that there is no future, he could not be trying to. Hey, this child is really pitiful, since childhood without parents, easy adult, the result of accidental blindness, and now suffered such a big blow, he cannot carry a moment is not understandable. She was heartbroken, how to feel relieved to go away. She thought for a moment and said, okay, Abin, you rest well, don't worry about Yuhan, I'm here. I'll go back first, call me if there's anything. Aha! Shin Xiaoxia walked out of the room, but did not leave, but stood in the doorway looking at Shen Bin. As expected, just as she walked out, Shen Bin fumbled in the drawer. In the end, he took out a paper and pen and wrote and drew. Shin Xiaoxia walked up gently, and the 2 big words of the suicide note deeply stimulated her nerves. Dear Mom and Dad, my son is unfilial and has failed your high expectations. Dear Auntie Shin, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I just can't carry on anymore. Tears wet Shin Xiaoxia's eyes. She grabbed the suicide note and tore it to shreds on the spot, and emotionally questioned Shenbin. Bing, what are you doing? Why are you so confused? Shenbin was in a state of panic. Auntie, why haven't you left yet? Shin Xiaoxia said with red eyes, you are now in this state, how can I feel comfortable walking away? Bin, you are a manly man, you must pull yourself together, how can you be defeated by this little difficulty? Seeing her reaction, Shenbin knew that his plan was more than half successful. It was just that Aunt Chin was taking such good care of herself, but she was latching onto her, which was more or less unethical. Chapter 5 Auntie's Confession. He had a guilty conscience. Shenbin's eyebrows twisted into a pimple, a bitter smile. Auntie, as far as I am now in this situation, what is the meaning of living? People, living is too tiring, it would be better to get rid of it all. Shut up, you. Shin Xiaoxia quickly covered Shenbin's mouth. No nonsense, you are only how old? On the pessimistic life. Fragrant and soft, Shenbin was a little intoxicated. Shin Xiaoxia persuasion, you are still young, the road ahead is long. You also want to marry and have children, with a wife and children to travel the mountains, enjoy the country's great rivers and mountains, enjoy the joy of heaven, cannot so easily give up on their own. Shenbin smiled more bitter, marry and have children? Oh, I am now a blind man, penniless, who girl will look at me? Shin Xiaoxia chided. Bin, you must not be so presumptuous. You are young, handsome and kind-hearted, so what if you can't see? Didn't you say you are learning blind massage? Auntie will help you to open a massage parlor, and it will be no problem to support your family. Shenbin still shook his head, a face of low self-esteem. Auntie, you don't have to comfort me, nowadays the girls are very realistic, no one can look at me as a blind man. Please leave me alone, let me be relieved. Chu Yuhan, Chu Yuhan, look at what you have done to people. The more Shin Xiaoxia thought about it, the angrier she became. No matter how much she comforted Shenbin, she was never able to convince him, which made Shin Xiaoxia anxious. Shenbin's biggest problem right now was his low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence. If she could help him regain his self-confidence, she would definitely be able to rekindle his hope of living. His low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence mainly stemmed from the fact that no woman could look at him. But now where could he find a woman for him? Let Chu Yuhan return to her heart? Come on, she is secretly outside to find a wild man, the two sides have completely broken up, Shenbin certainly will not want her again. Besides, it's too difficult to make her come back to her senses, it's better to do it yourself. Once this idea came out, it could no longer be stopped. She looked at herself in the mirror. The skin is fair and tight, full of collagen, cherry mouth, small agaric nose, eyes like grapes, bright, round face. Look at the age, not much older than Chu Yuhan, a few years old. Face value is even slightly better than Chu Yuhan. She did not give birth to a child, the body did not go out of shape at all, the convex place convex, the concave place also convex, then the girl are not bad, but also more than a trace of plump mature flavor. If one were to enter the game with one's own body. Just after this thought was born, her face turned red with shame, and she couldn't bring herself to slap herself. Beast, what are you imagining? How can you have such evil thoughts? Just this morning he was your daughter's boyfriend. But, if you don't, what should you do? You can't just watch and think about it and not do anything about it. Your daughter created this situation, you failed to discipline her, you have to take a lot of responsibility. Compared with a living life, ethics and morality are nothing. In the end, after a fierce battle between heaven and man, she made a decision that went against her ancestors, to enter the game with her body and win half a son of heaven. Otherwise, even if she could stabilize him today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? One couldn't keep looking at him all the time. One must give him something to look forward to, so that he can muster up the courage to live. Of course, she is not really with Shenbin dating, just to play, stabilize him expedient just. During this time, she would introduce Shenbin to a young girlfriend, and then she would retire, or even leave the city forever. She took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, Bin, you know, in fact actually. She stammered, those 3 words were really shy. Shenbin was excited inside, he knew the main event was coming. Say it, quickly and boldly say it. Shenbin looked out the window, lest he lock eyes with her and make her ashamed and embarrassed to speak. Auntie, what are you going to say? Actually what? I. Shin Xiaoxia me half a day, but still didn't have the courage to say those 3 words. In the end, she could only change her mind and asked, Bin, what do you think of Auntie as a person? Shenbin said, Auntie, in fact, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Oh? What question? Shenbin said, Auntie, are you really Chu Yuhan's mother? Shin Xiaoxia was puzzled. Bin, why would you ask such a question? Shenbin face frank, you look than Chu Yuhan, not older than a few years, and the value of the body are above her, especially you have a kind of special charm. I cannot say what is the charm, just this let Chu Yuhan Padhorse cannot be reached. This is his heartfelt words, sincere words. Sincerity was the nuclear weapon that broke Shin Xiaoxia's psychological defenses. Mission objective, Shin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 10. The heartfelt value jumped 9 points at once, and she had indeed broken her defense. Her mentality towards Shenbin was rapidly transforming from affection to love. Shenbin was overjoyed in his heart, while Shin Xiaoxia was blushing and slightly excited. A woman's desire to please herself was unchanging throughout the ages. She could see that Chen Bin had said this sincerely, not realizing that she had such a high status in his heart. He didn't dislike himself, and the probability of her confession succeeding was still high. Her psychological burden was instantly alleviated quite a bit. She pretended to be angry and chided in a small voice, "Aben, how can you say that? Of course I am Chu Yuhan's mother. It's just that it's not biological. When I married her father, she was already 5 years old." Chen Bin was puzzled. "Auntie, you are so beautiful now, so you must have been in better condition when you were young. Why did you marry a second wife with a baby when you were in such good condition?" This is also Chen Bin has always been puzzled. Remembering the past, Qin Xiaoxia's eyebrows lowered, sighing again and again. "Hey, when I was a child, my family was poor, my parents and son preference, in order to 2 younger brothers' dowry money, my parents forced me to marry him to forget about it, do not say, all the past." Chen Bing curiously said, "He died more than 10 years, these years you have not thought of looking for another one?" Qin Xiaoxia laughed at herself and said, "I'm already at this age, what else can I look for? Besides, I'm worried that I'll run into another scum like him, and I haven't met any suitable ones over the years." Shinbin quickly said, "Auntie, you look only 20-something, do not see the age." He wanted to say, "You haven't met the right one, I don't know if I'm suitable." But he could not say so. The task given by the system was to let Qin Xiaoxia take the initiative to confess. If he confessed in advance, the dog system may determine that the task has failed, and the 400,000 will be lost. Qin Xiaoxia smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything else. The two chatted about such a sensitive topic, and the distance between the two sides immediately drew much closer. Chapter 6, Completing the Mission. But Qin Xiaoxia still did not have the courage to confess. "This is her daughter's boyfriend, today just broke up, how can I take advantage of the situation? This will not let Shinbin think that she is not a woman, not abide by women's morals. Seeing that she was hesitant to open her mouth, Shinbin could only continue to follow the temptation. "By the way, Auntie, what did you just want to say to me?" "Actually what?" "Me." Qin Xiaoxia's mouth was dry, her face was burning red, and her mental struggle was intense. Qin Xiaoxia, you waste, rice bucket, this time do not confess to wait for a better time. Now the atmosphere are baked here, and then do not confess, I am afraid that there will be no such a good opportunity. Do you have to spend the rest of your life in agony after Chinbin kills himself? In the end, reason finally overcame shame, and she summoned up enough courage to say, "Bing, in fact, when Auntie saw you for the first time, she fell in love with you. Don't get me wrong, the kind of liking I'm talking about is not the liking of an elder to a junior, but hey, it's just that because of this kind of relationship between you and Yuhan, I can only hide this kind of love in the bottom of my heart and keep hinting to myself that my liking for you is purely the liking of an elder to a younger generation. But now, I can't continue to deceive myself, I like you, as always, from the beginning to the end. Now that you and Yuhan have broken up, I don't know if Auntie has a chance." She finished those words with a flourish, so ashamed that she couldn't run over her head. She would rather run over and die than go through this kind of bloodshed. "In case Chenbin rejects me, what should I do? Forget it, it's better to run headlong into the ground." Chenbin thumped his heart. Qin Xiaoxia got shy, like a budding chrysanthemum, making people want to go up and smell it. Half of the task is done, and the next thing to do is just to have a deep embrace, and you will win the reward. He didn't move on the surface, forcing himself to be calm and collected. "Hey, Auntie, you're saying this to comfort me and discourage me from committing suicide." "Auntie, thank you, really. I am a blind man, how can I be worthy of your favor?" Qin Xiaoxia was anxious and quickly said, "Aben, don't say that. You are young, handsome, cheerful, such a sunny and handsome big boy, who does not like it? Are you willing to give Auntie a chance?" Shinbin still did not believe. "Auntie, sorry, I do not believe your words." Qin Xiaoxia was sweating anxiously. "How exactly do you want me to believe?" Shinbin thought a little and said, "Hugging is the most basic etiquette between lovers. Would you like to give me a hug?" Qin Xiaoxia was dumbfounded. Her taking the initiative to confess to Chen Bin had already cost her half her life. If she were to hug Chen Bin again, intimacy would be completely unacceptable to her for a moment. If it was another man, she might have given a hug with the idea that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. But Chen Bin's identity was too special. Her original intention was to confess her love to Chen Bin, to help him regain his self-confidence and the courage to live, and she had no idea that physical contact would occur. What should I do? What should I do? Just crash to death. Seeing that Qin Xiaoxia did not move for a long time, Shinbin sighed, "Auntie, don't care how, I thank you, I appreciate your good intentions. However, there is really no need, it is not worth it on earth. It's not worth it on earth." These words deeply touched Qin Xiaoxia's heart. She could hear the despair, disappointment and collapse in Chen Bin's words. No, must not see death to save. Qin Xiaoxia put her heart across and hugged Chen Bing from behind. "Bing, I love you, from the beginning to the end, never change." Softly pressed against his body, Chen Bin was so crispy that an electric current spread all over his body. The embrace of this superb creature is simply the best healing prescription under the sky. Healing the mind, healing the flesh, this tenderness is not even 1,000 gold. Chen Bin, the system is awesome, the system is awesome. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Bin, you are polite with me mlgba. Fuck. And Qin Xiaoxia is not so. Since the death of her husband, she is far away from men, never had such a close contact with any man, let alone her initiative. His young body's surging vigor, firm muscles, and wide arms were simply the safest harbor under the sky. The smell of testosterone was overwhelming and overwhelming. She was itching to keep hugging, to be with each other until old age. Her heart raced and she felt like falling into a pool of water that had flooded up to her chin, leaving her unable to breathe. And as soon as the thought was born, she hated that she couldn't slap herself. Shame on you, you're playing along, you're helping him regain his confidence, how could you even think that? No, absolutely not, don't forget who you are, don't forget who he is. She was worried that she might be getting too deep into the drama and hurriedly let go of Chen Bin. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Devotion value, 20. Daily mission completed, rewarded with 40 dispelling value. Chen Bin couldn't hide his excitement. The heart fondness value had skyrocketed from 10 to 20 in one go, so it seemed that she had a bit of a heart for herself. System, thank you again for 8 generations of ancestors. Qin Xiaoxia inhaled deeply, her emotions were complicated to the extreme. Bin, now that you believe that I really love you, are you willing to give me a chance? Mission accomplished, Chen Bin doesn't need to be detained anymore. He grabbed Qin Xiaoxia's hand and said, Auntie, in fact, like you, when I first saw you, I was amazed by you and regarded you as a goddess. However, I know that it is impossible for us to be together. Not only because of Chu Yuan, but also because you are too dazzling, too beautiful, I can't match you. I didn't expect you to like me too, it was love at first sight. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future, and guard you with my life. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 25. The heartfelt value skyrocketed by another 5 points. Being grabbed by Chen Bin's hand, Qin Xiaoxia's heart beat faster and her face turned even redder. She whispered, well, Abin, with your words, I'm relieved. Promise me that you'll live well even for my sake. Without you, I don't know what to do in the future. Chen Bin smiled and kissed the back of Qin Xiaoxia's hand. Auntie, it won't happen. Have you forgotten what you just told me? In the future, I'm going to take my wife and children to travel the mountains, enjoy the natural scenery, and enjoy life. When you give me a child, I'll take you guys on a trip to enjoy the joy of family. Qin Xiaoxia's whole body was like an electric shock, shivering. How come this is still kissing, even on the topic of having a child? Qin Xiaoxia, remember, you are impossible, you are playing a game, must not be moved by the heart, do not make a mistake. But don't care how she implies herself, the brain just can't control the floating thoughts. Perhaps one day in the future, Chen Bin took her and belonged to their own children to travel. The first stop on the choice of Lugu Lake, I heard that the lake blew like a gem, the night can see the Milky Way reflection in the water, boating during the day, counting stars at night, the child is running around them. Second stop to Juzhaegu? The waterfalls there are magnificent, like a fairy tale world, or go to Gilin mountains and water are the best in the world. Stop, Qin Xiaoxia, what are you imagining? You're playing alone, don't have that kind of dream. She is now entangled to the extreme, while frantically suggesting that she is inverting the Big Dipper is extremely immoral, but at the same time cannot help but think about it. Let me go to hell. Daily quest, guide Qin Xiaoxia to fake it, accept your identity as your proper boyfriend inwardly, and make Chu Yuhan call out to her father. Reward, 50 dispelling value. Chen Bin broke his defense on the spot. Chapter 7, Inverting the Big Dipper. Dog system, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Qin Xiaoxia was faking her confession to me in order to give me back the courage to live, and I guided her to fake it and really fall in love with me is not wrong, but what the hell is having Chu Yuhan call out to her father? I just broke up with Chu Yuhan, then Raider Qin Xiaoxia, this is already the reverse of the Big Dipper. You also made her acknowledge me and call out to her father. How is it possible? As long as the new love is good enough, no ex can't forget. As long as the object is changed quickly, there is no sadness, only love. You're full of smooth talk. You're going to graduate school. The tasks released by the system are really more difficult than once, and this time it is even more hellishly difficult. His head was big. Qin Xiaoxia then noticed that Chen Bin was still pulling her hand, her cheeks burned, and she was busy drawing back. She was a little incoherent. Abin, you rice it, I go to do some hungry. Where do you go to do evil? Chen Bin smiled sweet happiness. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Xiaoxia said, Auntie, below for you to eat well? Chen Bin ambiguous, I like to eat salty, Auntie, put more salt. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Qin Xiaoxia fled as if to go away. She only realized afterward that her own words seemed ambiguous, and Chen Bin's answer was also extremely ambiguous. Chen Bin couldn't have misunderstood, thinking that he was flirting with him? It must be so, otherwise why would he answer like that? Ashamed to death, Qin Xiaoxia, you can't speak without thinking. Chen Bin had the same headache, he really couldn't come up with a thought process that would make Chu Yuhan accept himself and call out to his father. He even kind of wanted to give up. System, what will happen if I don't do this quest? The system will not release new quests. Hey, this was a rare opportunity to change his fate against the odds. Chen Bin would not give up lightly. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. Let Qin Xiaoxia fall in love with herself first. Chen Bin said, is there any specific criteria to make Qin Xiaoxia accept my status as my proper boyfriend? Mission objective, the value of devotion reaches 50 points or more, and is considered qualified. Tip, more couple ambiguous daily life can increase the mission target's heart value. I've been working hard for half a day, and her heart value is only 25, so it's hard to reach 50. Qin Xiaoxia's emotions are equally complex to the extreme, and she is not in a state of mind. What should I do? Is this how the relationship is going to continue? Shut up you, don't forget your identity, don't forget Chen Bin's identity, you two were almost a family. I'll smoke myself to death if I ever think like that again. Show down with him? Come on, he can easily see some hope. He let him despair again, his suicidal thoughts 100% backfire. Let Chu Yuhan return the house? This is even more unrealistic. Chu Yuhan, rebellious since childhood, now grown up even more, do not listen to their own. She swallowed something, want to let her spit out again, not as much as their own money to compensate for the reality of Chen Bingit. Bored to death. The water boiled, apoplectic, her hands and feet under the lotus egg, the result of a careless boiling water burst everywhere. Her thighs bore the brunt of the hot, she jumped, instinctively removed stockings, casually on the dining room chairs. Watching her remove her stockings was extremely stressful. It's like peeling an egg, the yellow shell is slowly peeled off, revealing the white and smooth egg white, which makes you want to take a bite. Soon, 2 bowls of scallion and egg noodles were served on the table. Chen Bin wolfed it down. Today's hanging noodles had a different flavor, with more of the sweetness of love. Qin Xiaoxia's mind was full, she had no appetite at all, and simply took 2 bites and stopped eating. Chen Bin quickly finished his own bowl. Looking at Qin Xiaoxia's leftovers, Chen Bin pondered. Just now, the system prompted that doing more couple ambiguous daily routine can increase the value of devotion. Eating Qin Xiaoxia's leftovers, isn't it a couple daily routine? Chen Bin curiously said, Auntie, why don't you eat? Qin Xiaoxia perfunctorily said, Auntie is not hungry, I am full. Chen Bin, well, it just so happens that I'm not full yet, so I'll eat. He fumbled for Qin Xiaoxia's bowl and chopsticks and brought them over to wolf down his food. Ah! Qin Xiaoxia's heart was about to jump out of her chest, and she hurriedly stopped him. Bin, shut up, that's my leftover food, how can you eat it? Using my chopsticks, this is indirect kissing. For the conservative-minded Qin Xiaoxia, she is completely unacceptable. Chen Bin smiled ambiguously, we are a couple, it's okay to eat leftovers. Qin Xiaoxia was speechless, she couldn't show her cards to him. But this is not a way to continue, it will only let him fall deeper and deeper, and there is no room for maneuver in the future. Chen Bin finished eating the noodles and casually picked up the stockings and wiped his mouth. You are getting more and more excessive. She subconsciously grabbed the stockings. Bing, how can you use clothes to wipe your mouth? Chen Bin deliberately pretended to be confused. Clothes? I felt the softness and thought it was a wet towel. What clothes are so soft? Qin Xiaoxia had 2 big heads and casually said, no, it's nothing. Seeing her shy little look, Chen Bin's heart melted. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 28. Damn, I'm so brazen, and I've only gotten 3 points of heart value. It's going to take me years and months to get to 50. It seems to be not enough to have a thick skin, or to smash money. Qin Xiaoxia is not a material woman, but there is no absolute in this world. As long as the money smashed enough, both men and women cannot not be moved. If not moved, that is not enough money smashed. The joy of a young woman is simple, spend money, dry food, this dress is so nice. Chen Bin did the task and got 60 expectorant value, which could be exchanged for 600,000 cash, plus 100,000 left over from his car accident compensation, totaling 700,000 yuan. Smash all this money on Qin Xiaoxia? Can the mission succeed after smashing the money? Even if the mission is successful, there is only 50 expectorant value, a net loss of 200,000 headaches. Qin Xiaoxia's cell phone suddenly rang, it was her boss calling. She glanced at the time and instantly became nervous. It was now more than 9 o'clock, she was late for work, the manager was sure to come to accountability. Qin Xiaoxia was busy walking to the side to answer the phone, and sheepishly said, Manager. Opposite came a violent thick man's voice, Qin Xiaoxia, you still want to do, know what time, you have the nerve to let the whole company are waiting for you. Qin Xiaoxia was busy apologizing, sorry manager, this morning I caught a cold, so I overslept. I have a fever of 39 degrees, I may have to go to the hospital, can you grant me a day off? Although Chen Bin promised not to kill herself, but she still cannot rest assured, do not dare to walk away. The other party did not have the slightest sympathy, still fierce roar, today's company inventory, you are dry financial, how can you be absent? Even if you burn to 93 degrees, you have to rush over. 20 minutes cannot see you people, you do not come to work in the future. Pop. The phone hangs up. Fierce, 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 fierce. The big fat ass is covered in oil, it's disgusting to see, if you make me mad, I'll burn your company down. Qin Xiaoxia also has her own temper. Chapter 8 Give Auntie some time. The next thing she did was to make a mistake. On the one hand, there was the job of supporting her family, and on the other hand, there was the teenager, Bin. What should she do? She really didn't feel comfortable leaving Chen Bin alone at home, in case he couldn't think straight again. Chen Bin took advantage of her phone call to explore the system. He wanted to see if there were any goods or props in the system mall that could help him complete his mission, or even take back the house and get revenge on Chu Yuhan. For example, props that could tamper with other people's memories, food that could make people eat and tell the truth, clothes that could make people feel dependent on them, and masks that could change one's face. Open the system mall. The host does not have enough level to unlock the mall function. There's still a level? Host's current level, LV1. Upgrading to LV2 will automatically unlock the mall. Note, hosts can upgrade when they reach 1000 value. I'm not sure I can do this. It's good that there is still one more chance to draw the newbie gift package given by the system. Try your luck. Chen Bin, lucky draw. A circular lucky draw panel appeared in front of him. The panel was divided into 12 fan grids, with each grid representing a prize. However, those fan grids were all gray, and it was unknown what the prizes were. Start. The lottery pointer was spinning. Stop. The pointer immediately stopped, and the area pointed to by the pointer was lit up. Congratulations to the host, receiving a limited time double cashback reward. Within half an hour, the money spent for target Qin Xiaoxia will be doubled back to you. The system starts counting down. Chen Bin was pleasantly surprised. This reward is powerful. This is not more cost effective than the direct award expectorant value. Chen Bin now has 60 expectorant value. If he cashes in, it is 600,000, plus he still has 100,000 left in his hand to compensate for the car accident. If he spends it all on Qin Xiaoxia, he will get 1.4 million. If he spends it all on Qin Xiaoxia, he'll get 1.4 million. If he spends it all on Qin Xiaoxia, he'll get another 2.8 million. And he could also win Qin Xiaoxia's devotion value. Why not? $2 million, I don't believe I can impress her. The question now is how to spend this money. Buy daily necessities? I can't spend that much. Buy luxury goods? It's not cost effective. Buy a house? Not enough money. Buy a car? Yes, buy a car. Qin Xiaoxia works at a BMW 4S store, and her biggest wish is to have a BMW of her own. Giving her a BMW will definitely increase her devotion value significantly. Just do it. Qin Xiaoxia's face was full of sorrow and was torn. Chen Bin busy, Auntie, it's your leader who called you and urged you to go to work. Qin Xiaoxia barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Aben, don't mind him. I am also an old man in the company, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Chen Bin quickly said, Auntie, you've done enough for me, I can't affect your work anymore. Qin Xiaoxia faced difficult, but I cannot rest assured that you. Chen Bin laughed, this is simple, you can take me to work directly. Don't worry, I will find a corner to sit quietly, will never affect your work. I've hardly been out of the house this year. Now I do not want to be separated from you for a moment. Chen Bin did not dare to mention to her about buying a car, otherwise Qin Xiaoxia would not agree. If she explains to her, wasting words and wasting time, she may not believe it. Time is money now. How can that be? Qin Xiaoxia was decisive. Many of his company colleagues know Chen Bin's identity. If Chen Bin to the company nonsense, let colleagues know that she and Chen Bin in love. How can she have the face to go to work in the future? But Chen Bin insisted on following, and finally made Qin Xiaoxia also have no choice. Think about this year, he did rarely take him out. Taking him out this time is not a bad idea. She could only say, this way, Bin, don't talk nonsense in the company, especially about our relationship. Auntie can't get used to it for a while, so give me some time. I'm sure you'll be able to get used to it. Chen Bin said, as long as you do not say, I will not say anything. That's good. With Chen Bin's assurance, Qin Xiaoxia was much more relieved. She rode her small electric donkey and drove Chen Bin to the company. This small donkey has accompanied Qin Xiaoxia for more than 5 years. The battery has been changed twice. Carrying 2 people is a bit overloaded, squeaking and rattling. Chen Bin sat in the back seat, like a spring breeze, the aroma of the nose. But he is not in the mood to enjoy it now. All he can think about is accelerating. The system only gave half an hour of double cashback time. After this village cannot have this store. On the road, Chen Bin cashed in all the expectorant value, 600,000 whole. Plus the compensation for the car accident, a little more than 700,000 yuan. Chen Bin a little reluctant, 700,000 double cashback principal, really a little less. How about borrowing some? Who to borrow? Friends? Pull back, his friends are poorer than him, can borrow 10,000 on the Umat Buddha. But this is not difficult to defeat him. Jack online loan, not consume the favor, the borrowing speed is also fast. Sapalone, Dedaemon, Ants borrowing bar, Beijing West White Stripes. Soon, $300,000 to the account, the principal reached 1 million. Looking at the balance of the densely packed zero, Chen Bin was in an exuberant mood. The last time he saw so many zeros, it was still in Chengdu. 15 minutes later, the two came to the BMW 4S store. The sales hall is decorated with luxury and bright, a car waiting for the owner to review, but this business is not very prosperous. The sales lady is more than the customers. The sales girls gathered in groups of 3 to 5, competing for beauty. The system gave Chin Xiaoxia's face value rating of 85, so the average face value of these sales ladies should be around 8. Putting them in the crowd is also considered a crane-like existence. When a long-legged black silk sales lady saw Chin Xiaoxia, she was busy running up with big steps. Sister Xia, you can finally come, I was about to call you. She could not catch her breath, and the grain bag shook Chen Bin's eyes. Chin Xiaoxia skeptical, what are you looking for me? Long-legged beauty said, not I look for you, is the manager looking for you? The manager is in your finance department is furious, you are still so late, later inevitably be scolded. Chin Xiaoxia immediately panicked, and quickly said, Shui Qing, you help me take care of Aben, I hurry to the finance department to report to work. Bin, don't run around, follow your auntie Shui, I'll be down after I'm done. Chapter 9 Investigating her ID number. She gave 2 simple instructions and hurried upstairs. Chenbin sized up Shui Chang and was a bit stunned, so she was Auntie Shui Chang Shui. Shui Chang is Chin Xiaoxia's best friend. Since Chin Xiaoxia moved to live with her, Shui Chang did not go to find her to play. In the past, Chenbin couldn't see and could only hear her voice, which was crisp and cheerful, and she especially liked to laugh and be flirtatious. She also often molested Chenbin. In his fantasies, Shui Chang should be a sunny and bright aunt. But now that he took a look, this was not an aunt, it was clearly an older sister. Shui Ching was a year younger than Chin Xiaoxia, but like Chin Xiaoxia, she was a reverse growth type of beauty. She had great skin texture, very white, no better than a teenage girl. Listening to their previous chats, Shui Ching was very concerned about maintenance, what photorejuvenation, laser beauty, gold hydrofacial injection and other medical beauty programs, she bought them in sets. Plus she has a very good body, focus on dressing, long black hair draped over the shoulders, an OL professional skirt small suit, convex and curved, nearly 1 meter long legs wrapped in black silk, full of teenage scents. She and Chin Xiaoxia are 2 extremes. Chin Xiaoxia is gentle and sensual, while she is full of flavor. If I could have both of them at the same time, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Shui Chang held Chin Bin's hand in a generous manner. Bin, come with me, Auntie will take you to the rest area to cool off. Shui Chang's hand is a bit warm and comfortable to hold. Chen Bin, thank you, Sister Chang. Auntie Shui Chang, thank you, Sister Chang. Shui Chang looked at Chen Bin with surprise. Bin, when did you get the hang of it? How come your mouth is so sweet, eat honey in the morning, right? Chenbin said with a sincere face, Sister Qing, your voice is very nice, very young, I think you yourself must be a super beauty. In the past, there were aunts present, so I can't mess up the seniority. Now that it's just the 2 of us, it's not too much for me to call you sis. Giggle. Shui Qing's eyes narrowed into a line as she helped Chenbin to take his seat. Brat, you've made Auntie shy. In this way, in the future, we talk about each other, you still call me Auntie, I call you brother. Chenbin said, I'm just being honest. Shui Qing laughed more happily, heart blossomed, stinky brother you will I seriously doubt that there is a novel of the male protagonist is based on you to write, and even the 2 of you have the same name. Chenbin curiously said, oh, which novel? Shui Qing came to Chen Bin's ear, lowered his voice, his breath like orchids, Junior Bin chant. I've heard a lot about you. Chenbin's face does not change color, a serious, Auntie, in fact, I also have a little brother admire you for a long time, I do not know if there is no opportunity in this life to arrange for the 2 of you to meet. Shui Qing froze for a moment and then reacted. She usually likes to joke with her co-workers about dirty jokes, so she naturally knew which little brother Chenbin was talking about. She blushed and her heart beat faster, this brat was not honest. In her impression, Chenbin is a fearful, coy, kneeling Chu Yuhan's geek slick dog, his own joke with him can make him blush. But today this guy but behavior generous, talk extraordinary, even dare to openly tease yourself. Is this still the Chenbin I know? Hey, whoever you are, get off of Chenbin right now. I am not a petite queen, how can I be pressed headlong by this kid? Shui Chang nonchalantly retaliated. Good then some other day you introduce us both, see how I can make it stand up without containing it. I offer the ultimate move, dare to ask how your excellency can fight. Chen Bin was speechless to the extreme, to say that she was flavorful was to elevate her, she was simply a steam train, dirty. However, keeping in mind the purpose of this trip, he did not have the heart to drive with Shui Chang. He saw Chin Xiaoxia up the stairs and hurriedly got to the point. Sister Qing, can you do me a small favor? Shui Chang face proud. Huh, stinking brother, love me you afraid of it, have the courage to continue She said, say it, what small favor, as long as the aunt can do, never 2 words. Chen Bin said, help me ask for Aunt Xiaoxia's ID number. Shui Chang froze, that's it? Chen Bin, otherwise? Shui Qing was a little disappointed, she thought Chen Bin wanted to stand without containing. Although Chen Bin was blind, he was refreshing, clean, handsome, sunny, his firm muscles and wide arms exuded the flavor of hormones, a typical cheerful big boy, was her Shui Qing's dish. And he was also the son-in-law of a good girlfriend, exciting. If Chen Bin were to make that kind of request, Shui Chang might have agreed to it under her heart. Shui Cheng said, check her identity card is easy, the system background search can be searched, but why do you want to investigate her identity card number? Chen Bin said, to buy a car for her. Buy a car? Shui Cheng cried and laughed, I only sell BMW sedan, do not sell Emma electric car. Chen Bin, buy is BMW sedan. Shui Cheng incredibly looked at Chen Bin, you tease anti-play it, I'm the cheapest BMW a series or small 200,000 you sure? Chen Bin disappointed shook his head, 200,000 Shui Cheng, so I suggest you go out and turn right, across the street there is an Emma electric car store. Chen Bin snapped the bank card on the table, then buy 5. Put. Shui Cheng laughed out loud, your kid is really teasing me, where to buy 5 BMW 1 series at once? Chen Bin seriously said, well, do not tease you. I buy $1 million car on the line, auntie you give a recommendation. Shui Cheng speechless, I say brother, you are not finished is it, auntie cannot have time to talk to you blindly, auntie a minute hundreds of thousands of up and down. As far as she knows, Chen Bin's only source of income is to collect rent, but the rent is only $7,000 or $8,000 per month, most of which are spent to Chu Yuhan, he cannot have $1 million. Chen Bin, the password is the last 6 digits of the account number, within 5 minutes, buy a $1 million car to transfer to Qin Xiaoxia's name, can you do it? If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Shui Cheng froze, look at Chen Bin expression serious, does not look like a joke, even the bank card are shot out. He will not really have $1 million, really want to buy a car for Qin Xiaoxia. Doing her line of work, seen too many ordinary appearance but super rich low profile tycoon, Chen Bin is also invisible tycoon? I'd rather believe it than not believe it, to really make this single, her commission on 2 or 3 million it. Even if you can't do it, you have nothing to lose. Shui Cheng half-heartedly introduced, Bin, a million words, I suggest you buy 7 Series sedan, landing price of about 9.88 million. My side can give the biggest discount is 9.58 million, but I'll go to the manager to apply for a bit, maybe it can be cheaper a few $1 million. Chen Bin, no, how much is how much? Why don't we do this, let's just erase the zeros and round them up, you don't want 9.88 million, just 100. Chapter 10 Trembling Little Party Dishes. Shui Cheng? Not brother, my brain is a little messy, I stroke you are too cheap car, and to raise the price? Did I hear you wrong or are you making fun of me? Chen Bin is a little impatient, the system countdown is only 15 minutes left. Chen Bin took out his cell phone and started counting down, auntie, within 5 minutes, take down a BMW 7 Series and transfer it directly to Qin Xiaoxia's name. Remember, don't let her know that I bought the car, much less let her know that it's for her, or she might refuse. Now start the countdown. Shui Cheng is also in a hurry, there are dates and no dates to play a shot, what if? She grabbed the bank card with one hand. Little old brother, I will ask you one last time, why did you sneak in and buy a car for Sister Xia? Chen Bin thought about it. Tell her that you are pursuing Qin Xiaoxia? She won't believe me. Buying a car for your mother-in-law as your son-in-law? Whose son-in-law has such a high level of awareness? He finally said casually and perfunctorily, Auntie Xiaoxia was late because of me, I don't want her to be lectured by the leader, so I bought a car to relieve her. I give full marks to this pretense. To relieve what car to buy you directly give me the money, who dares to admonish Sister Xia, I will fight with him, okay? Shui Cheng hurriedly ran away, wait here for my good news. Next to a sales listen to the two complete dialogue, are dumbfounded. Hey, Abnormal Human Research Center? I have 2 people here who are particularly abnormal, sales initiative to customers to pressure the price, but customers want to raise the price, the scene has been out of control, you quickly come to arrest them. Shui Cheng rushed all the way to the finance department on the 2nd floor. The harsh female manager is scolding the finance department, especially late Qin Xiaoxia was the brunt of the scolding, was scolded to raise their heads. Shui Cheng entered the door and shouted, Sister Xia, quickly go to the cash register. The manageress glared at Shui Cheng, what a shock, what a scandal. Shui Cheng, 1 million large single, expedited, the customer requires 5 minutes to complete the formalities. The customer wants to finish the procedure in 5 minutes. Manageress glares at Qin Xiaoxia, go and come back quickly. Shui Cheng, a big order of $1 million. Qin Xiaoxia hurriedly ran away. On the way to the cashier, Qin Xiaoxia said gratefully, Xing, thank you for relieving me. Otherwise, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist slapping that menopause. The manageress is short-tempered and unpredictable, and her co-workers nicknamed her menopause. Shui Cheng laughed bitterly, where am I to relieve you, is your good son-in-law smashed $1 million to relieve you all? She said with righteous indignation, give her 2 slaps is too cheap for him. If I say, I should find 10 non-national strong man round her. Qin Xiaoxia laughed and said, is there such a thing as a good turn for her? You're on your own. Hate. Shui Cheng pretended to be shy, she was telling the truth. To the cashier's department, Qin Xiaoxia looked at the empty car sales hall and wondered, where are the customers? Why don't we see any customers? Shui Cheng said, the customer gave me his bank card and password and asked me to do the paperwork for him. Qin Xiaoxia was shocked. Dare to rest assured that the bank card and password to you really is the lord of the rich and powerful, and he must be interested in you, otherwise it would not be so trusting you. This is the opportunity, you have to seize. Shui Cheng laughed bitterly. I also want to grab it, but I'm afraid that you and your daughter do not agree. Qin Xiaoxia, quick, swipe your card. Shui Cheng swipes her card and enters her password. Ding! Swipe the card successfully. This is simply the most wonderful sound under the sky. Shui Cheng looked exuberant, actually really swiped the card successfully. Chen Bin is really an invisible rich man. Sister Doxia, why did you lie to me that Chen Bin is a poor licking dog? I treat you as a sister place, you treat me as a thief defense. Qin Xiaoxia said, really envy you just this one order commission is more than my monthly salary. Shui Cheng want to cry, you envy a my most commission of 10,000 or 20,000, but you get a million car for nothing I can't, the envy of the left side of the noisy pain. Shui Cheng, quickly get back to continue to be trained, the rest of the procedures I go myself. Don't let me see you again, or see you once envy once. Qin Xiaoxia left. Shui Cheng immediately pulled out Shui Cheng ID card from the background of the system, formulated a contract for the sale of the car, and signed and drew a signature for Qin Xiaoxia. Sue me for forging signatures? Feel free to sue, just sue me for forging a signature that led to an extra $1 million luxury car under your name. Shui Cheng found Chen Bin, the bank card and car keys to Chen Bin, a face of ambiguity. Smelly brother, accomplished. How are you going to reward Auntie Chen Bin, we'll talk about the reward later. Shui Cheng heatedly giggled, Auntie's door is open to you at any time. Limited time double cashback time for the task target. Qin Xiaoxia consumed 9,880,000 yuan, cashback 19,760,000 yuan. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Chen Bin looked at the system countdown, there were still 8 minutes left, enough to buy another car. He looked at Shui Cheng and said, Auntie, can I ask you for another small favor? Shui Cheng with a grimace, fade out. Chen Bin was puzzled, what? Shui Cheng, feelings fade. The two of us this relationship, what to say please If you want to ask for anything, just mention it, and Auntie will surely satisfy you. Chen Bin handed back the bank card, buy me another 2 million car, also in the name of Aunt Xiaoxia. Don't let her know that I bought it for her. Put. Shui Cheng spit out the water he just drank again, what? Brother, are you teasing me? Chen Bin looked serious, 5 minutes is the limit. Shui Cheng thumped her heart, this is not only the invisible rich man, this is the legendary dog Big Although she also very much want to make this list, but Chen Bin has bought a car, and then buy a second car is too wasteful. She advised brother, we have money cannot be so built Chen Bin is a little impatient, Auntie, can you do it? I'll find someone else if I can't. Shui Cheng, I can do it, I can definitely do it. You do anything else Auntie can promise you, but this is a bit impulsive consumption want to refund the car afterwards cannot. Looking at the system countdown, Chen Bin really do not have the heart to talk to her, he simply looked to the side of the sales. Hello, may I ask you are interested in this order? Me so. The saleswoman immediately got up, her legs were shivering, interested, very interested. Shui Cheng was anxious and quickly said, Bin, Auntie didn't mean that, Auntie wants to ask you what kind of car you want to buy? Chen Bin, any, whatever, as long as it is a $2 million car, you look after yourself. The dog big household, inhumane. Shui Cheng, brother why do you have to buy a car Chen Bin, buy a car need reason? Iluatart just, you listen to what you say is a human language. I'll give you 113 points for this one. The extra 13 is a sister to send you. Shui Cheng grabbed the bank card and ran all the way. The saleswoman on the other side looked lost, the duck in her mouth flew away. I'm not happy about it. She had a thick skin, smilingly walked to the side of Chen Bin, handsome, the sale is not benevolent we had a WeChat. What do you need in the future? Despite what the sister said, the sister guaranteed to meet you. Chapter 11 No longer do licking dog. Chen Bin heard a burst of cold, Auntie, you are menopausal or the face to sister self-proclaimed. However, out of politeness, he still added the other party WeChat. He also laughed at himself internally. Fortunately the system did not bind her as the object of the mission, otherwise I'll kowtow to death here head on. Ding! Mission target found, binding in progress. Chen Bin's face is white, finished, really the more worried about something the more what comes. Binding successful, mission target, Shui Cheng. Height, 176. Age, 34. Face value, 87. Devotion value, 30. Daily quest, guide Shui Cheng to voluntarily give you a piece of intimate apparel. Reward, 20 dispelling value. Scared this young master to death, I thought you were going to bind that menopausal great aunt. Surprised? Surprised? Chen Bin, I'm ing surprised my ass, look at what bull task you posted. Lead people to take the initiative to send me intimate apparel, you changed the name of the bad taste system forget it. Love to do it, don't do it, pull JB down. Chen Bin curiously said, system, just you did not say not to complete the last task, will not trigger a new task, this how to trigger again? You do not accept the previous task, will not trigger a new task. But the host is in the process of completing the last mission, and the two are not in conflict. The last mission was not completed, and the charm value rewarded by the mission will be temporarily sealed and cannot be exchanged. You're still blaming the rigger Lu. Who said that the beautiful system has no brain and only knows how to be ambiguous and giggle? Shenbin rather headache scratched his hair. Let me guide her to take the initiative to send me clothes. I directly with her to ask for a piece of clothing is not the same. Just based on the two's current relationship, if Shenbin wanted it, Shui Chang would definitely give it. The only thing a man can do is let a woman take the initiative to give a gift, and the one who takes the initiative to ask for a gift is a licking dog, so please be conscious of your hosts. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. On this side, Shui Chang did the same thing, pulled Qin Xiaoxia from the finance department to the cashier, and swiped her card to transfer money. Qin Xiaoxia is envious. Xing Qing, really envious of you, a day to get 2 big orders. I want to follow you to do sales. Shui Qing depressed to the extreme. Hold your tongue, okay, you envy a dara. Hurry back to be scolded, so that my heart is still a little balanced. Hold back in the future so that I see you again. The envy of the right side of the Naija also hurt. Limited time double cashback time for the task target. Qin Xiaoxia consumed 19.86 million, cashback $39.72 million. $4 million in hand. Shui Cheng soulfully walked to Chenbin. $2 million. You buy what car? You buy me? I am more resistant to building than the car. She returned the keys and bank card to him. Bing, why do I feel like I'm dreaming today? Am I still not awake? Pinch me. It's true that money makes the world go round. Shui Cheng even changed her name to Bing. Chenbin pinched her stocking legs, like pinching jelly. Shui Cheng instinctively closed her legs, shy and annoyed. Brat, pinch where it hurts. Chenbin said with a guilty face, sorry auntie, I can't see, it's my fault. Shui Cheng quickly teased, it's okay, it hurts and is happy. It is auntie's blessing to have you, a low-profile rich man, eat tofu. Do you want to pinch 2 more times? Auntie is in charge? What tiger and wolf words? Seeing Chin Bin's indifference, Shui Cheng was a little disappointed. She changed the topic and said, Brother Bin, can you tell me why you want to send Sister Xia such an expensive gift? Shenbin frankly said, I got a system, the system gives me the opportunity to double cashback. To Sister Xia on how much money spent, the system can double cashback. Pull back. Shui Ching Jiaoqing laughed, hurry up and uninstall the tomato novel, don't always look at those novels that are not nutritious, it's not good for the body. Sister guess, you are not kneeling Chu Yuhan love but cannot, simply go to lick Xia sister? How do you say, 20-year-old incense, where there is a 30-year-old will? In the old days, there were sable cicadas who had 1 million fans, and now there are ants who have no one to compete with. The only thing that can solve the problem is the auntie. If you don't love the auntie, you are doomed to fail in life. The wind blew down the sycamore tree, only ants cannot hold. Auntie is always the most beautiful. Full of smooth talk, you want to go to graduate school? Shenbin pretended to be angry. Who said licking dog? You lick the dog. Right. Shui Ching frankly admitted, ambiguous eyes looking at him, teasing, Auntie is a dog licker. Bin, you still lack of dog licking around you? Shenbin picked up the trick, then you listen to the words? Shui Cheng nodded her head excitedly and repeatedly, I promise to listen. Shenbin, then you first be my 2 million. Cut. Shui Cheng angry pinched Shenbin, Auntie is licking dog, not. You kid and tease me, so angry and disappointed, this thigh so difficult to hold. Shenbin said, Auntie, we walk so close, you say uncle will not be jealous? Shui Ching realized that Shenbin was afraid to get too close to himself because he had scruples. She said angrily, don't mention that to me, I get angry when I mention him. Recently I am suing for divorce. Divorce? Why? Shenbin was surprised. Shui Cheng said, why, that all-day idleness, uneducated. Do not make money for the family even if, gambling and drugs are not the same. These years, the family's expenses are all I bear, and even the car and house are all bought by me. He's a vampire, sucking my blood dry. Speaking of her own miserable marriage, Shui Ching's voice choked a little. Shenbin said with righteous indignation, I don't share the same fate as drug gambling. Auntie, I support your divorce, otherwise you will be dragged to death by him sooner or later. Shui Chang wiped her tears, drug gambling? What about Huang? Shenbin, Huang, don't share the same fate as drug gambling. Go to you. Shui Ching broke into tears and kicked Shenbin's leg with the tip of her high-heeled shoes, you men are no good. Hey, that dog wants to share half of my family property. But these family assets are my hard-earned, how can I willingly share with him? Shenbin thoughtfully said, Auntie, I remember you buy a car to buy a house, money seems to be borrowed from me. Shui Ching said this to the confused, stink brother, when I borrowed your money? Shenbin, think again. Your husband wants to share your family property, that must also share away half of the debt. A word woke up the dreamer. Shui Ching immediately comprehended the meaning of Chenbin, yes, Auntie's money to buy a car and a house were all borrowed from you. The IOUs are still sitting in my house, go back and I'll look for them. Who said that this stinky brother is afraid of the little licking dog? This is not smart. Shenbin also said, by the way, Auntie, today your company inventory, you must be very late from work, right? If you don't dare to go home alone, you can let Uncle drive to pick you up. Oh, no, at that time he must have gone to drink. It'll be bad if he gets caught drunk driving. I've heard that a husband's DUI may be good for the woman in some ways in a divorce. DUI is an act of fault, and the woman, as the party who is not at fault, can claim a larger share of the property, such as real estate, vehicles, savings, etc. More favorable. Chapter 12 Stinky Brother Goodwill O. Shui Cheng eyes light, stinking brother he goodwill O, this is where the wit, clearly is the black belly. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, so I don't know what to say. Chen Bin's image in her mind, 360 degrees big change. Shui Cheng gratefully said, Bing, you have helped me so much, I really do not know how to thank you well. What's that saying, the little lady has nothing to show for it, only he. Chen Bin pretended to be confused, I helped you? I didn't help you with anything. Shui Cheng, yes, auntie understands. Your good intentions auntie understand, not to mention other things, just you take care of my 2 big orders today, I am very grateful. You say auntie how to repay you is good. Chen Bin laughed, I take care of your business, auntie, are you also taking care of my business? Shui Cheng ambiguously looked at Chen Bin, not knowing what drugs he was selling in his gourd. Bing, what kind of business did you do? Chen Bin, recycling second-hand clothes. Shui Cheng giggled, you are so perverted, I like it so much. Auntie is also second-hand, do you want it? Chen Bin, auntie, I recycle clothes. Shui Cheng, that's right. Women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet. Chen Bin, you are too expensive, I cannot afford to recycle. Shui Cheng rolled his eyes, stinky brother bad brother, you have caught people into the mouth, why not put away the rod? You are afraid to poke through the last layer of paper, right, there is a thief's heart but not a thief's courage, the lower head of the male, I bah. She got up and said, wait here. She went to the lounge, and when she came back, the stockings on her legs were gone, and the 2 long legs were white, like 2 snakes twining. She handed the gift box in her hand to Chen Bin, it's for you. Don't take it to do bad things. Chen Bin smiled and took it, thank you. Daily task completed, rewarded with 20 expectorant value. What are you 2 talking about here, so lively? Qin Xiaoxia walked over at this time. Having been scolded by the general manager, she was in a bad mood, but in the face of Chen Bin, she could only force a smile on her face, not daring to bring negative emotions to him. Chen Bin was miserable enough right now, so she shouldn't cause him any more trouble, lest he couldn't think straight again. Shui Cheng rolled her eyes, talking about you. Qin Xiaoxia smiled and sat down, oh, chatting about me what? Shui Cheng handed over the 2 pairs of luxury car keys to Qin Xiaoxia, there is a large sum of money in your favor, bought you 2 luxury cars, trying to impress you. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Bin almost choked on his tea. Qin Xiaoxia kicked Shui Cheng in anger, what are you talking nonsense, you dead girl? Bin, don't listen to her nonsense, your auntie Qing has been immodest since she was a child. She pulled out a tissue and helped Chen Bin wipe the tea from the corner of his mouth. Shui Cheng said, I'm serious. These 2 luxury cars were really bought for you by big money. He. Qin Xiaoxia, of course, does not believe it, who is it, stand out and let me see. I promise not to kill him. Shui Cheng, no, people are kind enough to buy you 2 luxury cars, why are you beating them to death? Are you finished? Qin Xiaoxia, Bin is here, don't make such vulgar jokes in the future. Shui Cheng, Sister Cheng, I'm not joking. Just tell me if you want this big money or not. If you don't want it, just say so, there are plenty of people who want it. Don't occupy the latrine without Ting. Chen Bin. I am a latrine? Qin Xiaoxia, it's not over yet. I don't want it, whoever wants it. Shui Cheng excited, Sister Xia, you swear, I recorded the sound. Qin Xiaoxia, you've had enough. Shui Cheng, Sister Xia, you quickly swear, I will stop after you swear. Qin Xiaoxia impatient, okay, I swear, this big money I do not want to give you okay. Shui Cheng was excited, Bing, you heard it all. Your auntie transferred you to me, from now on you're mine. Quickly call me the queen. Chen Bin, ahem. Qin Xiaoxia froze for a moment, what do you mean? The big spender you're talking about is Chen Bin? These 2 cars were bought for me by Chen Bin? Shui Cheng waved the contract in front of her eyes, that's right. But now he's mine. Qin Xiaoxia grabbed the contract and read it. After reading it, Qin Xiaoxia was confused. On the contract, the party who purchased the car was indeed herself. Finally saw the transfer voucher is indeed Chen Bin's name, Qin Xiaoxia then believe it. However, she was only shocked at the moment, not surprised. 3 million for her is the astronomical figures. Chen Bin had once bought 2 luxury cars to give himself in the end how he thought Zhu Yuhan's matter, her heart to Chen Bin has been very bad, and now Chen Bin and out of this dead out, where she came to the courage and face to accept. It's over, Chen Bin is now falling deeper and deeper. Blame yourself, should not have come up with that kind of bad idea. Self-blame, chagrin, sincere fear her emotions were complicated to the extreme. Qin Xiaoxia was weak and paralyzed in her chair, staring at Chen Bin with a burning gaze and questioning, Bin, what do you want me to say about you? What the hell do you want to do Chen Bin smiled and said, Auntie, I just want to send you a gift, what is inappropriate? Shin Xiaoxia said, how could I dare to take such an expensive gift from you? By the way, how do you have so much money? Shenbin frankly, why can't I have so much money? Shin Xiaoxia quickly reacted, there was no doubt that this money should have been left to him by his parents. Although she didn't know how Chen Bin's previous family was, but in that era his parents could build a 3-story house, could it be an ordinary family? His parents had left him a few $1,000,000, which was no excuse. But Chen Bin spent all the money on himself, what will he do later? He is just to play with him, it will not be long before he will show his cards and take the initiative to leave, what he will take to live off. Headache, chagrin, remorse, self-blame. Shin Xiaoxia is still angry, Aben, hey, you are really impulsive. I can't take this gift for anything I say, return the car now. Shuo Cheng said quietly, Sister Xia, the money paid, the contract signed, the car is absolutely cannot be returned, at most as a second-hand car recycling. You know, once the car is settled as a used car, even if not driven is also used. In this case, at most 20% off the price of recycling, a loss of 600,000 at 80% off. Shin Xiaoxia's heart is dripping blood. She was furious, but it is not good to be angry at Chen Bin, simply transfer the anger to Shuo Cheng's head, Shuo Cheng, see what you have done. I asked you to help take care of Bin, and this is how you take care of him. In the time it took me to go upstairs, you made him lose $600,000, I'm so angry. Chapter 13, The Young and the Old. Shuo Cheng looked innocent, blame me? Chen Bin said, Auntie, this is my heart, you just accept it, no need to return. Shin Xiaoxia gasping, so expensive gift, how dare I accept, how good to accept Chen Bin with a sincere face, Auntie, on our relationship, I think sending these 2 cars are a little too superficial. Shuo Cheng dead stared at the two, gossip heart-burning, fast, quickly say it, you two in the end what relationship? Is Chen Bin giving up Chu Yuhan in pursuit of Sister Xia, or is he going to take all the old and young Shin Xiaoxia's face reddened at once, she was worried about Chen Bin revealing the relationship between the two, pulling him towards the restroom. Shuo Cheng naturally would not give up on this gossip and ran to the door of the lounge to eavesdrop. Chen Bin looked at the system backstage, Shin Xiaoxia's inclination had been stopped at 28, which made him a little broken. 3 million can't even exchange for 1 point of Shin Xiaoxia's devotion value? Let the bullets fly a little longer. What do you mean? The target is still in shock, give her time to adapt, when she accepts reality, the shock will naturally turn into a surprise, and the heart value will skyrocket. Tip, the host should take this opportunity to express his love while it's still hot, it's more likely to impress her. Thanks for the reminder. Shin Xiaoxia anxiously paced back and forth in the lounge, Aben, you shouldn't be like this, you've given Auntie the problem of the century. I can't understand what you're thinking. Chen Bin said with a frank face, Auntie, want to know what I think? Shin Xiaoxia stopped beside him and looked into his eyes, say. Shin Bin, I don't want to see you being made difficult by the leaders, so I bought a car to relieve you. Shin Xiaoxia was deeply touched and her heartbeat accelerated steeply. It turned out that Chen Bin was not trying to impress himself with money. Simply because he didn't want to see himself being made difficult, that's why he threw away thousands of dollars to relieve himself. This sudden concern made her greatly touched. What degree of infatuation does a person have to throw away $3 million just to save the other person's ass? Mission objective, Shin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 35. 35, the value of heartfelt love has jumped 7 points at once. Keep up the good work, build up your strength, keep up with the sweet talk, and give some energy to the stinky mouth. Shin Xiaoxia sat across from Chen Bin, her eyes were a bit evasive, she really didn't know in what capacity she should get along with Chen Bin. Auntie knows your good intentions, but it's really not necessary. Auntie isn't worth the trouble. Besides, if you really want to solve the problem, just buy a car, why buy 2 Chen Bin said with a look of deep love, Auntie, you are worth it, not to mention for you to spend all your money, even if my life to you, what's the harm? Don't forget, if it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead right now, and I owe my life to you. Mission objective, Shin Xiaoxia. Devotion value, 38. It's up again. Pick it up again. Chen Bin continued to be affectionate, Auntie, you know, I actually wanted to buy you a car a long time ago. Every day to see you riding an electric car in the wind and rain, my heart really do not feel good. Especially that time you ride the electric bike accidentally fell, lying in bed for 3 days, I was heartbroken and cried, and did not sleep well for a week. But Yuhan and I were still dating at that time, so I really didn't know in what capacity to buy you a car. Even if I did buy a car, you probably wouldn't accept it, and Shu Yuhan might take it away from you, so you wouldn't be able to drive it. Now, Shu Yuhan and I have broken up, we can be together openly. From now on, you won't have to go out in the wind or rain anymore. At first, I wanted to help you out, and in a hurry, I let Auntie Ching buy a $1 million BMW 7 Series. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt that the BMW 7 Series was not worthy of your status. In my heart, you are my whole world, is my all, my woman can never be worse than other women, we have to drive the best. That's why I let Auntie Ching buy another 2 million i7. I know that you have always wanted to have a BMW car of their own, and now I have fulfilled your dream, but also fulfilled my dream of buying a car for you. Chen Bin's confession made Qin Xiaoxia like a million arrows through the heart. She covered her chest, a little suffocated, the corners of her eyes gradually moist. Qin Xiaoxia originated from the countryside. Parents are authentic farmers, their patriarchal thinking is deeply rooted. Qin Xiaoxia was born on the unpopular. In the eyes of her parents, the only significance of her existence is to serve the two younger brothers. It's not too much to say that she is the slave of her two brothers. She has never felt the love of her father and mother since she was a child. Her paycheck is just a base, and her parents even sold her to a man in a second marriage, Chu Yuhan's father, in order to raise the bride price for her two brothers. Chu Yuhan's father surface this one, but in fact is a scum, do not make money to support the family also, even if eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking also all kinds of full. He also has a very serious tendency to violence, moving on Qin Xiaoxia fists and feet. She has never experienced love. Later Chu Yuhan's father died early. Chu Yuhan's family and no other relatives. Qin Xiaoxia had to bear the burden of raising Chu Yuhan's mission. In order to avoid Chu Yuhan repeat their own mistakes, she pampered Chu Yuhan, really treat her as a daughter. Even for not letting her suffer, Qin Xiaoxia has never thought of marrying again. But her heart and soul and pay in exchange for Chu Yuhan's hatred, contempt, alienation and dislike. In Chu Yuhan's view, Qin Xiaoxia to her good is natural, deserved. Sometimes she also yin and yang as Qin Xiaoxia grams her father, implying that she is a broomstick star. Qin Xiaoxia also never felt the love from her children. Qin Xiaoxia's heart gradually became numb, feeling that she is the world's outcasts, do not deserve to get real love. The world does not exist in the true love of the word. But now Chen Bin's words only let her realize, the original someone has been in the corner of the silent concern for their own, love and care for their own, worried about their own injuries, care about their own wind and sun, and even to give their own to solve the problem at the expense of the family's wealth and throw thousands of dollars. If this is not love, is there any love in this world? Qin Xiaoxia completely broke her defense, her throat seemed to be blocked with a candy, she couldn't breathe, and she leaned over the table and whimpered and cried. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 55. Ilua Tart just, the value of love skyrocketed to 55. What does this mean? This means that Qin Xiaoxia has already accepted him as her real boyfriend. Chen Bin immediately panicked. 6 gods are at a loss, he stammered. Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, make you cry. I won't do it again next time, please don't cry, it's hard for me when you cry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Qin Xiaoxia did not know where to get the courage. A hug Chen Bin, the two poor souls entangled with each other. Chapter 14, A Heartfelt Embrace. System, Qin Xiaoxia took the initiative to embrace me sincerely this time. Is there any reward? Reward you with a big compliment. Qin Xiaoxia choked uncharacteristically. Aben, do not blame you, really do not blame you. Our auntie bad, should apologize should be me. Aben, you did a good job, is auntie wrong blame you, auntie just words a little heavy, you must not take it to heart. I'm sorry. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Heartfelt value, 60. Only after Chen Bin's great efforts to pacify her did Qin Xiaoxia's emotions gradually ease. Qin Xiaoxia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Aben, your feelings are appreciated. But I can't accept such an expensive gift. You can have this heart, auntie is already very satisfied, really. You can take this gift back, otherwise auntie will be really angry. Chen Bin was greatly disappointed. Although Qin Xiaoxia accepted herself inwardly, she refused to accept her gift. What does this mean? She definitely didn't dare to openly admit her boyfriend's identity. As for the reason, of course it was because of Chu Yuhan. If Qin Xiaoxia didn't openly recognize her identity, then Chu Yuhan would be even less likely to call out to her father. Dog system, look at what you're doing is a human thing. This question is too hard, I can't do it, it's too hard, BGM, a cut of plum. Forget it, the first order of business is to let Qin Xiaoxia accept this gift first, and lay a good foundation for the path of love in the future. Chen Bin advised, Auntie, I owe this life to you, it's really nothing for me to give you this gift. And this is the first gift I've given you, how can you refuse? These 2 cars are at your disposal, even if you sell the cars, the money is still yours, I won't want it. Qin Xiaoxia said helplessly, Aben, don't say that. This money is your future life security, you have given me, what can you do in the future? Chen Bin said, Auntie, in the future, the 2 of us together to run this home, the days will certainly be better every day. Recently, my eyes seem to be able to perceive the light, my eyes will definitely be able to regain their sight, I can make money to support you. When my eyes get better, one of us will be able to drive one of these 2 cars. The word home made Qin Xiaoxia break her defense again. Home, how strange, how sacred words, I also have a home. Chen Bin is young, sunny, responsible, kind-hearted, indeed the best candidate for a good husband. What are you imagining again? You were so much older than him, he was your daughter's boyfriend before this morning, how can you? Qin Xiaoxia's heart was completely messed up and she didn't know what to do. Finally, after some deliberation, she could only helplessly say, let's do it Aben, these 2 cars have a very high rate of value retention, and can retain their 20% discounted price for 3 or 2 months. I'll just drive them for now, and in the meantime I'll help you find a suitable buyer, and maybe we can finally sell them at a 90% discount. Chen Bin nodded, Auntie, I'll listen to everything you say. Shui Chang, who was eavesdropping outside the lounge, was shocked by the waves. Chen Bin and Qin Xiaoxia were really talking. By the way, Slo, who said that Sister Xia thought feudal, conservative, and reserved in the future I with her anxious. Sister Xia even Chen Bin are under the hand, I Shui Big Queen are ashamed to be inferior What Sister Xia can do, so can I, Shui Chang. Sister Xia, kindergartners know how to share, so it's not too much for me to share this little friend with you. The next step is to buy insurance, get a temporary license plate and a series of other procedures. Shui Cheng took out the 2 car number plates, smiled and said, "Smelly brother, don't say I don't take care of you, send you 2 car number plates. This is a virtual number plate, others can scan the QR code to call you. And the scan is a virtual number, to avoid people harassing you. Tell me your cell phone number, I'll generate the QR code for you." Nowadays, the number copying party is rampant, especially this kind of luxury car, it is the key object of attention of the number copying party. The numbering party is a group of young girls, young and free. Shui Cheng does not want to cheapen the numbering party, so to get a virtual number for Chen Bin. She was also worried that she would not be able to compete with them. "Thank you, Auntie Chang. You are so generous." Shui Cheng, of course, ha. Chen Bin reported his cell phone number. Shui Cheng remembered it on her cell phone, and added Chen Bin's WeChat by the way. Chen Bin looked at Shui Cheng micro signal, dumbfounded, "Full of monkeys I have the most hair. This is a metaphor or a statement of fact?" Chen Bin a little want to prove it. This is definitely Shui Cheng's small number, how can a car salesman use such a flirty WeChat name as a work number? In the evening, Qin Xiaoxia took Chen Bin to drive the 2 cars away, and the company specially called a chauffeur for them. As for Shui Cheng, she started her evil plan as Chen Bin said. She called her husband Su Ko, "Old Su, what are you doing?" Suka's voice is a little drunk. "Wife, I'm drinking with my friends. Dogs can't change their ways." Shui Cheng cursed in her heart and said, "My car broke down, come to the company to pick me up." Shui Ko was excited, "Good wife, right away." He actually does not want to divorce Shui Cheng, his wife rhymes and can still make money, who would want to leave Shui Cheng now let him go to pick her up, is the release of the signal to get back together this opportunity he did not want to miss. He drove all the way to the BMW dealership. Shui Cheng has been paying attention to Suka's vehicle positioning on his cell phone, and when the car is almost there, Shui Cheng immediately dialed the traffic police. "Hey, traffic police, I want to report, there is a tail number 5546 BMW X1 car owner drunk driving, immediately past the door of your traffic police brigade." Hang up the phone, Shui Cheng directly drive home. The first thing she did when she got home was to check the location of Suka's car and confirm that the car had entered the traffic police brigade before she was relieved. Suka's detention was a certainty, and the balance of victory in the battle for the family fortune was tilted in her favor. However, she cannot be happy. This empty room, just like her empty heart. Hey, I really envy Sister Xia, there's a little puppy surrounding her, and the other party has a face in money, and is willing to spend money on her. How come I don't have such a good life? Digging in, must dig in. She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Chen Bin, "Stinky brother, what's going on?" However, there was never a response. Her heart suddenly became even more hollow. The real husband was detained, the fake husband was out of battery, the future husband did not return, life is so boring. Qin Xiaoxia parked her car in front of her house. If the door of the house was not too narrow, she hated to drive the 2 cars in the building. This is a walking 3 million more valuable than the building, how can she rest assured parked elsewhere? Now the time is still early, the other tenants of the rental room has not returned, cold and quiet. In the large 3-story building, there is only Qin Xiaoxia and Chen Bin, the lone man and woman, the atmosphere is a little ambiguous. Today experienced too much, Qin Xiaoxia's brain is very messy, physically and mentally exhausted, in desperate need of a quiet moment. Chapter 15 The truth about the car accident back then. She sent Chen Bin back to his room and said, "Bin, you are exhausted today, rest early." Auntie also went to her room first, "Call me if there is anything." Chen Bin, "Okay Auntie, see you tomorrow." After hesitating for a while, Qin Xiaoxia instructed, "Bin, you should not say anything about us, Auntie is worried that outsiders will talk about it, especially not to tell Yuhan. Give Auntie some time, Auntie needs some time to adapt to the change of identity." Chen Bin nodded, "Well, I know Auntie, I listen to you." Qin Xiaoxia added, "And this house of yours, you don't have to worry, I promise to help you get it back." "Good." Chen Bin said, "Auntie, today is the happiest day of my year, thank you." Qin Xiaoxia listened to the heart is not a taste. Today he did not do anything, is to comfort him a few words, gave him a hug, took him to the company, but also let him break the bank, he is so contented. This year he was a little too cold and harsh on him. Later then slowly compensate it. Just in what capacity to compensate for it head began to ache again. Qin Xiaoxia left, Chen Bin took a deep breath, nose full of women's body fragrance, intoxicating, do not know whether it is Qin Xiaoxia's or Shui Cheng. Only then did he notice that Shui Cheng had sent a message to himself. I don't know if it's Qin Xiaoxia or Shui Cheng. Chen Bin, just arrived home, lying on the bed, what is Auntie Qing's order? Shui Cheng, you can see my message? Chen Bin, blind mode, can text to speech. Shuai Chang, well, I have bad news for you, my husband was detained for drunk driving. Chen Bin, really? How could uncle be so careless? Wants to cry. Shuai Chang, you are quite sympathetic. Your uncle must be very touched when he finds out. Chen Bin, I think so too. Shuai Chang, stinky brother, ask you a bold question. Chen Bin, I'll tell you everything. Shuai Chang, are you guys always looking for a good deal? As long as they're not ugly, they can't resist. Chen Bin, that's them. Shuai Chang, really? So you're different from those smelly men. Chen Bin, of course. I can't help it if they're ugly. Shuai Chang, laughing. Chen Bin, I'm just kidding. Shuai Chang, I told you, what kind of woman are you looking for in this condition? How come you can't resist any ugly woman? Chen Bin, I can't resist men. Shuai Chang. Sooner or later, die of laughter in your WeChat. Stinky brother, good humor, love. I'm not going to mess with you, let's get down to business. We have a potential benefit for buying a car, I forgot to give it to you today, do you still want it? Chen Bin, welfare, of course I want it. What kind of benefits are you looking forward to? Shuai Chang, I'll tell you if you invite me to dinner. Chen Bin, it's too late today, let's do it some other time. Shuai Chang, little bad guy, don't play word games with me, auntie will take it seriously. Mouth teeth. Chen Bin, what the hell is a mouth and teeth? Shuai Chang, it's like splitting up the word that's how young people play. Chen Bin, mouth me. Shuai Chang, stinky brother, not so play I'm damn good, treat me to dinner some other day, I promise you. Chen Bin, promise what? I send Shuai Chang, served. This who little bad eggs did not close out ran out. At this time the door a burst of engine roar attracted the attention of Chen Bin, he raised his eyes to look. A BMW 5 Series parked in front of the house, the passenger door opened, Ji Yuhan walked down. She seems to be drunk, walking unsteadily, drunken eyes, stockings are torn, there is a red slap mark on the thigh. The hickey on her neck was especially eye-catching. With toes think also know what she has done. The BMW owner also got out of the car, the other party was a young man, dressed in a designer suit, must be a rich family. He took the initiative to help Chu Yuhan but hold him, sent a deep kiss. Seeing Chu Yuhan take the initiative to kiss each other, Chen Bin's lungs have exploded with anger. He was a bit unable to control the body of the flood force, was about to rush out, the BMW car owner but got on the car and left. Chen Bin's teeth were almost gritted. Thinking of the 2 years of interaction, they do not spare food and drink, to her laundry and cooking, and intimate contact or not, but she took her own money out of the house. But she took her own money to spend her time outside and give someone a ride, he hated that he couldn't give himself 2 slaps in the face. Licking dog must die. Wait a minute, just that BMW 5 Series, how do I look familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere? His brain was spinning madly, dead memories started to hit him. Soon, his brain flashed. A year ago, he was in a car accident the moment before he fell into a coma, clearly noticed that the car that hit him was a BMW 7 Series. Although he did not remember the license plate number, but the back of the car is affixed with a car label don't chase the tail, chase me to try? Just now that BMW car, the back seems to be affixed with the same car label. Coincidence? The likelihood of such a niche decal being affixed to the same car model is slim to none. That car just now, is most likely the car that hit himself back then. Chu Yuhan might have gotten involved with the owner of the car that hit her back then after she went blind. Thinking more deeply, she might have even gotten involved with the other person before the crash. Even that car accident was planned by the two of them, with the purpose of crashing into themselves and taking the house. This realization made Chen Bin's blood run cold, and he was red hot on the spot. If this is the truth, I will definitely get you two killed. Chen Bin ultimately had reason overcome his anger and did not rush out to teach Chu Yuhan a lesson. It was too cheap to beat her up just like that, and he would also pay the price of detention himself. Chen Bin had already thought of a plan to retaliate against Chu Yuhan and take back the house, and the premise of his plan had to be that he maintained his blind persona. He would have to kill. Moreover, if he tore his face off with Chu Yuhan now, it would be even more impossible to complete the task of making Chu Yuhan call out to her father, and all subsequent task rewards would be nullified. Furthermore, he still had to investigate the truth of the car accident incident back then. If he went to teach Chu Yuhan a lesson now, he would definitely startle the snakes and make the BMW man raise his guard, which would not be conducive to his investigation. A little impatience is a big plan, must not lose big because of small. Ghost knows how much effort he put in to resist the impulse. Shuai Chang sent a message again, so boring, oh, the house is empty, can only hold the rag doll to sleep, cold, no temperature at all. Chen Bin, then you take boiling water and scald it. Shuai Chang. Go to hell, you dead straight man, you will do silicone for the rest of your life. Chu Yuhan watched the BMW man leave, reluctant to part. Waiting until the BMW man completely disappeared from sight, she returned to her room in frustration. At the moment she stepped into the threshold, the two BMWs parked at the door attracted her attention. One was a $1 million BMW 7 Series, and the other was a $2 million i7. And both cars were brand new, even the license plates were provisional, obviously just lifted. She was both shocked and puzzled. Whose are these two cars? Why are they parked in front of her house? Chapter 16, The Gold Digging Girl is Back. Tenants? It can't be, the people who rent here are all poor, who can afford such a luxury car. From the neighboring tenants? But why did they park their cars in front of their homes? There was only one BMW store in this small town, and her mother Chin Xiaoxiao worked at the BMW store, so these two cars must have something to do with her, and she must be in the know. She instantly sobered up most of her wine and took big steps upstairs. She rushed into Chin Xiaoxiao's room, couldn't wait to say, "Mom, who owns those two BMWs at the door?" At this time, Chin Xiaoxiao was still in a tangle. She really does not know how to go in the future. To Chen Bin showdown? Pull back, Chen Bin certainly cannot accept. Continue the relationship? But that will only let Chen Bin deeper and deeper into the wrong again and again, the future completely no room for maneuver. To be honest, she is also a little bit moved by Chen Bin, but this relationship is impossible to be accepted by the world. She does not want to ruin Chen Bin's life. Bored to death. Right at this moment, Chu Yuhan returned. Chin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. To solve the bell, only Chu Yuhan can solve this puzzle. She immediately sat up from the bed and said with a cold face, "Yuhan, why are you coming back now? You drank outside all day." Chu Yuhan hiccuped. "Mom, didn't I tell you everything? I celebrated my best friend's birthday, what's wrong with having some wine? I'm an adult." Chin Xiaoxia coldly questioned, "This matter will be discussed later. I ask you, what is the situation of the house? You give me an explanation." Chu Yuhan muttered in dissatisfaction, "Account, what's there to account for? You dead girl." Chin Xiaoxia was furious. Chen Bin's eyes can't see, this house is his future life security. You cheated him out of his house, is it not forcing people to the brink of extinction? Chu Yuhan was instantly unhappy. "Mom, I'm your daughter, how can you say something so unpleasant? What do you mean by cheating? I'm just borrowing it." "Borrow?" Chin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chu Yuhan face aggrieved. "Mom, you know my girlfriend Su Xian recently talked about a boyfriend. You know what gifts her boyfriend sent her? Limited edition bags, brand name cosmetics, famous cars and watches, but what about me? When did Chen Bin ever give me a gift? Oh, he gave me a set of cosmetics for my birthday last year. It was cheap. My girlfriends laughed at me. You know what my girlfriends say about me? They say I'm with a brave man who only comes in and out." Chin Xiaoxiao argued, "But Chen Bin's money is all for you to spend. Not only the tenant's rent, but also his car accident compensation. He is also kind to you." Chu Yuhan loudly retorted, money, just no money. I want is his money? I want is his concern, is his heart." Chin Xiaoxia heart-bitter smile. Chu Yuhan is the summer country famous double standard. Money said to be accompanied is concerned, no money said to be not a matter of tenderness. This kind of gold-digging woman she has seen a lot. Chu Yuhan continued to ramble, voice a little choked. "Today my girlfriend's birthday, people's boyfriend directly sent a set of large flat, more than 2 million it. I admit, I am vanity, that's why I tricked Chen Bin to transfer the house to me. Outsiders say he is voluntarily gifted to me, so that I in front of my girlfriends can also find some face. But I more is to borrow this house to block their mouths, let them see my man is not brave, he is also generous. No, they say Chen Bin stingy when I heart how hard it is. Oh, I am everywhere for his sake, to maintain his reputation, but the result, some people good intentions as a donkey's liver lungs, do not appreciate it, even if, but also suspected that I owe, my life how so bitter it." She cried with pear blossoms, pathetic. Chin Xiaoxia are almost speechless, if not know what daughter beats sex, she may really believe, this acting is really no one. I have worked hard how to cultivate such a gold-digging woman, really have what kind of father has what kind of seed. Chin Xiaoxia said, "Even so, but who is the man who spoke on the phone today?" Chu Yuhan said, "Of course it is my girlfriend's boyfriend." Chin Xiaoxiao on her words is half a word do not believe. If it is your girlfriend's boyfriend, why do you want to set aside the relationship with Chen Bin, bluntly say that they are single? She was too lazy to break down. Chu Yuhan said, "Yuhan, if you are not ready to marry Chen Bin, break up with him as soon as possible. Chen Bin's life is bitter, you should not continue to win him." She wants to continue to be unclear with Chen Bin. Chen Bin's family background must be lost by her. Chu Yuhan read temperature, where there is a mother so say their own daughter. I'm still young, of course I have to be cautious and careful when looking for a husband. You don't want me to be like you, just find someone to marry. You still want me to repeat your mistakes? Chin Xiaoxiao impatient, okay, do not talk to you those useless. That house you used up, vanity is satisfied, the return to the people to return them in a hurry. Don't worry. Chu Yuhan indifference, this broken house I really do not see, who cares? There are people out there who are rushing to send me a big flat large villa. Now the notary and the housing authority are off duty, tomorrow morning I will go to do the formalities. Chin Xiaoxia, it's best, I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Chu Yuhan stepped into the main topic, said, Mom, now can tell me, outside the 2 luxury cars is what happened. This. Chin Xiaoxia hesitated and stammered. Of course she couldn't tell Chu Yuhan the truth. If she let Chu Yuhan know that she was with Chen Bin, she would definitely not be able to accept it and would make a big fuss, and she couldn't pull this face. And letting her know that Chen Bin still had money in his hands, she would definitely try to cheat him out of all his money. Look at Qin Xiaoxia's reaction. Chu Yuhan excited bad. Those two cars really with mother related. Chu Yuhan couldn't wait. Mom, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Thinking about it, Qin Xiaoxia finally decided to confess to her that the car was sent to her by someone else. As for who sent it to her, of course, it is a big money. Of course, she would not confess that this big money was Chen Bin. What she thought was that Chu Yuhan, knowing that she was being looked at by a big money man, might not be able to look at this suite of Chen Bins and would obediently return the room. Qin Xiaoxia was a little embarrassed and said, "It's someone else who gave it to Mom." What? Chu Yuhan was stunned. She thought of 10,000 possibilities, but did not think that these two cars are others to Qin Xiaoxia. My god, Mom give power even can evening on this level of big money, ascend his 2 million level luxury car. Even I, who went through a lot of trouble to get on the Gushao, only drove a broken 5 Series and gave me a set of $2,000 of cosmetics. Developed, I'm going to become a rich second generation. Chu Yuhan excited, Mom, who sent you? It must be a super rich guy. What's his name? Do I recognize him? Chapter 17. Who the hell is the future old man? Qin Xiaoxia wasn't good at lying. She looked embarrassed and stammered, "You don't recognize." Chu Yuhan said, "Then he must be super rich, right? $3 million of gifts said to send." Mom, look at your little face, little body, then I'm not even close. I knew you were a person who did great things. I didn't realize you'd done such a great thing without a word and got yourself such a big shot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you must seize it. After this village there will be no more store. Money, 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 can't stop talking about money. Qin Xiaoxia glared at Chu Yuhan, what are you talking about? What evening big money is that he is pursuing me? I have not agreed to it. Chu Yuhan anxious, Mom, why do not agree? This opportunity in this life may only this time. Wait, the other side is not a family, want to adopt you as a lover? It's not a big deal. A wife is not as sweet as a lover. Which rich man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Shut up. Qin Xiaoxia is furious, this little financial fan, for the sake of money, even the mother is willing to give up. She's single, what's a concubine? Don't talk nonsense. Wow. Chu Yuhan marveled, Mom, this charm is really unstoppable, even I envy you. Mom, come on hard, I cannot become a rich second generation, can count on you. Mom, you've got to work hard. Qin Xiaoxia's heart is tired, Mom is this age, do not want to remarry. Besides, I still have you as my daughter, I'm afraid that you will object. Chu Yuhan busy, Mom, you must not be presumptuous. You don't look old at all, not older than me by a few years. Besides, what am I against? Against becoming a rich second generation? This point you put your heart in the stomach, I 100% support you. Really? Nonsense, of course it's true. Qin Xiaoxia laughed bitterly, I'm afraid that if you know that your future father is Chen Bin, you will cry and hang yourself. She said, people's money can't be spent in several lifetimes, so don't stare at Chen Bin's suite, return the house tomorrow. Cut. Chu Yuhan said, I don't want to give this house for nothing. I'll return it tomorrow. It's better like this. Qin Xiaoxia said, that's it, tomorrow I accompany you to the housing authority. Chu Yuhan, don't Mom, you talk to me about my godfather again, I can help you guys get together. Qin Xiaoxia angry. Chu Yuhan pushed out, get lost, time is not early, I want to go to bed. Send away Chu Yuhan, Qin Xiaoxia heart more melancholy. A lie needs 10,000 lies to round. Waiting for the east window to come out in the future, how should I deal with this Zuluo Chang'e? Chu Yuhan returned to her room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind is full of this future cheap old man. Throwing $3 million to send a gift, the other side of the value of at least 50 million toward the top, or even more than 100 million. I didn't expect that I, Chu Yuhan, would one day become a billionaire. At that time, not to mention Chen Bin, even if she just dating this rich second generation she cannot see I. This rich father in the end is what God. Mom won't say, headache. Wait a minute, just now those 2 cars seem to have a license plate, maybe it is the cheap old man's cell phone number. The more she thought about it, the more excited she was, and she slipped out of the room and went downstairs. First, communicate with Rich Dad's feelings in advance and help him set up a match, maybe he will send himself a big red packet once he is happy. Over here, Chen Bin was in the middle of perfecting his revenge plan when he suddenly saw Chu Yuhan sneaking downstairs through the window. Where was she going? Chu Yuhan walked to the BMW i7 and scanned the QR code of the virtual number. Chen Bin instantly guessed a generalization. Chu Yuhan was also joining the number copying party and wanted to hook up with the owner of the luxury car through this method? Or Qin Xiaoxia told her that these 2 luxury cars were sent to her by a big money man, but refused to disclose the real identity of the big money man, so Chu Yuhan wanted to investigate the identity of her future father through this way? The possibility is extremely high. His phone rang, it was Chu Yuhan calling. However, Chu Yuhan's side dialed Chen Bin's virtual number and did not know that the other party was Chen Bin. To pick up, or not to pick up? A bold idea surfaced in Shen Bin's mind. Why don't he use the trick to contact her as her future old man, so that he can guide her to call out to his father and complete the system task? Witty as I am. Say do it and do it. Shen Bin didn't rush to answer the phone, but first downloaded a voice simulator. Downloaded successfully, registered, recharged, all in one go. Xu Yuhan didn't get through once, but she didn't give up and called again. Shen Bin answered, opened the voice simulator, simulating the voice of a middle-aged uncle. Hello, which one? The voice is mid-air and magnetic, and the other party is definitely a charming and mature uncle. Xu Yuhan was even more excited in her heart. She cleared her throat, her voice was gentle and pure. May I ask if you are the owner of the car with the tail number 3349? Shen Bin heart-cold smile. This really ing can pretend to be pure, used to talk to themselves or shouting, with menopausal ant-like. Shen Bin said, oh, that car I gave away. Is not to move the car, I will call now. No. Xu Yuhan quickly said, may I ask if you gave the car to Miss Qin Xiaoxia? Shen Bin pretended to be alert. Who are you? How did you know earlier? Xu Yuhan quickly said, uncle, you don't need to be nervous. Introduce me, I am Qin Xiaoxia's daughter, Xu Yuhan. I don't mean to call you, I just want to thank you for my mom giving her such an expensive gift. Shen Bin said, oh, so is Xiaoxia's daughter I have not heard your mom mention you. Thank you words are not necessary, this is just a little bit of my small heart, nothing. Xu Yuhan heart-pounding, 3 million luxury car, but also just a small token of appreciation, godfather really tycoon. Xu Yuhan said in a petulant tone, oh, uncle, my mom is how to tell you about me. Shen Bin said, well-behaved, people beautiful heart, filial piety to the elderly, loved by all. Said these words Shen Bin are a little want to vomit, but for the sake of the mission, I endure. Xu Yuhan listened to her heart in a blaze of glory. Don't look at Qin Xiaoxia, this old woman elbow to Chen Bin turn, but in front of outsiders is still very to their own. Xu Yuhan shyly said, in fact, I'm not as good as my mom said. My mom is the king's wife selling melon, self-promotion. Mothers look at their daughters naturally with filters, and all feel that their own daughters are little fairies, ha. Chen Bin laughed, I believe Xiaoxia, she won't lie to me. You sound so good, so you must be even more beautiful in person. You are also so modest, you must be well-behaved and understanding, people are beautiful and kind-hearted. Xu Yuhan was even happier, a woman is a woman who pleases herself, she can't wait to call out to her father. She laughed and said, thank you uncle for the compliment. Some other day I will invite you to dinner, let's meet. I'd like to meet you. Shen Bin said, there is a hotel under my name, let's go there about. You set the time. Xu Yuhan heartbeat more powerful, godfather mighty, even have a hotel, this thigh thick and long. Why is Qin Xiaoxia holding this leg, not himself Envy and jealousy. Do you want to dig the wall? Chapter 18 Xu Yuhan's hint. Don't think nonsense let Qin Xiaoxia know still shall not kill me. Xu Yuhan quickly agreed, no problem, just a few days. By the way uncle, can I take the liberty of asking you a question, you and my mom development to which step? Chen Bin disappointed, hey, do not know Xiaoxia is not see me. I try my best to please her, but she does not even give me a good face, love to ignore. Even when I ask her out for a meal, she's always putting me off. Until now, I haven't even held Xiaoxia's hand. Xu Yuhan almost blurted out, you can't ask her out, she can ask me out Qin Xiaoxia, you in the end what the hell, so good resources do not also too wasteful even if you do not think for themselves also have to think for me If you dare to cut off my financial road, I will cut off your back road, angry. Xu Yuhan busy for Qin Xiaoxia said, uncle, not what you think so my mom is a cold outside and hot inside people, today she also mentioned you to me, said you have a high degree of good feeling. It's just that she's been hurt in the past, so she doesn't dare to accept other people's pursuits. But the more this kind of girl the more you have to cherish, because once you catch up with her, she will recognize you as a person in this life, from one to the other. She is a slow burner, you have to be patient. You're so good, and with my help, you'll definitely be able to catch up with my mom. My mom had a hard life, she only had one man in her life. My dad died early, she was worried about me, so she didn't look for another one. My mom is still young, and I don't want to see her widowed. I often advise her to find another man, but she never listens to me. Uncle, you can catch up with my mom, I have to thank you. Chen Bin lamented, yes, I feel the same way, I am in Xiaoxia this point, only to launch a crazy pursuit of her. Good boy, you know so much, no for your mom to consider, Xiaoxia really did not raise you in vain. No way, I'm going to puke, this gold digging girl is really good at putting gold on her face. However, for the sake of the mission, I endure. Xu Yuhan heart sweet, uncle, then some other day I ask you to dinner, I tell you my mom's hobbies and preferences, you are the right medicine for the right person, surely you can get twice the result with half the effort. Shen Bin, good, uncle first thank you. By the way, Yuhan, uncle has an unkind request, I do not know if you can meet uncle. Xu Yuhan smiled and said, uncle, we are about to become a family, do not say 2 words, what words you say is. Shen Bin said, that you cannot call me a father Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. It's just that Xiaoxia has been treating me so poorly that I've lost confidence. If I let you call me dad, I'll have the motivation to continue my pursuit. And I can also adapt to this identity in advance, lest I have to improvise when the time comes I'm still a father for the first time. Shu Yuhan was happy. What kind of request is this? Is not just shouting a dad, and will not lose a piece of meat on the body. Not with you to blow, was I shouted dads man, not 5 also have 3 or 4. Of course, those dads, and the meaning of this dad is not the same, have to add money. Shu Yuhan is a did, uncle, you this request is difficult to stop me. Shen Bin disappointed, so that forget it. Shu Yuhan quickly said, uncle, I do not mean that. You may not know, according to the custom of my hometown, I want to change the mouth you have to take the change fee, otherwise unlucky. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for money. I just think that if I don't do it according to the custom of my hometown, I'll feel bad when I think about it later, and I'm worried that it will be bad for my mom. Oh. A veritable gold-digging woman, this time still do not forget the money. Shen Bin naturally agreed quickly. As long as Chu Yuhan calls out to her father, she will be able to complete the task and get a reward of 50 expectorant value, that is, 500,000 yuan. What was the fee for changing the name of the district? Shen Bin promised, this is of course, you even if you do not say I have to give the rephrasing fee. In this way, this cell phone number is your microsignal, right? I add your WeChat, let's WeChat chat. Shu Yuhan, okay, thank you uncle. Shen Bin used his own small number to add Shu Yuhan WeChat. Shen Bin changed his own trumpet to Rui Xing World, calm and atmospheric, in line with the boss temperament. Shu Yuhan's nickname is not Eat Cilantro, proper gold-worshipping woman. Shen Bin transferred $2,000 to Chu Yuhan. Good girl, collect it, in the future this money in my house, I want you to spit it out with interest. Chu Yuhan sent a voice, thank you dad. Daily task completed, reward, 50 expectorant value. A new daily task has been triggered. Task target, Qin Xiaoxia. Daily task, provoke Qin Xiaoxia and Chu Yuhan's relationship so that mother and daughter will turn against each other. Reward, 40 expectorant value. Shen Bin. Dog system, come out and see just how dogged the mission you released is. But thinking about the system's pissy nature, it's considered normal operation for it to release this mission. Shen Bin started to get a headache again. Although Qin Xiaoxia and Shu Yuhan's mother-daughter relationship is not very good, but really want them to turn against each other, the difficulty is not small. Shu Yuhan was brought up by Qin Xiaoxia, she should have deep feelings for Chu Yuhan. As for Chu Yuhan, this kind of gold-digging woman only has money in her eyes, what does she know about feelings? Shen Bin carefully deliberated, and soon found a direction. If Chu Yuhan knew that he had just broken up with her and then got together with Qin Xiaoxia, she would definitely not be able to forgive Qin Xiaoxia and break up with her. However, with Chu Yuhan around, Qin Xiaoxia's conservative mindset will definitely not openly recognize her boyfriend's identity. In other words, the prerequisite for Qin Xiaoxia to recognize her boyfriend's identity is that she breaks the mother-daughter relationship with Chu Yuhan first. These two contradict each other. What to do? Chu Yuhan sent 2 more messages to Chen Bin. One was a selfie of Chu Yuhan, and the other was a text message. Dad, familiar with me, next time you meet on the street, don't say you don't recognize me. The photo of Chu Yuhan is very pure, fair skin, delicate features, short hair shoulder length, small tongue out a little, so show cute and playful. She wore a white dress with a small blue flower pattern, the hemline decorated with lace, with black silk and black shoes, one hand behind the back, living off the image of female college students. However, the photo was taken from an overhead angle, and the valley could be seen vaguely through the collar, with a slim figure and long legs. In the innocence but also unintentionally through the sexy and charming. The lethality of this to middle-aged men is no less than a nuclear weapon. No way, no way. A bold idea surfaced in Chen Bin's mind. Chu Yuhan wouldn't be trying to poach Qin Xiaoxia's corner and seduce herself. Based on Chu Yuhan's temperament, what can't be done? Thus, Shen Bin found another shortcut to accomplish his mission. Why didn't he just go with the flow and use the trick to have a sensational underground romance with Chu Yuhan in the capacity of Qin Xiaoxia's future man? Chapter 19 Digging In. If Qin Xiaoxia found out that Chu Yuhan was digging for her, the two would definitely break up. Moreover, this plan had a higher success rate and was more maneuverable. But after thinking about it, he eventually gave up on the idea. Now in his heart he only had disgust for Chu Yuhan. The thought of having a sensational love affair with her again made him vomit just thinking about it. In the end, Shen Bin chose the most practical route. Chu Yuhan did not want to help himself to pursue Qin Xiaoxia. He let her expose Qin Xiaoxia's privacy, report her whereabouts, and even give her drugs, forced to buy and sell. Qin Xiaoxia knew that Chu Yuhan was doing everything for her own benefit, even sacrificing her, and the two would likewise break up. Just do it. It was only then that Chen Bin noticed that Xue Qing had sent him a series of messages. The last message was, "How many years will you be sentenced for returning a message from your side?" Chen Bin hurriedly replied, "Sorry Auntie Qing, I was just busy with something." Xue Qing, Bing, do you still have an empty house over there? Auntie wants to rent a room from you. Chen Bin, Auntie Qing, you have your own house, why do you want to come to me to rent a room? Xue Qing, hey, my house is too cold, I'm alone. I can still talk to Sister Xia when I move to your place. I'm about to get divorced, and I'm in desperate need of Sister Xia's guidance and comfort. Chen Bin, are you here for the rental? I'm embarrassed to point you out. Shuiqing, Auntie is a person who sees the opposite sex, right? When she sees a good-looking person of the opposite sex, she wants to relocate to his house. Now she's satisfied? Put. Chen Bin cried and laughed, the first time I heard of seeing the opposite sex so interpreted. Chen Bin, okay, just my next room is still empty. Shuiqing, hey, Auntie Pora, cannot afford to pay the rent, you see cannot use other ways to pay the rent. I see a lot of women on the internet with that way to pay the rent. Or why don't I just share a room with you and I'll pay half the rent? Chen Bin is in tears. Maru Spice, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. The next day, it was raining and cloudy. Chen Bin opened his eyes and comfortably stretched his waist. A beautiful day has begun. He touched his cell phone and opened the internet. Eating cilantro sent him a message. Dad, do you have time today? Let's have a dinner date. I'll tell you about my mom's preferences. Of course Chen Bin wouldn't agree. Right now he couldn't expose himself for a while. He replied, sorry, there are 2 meetings to be held today, I'm afraid I can't go. Not to eat cilantro seconds back. It's okay, Dad, you first busy, when there is time to make another appointment. Chen Bin, okay. Thump thump thump. A rush of footsteps came. Soon, the door of the room was knocked, and Qin Xiaoxia's voice came from outside the door. Bin, have you gotten up yet? Chen Bin agreed, getting up. Qin Xiaoxia pushed the door in. Ah! She screamed and backed away again in a hurry. Chen Bin's entire body was a small triangle. Bin, didn't you say you got up? Chen Bin smiled, that's right, I got up. Auntie, why are you still so outgoing? We are a couple. Qin Xiaoxia anxious, whisper, hurry to get dressed. Okay. Chen Bin not slow to get dressed, okay. Qin Xiaoxia walked in. She read haze flying all over her face, unspeakably moving. Qin Xiaoxia said, Bing, just now Chu Yuan has not come to find you. Chen Bin shook his head, no what's wrong? Qin Xiaoxia cursed a dead girl in her heart. Just now she went to find Chu Yuan, wanted to supervise her to return the house to Chen Bin. The result was that Chu Yuan's room was empty, no one was seen. This was clearly not ready to return the house. Qin Xiaoxia adjusted her emotions and said, it's nothing. Last night I communicated with Yuhan. Yuhan did not lie to you about the meaning of the house, just to satisfy their own vanity, and borrowed a use. She promised to let me accompany her today to do the formalities and return the house to you. But she just had an emergency and went out. Can only wait for the afternoon or tomorrow. Chen Bin thought to himself that it would be a ghost if she was willing to spit out the house. He smiled and said, okay Auntie. Qin Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment and said, Bin, I just received a notice from the company that our finance department is leaking rain and the documents are all wet, so I have to rush to the company. But I said hello to Mizan upstairs, and Mizan promised to take care of you. If you have any problems, just look for Mizan. Chen Bin laughed and said, Auntie, you just go busy yourself, I'm so old, I can take care of myself. That's good. Qin Xiaoxia said, by the way, I ordered you a takeaway breakfast, don't forget to eat it later. I'll take care of myself. Qin Xiaoxia hurriedly left. Even after walking away, she was still filled with Chen Bin's robust muscles and broad shoulders. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Devotion value, 65. Chen Bin, on the other hand, began to perfect his revenge plan. His plan was very simple, find someone to pretend to unintentionally reveal to Chu Yuhan that he still had a huge sum of money in his possession. Based on Chu Yuhan's temperament, she would definitely try to cheat herself out of the money. And Chen Bin will install a camera in advance to capture all of her crimes. Just one crime of fraud would be enough to put her behind bars. And it would also prove that Chen Bin's house was also the result of the other party's fraud, not a voluntary gift from Chen Bin. Just, who should be found to reveal the news that she had money to Chu Yuhan? Qin Xiaoxia definitely couldn't, she definitely wouldn't disclose it, she was worried that Chu Yuhan would be eyeing her money. Shui Chang? She was not familiar with Chu Yuhan, letting her reveal the news seemed too deliberate and would cause Chu Yuhan to be suspicious. Right, just now Qin Xiaoxia mentioned the upstairs teacher and she was the most suitable candidate. Mizan's original name is Inkerson, is Chu Yuhan's school's senior lecturer. Chu Yuhan took the major taught by Inkerson. At the same time, Inkerson's son was Chen Bin's college roommate. Chen Bin and Inkerson's relationship is good. Inkerson's husband died early, and she brought up her son alone. Her family's financial situation was originally quite good, she taught at the university, but also ran a small company. However, some time ago, her family suffered a change of heart, even the house was seized, under the compulsion, and Inkerson can only come to their own this rented room to live. Mission objective found, binding in progress. Binding successful. Mission objective, NQXIN. Age, 40. Height, 176. Face value, 90. Heart value, 5. Daily task, help NQXIN through a difficult time. Reward, master skill of your choice, reward, master skill of your choice, reward, master skill of your choice. Chen Bin. Hey, system you went too far that's my classmate's mom, how do you bind everything? That's more exciting, isn't it? Chen Bin. Oh no, it's the heartbeat. Last night he watched the latest installment of Matete Media with a critical attitude, of which the work classmate's mom was the one Chen Bin criticized the most. At that time, he was fantasizing in his head about Xin. Chapter 20 Master Money Printing. He didn't expect the dream to shine into reality so soon. Although Xin was 40 years old, she had a good foundation and was focused on maintenance, and was a well-known popular goddess in the academy. Down to the students, up to the principal, all of them are devoted to her. High cool imperial sister, domineering president, which man could not be moved? And when he was a sophomore and junior, and Kurson's son didn't pit himself, and after he went blind, he often ran to find himself to borrow money and never returned it. You owe me, I let your mom pay back, no problem, right, old iron? After making up his mind, Chen Bin said, this time the reward master level skills, I can just choose right. Yes. Chen Bin, choose master level money printing art. Money printing technique, host's level of charm removal is insufficient to unlock this skill. Oh. There really is a money printing skill. I was just kidding. Chen Bin said excitedly, system, what level can be reached to unlock the money printing technique? LV3. LV3 didn't seem to be that far away. One only needed to accumulate 2000 dispel value. LV1 upgrade LV2, need to accumulate 1000 dispelling value. LV2 to upgrade to LV3, you need to accumulate 5000 exorcism values. Note, LV3 can only unlock the novice level money printing technique, which can only print Zimbabwean coins. Chen Bin. You are sick, your brain is designated sick. Zimbabwe coins, the paper is more expensive than the denomination, this is a proper losing business. The host can only choose from the following skills: vocal music, musical instruments, culinary arts, fine arts, machine tools, traditional kung fu, modern combat, clothing design. There are more than a dozen. Forget it, let's finish the mission first. As far as he knew, this time, and Kurson's predicament was not something that could be solved with a small amount of money. He only had $4 million in his hand, and he didn't know if it was enough. And he had to leave a sum of money behind, waiting for Chu Yuhan to swindle. Headache. At the same time, and Xin was pacing back and forth outside Chen Bin's door, despondent. She had just received a court summons, the Xiagua Bank had officially sued her, and if she didn't pay back the loan within the deadline, she could only go to squat in a jail cell. It was all because of her own son, who had done her a disservice. Her son is a high profile, always loved to show off their wealth, the result is a person with the heart to stare at, the other side to him to do the game, causing him to owe a but outside the gambling debt and loan sharks. In order to repay the debt, Kurson had to forge the company's financial statements, fictionalized company revenue data, exaggerated the amount of orders, and borrowed from the Xia Bank to repay the debt. Originally, she thought that the company to get a few more orders in the repayment period can put the loan back, but did not expect the market economic downturn. The company's orders do not increase rather than decrease, the daily losses, on the verge of closure and bankruptcy, not to mention repay the loan. The Summer Bank sued her fraudulent loan, the evidence is solid, the lawsuit she will lose. As a senior university lecturer, once she is in jail, she will lose her job and her life will be ruined. And she also knows the darkness of the prison, especially her kind of human extreme, into the not dead also have to take off layers of skin. Now there are only two ways in front of her. One was to scrape together the money to pay back the loan, but she had thought of everything she could think of, and couldn't borrow any money at all. The second is to get pregnant and fight for a suspended sentence so that she doesn't have to go to jail. She didn't have a choice now. Blame it on her own unlucky son. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she couldn't help but fall into tears, causing people to pity her. The problem now was how to get pregnant. To be honest, as long as she gave the word, any kind of man could be found. But she didn't want to just hand herself over, and the other person might use this as bragging capital and talk about it everywhere. Thinking about it, her final target locked Chen Bin. Chen Bin is kind-hearted, upright, low-key and modest, he will definitely help himself, and will not talk about it outside. Moreover, he was blind, so she had a lot of room to maneuver. She adjusted her mood and checked the props she would use later. The sneakers, the fleecewater were all there. Everything was ready to go. She took a deep breath and knocked on Chen Bin's door. Bin, are you there? Chen Bin was happy, really just want to sleep, someone sent a pillow. Chen Bin, yes, please come in. And Xin walked in and greeted with a smile, Bin, good morning. Chen Bin was immediately stunned. The last time Chen Bin saw Xin, or a year ago at school, she was wearing a uniform, as if she was a goddess high above. Today's Xin was dressed in homeware, the bright purple halter dress was exceptionally eye-catching, outlining the delicate shoulder line, and the arc of the neckline was just right to show the neckline and charming collarbone. The main body of the dress is close to the body, and the body posture is exquisite. She seems to have just washed her head, long black hair naturally hanging down, fragrant shoulders are still stained with a few drops of water beads, long hair under the features cannot be described as delicate and dynamic, especially a pair of bright big eyes, the most moving. High cold imperial sister, the goddess next door is really the name. Shenbin even dare not look at it. Look at him for a long time will not be able to help but give birth to a sense of inferiority in his heart. Bin, it's me, Mizzen, what's wrong with you? And Kuxin found Shenbin staring straight at himself and reminded him in a low voice. Only then did Shenbin come back to his senses and hurriedly moved his eyes away. No, nothing, Mr. In, good morning. And Kuxin said, Bing, I bought a pair of sneakers for Xiaowei her son, and they are a bit big for him. Your feet are bigger, they should fit you, come on, try them on. Shenbin quickly excused himself, saying, Mizzen, you usually take good care of me, how can I be so kind as to accept something from you again? And Kurson said, you and Xiaowei are good friends, it's nothing for me to give you a pair of shoes. Besides, I live here, your rent is the cheapest for me, so don't be polite. This is fine. Shenbin reluctantly agreed. And Kuxin said, you have difficulty moving, I'll change them for you. Ah. Shenbin nervously stood up, no, Mizzen, I'll do it myself. And Kuxin pushed Shenbin to the chair with a strong attitude, just sit down honestly, why are you so outgoing? Okay. And Kurson half kneeling on the ground to Shenbin change shoes. Fortunately, I washed my feet last night and changed into new socks, so my feet don't stink. From Shenbin's angle, you can see in Kuxin's beautiful back. Looking down the back, there were two big hemispheres, heavy on the heels. Shenbin couldn't help but be a bit flushed. Any angle was perfect, this woman was truly a siren. No wonder the system gave her a score of 9. One must know that Xueqing only scored 87 points. After changing her shoes, and Kuxin got up, Aben, try walking 2 steps. Shenbin got up and took 2 steps, well, his feet are very comfortable. It's just that the little brother is a bit nestled. Thank you, Mizzen, it's very comfortable. That's good. After that, there was a silence, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. And Kurson gathered her courage several times, but she wanted to say something. Chapter 21 in Kuxin's request. It was good that Shenbin's phone rang, Shenbin was busy answering it. Hello, takeout, please pick up your food at the door. Okay. And Kuxin was busy getting up, Aben, don't move, I'll go pick up the food for you. Thank you, Mizzen. And Kurson quickly fetched the takeaway back, Jean Xiaoxia ordered him a beef vermicelli soup with a leek box. And Kuxin helped him open the lid of the meal. She glanced at Shenbin a bit nervously and furtively pulled out a small bottle from her pocket. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to drop 2 drops into the beef soup. Shenbin's head was about to explode. What's going on? What is Mizzen doing? She's poisoning me to death. What good would it do her to do that? Wait, that doesn't seem to be poison, that's fly water. Oh my god, look what I found. How can Mizzen be this kind of person? The appearance of a goddess hides the heart of a. How could she lay her hands on her? Crazy. This world has really gone mad. And Kuxin adjusted her breathing and tried not to let her voice tremble. Bing, eat it while it's hot. Okay. Shenbin's voice was trembling. He carefully picked up the leek box and took a bite. His heart was incredibly torn. Should I drink this beef soup or not? I'm not psychologically prepared at all. Give you a chance and you're not good at it. Rubbish. Excited heart, trembling hands, he carefully picked up the spoon. And Kuxin was even more nervous than her. Seeing Shenbin about to drink, she reached out and wanted to stop. But after looking at the court summons, she still did not go to stop. Right at this moment, and Kuxin's phone rang, and she hurriedly ran out to answer it. After running out of the room, she let out a long sigh of relief, and the redness on her face gradually faded. Call her, is to her lending business manager Chu Shang. Chu Shang voice cold, threatening meaning full, Missin, the court summons you received it, when the court cannot be late And Kurson bitterly begged, Chu manager, can you accommodation? Give me some more time, I'm sure I can pay back the loan. Chu Sheng smiled wide. Accommodation, of course, can be withdraw the lawsuit is also a matter of my words. How about this, tonight you come to my home, we communicate in depth, see how this matter is resolved. And Kurson immediately burst into a rage, and another denizen prodigal son. She thought of Chu Sheng's face of horizontal meat and pot head on the pan naja. She loudly scolded, shut up. Don't call me again or I'll sue you for harassment. The phone hung up, and Kuxin wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and adjusted her emotions to go back to her room. Looking at the beef soup, and Kuxin's heart was tangled to the extreme. Is it bad to do this to myself? How can I sacrifice Shenbin for my own benefit? Shenbin inner OS, I am happy to sacrifice, what do you care? Shenbin asked, Mizzen, who called you and made you so angry? And Kurson sighed, eyes slightly red, hey, the bank launched a lawsuit against me, suing me for fraudulent loans. If I cannot repay the loan on time, I am afraid that there is a prison sentence. Shenbin said angrily, hey, Xiaowei is really, well, how to get addicted to gambling. He is so adult, broke into trouble still let you to wipe your ass, really make people hate iron is not steel. And Kuxin pressed her temples with a headache, who says it's not? Blame me for spoiling Xiaowei, he loves vanity and shows off his wealth all day long. If it wasn't for his frequent flaunting of wealth, he wouldn't have been targeted by people with a heart of gold to make a game for him. Hey, if Xiaowei were half as good as you are, I'd be satisfied. Chen Bin sighed. Mr. N, things have happened, we have to face positively. There are always more ways than difficulties. Mr. N, is there anything I can do to help? Yes, of course there is, you can help a lot, help me to avoid prison. But she stared at Chen Bin and couldn't open her mouth no matter what. How could she possibly say such a thing? Chen Bin is anxious for incursion. You talk have a use for my brother's place, just ask. My brother will certainly not refuse. But in the end, Xin did not say anything. Chen Bin had no choice but to say, Mr. N, how much money do you owe the bank? Curson sighed, before and after a total of 6 million borrowed. But now only 3 million is due. First pay back this 3 million, I can be exempt from the penalty. The remaining 3 million, I am confident that I can pay it back within a year. Chen Bin said, besides money, is there no other solution? Yes, of course there is, you'll be able to help me out. But several times when the words came to her mouth, Xin froze and swallowed again. Finally she can only say, this time did not pay back the loan, mainly because the warehouse has a batch of goods out of date, cannot get out, resulting in a break in the capital chain, triggering a chain reaction. If this batch of goods out, 3 million or no problem. Oh. Chen Bin was greatly disappointed. Thinking for a moment, Chen Bin said, Mizan, you bought insurance for the factory, right? Xin nodded, of course. All property insurance, public liability insurance, and employer's liability insurance are all bought. Why do you ask? Chen Bin said, Teacher N, nowadays the weather is dry and fires are frequent. Your garment factory is full of flammable and explosive materials, so you must be careful. I heard that even static electricity can cause fire. I'm worried that if your garment factory catches fire, your life will be worse. You bought the insurance, my heart is much more solid, at least can have a protection. Chen Bin this headless a few words to Xin said confused. What is he doing discussing this all of a sudden? But very quickly, Curson reacted, Chen Bin is implying that he is fraudulent insurance. If that batch of slow-selling goods accidentally caught fire, the insurance company will compensate for the original price, which is the same as selling, and more efficient. By then all the problems will be solved. As for why the fire, Chen Bin did not say it. Dry days, static electricity can cause a fire. Curson bleak for many days eyes finally have light. Why did he not think of it? She looked at Chen Bin's eyes a few more points of appreciation. Who said that Chen Bin was obedient and submissive? This brain is good. Genius boy ah. Under the excitement, Xin held Chen Bin's hand. Bing, thank you, thank you. Chen Bin was puzzled. Teacher N, what are you thanking me for? I didn't do you any favors. Xin will understand, and quickly said, Teacher thank you for reminding me, teacher will definitely pay attention. Chen Bin generously said, Teacher N is joking. You sent me a pair of shoes, and I just reminded you, it is me who should say thank you. Curson said, by the way, I suddenly remembered that there is an important meeting in the garment factory, I have to go there. Just call me if you need anything. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chen Bin busily said, Mizan, please wait, I have another question, does your clothing factory need money now? Chapter 22, Zhu Yuhan's plotting and scheming. Xin smiled bitterly, of course I need it, urgently. To be honest, even if the debt is paid back, the factory can only barely function, and it will take at least a year and a half to really regain its vitality. If someone can invest a few $1,000,000 in me, I can get the factory back to peak condition immediately. Chen Bin said with a sincere face, Mr. N, why don't we do this? I'll invest 3 million for you, how about you give me some shares? Relying on the system alone to make money is too slow, Chen Bin wants to start a business to make money. Ah. Xin froze in place, Bing, how much did you say? 3 million? I didn't hear you wrong. Chen Bin, that's right, it's 3 million. Curson was even more excited, Bin, where did you get so much money? Chen Bin, don't worry about it, just tell me if you can buy some shares with $3 million. Xin nodded like garlic, yes, of course. Bin, Auntie does not lie with you, my home clothing factory just started, the scale is very small, the peak of the market value is only about 5 million, and now down and out, it's worth a 2 million. To be honest, if you want to invest $3 million, you can be a major shareholder. But this clothing factory is my hands from scratch to start, equivalent to my children, I do not want to give up the majority shareholder decision-making power. How about this, you invest 2 million, I give you 49% of the shares can. Chen Bin quickly agreed, 2 million, 49% of the shares, deal. Xin was ecstatic, Bin, with these 2 million, I am confident that the factory will return to the peak in 2 months. You have done your teacher a great favor, I really don't know how to thank you. Chen Bin smiled, Teacher N, I still have a small request, I hope you can help me. Xin immediately said, say it, as long as the teacher can do it we'll definitely do it for you. Chen Bin said, I would like to ask you to pretend to unintentionally disclose this matter to Zhu Yuhan, and say that I spent $2 million to buy your shares, and there is still a huge amount of money left in my hand. He now has 2 million left in his hand, of course he will not let Zhu Yuhan to 2 million all fraud. Fraud 1 million, enough to put her into the land of doom. And Kurson said, a small amount of money, wrapped up on me. She was too lazy to ask Shinbin why he did it, people's little couple's business, their own tubes, so much to do what? Shinbin once again urged, Mizan, you must not deliberately tell her, just chatting when pretending not to reveal can be. And Koxin, don't worry, teacher will be careful. After a pause, she suddenly remembered something. Busy said, right Abin, that bowl of beef soup should not drink, just now I see as if there is dust fell into it. Now that her problem is solved, Shinbin wants to drink the beef soup, the effect of the medicine will not end well. Shinbin is not willing to give up this great opportunity to send the door, and quickly said, alright, Mizan, not clean eat no disease. And Kurson, however, without saying, picked up the beef soup and walked out. How to drink with flies falling in, the teacher will give you a new order. I now go back to draw up the contract, later you sign a word on the line. Shinbin, a burst of loss, can only watch the mouth of the duck flew. After Kurson went upstairs, Shinbin immediately removed the millet surveillance in the living room and planted it in his bedroom. As long as Chu Yuhan dares to defraud herself, this surveillance video was enough to become heavy evidence. As a result, Shinbin had just installed the surveillance when Chu Yuhan returned. She sneakily walked towards the second floor, probing and looking around, as if she was a thief. After confirming that Qin Xiaoxia was not at home, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had come back to steal the BMW. If she blatantly borrowed it from Qin Xiaoxia, she would have forced her to return the house to Chen before giving her the keys. She didn't want to really return the house to Chen Bin. 2 years of youth, in exchange for a house, this is still too little for her. She had no choice but to wait for Qin Xiaoxia to go out and steal the car keys. Originally she thought that Qin Xiaoxia would drive out the $2 million i7, but she didn't realize that she only drove out the 7 Series, which was just cheap for her. She rummaged around in Qin Xiaoxia's room. At this time, Koxin drew up a good contract to find Shinbin to sign, and when she passed by Qin Xiaoxia's room, she saw Chi Yuhan. Such a good opportunity she would not miss, and Koxin greeted with a smile, Yuhan, why did you not go to school today? In this sudden voice to Chu Yuhan startled, she turned back as a thief. After discovering that it was Kurson, the heart hanging in the air was finally put down. Teacher, it's you. I have found an internship, later to go to the interview, already with the school to ask for a good leave. And Koxin said, well, good. Yuhan, you are one of my best students, perform well, surely can pass the interview, the teacher is optimistic about you. Thank you, Mizan. Chu Yuhan, a good girl image. And Koxin said, right, did you see Shinbin just now? Is he at home? Chu Yuhan said, just came up in a hurry, did not pay attention. Mizan, do you have something to look for Shinbin? And Koxin shook the contract in her hand, said, Shinbin took $2 million to buy the shares of my clothing factory, I just drew up a good contract to find him to sign it. What? Chu Yuhan was shocked. Mizan, did I hear wrong? Shinbin took $2 million to buy the shares of your clothing factory? And Koxin said, originally he wanted to spend $3 million to take the major shareholders, but was rejected by me. I do not feel comfortable to hand over the clothing factory to Bin to take care of, he is still too young. So he can only take $2 million to buy 49% of the shares of the garment factory. $3 million. Chu Yuhan's jaw dropped. Where did Shinbin get so much money? And Koxin shook her head. You are his girlfriend, you don't know, where do I know to go? Okay, you keep busy with your business, I'll go find Shinbin. Mission accomplished, withdraw. And Koxin left, but Chu Yuhan's heart set off shockwaves. 3 million, 3 million. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, this dog even hid so much money behind his back. Where the hell did he get so much money? He has no source of income at all. The only possibility is that his parents left him an inheritance. In those days, if his parents could build this 3-story building, they had an ordinary family. Shinbin, you usually say you love me and are willing to give me everything, but behind my back, you are playing this game with me, treating me like a thief. I really misjudged you. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I've been with him for 2 years, I've wasted 2 years of my youth, and a person's youth is only a few years. A house is enough to get rid of me? No way. And although the house is confirmed to be demolished, but the demolition money really want to arrive, at least a year and a half. She can't wait that long. She can't get Shinbin's $2 million in shares, but I'll take the $1 million in cash he's holding as a youth loss payment. Chapter 23. Chu Yuhan succeeded in her cunning plan. As for how to take that 1 million, Chu Yuhan quickly plotted. She gave up looking for the car keys, ran back to her room, and took out 3 documents from the drawer. 2 house gratuitous gift agreement, a power of attorney. She is not prepared to really return the house to Shinbin. This document above her signature and handprints are fake, even if Shinbin's signatures and drawings are not legally effective. This is just something she used for emergencies, just in case. In case Qin Xiaoxia forced her to return the house to Shinbin, she will take out this fake contract to Shinbin to sign, to muddle through. She didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. She gulped down a large amount of water, adjusted her emotional breathing, and tiptoed downstairs. After Koxin signed the contract with Shinbin, she left in a hurry. The other tenants had all gone to work one after another, leaving her and Chen Bin alone in the house. Hands off! Shu Yuhan walked towards Chen Bin's room with a puff of anger and directly pushed the door in. Chen Bin saw that Shu Yuhan had come and knew that the plan had worked. He was inwardly excited, but on the surface he still pretended not to see and alertly said, "Who is it?" Shu Yuhan's voice was as cold as ice. "It's me." Chen Bin immediately furious. "Shu Yuhan, you still have the face to find me. Say, why cheat away my house?" "Shut up you." Shu Yuhan scolded. "Who cheated you house? Your mouth put clean point. You this set of broken house I still do not see it." "Chen Bin Chen Bin, I treat you as a family, but you even treat me as a thief defense, no trust. It's just a broken house, why do you let my mom make trouble with me?" "Oh, a thief shouting to catch a thief. Chen Bin indifference, trust? This is what happens when I trust you, you have cheated me out of my foundation. Roll." Shu Yuhan became even more furious. "If you dare to say one more word about cheating, I will tear your mouth apart. I only temporarily borrowed it for a while, and did so for your sake, don't be ungrateful." Chen Bin angry, "Cheat my houses for my sake? This is what kind of reasoning?" Shu Yuhan suddenly aggrieved and cried, "Pear blossom with rain. Chen Bin, today I will make things clear to you. Do you know what gifts my girlfriend's boyfriends send them? Limited edition bags, brand name cosmetics, and even famous cars and watches? But what about you? I've been with you for 2 years, what have you given me? Flowers, cheap cosmetics, cheap cell phones. I have never lifted my head in front of my girlfriends. Know what they say behind my back, said I found a brave, only in and out. Oh, no, I heard this in the end, how heartbreaking it. Yesterday my girlfriend Suxin birthday, people boyfriend directly send her a set of large flat. I admit, I am vanity, that's why I lied to you to transfer the house to me. The public said that you voluntarily gifted. I want to find some face in front of my girlfriends. Of course, more than that, I want to use this house to block their mouths, so that they know that my man is not a brave man, he is also generous. I did this to maintain your reputation, for your sake, but you, instead of not appreciating, but also said I scammed. Oh, I was really blind to see you in the first place. Hey, dead licking dog, I was made to cry by you, come over and kneel and lick me, I am ready." But what she did not expect was that Chen Bin was indifferent, and even had a more indifferent attitude. "Okay, you said you vanity, I admit it. Now your vanity is satisfied, you can return the house to me." Shu Yuhan suddenly read temperature. "Beast, I am crying, you even do not kneel to lick me, treason, when the 9 clans. Okay, since you're not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous, on the killer." Shu Yuhan cried even more sadly, "Give it back to you, I'll give it back to you right away, you heartless bastard. 2 years of my youth has been fed to the dogs. The house back to you, we will be cut off the righteousness, you do not look for me again, I will never forgive you. The killer app of breaking up is out, dare I ask you how to deal with it? Kneel down, I'll give you one last chance. Chen Bin is dry and decisive, I already broke up with you yesterday. From now on you walk your sunny road, I cross my one-tree bridge, well water does not offend the river water." Shu Yuhan is going crazy. What is the situation? My killer app has always been invincible, why doesn't it work today? Is this still the licking dog I know? Hey, whoever you are, get off of Chen Bin right now. Chen Bin can't lose me, just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. At this moment, she wanted to knife someone. He is just a dog I raised, who is he to bark at me? But she finally calmed down. She was angry, but she didn't stay. Breaking up was just right, so she could be with Zhang Xiao openly and honestly. Shu Yuhan threw the 3 documents in front of Chen Bin with a bang and said, "If I had known that you were such a heartless person, I would not have followed you even if I had committed suicide in the first place. We are completely finished this time. Sign the contract, housing gift agreement, in duplicate, and a power of attorney. With this power of attorney, I go alone to do the formalities on the line. I don't want to see you for a second." Chen Bin looked at the contract. The first is a power of attorney. With this power of attorney, without having to appear on her own, she has the right to take care of all the formalities for catching herself. The second contract is in duplicate, it is the gift contract of this 3-story building. She gave this building to herself free of charge. Party A on the contract had her signature and fingerprints. However, Chen Bin knows that this signature and fingerprints must be fake, no legal effect at all, just a piece of paper used to perfume him in Qin Xiaoxia. Shu Yuhan really took great pains. Under Shu Yuhan's guidance, Chen Bin signed and drew his signature on the second party. Seeing that he didn't get suspicious, Shu Yuhan was relieved. She continued, "I will now go to the notary to do the formalities. The notary fee and deed tax can't be taken by me alone, you have to bear some as well. You take 5,000, the rest is on me." Chen Bin also did not forget to mock, more than 200,000 have been spent, not bad this 5,000. Damn you. Shu Yuhan almost burst into foul language. Chen Bin opened the WeChat service, and after seeing his balance, Shu Yuhan's heartbeat accelerated. 1 million. His WeChat service actually has $1 million. Chen Bin originally had $2 million, but he only topped up $1 million to the WeChat service to give Shu Yuhan the scam. When Chen Bin was losing the numbers, Shu Yuhan interrupted him, "You lost the wrong one, clumsy, or I'll lose it for you." She could not help but grab the cell phone directly and transfer 950,000 to herself. The reason why she didn't transfer all the money was not because she had a guilty conscience. The main worry is to transfer all the money away. Chenbin consumption will soon be found, then the police will suspect her head. Chapter 24 Retaliation Plan formally implemented. Leave him 50,000, wait for him to finish spending also have to be a year and a half, then he counted the bank account. Sorry, I Chu Yuhan do not recognize. To be on the safe side, Chu Yuhan deleted the transfer records, and even pulled Black to delete WeChat friends. Chu Yuhan threw the phone on the table. Okay, since then we do not owe each other. WeChat I have deleted you to pull the Black. In the future there is something do not look for me. I will not help you again. Goodbye. No, never again. She turned to go. Chenbin suddenly stopped her, and his voice became much softer. Yuhan, we've been dating for 2 years. I still have some feelings for you. I've paid so much for you, but I haven't even touched your hand. I'm a little upset. You let me pull my hand a little bit, give me a memory of it, but also for our relationship to draw a satisfactory conclusion. Chu Yuhan looked smug. He really is still my licking dog. Of course she disagreed. Do your spring dream go? I do not want to be your dirty hands to file chastity. Chenbin, touch a hand to give you $1,000. Chu Yuhan was moved. Fly legs are also meat ah. Besides, touching the hand will not lose a piece of meat, just as a dog bite. She indifferently said, see you so poor, will fulfill you once. Chenbin grabbed Chu Yuhan's hand. Chu Yuhan was anxious to draw back her hand. Bastard, why are you so hard? Deliberately retaliate against me right. My ring, quickly put my ring back to me. Chenbin laughed coldly, your ring? Where did you get the face to say it's yours? This is my mom left her future daughter-in-law's, we broke up, this ring with you have no chance. Chenbin knows that he wants the ring in the open, Chu Yuhan certainly not give, he can only take the next step. Rely on. Chu Yuhan is almost angry cry, this person how so shameless, take the excuse to pull the hand jerk ring. Dark bastard. That ring is Chenbin's family heirloom, she knows that the ring is not to come back, can only play up the idea of the $1,000, now hand you also touched, $1,000 immediately give me. Chenbin, okay. But before that, you take away the rent privately, borrowed from me this 100,000 yuan car accident compensation payment back to me. UING. Chu Yuhan, scoundrel, disgusting. I don't want that $1,000, keep it to buy yourself a coffin. She left in anger. Chenbin closed the door and checked the surveillance on the computer. The monitor captured the whole scene just now, with high clarity, and the content of the contract was clear. Including the scene where she transferred $950,000 of her own money. And she had just admitted in person that she had cheated herself out of her house, enough to convict her. Task target found, binding in progress. Binding successful, mission target, Chu Yuhan. Age, 21. Face value, 81. Heart value, 20. Damn, the value of love is negative. This dog woman has no feelings for herself, but on the contrary, she is full of hostility. I'm really blind, I've been talking to her for 2 years. What mission are you going to release? Don't let me chase her backward a good horse still doesn't eat back grass, don't let me rush with you. Optional task, introduce Chu Yuhan to join Matete Media and complete the shooting of more than 2 movies. Reward, 40 expectorant value. Chenbin. This really fits the system's pissy nature. If I had that kind of channel, I would have acted in the movie myself, why would it be her turn? What the hell was the system thinking? However, the previous release of tasks were all daily tasks, why is this time optional tasks? Chenbin asked out of the doubt in his mind. There are 4 types of system tasks, daily tasks, optional tasks, monthly tasks, and annual tasks. Daily tasks are mandatory, and optional tasks are optional. Monthly tasks are not unlocked, and annual tasks are not unlocked. The host can view the missions in the mission center. Chenbin immediately went to the task center, he first clicked on the daily tasks, there was only one. Daily task, provoke Qin Xiaoxia and Chu Yuhan's relationship to turn mother and daughter against each other. Reward, 40 dispelling value. He tapped on the optional task again. Optional task, delete 2T of video data from the computer. Reward, 5 dispel value. Optional task, destroy inflatable simulation toys, reward, 5 expectorant value. Optional task, trick a blind girl into eating starch sausage. Reward, 30 expectorant value. Optional task, introduce Chu Yuhan to join. Chenbin was thunderstruck, cheating a blind girl for that task, don't you think it's unethical? Let go of personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. This system is unorthodox. Forget it, let's just complete the daily task first, let the mother and daughter turn against each other. Chenbin's strategy is to use his own identity as Chu Yuhan's future stepfather to secretly liaise with Chu Yuhan and guide her to sell Qin Xiaoxia's personal information, expose her privacy, and even let her drug Qin Xiaoxia. After Qin Xiaoxia knew the truth, she definitely broke with Chu Yuhan. And before that, Chenbin could not send Chu Yuhan in. Now Qin Xiaoxia and Chu Yuhan still have a mother-daughter bond, if he sends Chu Yuhan in, Qin Xiaoxia will definitely blow the lights out with him, and then he won't be able to complete the mission. Chenbin looked at Chu Yuhan and realized that Chu Yuhan did not leave, but went upstairs. Now was a great time to make a move. Chenbin knew that Qin Xiaoxia had the habit of keeping a diary, and she valued the diary and hid it very well, which was her greatest privacy. Why didn't he or she guide Chu Yuhan to photograph Qin Xiaoxia's diary for himself or herself? Just do it. In this network era, Qin Xiaoxia insisted on writing a diary can be for decades as one day. Chenbin really do not know what in the end her psychology. Chapter 25 Good Friend's Girlfriend. Just as he was about to send a message to Chu Yuhan with his trumpet, a call came in. Joey Wei. Joey Wei was in Ku Xian's teacher's son, and also Chenbin's former roommate in Old Iron. However, since Chenbin blind, Joey Wei several times to find him to borrow money does not return, the two feelings faded a lot. Chenbin pressed the answer button. Old Wei, how to remember to call me. Joey Wei on the other side of the phone is very anxious. Bing, 100,000 fire, quickly come to save Ah. Chenbin asked, what's wrong? What happened? This brat will not go gambling again. Joey Wei said, I'm in the hospital, urgently need 12,000 surgical expenses, you immediately prepare, please. I'll let my girlfriend Huang Ying go to your place to get, or you directly transfer the money to her. Chenbin froze for a moment. What's wrong with you? How did you suddenly have an operation when you were well? Joey Wei mouth cursing. Today Renai Hospital to the school door leaflets, said free to college students to do circumcision. I believe it went. The first surgery is indeed free of charge, but the damn second surgery a charge of 12,000 old man, together, gas dead. Chenbin, no, you wait, circumcision only, how to have a second operation. Joey Wei, after the first surgery, the hospital arranged a beautiful black silk lady sister to disinfect me. I did not hold back a collapse line, can only carry out the second surgery. Set, all said ah. Put. Chenbin did not hold back and burst out laughing. Don't look at Joey Wei's family used to be rich, Mom and Kurson also opened a clothing factory, but this person was born to take advantage of small advantages. Before Chenbin in his dormitory, he even toilet paper shampoo or rubbing Chenbin. Today he is considered to be greedy for a small advantage to eat a big loss. Joey Wei annoyed, you laugh at chicken hair ah, I now need money to save lives, the pain is killing me, do not take the money they do not give surgery. Good brother to help, another day to pay you back. I gave my girlfriend Huang Ying called, she immediately go to you. Chenbin hesitated, but decided to pay the money. After all, he also want to rate his mom, he may become his cheap father in the future. Dad tube son natural. In the event that in the future the east window was revealed, and Joey Wei discovers his secret within Kurson, he can also take this matter to block his stinking mouth. Chenbin said, I directly call the money to you shall not. Joey Wei busy said, don't ever. I have shares in my mother's clothing factory after the incident my account were seized, you hit the money will be blocked. You directly to my girlfriend, hang up. The phone just hung up, his room door was knocked, the door came Huang Ying's voice, Bing, are you in? Huang Ying, is Chenbin's old tenant here? When she rented a house in Chenbin, she was not even with Joey Wei. Joey Wei and Chenbin relationship is the most iron time, often run to him to play, 1-2 with Huang Ying hooked up. And Kurson does not know the relationship between Joey Wei and Huang Ying, otherwise she would never have rented here, with the future daughter-in-law under one roof. Chenbin hurriedly replied, coming. And right at this moment, the system beep sounded, ding. Task target found, binding in progress. Binding successful, mission target, Huang Ying. Age, 21. Height, 165. Face value, 89. Favorable value, 10. Daily task, lead Huang Ying to invite you to her rental house for a day, reward, 40 charm value. Chenbin. Hey, dog system, you're getting too ing much, why are you binding everyone and releasing this kind of ed-up mission? Huang Ying is my good buddy's girlfriend, she might become my sister-in-law in the future. Besides, I've already raided in Kurson, how can I face Joey Wei after raiding Huang Ying again, and I can't catch a person wool gathering? How can a person be shameless to such an extent? Only through the experience of women of different ages can realize the real charm. Eat dumplings, love your sister-in-law, go for it. Your sister, you have a set of crooked reasoning. And this bull mission issued by the system, it's harder than climbing up to heaven, right? Why do people invite me to go to her home as a guest? In what capacity to invite me to go as a guest? This is also to no spectrum. Chenbin anxiously scratched his ears, not knowing what to do for a while. Huang Ying knocked on the door again, Bing? Chenbin hurriedly said, wait a minute, I'll be right there. His brain spun madly and quickly thought of a plan. He kicked the water pipe, high-pressure water burst onto the ceiling, and the room immediately rained. All the furniture and appliances were drenched in water, and Chenbin was no exception. He immediately ran to open the door. Just after opening the door, Chenbin was once again stunned. Huang Ying in the school perennial domination of the group phone list of the top 10, its appearance naturally no say. Fair skin, delicate features, thin round face, tied a small ponytail, smile up the corners of the mouth have two small dimples, which angle look impeccable. She was wearing a white shirt with a dark gray pleated skirt, the neckline tied with a dark blue bow tie. Her feet were white stockings, brown Louboutin shoes, revealing a section of calves. College style came out, pure and moving. The system gave her a score of 89 without a doubt, only 0.1 point less than in Curson, higher than both Qin Xiaoxia and Shui Cheng. Huang Ying was stunned to see Chen Bin drenched in water. Chen Bin, what's wrong with you? Chen Bin laughed bitterly, the water pipe is broken. Without hesitation, Huang Ying rushed in and helped him turn off the water valve against the huge flow of water. But she was also wet by the water, white shirt close to the skin, a halter hidden. Huang Ying forehead a few strands of hair and a locks, drooping in the face, beautiful and as sexy. Oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. Huang Ying wiped the water on her face while saying, Bing, this water pipe is good how to break? Chen Bin sighed, the water pipe is out of repair. Huang Ying looked at the mess in this room and sighed, Bing, your room is all wet, the floor and bed are full of water, this is very dangerous. It's not a big deal if you fall, but if the wires leak, it's a big problem. You can't stay in this house, why don't you go to Chu Yuhan's room for a day? Chen Bin quickly refused, no, Chu Yuhan and I have long blown it. Huang Ying, this is not the slightest surprise, she has long known that Chu Yuhan heart is not Chen Bin, that gold-digging woman only like money, the two breakup is also sooner or later. She whispered, so, just now you two quarrel is in the breakup bar. This plumbing will not be her intention to break it. Chen Bin sighed and considered it a default. Huang Ying pulled down the electric switch of the room and fought for Chen Bin. Bing, you must not be sad, it's not worth it for this kind of woman. You may not know, Chu Yuhan in the school is a famous green tea, everyone knows that she is with you to figure your money, she never loved you. She never loved you. She even hooked up behind your back. I wanted to tell you, but I see you quite like her, afraid of your heartbreak did not dare to tell you. You broke up with her is good, but also in time to stop the loss, she is not worthy of you. Someday I'll introduce my good sister to you, my good sister is tens of thousands of times better than Chu Yuhan. Chapter 26 Ambiguous Daily. Chen Bin sighed, thank you Huang Ying, I also only saw her true colors in the past few days. Huang Ying said, actually this is also good for you, lost a tree, gained a whole forest awe. Mission objective, Huang Ying. Tilted heart value, 15. Huang Ying said, it's a good thing for you to lose a tree and gain a whole forest. Huang Ying's heart value had somehow risen, and it was as high as 15. She was already interested in herself, and now that she's single, she thinks she has a better chance? But thinking about it, it didn't seem like much of a surprise. Lonely men and women under one roof, their own time with her, then Monday way with her timer long, day by day love. And Monday way for people stingy search, stingy bara, and even invited Huang Ying dinner to AA Huang Ying with him, purely to do charity. Sometimes Huang Ying chat with himself, but also from time to time hinted that she wanted to break up with Joey Wei. Split up before it's too late, so that I dig the psychological burden of the wall is also a little smaller. Huang Ying paused and said, why don't we do it this way Aben, you first go to my room to rest, and then help you clean up your room when I come back. Solved? The great task problem has been solved just like this? Witty as I am. Huang Ying must be interested in me, otherwise she couldn't have taken the initiative to invite me to her room to rest. Chen Bin smiled and said, thank you, Huang Ying, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing, I'll waive this month's rent for you. Huang Ying pulled Chen Bin's hand, Chen Bin, you're out of line. All these years I rented a house in you, you have not less care for me, I help you to do some work as also should be. Come with me. Daily task completed. Reward, 40 expectorant value. A new task has been triggered. Daily task, digging in. Reward, 40 expectorant value. Chen Bin. This is arranged? Isn't the pace a bit too fast? Pitiful system ah. Huang Ying introduced Chen Bin into her room. The boys' room and the girls' room are two extremes, simply a pigsty and a well-decorated room. Although this is a rental room, but Huang Ying put the room arranged warm and neat. Room style bias warm colors, light pink curtains fluttering in the wind, the bed is covered with soft floral bedding, the corner of the small bookshelf is dotted with green plants, the air wafted with a faint lavender fragrance, mixed with the pure natural fragrance of the girl's body. This cozy environment makes Chen Bin sleepy. He knew that Huang Ying had a slight cleanliness fetish, and there were only two possibilities for her to take the initiative to invite men into her room. One was his father, and the other was a boy with a good feeling. Huang Ying handed Chen Bin a towel. Here, Chen Bin, wipe your face and hair. Huang Ying handed Chen Bin a towel. Come on, Chen Bin, wipe your face and hair. Chen Bin wiped his face, the towel was a bit sweet. Huang Ying handed him another bathrobe. You're all wet, take a shower later to cool off, I'll go to your room to get clean clothes for you to change into. Even the bathrobe is shared with me, it seems that his own weight in her heart is still very high. Chen Bin said, thank you. By the way Huang Ying, just now old Joe called me and asked you to send him money, $12,000. Let me transfer the money to you. A mention of Joey Wei. Huang Ying is angry, this Joey Wei is not a thing, the first few times you borrowed money has not yet returned, and now borrow again, where he came from the face off. Chen Bin smiled bitterly, no way, who let me in his relationship is good. Huang Ying righteous indignation, that also cannot you earn some money is not easy. How about this? I still have $2,000 in my hand, all to him, you take $10,000 on the line. Shenbin busy waved his hand. No, this money is not a problem for me. Your 2,000 is this month's living expenses, you'd better keep it yourself. Huang Ying immensely depressed. Hey, this asshole angry dead me, usually eat a meal about a meeting with me AA even if circumcision also let people AA, that did not grow on us, what do we AA? Put. Shenbin could not help but laugh. Huang Ying rolled her eyes. What are you laughing at? Shenbin, it's not true that the words are rough, but you're also too rough. Eventually, at Shenbin's insistence, he still transferred 12,000 to Huang Ying. Huang Ying sighed. Shenbin, I cannot understand, Zhou Wei family is quite good, how he is so stingy ah. Shenbin said, his family is just a few years better. His father died early, his mother took him orphans and widows, poor as a child cannot uncover the pot, it is estimated that then developed stingy habits. Huang Ying lamented 1,000 times, when I want to know that he is so stingy, I would rather talk to you will not talk to him, he wants to have half of your generosity I will be satisfied. This is ambiguous, the air in the room are followed by ambiguous up. Shenbin looked at Huang Ying, her face flushed, very beautiful. Shenbin laughed, as long as the individual will have advantages, as long as you observe carefully, you can still find the advantages of Zhou Wei. Huang Ying said, come on, you tell me what are the advantages of Zhou Wei. Shenbin pondered a little, said, there are many advantages, such as forget it, let's talk about repairing the water pipe. Put. Huang Ying laughed, Shenbin, you curse so dirty. Let's talk about fixing the pipes later. Bin, what kind of girl do you want to find, I'll introduce you. Shenbin said, I'm a blind man, what can I ask for? Just a girl. That's right, she must be alive. LOL. Huang Ying laughed her head off, springing to life with a laugh as good as a yellow warbler. Aben, don't be so presumptuous, in fact, you are also quite excellent, sunshine, handsome, tall, or chartered, licking is licking a little, but it is not cancer, can be cured. Shenbin shrugged, you praise me or scold me. Ha ha. Huang Ying said, of course I praise you. By the way, I heard that you boys look at the girl's first time very seriously, is it true? This topic is a bit taboo she is much more open than she thought. Shenbin said, of course, who doesn't want their other half to be a perfect body? But this kind of girl is too hard to find, like a night pearl in the night. If my other half keeps her first time for me, I will definitely take my life to take care of her. Huang Ying muttered in a small voice, actually, I'm what you call the pearl of the night. After she finished speaking, her face became even redder, like a fire. Shenbin shocked, not it, you, and Zhou Wei you just. Huang Ying, I'm worried about buying a set also let me AA. Put. Shenbin was happy, there is this possibility. Huang Ying then realized that the two talked about the topic is a little taboo, is at a loss for words, her phone rang, is Zhou Wei called. Huang Ying, are you here yet? I am dying of pain, you do not send money to them refuse to operate. I know. Huang Ying perfunctorily hung up the phone, and then said to Chen Bing, I'll go to your room to find you a clean clothes, and then go to send money to Zhou Wei. I'll go to your room to get you some clean clothes, and then go send money to Zhou Wei. Huang Ying ran out of the room as if she was fleeing. Chen Bin, on the other hand, felt 1,000 emotions. Zhou Wei this guy, really difficult to say. You have to say that he is stingy, but he gambles millions and millions of dollars. You say he generous it, even dating to the female AA, simply excellent, rare on earth. How did Incursion give birth to this kind of it? Huang Ying found clean clothes for Chen Bin and left in a hurry. Chen Bin was about to wash up, but Chu Yuhan suddenly sent him a message. Chapter 27 Qin Xiuxia's diary. Dad, busy? Chen Bin returned, just finished the meeting, not very busy, what's wrong? Chu Yuhan said, Dad, can that BMW i7 lend me a day to drive? Chen Bin, of course you can. I've already given the car to Xiaoxia, so you don't need to consult me even if you smash the car. You're so rich and generous. Chu Yuan, my mom is not at home, she forgot where she put the key, do you have a spare key? Chen Bin, no, I gave the keys to Xiaoxia. Chu Yuhan disappointed, well, then I'll look for it again. Chen Bin, right Yuhan, where did your mom go? Just now I asked Xiaoxia to go to the Michelin restaurant for dinner, Xiaoxia said it was inconvenient, refused, and sounded a bit unhappy. Chu Yuhan, what? You asked my mom to go to Michelin restaurant? Don't you know that Michelin restaurants are taboo for my mom? Chen Bin, taboo? I don't know what's going on? Chu Yuhan, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. My dad was a scumbag when he was alive and liked to flirt with women everywhere. Once he asked a woman to go to the Michelin restaurant to eat, the result of the checkout money is not enough, so he asked my mom for money, said he was sick and hospitalized in need of medical expenses. My mom didn't have any money, so she had to sell her blood to get the money. Even God seemed to pity my mom. My dad was hit by a car and died right after he left the house after settling the bill. My mom was so angry when she found out that my dad had used her blood money to treat other women to dinner that she swore she'd never enter a Michelin restaurant in her life. Of course Chen Bin knew this secret, he asked this on purpose, using this to carry out the next plan. Chen Bin, your own father is simply an animal. Yuhan, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you. Hey, it's all my fault for not understanding your mom before I uncovered the scars in Xiaoxia's heart. Will Xiaoxia get angry? Shu Yuhan busy said, Dad, do not blame yourself, this is not your fault. The one who does not know is not guilty. Chen Bin, by the way Yuhan, do you have Xiaoxia's Jitterbug Fast Hand account? She will share her daily life in these platforms, right? I want to know more about her through the daily life she shared a little bit more, so as not to make a mess in the future. Shu Yuhan, my mom says that short video platforms such as Shaketone are mental opium, consuming energy and wasting time, and she never plays them. Chen Bin, that's not even playing? Then how does she usually vent her emotions, record her life, and share her mood? It can't be writing a diary. Shu Yuhan, ha, Dad, you are really ingenious. My mom really likes to write a diary for decades as one day. Bingo! Successfully lead to the topic of diary. Shu Yuhan, Dad, I'll shoot the diary to you, you study my mom's character, preferences, and then throw yourself at her, you can definitely take her. Chen Bin, it's against the law to read someone's diary. Shu Yuhan, breaking the law? Ha, family law or national law have the ability to let the police come to arrest me. As long as you keep my secret, no one will know. Chen Bin, forget it, I don't want to violate her privacy. Shu Yuhan didn't reply, but soon, a large number of photos were sent one after another, all of which were the contents of Qin Xiaoxia's diary. This took the bait, this guy is really not generally stupid. Chen Bin knew that Qin Xiaoxia took the diary very seriously. To let her know that Shu Yuhan had exposed her privacy and spread her diary for her own benefit, she would definitely turn against Shu Yuhan. Mother and daughter turn against each other, close at hand. Shu Yuhan was sufficient to send nearly 100 photos, which lasted for more than 10 minutes. She was really a bit impatient. Dad, just these should be enough for you to understand my mom. By the way, guess what I just found out? Today is my mom's birthday. Hey. You need to celebrate my mom's birthday and give her a surprise, you can definitely capture her heart. Chen Bin, you read the diary and realized your mom's birthday? You didn't know before? Shu Yuhan, my mom never celebrates her birthday, where would I know? By the way, can I also follow to celebrate the birthday? By the way, we meet, I act as the atmosphere group can also be a. Chen Bin, of course, cannot reveal his identity now, he said. I want to spend a two-person world with Xiaoxia, this is more likely to impress her. Moreover, Xiaoxia doesn't seem to have any intention of telling you about her relationship with me for the time being. It's not appropriate for you to show up rashly. Shu Yuhan looked disappointed. Fine. Although she said so on her lips, she had already made up her mind in her mind. She would secretly stare at Qin Xiaoxia's car to see where she would go for dinner tonight. Even a glimpse of her future old man's real face from afar would do. Next, Chen Bin began to study Qin Xiaoxia's diary. The earliest diary, after all, was written when she was 12 years old. The rest of my brother's cookies were thrown to the dog, and I picked them up and ate them. They smelled really good, first time I've ever eaten them. Mom said I was a cheap bone, but the dog can eat it, why can't I eat it? 8 years of hard work and countless hours of study were rewarded with the third place in the school's midterm. My father tore up the acceptance letter for the reason that it was useless for a girl to study. Brother's birthday today, also mine. Dad said to take us to the movies. But when we got to the movie theater, we found out that it was them watching the movie and me watching the luggage outside. Dad bought a small box of cream cake for my brother, and I ate cookies, expired, but still very sweet. The textile factory paid wages. Mom took it all to pay my brother's tuition. I'll buy cookies for next month's paycheck. It's another birthday. My brother's gift is a mountain bike, mine is a pen. I want to ride a mountain bike. The bald accountant harassed me and asked me to watch a movie with him. I wanted to watch a movie so badly, but I didn't want to watch it with him. I refused, my paycheck was docked, and my mom scolded me for pretending to be noble. My brother got engaged, and the woman wanted a lot of dowry. My family didn't have any money, so my mom asked me to go on a blind date with a gambler who was married to a second wife with a baby, saying that he offered a lot of dowry, but I'm still a kid, and I don't want to be a mother. I got married today. Everyone praised me for my beauty. I thought the dress was even prettier, but the dress was rented, the love was borrowed, and even the tears were on credit. It's snowing, my feet are so cold, the road is so long. He got drunk and kicked me out of the house. I wanted to go back to my mom's house, but she wouldn't let me in, saying it's bad luck for a girl to go back on the first day of the year. I had no shoes on and my feet were frozen. I couldn't go back. He used my blood money to treat other women to Michelin, but he didn't even treat me to scorpions. He was killed in a car accident. Is God pitying me? I'm like a rusty ship, stranded on the beach. I no longer long for the sea, this life of wandering, just asking for a light to take in. I chewed buns for half a month for my daughter's transfer, but she kicked me in the calf and called me a disgrace. Yuhan stole lipstick to date, I stopped her, but was yelled at. You old woman is jealous of me having a man to be. Chapter 28 Phantom Devil is now in the world. Chen Bin looked at the tears, Qin Xiaoxia's life, worse than he thought. Miserable childhood days, suffering girlhood days, lonely middle-aged days. Her existence was entirely for her family of origin. Her family of origin was like a maggot attached to her bones, draining her flesh and blood little by little. Shenbin adjusted her emotions and looked at her diary for the past 2 days. Yesterday, today is the happiest day of my life. How I wish the world would stay on this day forever. You are the starfire of salvation. I am a weed that is lonely to the point of deep-rootedness. The earth is cold for 10,000 years. It is better to devote yourself once to the fiery ardor of your flesh and blood. Early this morning, it's birthday again, the pesky birthday. I hope today passes quickly, amen. Chen Bin's heart was a bit clogged. No wonder Qin Xiaoxia valued her diary so highly. It was filled with her unforgivable past, the deepest wounds in her heart, and the scale she didn't want to mention. Her behavior of keeping a diary should be post-traumatic narrative syndrome. Chen Bin had taken psychology during college and knew that this was a mental illness. This psychological disease is simply a ritual of continuous trauma in early childhood, where the brain, in order to combat the fear and confusion brought about by memory, spontaneously forms a narrative repair mechanism to tame the trauma by keeping a diary. Qin Xiaoxia would definitely be furious when she knew that Chu Yuhan had revealed her deepest secrets, and the mother-daughter relationship would break down. But at the same time, she would also be very sad, right? Trigger daily quest, have a once-in-a-lifetime birthday for Qin Xiaoxia. Reward, 50 dispelling value. Even if the system didn't release the quest, Chen Bin would still make up for the regret of not having a birthday. He counted on seeing that almost all of Qin Xiaoxia's greatest inner traumas stemmed from birthdays. What should be done to celebrate her birthday to make it unforgettable for life? Keep smashing money. Shenbin looked at the backstage expectoration value, and now he had accumulated 110 points of expectoration value, which was 1.1 million. Money is not everything. Suggesting that the host enhance his face value and strengthen his body. Super high face value and strong physique are more likely to make people's hearts flutter and unforgettable for life. That's true. Shenbin unfolded the host panel. Name, Shenbin. Age, 22. Height, 181. Face value, 85. Physique, 6 ordinary person 5. Dispelling level, LV1, dispelling level, LV1. Shenbin, what's the exchange ratio between dispelling value and physique? 10 points of charm value, exchange for 1 constitution. What? After hearing this, Shenbin was directly dumbfounded. 10 points of expectorant value, that is 100,000, the result can only enhance 1 physique, this is also too pitiful. Flesh pain. Physical enhancement means that the physical quality of all-round enhancement, including but not limited to speed, strength, agility, coordination, durability, and so on. Oh, that's much more cost-effective. Shenbin, 20 dispel value for physique. Ding. Successful. Physique 2. Host, Shenbin. Physique, 8. There isn't much expectorant value left, so save it, 3 points of physique beyond the norm is enough. Shenbin, how is this face value calculated again? 20 points of dispelling value, exchange 1 face value. Shenbin. How is the face value more expensive than the physique? No seat. Shenbin, system, I have a not so mature idea. I'll just pull my face value up, won't I become a chimera? By then, people will love me, flowers will bloom, and goddesses will see my love value directly skyrocket or even full marks. This is a dangerous idea, it is cheating, please stop it as soon as possible. This system is designed to cultivate men who are good at martial arts and charming, not soft dogs who rely on their face value for food. In order to prevent the host from cheating, in addition to the 1 point of face value that can be exchanged this time, every 10 days in the future, you are only allowed to increase the face value by 0.1 point. Shenbin inwardly a burst of chagrin, he is also really cheap, why put this idea out? Obscene development is good. Now, the dog system has given itself a new set of rules and regulations. 20 gold to exchange 1 face value. Ding. Face value exchange successful. Host, Shenbin. Face value, 95. Only 0.5 points away from Phantom. Shenbin looked at himself in the mirror, as if he had turned on a filter. His skin is much whiter and tenderer, all the pimples on his face have disappeared, his features are more distinctive and three-dimensional, and the lines of his face are clear-cut. I don't know if it's psychological or real. But Shenbin felt that his muscles had expanded by a few points, and his height had increased, and his body proportion was more coordinated. In short, the overall temperament and charm increased a lot. He felt that he would have to wear formal clothes to walk the red carpet, and could even compete with those idol stars. How do I look so good? Love it, love it. The former obscene and timid beggar man transformed into a charming and trendy man. This 40 dispel charm value did not spend in vain. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Shenbin next to go to buy their own lines. He rode Qin Xiaoxia's electric car, came to the next commercial street, into the man's closet, Hailan home. He picked out a suit. A navy blue suit with a pure white shirt and a low profile, dark printed tie, steady and stylish without losing its youthfulness. He also bought a Rolex wristwatch and finally got Hudelu to get a trendy haircut. There was one more low-key luxurious gentleman in the world. He just walked out of the barber store, it attracted passers by frequent sidelong glances, some people whispered, "This is which star in the fashion magazine?" A few little girls on the street couldn't move their eyes from Chen Bin's body, Where did this face value monster come from? And their hearts melted. They had not dared to come up and talk to him several times because they felt inferior when they got close to him. Chen Bing ignored the crowd's strange gazes and rode away on a small trolley. A few young girls' eyes shining. Wow, God is so grounded, riding an electric bicycle are so charming. A teenager riding an electric bicycle stopped in front of the little girl, panting, Shan, so coincidental, did not expect to meet you here. The girl called Shan glared at the teenager in disgust, roll. Riding a motorized bicycle wanna pick me up, disgusting. Another summer country famous double standard. The next step is to choose the restaurant for your birthday. Michelin was definitely out of the question. Pick and choose, and finally Chen Bin chose a high-end customized Chinese restaurant, Snowmist Manor, and settled on the lamplight pavilion box. Xin Xiaoxia's diary wrote that she only asked for a lamp to take her in, and tonight this was the lamp to take her in. Chen Bin gave the waiters a $10,000 tip and told them to set up the birthday venue according to his instructions. Afterward, he went to buy gifts for Xin Xiaoxia. He wanted to make up for all the birthday gifts that Xin Xiaoxia had been missing all these years, so he didn't believe that he couldn't impress her. By the time he was done with all of this, it was going to be dark. Everything is ready, all we need is an appointment. Xin Xiaoxia was in a bad mood. Today, her mind was full of Chen Bin's birthday, and she was so distracted that she made a mistake at work, and the manager almost didn't scold her to death. Now she just wanted to rush home as soon as possible, sleep beautifully and get through this special day. Chapter 29 36 Surprises. Birthday, maybe I was born with a mistake. While waiting for the traffic light, her eyes unintentionally glanced at a store on the corner where a group of men and women were celebrating their birthdays. The three-tiered cake seemed like a rainstorm of pear blossom needles, penetrating her heart without mercy. She covered her chest in pain and immediately stepped on the gas as soon as the green light came on. Finally arrived home. The house was cold, no one was there. It was as if the only person in the world who knew about her birthday was herself. The first thing Xin Xiaoxia did was to go to Chen Bin's room to take a look. Chen Bin's room is clean and tidy, even the covers and mattresses have been replaced with new ones, and the floor can be seen through the silhouettes cleaned up by Huang Ying. But Chen Bin was nowhere to be seen. Xin Xiaoxia suddenly a bit panicked. Chen Bin to clean up the room so clean for what? Where is he? Where is he? A horrible thought rose in her mind. Her whole body was trembling, her shivering hand took out her cell phone to call Chen Bin. Luckily, the phone was quickly connected. Xin Xiaoxia immediately shouted, Bin, where have you been? Why aren't you at home? Chen Bin said, Auntie, I'm at the Snowmist Manor. Xin Xiaoxia froze for a moment. Snowmist Manor? What did you go there for? Of course she knew about Snowmist Manor, the city's famous high-end restaurant. Chen Bin, I'll tell you when I come, I'm at the Lamplight Pavilion. He wanted to give Xin Xiaoxia a surprise, so he didn't tell her about her birthday. Xin Xiaoxia's heart thumped. Chen Bin went to the Lantern Pavilion for dinner? But he had never been to the Lantern Pavilion, and could not be seen, so how could he go to dinner alone? Is he accompanying someone else? But who did he accompany? She quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chen Bin threw away thousands of dollars to buy a car yesterday, the information was sold, and then was the wine and rice trust to target? In case the other side to play a fairy jump, Chen Bin how much money will have to ride in He did not tell himself the truth, just let himself over, it is not out of money, let himself to pay the bill. Damn, this possibility is extremely She immediately jumped on the car and rushed to Snowmist Manor in a hurry. This scene was déjà vu. She recalled Chu Yuhan's father treating his young lover to dinner, not having the money to pay the bill, and selling her own blood to give him the money to pay the bill. This time it was going to be the same mistake again? Complaints, difficult, suffocating, heartache complex emotions surged to the heart, tears fell. What she doesn't know is that a BMW 5 Series is chasing after her. BMW 5 Series car, it is Chu Yuhan and her new boyfriend, Gu Xiao goodbye. Chu Yuhan is anxious, Gu Xiao, hurry up, don't lose him. Cannot see the future rich father's true face, this is the moment. Goodbye a little impatient, in bed when let me slow down, this moment and let me fast, you in the end like fast or slow See goodbye a little angry, Chu Yuhan had to pout in comfort, it is not because you are too fierce, people cannot stand, only let you slow down a little bit. Although this is green tea, but listen to the really make people happy Gu Xiao face, that is of course. Look at me, give oil. Xin Xiaoxia quickly came to the Snowmist Manor, found the light pavilion, and directly pushed the door to break in. The lights were dim and it was hard to see anything. She could only vaguely see that there was a man in a suit sitting on the chair across from her, the dim light illuminating half of his face, gangly and handsome, a bit familiar. Behind him stood several dark shadows, holding what appeared to be sticks and other weapons. She swept around and did not find Chen Bin figure. She was afraid, but still summoned up the courage to question, where is Chen Bin, where did you get Chen Bin? Snap! The lights came on and the darkness was banished. The TV turned on and played the happy birthday song, and all kinds of pictures of her flashed on the screen, when she was sad, when she was happy, when she was smiling, when she was sad. In front of her, on the fine dining table, there was a big, luxurious 6-tier cake with a glitter of gold dust on it. A handsome and stylish man in a suit got up and looked at her fondly. "Happy birthday, Auntie." Bang bang bang. The sound of the salute was accompanied by colorful ribbons that shot out from the weapons in the hands of the men behind them, scattering on Qin Xiaoxia's body, face, and hair. Qin Xiaoxia froze in place, her expression frozen on her face, her entire being in a daze. Her brain was unable to process so much complex information for a moment. Chenbin held a hand bouquet and walked up with an elegant step, smiling like a gentleman, and, "Auntie, happy birthday. Happy birthday." These 4 words seemed like a nuclear bomb, bombarding Qin Xiaoxia's soul like crazy. Her originally stagnant eyes began to surge waves, dead staring at Chenbin's handsome face. "Aben, you are Aben." Chenbin lifted her hair that was spread out on her forehead backward. This ambiguous move had a huge killing power that could be imagined. "Auntie, you don't even recognize me?" Qin Xiaoxia's whole body began to tremble, her heart really wanted to jump out. She began to gradually accept this reality. Her voice rippled with disbelief, saying, "Aben, are you celebrating my birthday?" Aben handed Qin Xiaoxia a handful of flowers and sang, "Happy birthday to you." Several waiters chimed in, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Snap! Qin Xiaoxia heard a voice resound in her heart, the sound of her mental defenses collapsing. In 36 years, the first time someone sent her flowers, the first time someone remembered her birthday, the first time someone prepared a cake for her, the first time someone carefully surprised her. Her emotions all of a sudden went from great fall to great joy, a little bit unable to hold it. Tears from her heart all of a sudden surged up to the corner of her eyes. "What?" she cried, squatting down and covering her face as she cried. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Tilted heart value, 75. The tilted heart value skyrocketed by 10 points at once. Chenbin picked up Qin Xiaoxia and placed her on a chair. "Auntie, don't cry, I even prepared a gift for you. This is a pure gold long life lock with your birthday engraved on it. I'm sorry to be absent from your birth, I won't be absent from every day of your life in the future, our souls are locked together. This is your favorite childhood old-fashioned cookies, I ran a few streets before I barely got a dozen flavors together. This is the mountain bike you longed for when you were a kid, but it was discontinued a long time ago, and it took me a lot of effort to get a used one. This is a Wanda Lifetime VIP membership ticket. I'll accompany you to all the movies in the world. This is Jimmy Choo Romy 60 limited edition mink velvet cotton shoes, so you won't freeze your feet when you go out in the snow." Chenbin made up all her gifts from the age of 1 to 36. The 36-year-old gift is a wedding dress. "Auntie, you wear a wedding dress, certainly the most beautiful woman in the world." Each gift was a nuclear bomb that bombarded her heart, blowing up memories of her childhood that she didn't want to remember. Chapter 30 Diary Storm. She completely collapsed, bawling hysterically. She wanted to take out all the grievances, anger, unwillingness, and frustration of the past 36 years. Since she was a child, she has been traveling alone with the wind and snow. No one cares, even life and death are ignored. There is only exploitation from relatives and friends. All she had was exploitation, bullying, insulting, and even fighting from her relatives and friends. She felt that she was not as good as a dog, and I am afraid that even if she died, no one would sincerely shed a tear for her. But now Chenbin just suddenly came into her world. He endeavored to mend his long-scarred heart, carefully treating any wounds with long life locks, cookies, cakes, movies, mountain bikes, and even wedding dresses. He was like a big mountain, supporting his unfortunate life with one small gift. At this moment, all the stress was gone and she felt more relaxed than ever. The sudden relaxation under prolonged stress was most overwhelming. She cried hysterically and uncontrollably, as if she was saying goodbye to her previous life. Chenbin gave the waiters a wink, and the waiters retreated silently. Chenbin did not stop Qin Xiaoxia, just gently pacify her. "Auntie, if you want to cry, cry. If you want to laugh, laugh. Today you are the protagonist of the whole world. Open your eyes as the dawn, close your eyes as the dark. No one with you to steal. You cry, you laugh. Even if you tear this place down, I will always stand behind you, be your strongest backing." Qin Xiaoxia hugged Chenbin, harder, hating that she could not melt Chenbin into her body. Since childhood, at all times, including birthdays, she is always the 18th line small supporting role, standing in the darkest corner licking wounds, but also forced to smile. But today, she was the protagonist, the whole world, at least Chenbin's whole world, this feeling of being cared for, really good. In a trance, Qin Xiaoxia seemed to have gone back in time, reenacting her life all over again. However, this time, she was no longer the wretch who was bullied and humiliated, but the little princess who was favored to the heavens. Chenbin was her father, her brother, her husband, and even her son. The wounds inside her heart were healing fast. Her heart was completely open to Chenbin. Screw ethics and morals, screw worldly prejudices, I just love him, I just like him, I just want to be with him, no one can stop me, even if it means death. I said. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Heart value, 95. Note, if you score 90 points or more, the other party will never leave you. With a score of 100, they'll do anything for you, until death do you part. Give mission target Qin Xiaoxia a birthday to remember for the rest of her life. Daily mission completed. Reward, 50 dispel charm value. A new mission has been triggered. Daily mission, share a bed with Jin Xiaoxia for one night. Reward, 20 expectorant values. Why is it only 20 value? Reward is based on the difficulty of the task. The host is dissatisfied. Is the mission cancelled? Don't. Jin Xiaoxia cried for more than 10 minutes, her entire body's strength finished before she stopped. She greedily enjoyed Chen Bin's embrace, her voice choked with sobs. Aben, you bastard, why are you so good to me? Chen Bin, don't you like it? Jin Xiaoxia, I like it, of course I like it, this is the happiest day of the first half of my life. No, all the happiness of the first half of my life combined is not comparable to today. I'm mainly worried that today has drained all the luck out of my life, and that the days to come will be filled with misery. After experiencing today's happiness, I don't want to face that cold life again. Chen Bin smiled and comforted, Auntie, don't worry, in the future I will make sure that every day is as happy as today. Jin Xiaoxia hugged him tighter. Chen Bin said, Auntie, let's make a wish and eat cake. Good. Chen Bin lit the candles, turn off the lights, the soft candlelight lined Jin Xiaoxia's face is very nice, charming and moving. Jin Xiaoxia put her hands together and made a wish, I wish I could be by Chen Bin's side for the rest of my life, no matter in what capacity. She knows that the age difference between herself and Chen Bin is too great, and even if they are together, they probably won't have a name. However, she wanted to be together even without a name, and she had already taken Chen Bin as her whole life in her heart. Auntie, what did you wish for? Tell me, I may be able to help you realize it. I won't tell you. Jin Xiaoxia a little playful, say it out will not work. Okay. Chen Bin cut a piece of cake, eat cake. Sweet food can always make people happy. Jin Xiaoxia heart of depression and bitterness swept away. Reason began to prevail again. She looked at a table of gifts, suddenly realized a problem. These gifts, each of them is her psychological taboo, is hidden in the deepest secrets, Chen Bin, and how to know. The only ones who knew these secrets were her and the diary. He peeked at her diary? The thought of all her privacy being spied on by Chen Bin made her chagrined, shy and angry inside. This realization made Jin Xiaoxia angry and she questioned, Aben, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation for these gifts. Sure enough, the face of a woman on a June day changes when she says so. However, Chen Bin was ready to face this storm. He pretended to be confused. Auntie, explain what? These gifts you do not like? Jin Xiaoxia angry, less with me to pretend to be confused, you are not peeking at my diary, the truth. Although she was angry, she wasn't really blaming Chen Bin. After all, she knew that Chen Bin was also well-intentioned. If he hadn't peeked at his own diary, he wouldn't have been able to move the big stone that had been weighing on his heart for so many years. Chen Bin said sheepishly, Auntie, if I say I didn't peek on purpose, do you believe me? Sure enough. Jin Xiaoxia angrily twisted Chen Bin's arm. Brat, how dare you be so fat, dare to peek at my diary, I'll strangle you. Looking at her long and well-proportioned fingers, Chen Bin ghostly stuck out his tongue and licked it. Jin Xiaoxia instantly shy, angry and annoyed, small fist pounded Chen Bin's chest. You a little pervert, I killed you, shameless. I'm talking to you about business, answer me. Chen Bin saw her almost angry tears, quickly said, Auntie, I really did not mean to peek at the diary. Nonsense. Jin Xiaoxia said, if it wasn't on purpose, then how could the diary run to you and let you read it? Chen Bin, almost. Jin Xiaoxia, what almost, you say clearly. Chen Bin, in fact, it is Chu Yuhan put your diary secretly photographed to me. I do not want, she must shoot to me, I have no way. How is it possible? Jin Xiaoxia screamed, I warned her several times not to just come into my room, how could she dare to secretly film the diary? And how could she send it to you? Chen Bin was busy defending, Auntie, what I said is true. Strictly speaking, Chu Yuhan didn't send it to me, but to her future rich dad. Chapter 31, Chu Yuhan finds me, Shura. Jin Xiaoxia instantly panicked and was in a state of disarray. Of course she knew who the future rich old man Chen Bin was talking about was. She didn't tell Chu Yuhan that the 2 cars were bought by Chen Bin, but rather that a tycoon was courting her and gave them to her. She was so nervous that she became somewhat incoherent. Bing, you are not telling Yuhan that we are dating and that those 2 cars were bought by you to give me a gift. Although she completely accepted Chen Bin, but not yet ready to publicize the identity of Chen Bin's real boyfriend, mental preparation. Not to say that the outside world's secular vision, alone Chu Yuhan will certainly not agree. Chen Bin busy said, Auntie, don't worry, of course I will not tell Chu Yuhan this matter, unless you agree. This matter is a bit of a long story. Jin Xiaoxia, then let's make it short. Chen Bin, it's like this, 2 days ago Chu Yuhan scanned the QR code on the BMW to call the original owner. Her side swept out a virtual cell phone number and did not know that it was calling me, and I certainly did not confess my identity. She took the initiative to ask to add my WeChat, saying that she wanted to disclose your character hobbies to me and help me chase you. I also want to know a little more about you, so I used a small number to add her. Who knows that this morning she wanted to shoot your diary to me. Of course I refused, I do not want to invade your privacy. But Chu Yuhan ignored my attitude and directly took pictures of the diary and sent them to me. You know I cannot see things. At first did not know that those pictures are your diary. It was only after I extracted the text from the pictures and transferred the voice that I realized it was your diary. Shenbin said more and more vain. I think anyway sent over, just look at it, I have chat records as evidence, do not believe you can check my cell phone. By now Chu Yuhan still does not know that she sent the photo to me. After speaking, Shenbin pulled out his cell phone for Qin Xiaoxia to check. He deleted all the unfavorable information and only left a short conversation. Chu Yuhan, Dad, I'll give you my mom's diary shot, so you can study my mom's personality, preferences, and then throw yourself at her, you can definitely take her. Shenbin, this peeping at other people's diaries against the law. Chu Yuhan, breaking the law? Ha, family law or national law, have the ability to let the police come to arrest me. As long as you keep my secret, no one will know. Shenbin, forget it, I don't want to invade her privacy. Then it was Chu Yuhan who sent hundreds of diary photos. After reading the chat records, Qin Xiaoxia was furious, this girl is simply a. In order to climb the powerful and noble, even dare to sell out her mom. How to raise such a bastard thing Shenbin busy comfort, aunt, do not be angry, for this kind of person angry is not worth, we do not with her general knowledge. Qin Xiaoxia was on the verge of tears, not with her general knowledge cannot, today she can sell my privacy, tomorrow will be able to sell me. I really want to strangle her. Qin Xiaoxia sulked and sobbed, silent and no longer speak. Shenbin has a little bit of weakness, his next plan is really to guide Chu Yuhan to sell Qin Xiaoxia. Qin Xiaoxia this time is really angry, really sad, she is angry to always keep silent. Is it far from their mother and daughter to turn against each other? Shenbin heartbreakingly took Qin Xiaoxia in his arms and softly comforted her. Meanwhile, outside the box, Chu Yuhan and Gu Debai were looking around for Qin Xiaoxia's figure. Just now when they parked the car and came in, Qin Xiaoxia was nowhere to be seen, and they searched the hall, but they didn't find Qin Xiaoxia either. Chu Yuhan stroked her forehead with a headache and said, my stepfather is super rich, surely he won't dine in the hall, he 100% wrapped up a certain box. But so many boxes. Gu Xiao, your family is not a hotel business, your family someone knows the owner of this restaurant? This restaurant owner is willing to help, surely can find my mom's box. Gu Debai was a bit speechless. Yuhan, you really don't know or are you just pretending to be stupid? This restaurant is the most high-end restaurant in our city, and the capital behind it is the Chen family. I don't need to tell you how powerful the Chen family is, half of the city is owned by them. Although my family also do hotel business, but with others is not a grade, not much intersection. Chu Yuhan even more headache, how can this be good Gu Debai said, although we cannot contact the boss, but can ask the staff He casually called a waiter and said, waiter, excuse me, my friend is celebrating his birthday today and invited us to attend the birthday party, but I can't find his box. Do you know which box is having a birthday? Chu Yuhan quietly gave a thumbs up, still Gu Xiao is resourceful, worthy of being a young master of a large family. The waiter did not suspect, said, today only the customers of the Lights Pavilion have a birthday, it is on the east side of the second floor, may I ask if your friend is surnamed Chen? Of course Chu Yuhan didn't know what her future old man's surname was, but there was only one compartment having a birthday, so it must be him. She immediately nodded, that's right. The waiter said, okay, I'll take you there. Chu Yuhan quickly shook her head, no, you busy yourself, we will go by ourselves. The waiter walked away. Chu Yuhan quickly said, Gu Xiao, you wait here for a moment, I will go over to say hello first. Gu Debai said, why don't I go with you and get to know each other? Chu Yuhan said, Gu Xiao, my godfather wants to have a two-person world with my mom, I want to go and he is still a bit resistant. I'm going to pretend to meet her by chance and say hello first to see how my godfather reacts. If he's okay with it, I'll call you over. If I bring an outsider to disturb him, my godfather might not be happy. Gu Debai nodded, Yuhan, you're still considerate. Okay, I'll wait here. Good. Chu Yuhan hurriedly ran to the second floor. Gu Debai found a seat and sat down, his expression a little depressed. At first, when he was dating Chu Yuhan, he intended to play around. But then Chu Yuhan told him that her mom had found a big tycoon, and this tycoon was also in the hotel business. Although Gu Debai did not know who the other side is, but he guessed that the other side of the hotel business than his family hotel business to do big. To give out a $3 million luxury car as a gift, at least his family didn't have such great vigor. It just so happened that his family's hotel business had recently encountered some difficulties, and if the other party was willing to give his family a hand, his family would definitely be able to get through the difficulties. He is dating Chu Yuhan purely because of her godfather. Chu Yuhan found the Lights Pavilion, mood apprehensive and nervous to the extreme. Immediately going to meet with the rich old man, I don't know if the other party is the same as I thought, a stable and elegant gentleman. Will he be angry if he makes a hasty visit? Later on, she must behave well and try to leave a good impression on her godfather. She knocked on the door. Chapter 32, Shura Field Outbreak. In the box, Qin Xiaoxia was still angry. Chenbin hugged her and kept comforting her, enjoying this moment of warmth. During this time, Qin Xiaoxia erupted several times, wanting to call Chu Yuhan to scold her, but they were all stopped by Chenbin. Today, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If he did, he wouldn't be able to accomplish his next task, sharing a bed with Qin Xiaoxia for one night. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the box. Qin Xiaoxia was busy organizing her clothes and said, "I'll go open the door." She opened the door and saw Chu Yuhan standing outside the door, and was immediately shocked and angry. This bastard even found here, just so I can scold her to get rid of the anger. But on second thought, Chen Bin is also in awe. She will not find out the secret of himself and Chen Bin awe. She is completely not ready to show down mental awe. Chu Yuhan is sure that it is Qin Xiaoxia, the heart-excited bad. Mom, it is really you ah, really coincidental ah. Just now I came here to eat with my boyfriend, saw a figure especially like you. I followed, I did not think it was really you. Boyfriend. Qin Xiaoxia's heart thumped. Chen Bin knew that Chu Yuhan had just broken up with him and had found a new boyfriend. He would definitely be very angry. She glanced at Chen Bin out of the corner of her eye and saw that he was unperturbed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Xiaoxia is not in the mood to scold Chu Yuhan. It is imperative to drive her away first, never let her find out about her relationship with Chen Bin. Otherwise it would have to die of embarrassment alive. Qin Xiaoxia coldly said, "I'm talking business with a customer, you go first, don't disturb my work." Chu Yuhan smiled wryly, "Business? What business?" "The second half of life hitchhiking business, right?" "Mom, I'll go in and sit for a while, promise not to disturb you." "Get lost." Qin Xiaoxia scolded, "Don't be rude, quickly go." Chu Yuhan face aggrieved, "I am your daughter, you have a birthday I this when the daughter of how can be absent. I promise to just sit for a while, I will leave right away." After the words, she sidestepped, actually broke in from the gap. End. Qin Xiaoxia closed her eyes in despair, the secret could not be kept. "I'm afraid that the next thing to do is to break out into a cultivation room, how can this be?" The room only turned on the ambient light, the light was dim. Chen Bin sat in the innermost part of the room. Chu Yuhan could not see his face. But look at the face, look at the body, look at the temperament, or Chu Yuhan was surprised. She had thought that her future father was a middle-aged man, but she didn't realize that he was a handsome and stylish gentleman. This temperament and figure, as well as the hazy features, resembled the young Dawn. Mom's luck is also too good, right? This from where to dig up the treasure. Chu Yuhan smiled and said, "Dad, rashly disturbed, you will not be offended." This sound of dad shouted Chen Bin heart happy. Chen Bin opened the light, cold eyes looked at her. "Chu Yuhan, who let you in, out?" The blinding light made Chu Yuhan unable to adapt for a moment. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was shocked to find that the gentlemanly handsome man in front of her was actually Chen Bin. "What's going on here?" Chu Yuhan was dumbfounded, her expression frozen on her face as she looked at Chen Bin in disbelief. How could it be Chen Bin? How did he suddenly become so handsome, so stylish and temperamental? It was no better than an idol star. For a moment, Chu Yuhan's heart was moved. But immediately, her anger blazed up. "Chen Bin, you bastard, why are you here?" Chen Bin indifferently said, "Why can't I be here? I chartered this room." "Roll." Chu Yuhan hysterically roared, "We have broken up, completely finished. Don't think that if you pester my mom and bribe my mom will help you to keep me. Warning you, no way, don't even think about it." Qin Xiaoxia let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chu Yuhan did not think in that direction. Perhaps in her view, it was absolutely impossible for herself and Chen Bin. In her eyes, she is just a flower that has withered, the flowering period is no longer. The only mission for the rest of her life is to silently pay for her, burning herself to illuminate her, not worthy of her own life, much less love. How did one cultivate this kind of selfish ghost? Under the backdrop of Chu Yuhan, Chen Bin's image in her heart was even more perfect. It was just that she actually thought that Chen Bin was pestering himself in order to continue to kneel and lick her. How ridiculous. Chen Bin is also somewhat speechless, he is embarrassed for Chu Yuhan. "Don't worry, even if you chase me backwards I will not bird you." Chu Yuhan, want to escape. "Put away your small set, this lady does not eat you this set. Also painstakingly make up and dress up, wear a suit and tie, you will only make me more disgusting. In my heart, you give Gushao shoes are not worthy." Chen Bin was angry and laughed, where in the world did she get this confidence ah? "Chu Yuhan," I said, "no words, ha?" Chen Bin, I call this speechless. At this time Chu Yuhan suddenly realized a problem. Chen Bin is how to know Qin Xiaoxia's birthday? Qin Xiaoxia had never had a birthday before, and she herself only knew about her birthday after reading her diary, and had only told her godfather alone. She questioned, "Chen Bin, how do you know my mom's birthday?" "I don't even know." "Chen Bin, you think everyone is as heartless as you." "You." Chu Yuhan's face twisted in anger. However, she was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Bin. It was imperative that Qin Xiaoxia's date with her godfather was not delayed because of Chen Bin. Chu Yuhan looked at Qin Xiaoxia and said, "Mom, my godfather said that he will ask you out today and spend the world of two with you, so you should quickly follow me and take the initiative to ask my godfather out. My godfather will definitely be surprised." As soon as this was mentioned, Qin Xiaoxia was furious. She angrily questioned, "Chu Yuhan, I ask you, are you secretly filming my diary, sent to others?" Chu Yuhan knew that this matter could not be hidden, simply frankly admitted, "Mom, I am also for your happiness considerations. Besides, the godfather is not someone else. She didn't feel guilty at all, and was even proud of it. Qin Xiaoxia was so angry that she lost her mind, and did not hesitate to slap Chu Yuhan. Shut up you. Chu Yuhan froze, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at Qin Xiaoxia. Since childhood, no matter what she did wrong, Qin Xiaoxia did not dare to hit herself. But now she actually slapped her face in front of Chen Bin. How did she dare? What right did she have? She was crazy. Her eyes erupted in angry fire and she almost fought back. Qin Xiaoxia, you hit me, how dare you hit me? Who am I doing this for? You really don't know what's good for you. Qin Xiaoxia said indifferently, for whom? Of course, for yourself. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart, nothing more than wanting to climb the ranks of the powerful through me. I'm telling you, you'd better die before it's too late. Not to mention that I rejected him, even if I really with him, it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 33 Proposal Mission. What? Chu Yuhan screamed in shock, you rejected him, how dare you? You are simply a madman, female madman. Being called a female lunatic by her daughter, Qin Xiaoxia became even more furious and subconsciously raised her hand to hit her. Chu Yuhan was prepared this time. She grabbed Qin Xiaoxia's arm and gritted her teeth. Qin Xiaoxia, I order you, apologize to my godfather right away and invite him for dinner to beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise you will regret it sooner or later, I swear. If you dare to cut off my path as a rich second generation, I will dare to break off my marriage with you. If you don't let me be the second generation rich, then I'll be the first generation rich. If you don't treasure such a good resource, there are plenty of people who do. I'll be blamed for taking it away from you. When the time comes to see me with him, there will be a time for you to cry. Qin Xiaoxia hissed, get out. Get lost. You ordered me, who are you to order me? You sold my privacy, and now you're even selling me. I'm a big living person. Chu Yuan's teeth clenched, good. This is your own choice, don't regret it. She cried and ran out. Qin Xiaoxia closed the door, her heart not feeling good. Chen Bin's carefully arranged birthday banquet, just like this to Chu Yuhan to stir up her heart thief hard. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a guilty face, Bing, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for spoiling her. Chen Bin busy forward, for Qin Xiaoxia wiped the corner of her eyes tears, Auntie, alright, I do not blame you. On the contrary, I'm happy for you. In the past, you only lived for Chu Yuhan, completely ignoring your own life. Now you bravely took the first step belonging to your own life, fighting for your own dignity as a human being. This is something to be happy about, isn't it? Qin Xiaoxia was overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Bin's words really spoke to her heart. In the past, she tied her life completely to Chu Yuhan, who was not related by blood, and pounced on her with all her heart, thinking of her in everything, never caring about herself. But in return, it was an asshole who drank blood and ate meat and didn't know how to be thankful. In the future, I'm going to get out of my own life path, live for myself, and start a brand new life. She said gratefully, Aben, thank you, you gave me a chance to be reborn. By the way Aben, just now I didn't confess your identity to her, you won't be angry, right? Chen Bin smiled slightly, very sincere and gentlemanly auntie, I respect and understand all your decisions. Hey! Qin Xiaoxia sighed, Chu Yuhan to be half of you, I will be satisfied. Aben, give me some time, don't misunderstand, I am by no means perfunctory, I promise, this time will never be too long. I'll confess to her slowly. At that time, regardless of whether she accepts or not, I will always be by your side regardless of what identity, regardless of how much resistance. Chen Bin, auntie, in the future, I am your light, always navigate for you, light up your life. Qin Xiaoxia realized at this time, Chen Bin chose the lamplight pavilion is a deep meaning. He had read the little poem he wrote in his diary, right? I am like a rusty ship, stranded on the beach. I no longer long for the sea, this life of wandering, just ask for a lamp to take in. Besides, it must be hard and tiring for him to prepare so many surprises for himself when he can't see. The heart, which was already a mess, melted again. Grateful, she gently kissed Chen Bin on the cheek, Bing, thank you. Chen Bin also returned the kiss, this is all what I should do. Qin Xiaoxia did not resist, only her cheeks were scarlet and hot, and she was a bit suffocated. She hurriedly said, Aben, I'm going to the restroom, wait for me for a while. Good. Qin Xiaoxia hurriedly left. Chen Bin's heart was indescribably comfortable. Qin Xiaoxia and Chu Yuhan had fallen out like this, was it far from turning against each other? And Qin Xiaoxia's devotion value reached 95 at once, really a double harvest of love and career awe. Time-limited task, prepare a romantic proposal ceremony for Qin Xiaoxia within 1 hour, propose to her, and get her devotion value to 100. Given that the other party is the first mission target with a perfect heartfelt value, the system has a special reward, the primary shopping center can be opened in advance. Chen Bin, system, don't you think this pace is too fast? Yesterday we just confirmed our relationship, today we are proposing. The last 5 points are the hardest to get. If you don't seize this moment, you'll be able to get a good deal before it's too late. If you don't seize this moment and strike while the iron is hot, it will be hard to get the last 5 points in the future, please decide. Chen Bin was deep in thought. Now that he had rashly proposed to Qin Xiaoxia, there was a high probability that she would not be able to accept it, and it would be very difficult. However, the system's reward was also very tempting, being able to open the system mall in advance. There must be a lot of super age goods, skills, etc., within the system mall. For example, props that could tamper with other people's memories, food that could make people eat and tell the truth, clothes that could make people feel dependent on them, masks that could change their face. After all, the system even had master-level money printing techniques. Any one of these items would allow him to run rushshot over the road of picking up girls and complete his mission more efficiently. Say it and do it. This was a time-limited mission, only 1 hour, so it was definitely too late to prepare for the proposal ceremony in such a short period of time. The most romantic and easy-to-operate proposal he could think of right now was to dedicate a song to Qin Xiaoxia in the hall and then take advantage of her illness to propose to her in public. As far as he knew, Qin Xiaoxia was a proper vocalist and had no resistance to all kinds of melodious voices. Chenbin wasn't confident enough to think that his current vocal range could impress Qin Xiaoxia, but it didn't matter, he had hang-ups. Previously, Chenbin completed in Kuexayan's quest and received a reward, 1 master-level skill. Among them was the master-grade vocal skill. Chenbin did not hesitate to choose the master-grade vocal skill. The reward has been issued, please check with the host. Chenbin's brain swelled with pain, and a large amount of vocal music knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. He even felt that his vocal cords were changing, sending bursts of tingling pain. Fortunately, this discomfort quickly disappeared. He carefully said, "Pay attention, this man's name is Xiao Shuai." The voice was powerful, mid-range, and magnetic, really damn good. It was several times stronger than those professional commentators on Jitterbug. He also surprised to find that he not only sounded better, and even mastered more than a dozen musical instruments, all of which are masters: piano, guitar, blowjob. Ailua saw just, the system is invincible. The next step is to choose a song stage. What song can most impress Qin Xiaoxia? Thinking about it, he chose the song "Wanna Hold Hands with You All the Way." When Qin Xiaoxia was under pressure, she always relied on this song to relieve pressure, and looped it over and over again. The original singer of the Spicy Hot Pot is a female voice. If it is adapted into a male voice, it will definitely have a different flavor, and it will definitely be able to impress Qin Xiaoxia. Chapter 34: Romantic Proposal Ceremony. Just do it. Chenbin came to the first-floor hall performance stage, and after some negotiation with the person in charge, he successfully fought for the opportunity to go on stage. He walked to the piano and sat down. Even if he did nothing, it was wonderful, like a painting. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxia looked at the departing back of Chu Yuhan and goodbye with an angry face. She had just excused herself to go to the restroom and deliberately came down to see Chu Yuhan's boyfriend. In the box, Chu Yuhan called her boyfriend Gu Xiao, which reminded Qin Xiaoxia of the hit-and-run car owner who had blinded Chenbin back then. Back then, the owner of that car was also surnamed Gu, and the people around him also called him Gu Xiao. Such a niche surname and name, these two can't be the same person. As a result, Chu Yuhan's new boyfriend is really the owner of the car accident. Qin Xiaoxia's lungs are almost bursting with anger. Chu Yuhan just broke up with Chenbin. To find another new love is just the key to find or Chenbin's enemy rival. Her conscience will not hurt at all? No, it should be that she has no conscience at all. How can a person be so shameless to such an extent? Her heart was now filled with disgust towards Chu Yuhan. If Chenbin knew about this, he wouldn't die of anger. In the middle of her anger, a melodious piano sound entered her ears. Qin Xiaoxia froze. She was more than familiar with this melody. It was her favorite, "Wanna Hold Hands with You and Keep Walking." How could such a high-class restaurant play such a cold piece of music, and even run into it by herself? She was busy looking at the stage. Dumbfounded, incredulous, surprised and shocked. The person playing the piano was actually Chenbin. His 10 fingers flexibly leaped on the keyboard, the syllables were controlled within a second, the rhythm was soothing, and the professionalism was very strong. When did he learn to play the piano? How come I have never seen him play before? At this moment, Chenbin, charming, sunny and confident, like the protagonist of the world, Qin Xiaoxia was unconsciously born inferiority complex. Finished, the heart began to melt again. The prelude ended and the song started. Sunshine on your gentle face, the breeze gently blowing through your hair. My heartbeat is suddenly so flustered, so this is the sign of falling in love. When Chenbin sang, he immediately attracted the attention of many hall guests. Beautiful voice, full of deep emotion, calm and magnetic, simply walking CD, level far beyond the professional singers. When they saw Chenbin, they couldn't move their eyes anymore. So handsome, so stylish, so charming, so temperament. Using the word beautiful to describe him would not be an exaggeration. Was this an idol star that the restaurant had invited? No, even idol stars don't have this kind of charm in reality. He's like he just stepped out of an idol drama. Especially some of the female customers, their eyes were so wanton and overbearing that they couldn't look at him and rape him. The crowd pulled out their cell phones to record the performance. This idol's performance raised the restaurant's level by a lot. The song continues. "Wanna hold hands with you all the way, until time stays, no matter how long the future is, I'll stay with you. I want to embrace you until we grow old, even if the world becomes barren, you are the only one I'm waiting for." Chen Bin's gaze fell on Qin Xiaoxia from the beginning to the end. Qin Xiaoxia looked at Chen Bing in a daze, her body and mind melting in the world of song. Soon, the performance ended and the hall was silent. What a beautiful song, why haven't I heard it before? The song is beautiful, the voice is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. It's like he has a protagonist aura, and we are all NPCs in this world. Just don't know if he is long. Chen Bin walked towards Qin Xiaoxia, and the scene's eyes collectively moved with him. Walking up to Qin Xiaoxia, he knelt down on one knee, pulling out the ring he jerked off Chu Yuhan's hand. Xiaoxia, this song was played for you. Walking to time or staying, not the lyrics, is my true heart. All these years, you've been silently by my side, but I've never properly expressed my feelings. Today, I want to announce to the world that no matter what has happened in the past, in the future I only want to be by your side. Will you let me be your watch and be the lighthouse of your life? Click, 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 click. It's the sound of little fairies getting their hearts broken. Chua chua chua. It's the sound of men's ice knifing people. Come on, we're here to dine, not eat dog food. But it's really so romantic and beautiful, just like an idol drama. If it was longer, it would be even more perfect. Qin Xiaoxia covered her mouth as hot, rolling tears flowed down her cheeks. Moved, surprised, shocked. Chen Bin actually proposed to himself in front of so many people. What virtue and ability do I have? I don't deserve to be the heroine of this world. At this moment, words couldn't even describe her feelings. All she could think of was one thought: to hug Chen Bin and melt into his body. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Devotion value, 100. Reward, early activation of primary system mall. Qin Xiaoxia felt the world spinning. She picked up Chen Bin and wrapped her arms around him. Aben, come with me. Chen Bin froze. Why didn't Qin Xiaoxia take the ring? Is it because I didn't behave well enough? On the contrary, you behaved too perfectly, giving her an inferiority complex. Auntie, you. Qin Xiaoxia, don't talk, follow me. Envy and jealousy filled the hall. Envious of Qin Xiaoxia, jealous of Qin Xiaoxia, hating herself. Why did you not find this treasure man earlier? Why did you not go up and intercept him when he failed to propose just now? And why didn't you pluck up the courage to ask him if he was long? Back in the room, Chen Bin looked at Qin Xiaoxia with a lost face. Auntie, why do you refuse to accept the ring? Do you dislike me? Qin Xiaoxia snuggled in Chen Bin's arms. Fool, Auntie loves you, Auntie's heart is full of you, how can I possibly dislike you? On the contrary, it is I who do not deserve you, you deserve better. I took the ring, it breaks the road to happiness for the rest of your life. You can't lose the whole forest because of me. Don't worry, Auntie will be by your side, always, in whatever capacity. The words implied that the intention was obvious: she would accompany him for the rest of his life as an underground lover. Chen Bin sighed, but Auntie, I want to see you in a wedding dress, it must be very beautiful. Qin Xiaoxia stroked Chen Bin's face. Don't worry, I will let you see. Chen Bin, but I want to see it tonight. Qin Xiaoxia was a bit flustered, but it's not convenient in the rental house. Chen Bin drummed up the courage to say, Auntie, then tonight we live in the hotel. Qin Xiaoxia was silent. Just a few moments later, her head nestled in Chen Bin's chest nodded. The value of devotion was full. She had even handed her life over to Chen Bin, so how could she begrudge her body? The restaurant, the top floor, the luxurious office, was the forbidden place of this restaurant. A woman holding a tall wine glass through the large floor-to-ceiling windows took in the scene just now. Beautiful, enchanting, stunning, no words could describe this woman's beauty. If there were goblins in this world, then she was definitely a goblin. She had an angry face, two red lips holding the goblet, two rows of tiny fine teeth biting hard on the glass, making a cackling sound. Chapter 35: Chu Yuhan's Retention. Why is there such a beautiful man in the world? His appearance grows on her heart, his voice grows on her heart, his temperament, charisma, breathing, every move leaps on her heart. He was like the other half of the body that God had customized for her, making her impeccable. You weren't supposed to be in my world, not by a long shot. You shouldn't have made my dusty, icy heart melt for so many years, it shouldn't have. The old butler at the side was startled by the demonic woman's angry expression. He cautiously reminded, Miss, watch out for the glass. The bewitching woman opened her mouth, her voice was like her appearance, icy and stunning. Uncle Chen, investigate him for me. If he is a beautiful man trick arranged by my opponent, directly tie him to my wine cellar. If not, I want him to become my dog. If he doesn't agree, I'll throw money at him. If he doesn't agree again, directly tie him up in my wine cellar. Old butler Chen Bo nodded. Miss, I will investigate him. Please also be careful with the glass. Click. The glass was bitten raw by her, piercing her red lips, and the bright red blood dripped into the red wine, which all followed and became demonic. The severe pain and blood, but let her taut nerves relax a lot. Hey! The old housekeeper sighed, took out his cell phone and dialed. The medical team came in. Mrs. Mental illness is getting worse and worse. Borderline personality disorder, depression, PTSD, anxiety disorder, dissociative disorder. Can that teenager be Missy's medicine? Chen Bin monkeyed around with Qin Xiaoxia to find a hotel to stay at. Chen Bin wanted to find a 5-star hotel, but Qin Xiaoxia did not agree. She had always been frugal and did not want to waste thousands of dollars on lodging. In the end, under her insistence, the two had to find a nearby hotel to stay in Ija. Shin Xiaoxia took the initiative to go to the room. Today Chinbin has enough expenses, she also want to show their own a little heart. Boss, open a room. How many rooms? The bald uncle did not raise his head. Shin Xiaoxia hesitated and whispered, open 2 rooms. Even if you live in 1 room, you still have to open 2 rooms. She didn't want this bald man to think he was an old cow eating young grass. Chenbin was anxious and hurriedly gestured one behind Shin Xiaoxia at the boss. The boss understood in seconds and said back, there is only 1 guest room left. Shin Xiaoxia had no choice but to say, then open 1. Then also added a sentence, I hit the ground. After opening the room, the two of them were just about to go upstairs when the boss said, handsome man, please stay. Still need you to do a little registration. Shin Xiaoxia, then you register, I'll go up first. Boss, I'll go up first. Shin Xiaoxia fled up the stairs with a red face. While Chen Bin was registering in the registration book, the bald boss's hand quietly touched him. Chen Bin was like being electrocuted, busy withdrawing his hand. What are you doing? The bald boss ambiguously said, Junior, don't be nervous, we are all comrades. You are 1, I am 0, tonight in my place to live, my bed is big and comfortable. Chen Bin almost vomited, roll your mom, you want to disgust me to death. Who told you I was 1? Bald boss, Junior, don't pretend. Just now you do not compare 1 with me. Chen Bin. I was implying that you said there was only 1 room, I'll kill you. Chen Bin came to the room and the sound of clattering water came from the shower room. Heartbeat accelerates, blood seems to burst the veins. The blurred figure on the frosted glass drove Chen Bin crazy. He ghosted in. The door was unlocked. The parched land met the pouring rain. A parched sponge falls into the ocean. The storm and the waves sublimated this sensational love. Chen Bin's physical fitness has been enhanced, more than half of the normal people. Shin Xiaoxia voice is mute. Pain and pleasure. Daily task completed, reward, 20 dispelling value. At 1 in the morning, looking at Shin Xiaoxia's serene face, Chen Bin's vanity was greatly satisfied. He was a bit unable to sleep, and it was not good to disturb her, so he had to drum up his cell phone. He didn't expect Chu Yuhan to send him several messages. Dad, busy? Dad, why didn't you ask my mom out today? Dad, why don't you return my message? Is it a misunderstanding of what? Dad, I can explain, have time to give me a message back. Chen Bin returned, in. I did not expect Chu Yuhan seconds back. Dad, busy so late? Hard. Heh, it seems that her obsession with being a rich second generation is still very big, and has been waiting for news until now. Chen Bin, well, recently busy business, can only work overtime to deal with official business. Chu Yuhan, hard work, hug. Dad, didn't you say you want to have a 2-person world with my mom today? Why didn't you ask my mom out? Chen Bin, hey, I made an appointment, but Xiaoxia refused. And I found out that a man asked Xiaoxia out. The other man is younger than me, more handsome than me, he is more suitable for Xiaoxia. So forget it, I don't want to delay Xiaoxia's happiness. Shin Xiaoxia really refused. Chen Bin, you almost missed my big event. Chu Yuhan was busy explaining, Dad, you misunderstood. The man you are talking about is actually my ex-boyfriend, he is blind, cannot take care of his own life, has always wanted to get back with me, I do not agree, the result is that he played my mom idea, invited my mom to dinner, want to bribe my mom, let my mom set up the 2 of us. Hey, look at this matter, this is really a big misunderstanding. Chen Bin, really? But Xiaoxia refused me several times, so far I have not even touched her hand, it seems that she has no feelings for me, I do not want to force people. Chu Yuhan was furious, Shin Xiaoxia, see what you have forced my godfather into, my godfather must be very cold at this moment. Okay, since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for taking it away from you. If I can't be the 2nd generation of rich people, then I will be the 1st generation of rich people. Chu Yuhan, Dad, I apologize to you for my mom. How about this, what my mom owes you, I'll make it up for her, what do you think? Shy. The implication is full of meaning. Chen Bin hard I a big grass, Chu Yuhan in order to money, really do everything. Even Shin Xiaoxia's corner dare to dig. Chen Bin righteously, Yuhan, my heart has always regarded you as a goddaughter. Please put yourself in the right position and adjust your mindset. What I like is Xiaoxia's soul, her unique temperament, which no one can replace. I'll pretend that you didn't say that. Chu Yuhan felt a pang of aggression in her heart. Dead straight man, deserve you to be single. I can't compare to Shin Xiaoxia in any way, just the fact that I am young is something she can't match. Chapter 36, The Hero to Save the Beauty of a Good Time. This road is not going to work, can only revert to the old way. Chu Yuhan busy, Dad, you misunderstand me, I'm not the meaning of what you think, I have a lot of respect for you. I mean, I will help you persuade my mom will definitely see your sincerity and be impressed by your sincerity. Chen Bin, that's best. Chu Yuhan, by the way Dad, can I take the liberty of asking you, what is the name of your company? Chen Bin had already thought of a good response to this, before Xiaoxia accepted me, I would not reveal my identity.
I admit, as long as I confess my identity, Xiaoxia will definitely be with me.
But I don't want to do that. I don't want our love to be based on material things.
Chu Yuhan's heart thumped.
As long as he exposes his identity, he will definitely be able to impress Qin Xiaoxia. How rich and wealthy does this have to have the capital to say such things?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Chu Yuhan said, Godfather, my boyfriend Gu Depei's family is also in the hotel business.
My boyfriend has always wanted to visit you, cannot give a face looking forward to. Shen Bin, oh? He is also in the hotel business? What is the name of his hotel?
Chu Yuhan, Tangerine Chain Hotel.
Shen Bin, Tangerine Hotel? Never heard of it. Is it a low to mid-range hotel?
Chu Yuhan, yes. Don't look at just a low-end hotel, but his family has more than a dozen chain stores.
Shen Bin, oh. In what capacity is he going to visit me?
Chu Yuhan, your goddaughter's boyfriend status, isn't that enough?
Aggrieved.
Qin Bin, I and Xiaoxia 8 has not yet been a handful of it, said the goddaughter a bit too early.
Chu Yuhan face depressed.
By the way, Slu, he just do not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle. To put it bluntly, is not want to sleep first. Qin Xiaoxia.
Okay, then I will fulfill you.
Chu Yuhan said, Dad, how about this Sunday you're free? I'll arrange a date between you and my mom at the Orange Hotel. I guarantee that my mom will definitely fall in love with you completely this time, and give herself to you actively and enthusiastically.
Shen Bin, oh? How come I don't believe it a bit? How do you want to do it?
Chu Yuhan, Xiaoji to love to move to reason, you just wait for my good news.
Shen Bin sneered, I believe you have a ghost. Bull, you just want to give your mom a drug.
Once she does, it's mother and daughter against each other.
Shen Bin, okay, I'll see what happens.
Chu Yuhan, then Dad, good night, you rest first, I won't bother you anymore.
Shen Bin, good night. Orange Hotel. Gu Debei excitedly hugged Chu Yuhan. Yuhan, thank you.
I have a strong premonition that your godfather must be dry high and ultra high-end hotels, or he wouldn't hide his identity. If he can reach out and pull my family a hand, my family must fly on the branch to become a phoenix, then you are my family's great merit, in my family peacefully when the young grandmother it.
Chu Yuhan face, that is of course. If it were an ordinary person, I wouldn't agree to him being my father. Gu Debei Dao, but Yuhan, how are you going to get your mom to accept him? I see that Auntie Xiaoxia doesn't seem to like each other. Chu Yuhan hesitated for a moment and finally squeezed out one word, medicine.
Hiss. Gu Debei sucked in a breath of cold air. This Chu Yuhan is really ruthless, for the sake of money, and even sold his own mother.
Not convinced cannot.
However, who cares, as long as you can climb the ranks of the powerful, even if Chu Yuhan is pasted in, he doesn't care.
Aben.
The next day, Shen Bin was awakened by Qin Xiaoxia's soft voice. He opened his eyes in a daze, and to his eyes was a white color.
Blinding white.
He rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was stunned.
Qin Xiaoxia was wearing a clean white wedding dress.
The light lace outlined her delicate figure, and the hem of the dress spread out on the ground like a lotus flower, setting off Qin Xiaoxia like a fairy. Her eyes were shy and timid, her red lips pursed slightly, demure and charming. Being stared straight at by Qin Bing, she shyly lowered her head. Bing, good looking? Good looking, especially the chest V-neck, pressed very low. Shen Bin busy climbed up from the bed, from the top to the bottom. A feast for the eyes and fingers. Shen Bin could not help but swallow his saliva.
Stinking rascal.
Qin Xiaoxia rolled her eyes, just look at it, but she even stood up to look at it. She said shyly, well, to fulfill your desire to see me in a wedding dress, I can take it off.
Don't. Shen Bin hurriedly blocked, there is still one more step. What step? Shen Bin, the wedding room. You're an animal. Heaven's thunder and earth's fire. Within an hour, Qin Xiaoxia met her wife twice. Pain and pleasure.
At the end of a beautiful day, Qin Xiaoxia drove Qin Bin to his rented room. After being nourished by love, Qin Xiaoxia, more charming than ever, more charming and attractive, and even the character is much more cheerful. The smile on the face has not disappeared, but also from time to time humming the song "Want to Hold Hands with You and Keep Walking." Chen Bin is starving. Wolf swallowed dry 2 meat buns. Returning to the residence, Qin Xiaoxia said, Bin, you go back to your room to rest first, I have to go to the company to work. When I come back at noon to cook for you. Chen Bin smiled and said, Xiaoxia, call your husband. Qin Xiaoxia more shy, hate, do not call. Shen Bin, I don't get off without calling. You. Seeing the work to be late, Qin Xiaoxia had to twist and turn, old husband. Shen Bin smile, good wife, love you 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. You hate. Shen Bin happy to get off the car. Qin Xiaoxia sent him back to the rental room, then left in a hurry. Shen Bin had nothing to do for the time being, and was about to explore the system mall to see if there were any commodities or props or skills that he could use. Just at this moment, a silhouette ran in a panic. And Coexian's son, Huang Ying's boyfriend, Shen Bin's former best friend, Zhou Wei. Panting and sweating, Zhou Wei shouted, Bing, you're here, great. Shen Bin frowned, old Zhou, what's wrong with you? This is, early in the morning from whom the nest ran out, was caught in adultery.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Joey Wei said, if the rape would be good, but it is a pity that the traffic police to catch off. Chen Bin, traffic police? What did you do? Joey Wei, damn, this morning I took Huang Ying to find a job for her, the result of halfway encountered traffic police to check the car. Chen Bin, you do not have a driver's license? Joey Wei, nonsense, if I have a license, why do I need to run? Later, when the traffic police come, you say you have not seen me, do not say reveal all. Chen Bin, wait a minute. Where's Huang Ying? Why don't you see Huang Ying? Joey Wei, Huang Ying is still in the car. Chen Bin. Not Lao Zhou, so you're in a big trouble and ran away, leaving Huang Ying alone in the car? Joey Wei ran to the second floor early, did not hear Chen Bin's words. Chen Bin is also completely convinced of Joey Wei, even this bear no, encountered a little trouble on the loss of his girlfriend to run, Huang Ying can look at him as strange. He looked out from the door. 300 meters from the intersection, Joey Wei's Audi A4L was stopped by the traffic police. Huang Ying was surrounded by a large group of traffic police, at a loss for words, looking to cry out. She incoherently explained to the traffic police what, but the traffic police indifferent. Shu Chu pitiful. After Chen Bin's physique was strengthened, even his sense of sight and hearing was strengthened a lot, and he could see the details from 300 meters away. He thumped his heart, this is the perfect hero to save the beauty and take advantage of the situation, how can he miss it? Chapter 3700,000 Fire. Lao Zhou, don't blame me for crossing the line, it's all forced by the dog system. Daily task, digging in. Chen Bin immediately leaned on his guide cane and walked towards Huang Ying. The 300-meter road wasn't long, but Chen Bin had to pretend to be blind and walked exceptionally hard. Halfway there he accidentally tripped and fell to the ground, his forehead was cracked and bleeding. Chen Bin wiped his hand and half of his face was stained with blood. Well, this is good, a bitter trick will be a trick. Huang Ying was surrounded by 3 tall traffic police in the center, her petite figure looked pathetic. She is only a senior student, has not yet entered society, which has seen this battle. She was nervous and almost cried, isolated and helpless, at a loss, can only call Joey Wei over and over again. However, Monday Wei's cell phone is turned off, she also gradually disheartened. Traffic police a little impatient, sternly reprimanded, little girl, you call the driver back as soon as possible. If you do not cooperate, is the crime of harboring, to be punished by the administrative police. You are still young, cannot because of this matter and miss their whole life off. Huang Ying said with trepidation, but his cell phone is off, I cannot contact him. I can't get in touch with him. Traffic police impatient, you this kind of small trick we have seen a lot, dialing an empty number, pretending not to contact him, want to muddle through. You'd better be honest, don't get into trouble. The law does not tolerate mercy, the sooner you realize this, the better for you. Huang Ying's head is as big as a cow, can only mechanically repeat the phone call to Joey Wei. Just at this moment, Chen Bin's figure broke into her line of sight. For some reason, seeing Chen Bin, Huang Ying's heart inexplicably a little more solid, a sense of security came, like a drowning person grabbed the straw. Although she knew inwardly that Chen Bin might not be able to help, she was much more solid with an acquaintance by her side. Almost instinctively, she ran to Chen Bin and assisted him. Bing, why are you here? Chen Bin whispered, just now Lao Zhou said you may be trapped by the traffic police, I came over to see. Huang Ying said, you came specifically for me? Chen Bin, aha. Huang Ying hot tears cannot stop flowing down, touched. Joey Wei the originator of this trouble, leaving himself alone to run away, let her a woman for him to wipe his ass. But Chen Bin this outsider but took the initiative to run to help themselves, and his eyes are still blind, fell a face of blood. In strong contrast, Joey Wei is simply a piece of stinking dog, big cow dung, Chen Bin is the responsible and responsible man. How come the blind man is not Joey Wei? Huang Ying choked, Bing, don't move, I will wipe your blood. Her hands were shaking badly, how to shed so much blood this is all for me. After helping Chen Bin wipe the blood, Huang Ying realized that Chen Bin was much more handsome than before. What is this? Is it my mental effect or a visual illusion? So handsome I am. Chen Bin looked at the traffic police, from which he found an acquaintance, he comforted Huang Ying, Huang Ying, don't worry, leave it to me. Huang Ying was even more touched, Bing, I'm fine, I'm touched that you came over. You take care of yourself first, look at how much blood you're bleeding. A traffic policeman came up, surprised, Bing, it's you, how did you come over? This traffic police is exactly Chen Bin's acquaintance, Lu Long. He is the vice captain of this Western District detachment. Chen Bin's father used to be an auxiliary police officer, then followed Lu Long. Chen Bin's car accident that year was handled by Lu Long. Of course, the two are only familiar with each other, and can't climb any relationship. Chen Bin politely said, it's Uncle Lu such a coincidence. Lu Long smiled and patted Chen Bin's shoulder, good boy, a moment to hear my voice, this small brain is good. Chen Bin smiled and said, Uncle Lu has not taken care of me before, how can I not hear it? Lu Long a burst of sigh, hey, you say this so that Uncle Lu I have a guilty conscience This time the team is busy, did not care to see you. In the next 2 days, Uncle Lu invited you to the home guest, let your aunt to do your favorite fish. Chen Bin smiled, I will trouble Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu then. Lu Long Dao, why, Bin, do you know her?
Chen said, "Oh, she is the tenant of my place." Lu Long said, "Oh, just a tenant. Bin, you'd better stay out of this matter then. Don't worry, we won't give her a hard time, as long as she calls the driver back, she can go." Huang Ying nervously grabbed Chen Bin's arm, really worried that he would leave himself behind. Chen Bin smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, you misunderstand, she is not an ordinary tenant, but a tenant for life. After a while, we will be engaged, then please Uncle Lu, go to drink a cup of wedding wine." Said Chen Bin also took the opportunity to embrace Huang Ying's waist. The legendary A4 waist, very thin, feel very good. Huang Ying immediately blushed, she did not have any resistance, and even in her heart did not half resent. "Ha ha." Lu Long laughed, "You kid should have confessed long ago, I know at a glance that the relationship between the two of you is not simple. Your kid to such a beautiful wife, your father knows also can rest in peace. This cup of wine I am sure to drink. But one size does not fit all. We have to drink the wedding wine, but we have to do our business. Do you recognize the driver? Let the driver come back and cooperate with our investigation." This is actually a step down to Chen Bin, suggesting that the intention is obvious, you just find a driver to come over to the bag, we turn a blind eye, this matter will be over. Chen Bin quickly said, "Of course I know, is a former roommate of mine. He ate roadside stalls last night, ate bad stomach, ran back to diarrhea, people have 3 urgent it. However, no matter how urgent also have to answer the phone. I now call him to come over, cooperate with law enforcement. Go." Chen Bin busy walking a little farther, to the roommate Lu Hao call. University 3 years, Lu Hao and Chen Bin, Joey Wei are roommates, and now he is also with Joey Wei dormitory. Lu Hao received a phone call, was very surprised, son of a, how suddenly remembered to call dad, is not to invite dad to dinner. Chen Bin, off. You kid, this moment there is no matter? Lu Hao, something, damn, last night ate roadside stalls, eat bad stomach, eat what pull what, this moment is diluted. Chen Bin. What a coincidence. You ate. Lu Hao, the dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You have something to do, nothing to hang up, is difficult it. Chen Bin, 100,000 urgent, quickly come to the rescue. Lu Hao, leaning, I know that the child smash will not let dad down. There is no girl. Chen Bin, there is a female traffic police are not interested. Lu Hao, play so high, but also uniform temptation it, immediately to, said the location. Chapter 38 Huang Ying and her boyfriend broke up. Chen Bin, first, do not rush, I put the script with you a little bit. Chen Bin said the ins and outs of the matter to Lu Hao one by one. Once Lu Hao heard, he was instantly enraged, off, don't go. Joey Wei, let him eat, I will not wipe his ass. Chen Bin, 2 packs of Lotus. Lu Hao, 4 packs. Chen Bin, deal. Hang up the phone, Chen Bin walked back and said, Lu uncle, the driver will arrive soon. They are their own people, later you should hit the scolding, don't be polite. Lu Hao, I thank you Lu Long said, well, I know. Let me handle it here, you quickly go back to deal with the wound. Don't go out alone in the future, let your girlfriend take care of everything. Thank you Uncle Lu for your concern. Chen Bin said, by the way, Uncle Lu, I heard that my aunt's fish will soon be out of the pond, someday I will go to catch a few, I have been craving for this for more than half a year. These are the deposit, Uncle Lu, you take it. Chen Bin stuffed to Lu Long $3,000. Chen Bin and Lu Long is only familiar with just, far from letting people risk-free to help their own point. Besides, the scene is not his own, he also have to point his 2 men. This $3,000 is hard work fee. Of course he can't give it to him blatantly, he can only give it to him in the form of a deposit for buying fish. Even if the case comes to light later, Lu Long can also explain it to his superiors. As for why Chen Bin did not go to fish, I forget what you care. Lu Long did not pick up, but instead angry kicked Chen Bin, brat, good things do not learn, but to learn this crooked. Warning you, in the future, away from those crooked way far Dare to have the next time, I will not for your father to kick your ass into 4 petals cannot. Get lost. I'll send you some fish if you want. You're a pain in the ass. Said it is to reproach, but the appreciation in the eyes cannot be hidden. Chen Bin hee giggle, that line, Uncle Lu you first busy, I will not disturb. Wife, let's go. Looking at the back of Chen Bin and Huang Ying's departure, Lu Long's boarded face snorted out a laugh. It's true that like father, like son. Old Chen is smart, this kid is even more smart than him, is a good material to mix with the officialdom. It's a pity that he can't see. If his eyes could see, he would really want to recruit Chen Bin to his command. 10 minutes later, Lu Hao and Lu Long were wide-eyed at the scene. Lu Hao was dumbfounded, Chen Bin, you ing pitched my father, if I had known that the law enforcer was my father, I wouldn't have come. This is good, my father must beat me to death. Lu Hao stammered, Dad, listen to my explanation. What responded to him was Lu Long's Foshan shadowless kick. Dogs, I worked hard to put you through college, and this is what you learned for me? You're still pretending to be a socialite and cover for others. I'll kill you. Do not go out for internships, do not go to school, do not talk about girlfriends, lying at home all day, limbs are lying degraded, I'll kill you. You look at the people Chen Bin, hero save the beauty, hold a beautiful woman, you look at you again, what you can get, I killed you.
Lu Hao, 4 packs of lotus. Lu Lon, you also learn to smoke, I'll kill you. Chen Bin, from today onwards, we are father and son, we will not share the same fate, Mission objective, Huang Ying. Heart value, 35. Daily task, digging in. Reward, 40 value of dispelling charm. Chen Bin was overjoyed, this out of the hero to save the beauty is really ing worth it. Huang Ying's heart value reached 35. To know that the value of heart value to 50 is the inner acceptance of the identity of the real boyfriend. Now only 15 points away, this is not a handful. The system task was completed immediately. And Huang Ying was not only devoted to Chen Bin, it was practically worship. This kind of social crisis, Chen Bin dissolved it in a few words, and even not only did not make the other party resentful, but also brought the relationship with the other party closer. Joey Wei compared with Chen Bin, really is a piece of. Chen Bin had a maturity that didn't match his age, almost like a social elite. The face value of the face value cannot be compared to, take charge of the responsibility cannot be compared to, go to hell scum. Hey, at first I blame myself for being blind, how put a treasure not to dig, but instead picked a piece of If now he broke up with Zhou Yiwei, to Chen Bin confession, he will not dislike himself Chen Bin smiled and said, Huang Ying, you are not ready to let go of me, let Zhou Yiwei see will misunderstand. Huang Ying immediately shy face red, busy let go of Chen Bin's arm, sorry Aben, I'm too nervous. Chen Bin said, this kind of thing is the girl who suffers, what can you apologize for? Is that so? Huang Ying laughed and hugged Chen Bin's arm again, I like to suffer. Said, also did not forget to pinch the muscles on Chen Bin's arm, so thick and strong just do not know if the length. Chen Bin cried and laughed, you eat loss or eat tofu. Huang Ying, both eat. Her hand again pretended not to touch Chen Bin's abdomen, through the clothes seemed to be able to feel the 8-pack abs. Good man Chen Bin teased, what, you eat tofu I still have to manage you full Cluck cluck cluck. Huang Ying could not help but laugh, voice like a yellow warbler is good, Chen Bin, just found you so funny and humorous. Unlike Zhou Yiwei, who only makes dirty jokes, which is disgusting. At the mention of Zhou Yiwei, Huang Ying's heart is again blocked panic, sulking. To the rental room, Huang Ying shouted, Zhou Yiwei, you get out of here. No one responded. Huang Ying shouted again, still no movement. Chen Bin had to say, Lao Zhou, come out, the traffic police have been sent away. Upstairs this came stomping downstairs sound, came to come. See Huang Ying, Zhou Yiwei busy surrounded, Huang Ying, you're fine, just now I was worried. It seems that the phone call I made worked, the traffic police did not dare to make things difficult for you. Come on. Where did he get the face to take credit for himself? Huang Ying angrily said, I ask you, who did you call? Zhou Yiwei said, my mom chanting. My mom has someone in the traffic police. Together. Or a mom's baby man, more disgusting. Huang Ying, then I ask you, just what is the traffic police captain's surname? Zhou Yiwei blurted out, Jiao. He said while still complacent, witty as I am, with a humorous tone to resolve the crisis. Roll. Huang Ying angrily scolded, disgusting. Zhou Yiwei quickly explained, Ying, you may not get my point, I just used the harmonic terrier, surname Jiao, harmonic hey, you know. Chen Bin is speechless. This guy has no eyesight at all, and his emotional intelligence is 0. Now is the time for you to make vulgar jokes? If you are not single, who is single? Chapter 39, Huang Ying's ambiguity. He even thought he was humorous and witty, and explained to Huang Ying that the capital letters were convincing. How did Mr. Ring give birth to such a brainwashed son? Huang Ying was about to explode with anger, she really didn't know how she had dated him for so long. Disgusting, disgusting. She angrily cursed, get lost. Zhou Yiwei, we are finished, don't pester me anymore, I'm sick of seeing you. Zhou Yiwei panicked, Ying, don't talk nonsense, just now I can explain. Huang Ying, not only just now, and all this time. You are simply a selfish coward, no responsibility, I now see you want to vomit, we have no possibility in this life. Zhou Yiwei, Ying, you can't say that, I admit that I have shortcomings, and you have to accept all the shortcomings of a lovely person. Look at me, how can I accept your shortcomings? Huang Ying, okay, then you say, what are my shortcomings? Zhou Yiwei said, other shortcomings will not say, alone that you are acerbic, cannot listen to other people's persuasion. He really counted up Huang Ying's shortcomings. This is not a worrying emotional intelligence, it is simply a worrying IQ. Huang Ying could not pull out her 30-meter machete. Get out now. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Yiwei, see, let's just say you can't listen to others. Chen Bin was busy tugging at the corner of Zhou Yiwei's coat, let him stop talking, he was worried that Zhou Yiwei will Huang Ying angry death here. Huang Ying insisted on breaking up, Zhou Yiwei dead or alive, Huang Ying finally had to show the killer. Okay, it is okay not to break up. I spent more than 10,000 yuan on the traffic police, and you will give me 10,000 yuan right away. What? A mention of money, Zhou Yiwei suddenly emotional, more than 10,000, how do you think, why give them so much? I'll settle for $2,000. Loser. By the way, being a loser is also your shortcoming. Huang Ying face is green, you just say give it or not to break up. Me.
Joey Wei had to look to Chen Bin for help. Bin, save the scene is fire, you first lend me 10,000 yuan. Chen Bin cried and laughed. Lao Zhou, know where I borrowed your 12,000 yesterday, jacking online loan ah. I have finished borrowing online loans. After the words, Chen Bin also put the cell phone on the loan certificate to him to see. Joey Wei looked at the eye, muttered in a low voice sentence poor. Huang Ying, now you have what to say. Good words of persuasion is useless. Joey Wei had to bully up. Huang Ying, break up with me, you have to consider the consequences. Do you think you can continue to live here in the future? I sent you a gift, you have to return it. Huang Ying quickly ran back to the room, took a silver bracelet out. We are dating this time, you only send me a silver bracelet, $300 of broken things, I wear out too shabby, back to you. Joey Wei angry, you see how you are so snobbish, how can I use money to measure my feelings for you? By the way, snobbery is also your shortcoming. Huang Ying was so angry that she wanted to cry. Joey Wei said, Bing, she broke up with me, in the future you do not have to give me face, should be thrown out of her, just thrown out, do not let her live with you, the two of us are brothers. Chen Bin said, this small meaning. But according to the provisions of the rental contract, I unilaterally violated the contract to kick her out, to compensate her 3 months' rent. I have no money, these 3 months rent you to travel? Joey Wei, compensation for 3 months' rent? That's a good idea. In this case, Bin, you give her cut off water and electricity, I do not believe that forced her away. Huang Ying grabbed a stool to smash Joey Wei, but was stopped by Chen Bin. Huang Ying, Joey Wei, your clothes, pants, shoes are all bought by me, more than 1,000, immediately take off your clothes to me. Otherwise I will call the police now, the invoices are on my cell phone. Joey Wei's face changed, covered his stomach and ran out, oh no, I have a stomachache, I'll go first. Huang Ying angry all cried, snapped tears, I was really blind, how to fall in love with this scum. The memories of being with him for half a year can disgust me for the rest of my life. Chen Bin quickly handed over tissues, said, well Huang Ying, do not cry, for this kind of scum, angry body is not worth it. You just take it as charity to give love. Hey! Huang Ying sighed, fortunately, I never let him touch, hand did not let him hold, otherwise I have to cut off this hand. This is deliberately said to Chen Bin, listen, I am innocent, in case the future you cannot dislike me. Chen Bin also heard Huang Ying's hint, laughed well, I know. Joey Wei has complained to me more than once, saying that you won't even let him hold your hand. Upon hearing the name of Joey Wei, Huang Ying was furious again, he also whined, where did he get the face to whine? After that, the two were suddenly silent, the atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Only after a long time, Huang Ying gathered enough courage and carefully said, Bing, just now you said to the traffic police, is it true? Just now, Chen Bin told the traffic police that she was his tenant for life. The killing power of these words was incomparably strong for her, and her heart was moved. Chen Bin didn't react for a while. Which sentence? Huang Ying was filled with disappointment, it seemed that he had just casually said it to relieve himself and didn't take it to heart at all. Disappointment. She shook her head, no, nothing. And only then did Chen Bin have the hindsight to realize that Huang Ying was referring to that sentence. His heart beat wildly with excitement. Was Huang Ying considered to be confessing to herself in disguise? As long as he agreed to the sentence and pushed the boat along, he might be able to take her down. The task of digging up the wall would naturally come to fruition. Chen Bin chagrined, just to find makeup back. Huang Ying is changing the topic. Bing, today you helped me so much, I invite you to dinner. Chen Bin's intestines are green with remorse, but the other party has changed the topic. Chen Bin also has no good to continue. Can only find another way. As long as she lets her inclination value reach 50, it is considered to have completed the task. Chen Bin said, it's still early to go to dinner. By the way Huang Ying, I heard Joey Wei say that you were looking for a job, have you found a job? No. Huang Ying shook her head, now the economic environment is not good, it is not easy to find a job, and my specialty is not good to find a job. Chen Bin asked, what do you specialize in? Huang Ying, accounting and financial management. Chen Bin quickly said, Huang Ying, just I have a job especially suitable for you, I do not know whether you are interested. Oh? Huang Ying surprised, what work? Chen Bin, Coxin clothing factory as an accountant. Ah. Huang Ying froze for a moment, that is not Joey Wei's mother's company? Is this the right place for me? Chen Bin, suitable, of course suitable. You don't know, I helped Coxin clothing factory through the current difficulties, and Coxin sent some clothing factory shares to me. I need to arrange for one of my beloved to go there as a financial, for me to supervise the flow of water, and you are the most suitable candidate. Chapter 40 Incursion Fraud Insurance. Chen Bin of course believes that Incursion will not have a hand in the finances. But after all, he holds 49% of the company's shares, when the hands off the cabinet is a bit uncharacteristic, or it is necessary to arrange for a person in the past. In the future, the company has what decision-making, movement, Huang Ying can report directly to their own, do not have to trouble in Coxin every time. And even if they do not arrange the heart, Incursion will also arrange for themselves. Huang Ying quickly explained, Bing, I don't mean that. I'm saying that I just broke up with Joey Wei and I'm going to work for a ING company, isn't that a little bit wrong? Chen Bin laughed, just put your heart at ease. It's only wrong if you don't go to work at the ING company. Huang Ying did not pay attention to the matter of Xin sent his company shares. It seems that she is not a profit-oriented people. Huang Ying faced surprise. Oh, how to say? Shen Bin said, Joey Wei is a vindictive villain. You break up with him, he will in all probability retaliate against you. For example, say bad things about you, tarnish your reputation. But if you go to work in the ING company, he will certainly not dare to do so. Why? Shen Bin, you don't know. In fact, Xin has already arranged a child marriage for Joey Wei. If you let Xin know that Joey Wei is in love with you, his mom will have to clean him up. At that time, you will use this to blackmail Joey Wei. If he dares to say bad things about you outside, you will put this matter to his mother. Kexin company nearly closed down bankruptcy this time. Our Joey Wei, his mother is now annoyed with him. Joey Wei hate his mother temporarily forget about him as a son. There are Kursin to give you backing. Joey Wei certainly do not dare to mess around. Huang Ying nodded approvingly. The last bit of taboo in the bottom of his heart also disappeared. Good. Shen Bin, thank you for doing me such a big favor. When I send the first month's salary, treat you to a big meal. Shen Bin smiled and didn't say anything. After a month, you are my girlfriend, you are my big meal. Without delay, Huang Ying immediately rode her Jaicho model electric car and drove Chen Bin to Xin clothing factory. Huang Ying's little electric car had been modified, and at one point the speed on the road reached 55. Her loose blouse was blown by the wind and bulged up, close to Chen Bin's face, and a breath of air was as fragrant as it could be. He looked down at a glance, just to be able to see that the hands can hold the A4 small waist, watery and exquisite. This to pinch a hand can certainly pinch out of the water. He couldn't help but float up, breathing heavily. Hearing Chen Bin breathing heavily, Huang Ying said with concern, Bing, what's wrong with you? Is the car too fast? Chen Bin, it's fine, faster is better. His mouth was blocked by his clothes and he spoke in a jar. Aha! Huang Ying inexplicably looked back, only to realize that her blouse was covering Chen Bin's face. She was immediately shy and lowered her head sheepishly. She is so pretty when she is shy, just like a budding flower, but also lowered her head to enjoy herself. Not big sister, you are riding a bike, what head is lowered? Look at the road, look at the road. Bang! The electric car hit the road teeth, and the two fell to the green belt. Chen Bin almost instinctively hugged Huang Ying, and his right hand protected Huang Ying's face. The two rolled twice in the green belt. Chen Bin didn't feel pain, he only felt soft as a sofa. Chen Bin hurriedly said, Huang Ying, are you okay? Huang Ying, I'm fine. Aben, your hand is bleeding, don't move, I'll wipe it for you. She took out a wet towel and helped Chen Bin wipe the blood from his hand. She was once again moved to the point that at the moment of crisis, Chen Bin's first reaction was to protect himself, completely putting his own safety at risk. Huang Ying kind of wanted to cry. This feeling of being cared for, it was great. Mission objective, Huang Ying. Heart value, 40. Chen Bin also did not forget to comfort Huang Ying. The small injury is nothing, I have thick skin, 2 days of recuperation will come over. If you scratch your face, it will definitely leave a scar, and then how much it costs cannot be undone. Huang Ying's hot tears finally could not hold back. Fell. Bing, you are really stupid. Chen Bin smiled. Stupid? A little injury in exchange for 5 points of love value, earn a lot of good not. After that, Huang Ying rode a much more stable bike, the hole did not exceed 35. Soon, the two were close to the Xin clothing factory. Xin clothing factory rolling smoke, Chen Bin knows, and Xin is listening to their own advice, fraudulent insurance. Huang Ying, on the other hand, was nervous. Oh no, Kursin clothing factory may be on fire. I go, it's really Kursin clothing factory. It's all over, my job is going to be yellow again. How come it's so hard to find an internship? Chen Bin, however, is calm and relaxed. Huang Ying, I don't think so, I think this is exactly an opportunity for you. Clothing factory fire, rebuild certainly need a lot of manpower, you are now joining as a blessing in disguise, the future may be able to mix into the company's seniorate. Huang Ying was surprised. Bing, the clothing factory is on fire, why are you not anxious at all? Ms. and Xin usually take care of you. Chen Bin realized that his performance is a bit biased. I go, right, and teacher must not happen, fast accelerate. Huang Ying also maximized the gas pedal. Although she is disgusted with Joey Wei, but in the rental room and teacher is still very concerned about her, she does not want something to happen to Kursin. As a result, under the hands and feet, Huang Ying once again crashed headlong into the green belt. Huang Ying, promise me one thing, okay? You say. Never take a driver's license in the future, and even if you do, don't go on the road. Bugger. The two quickly came to Xin clothing factory. Fortunately, the clothing factory only burned down the warehouse and a small workshop, and the open fire was extinguished early. There were fire departments, technical surveyors and insurance company people on the scene to investigate. Kursin sat on a stone, looking at the wreckage of the ground, gloomy, lost in thought, her eyes red, as if she had cried. No longer bright and shiny, only full of woe. Although he knew that Xin was pretending, but Chen Bin still a burst of heartache. She also stood next to a tall and thin woman, a workplace OL small suit, stepped on red high heels, holding a small book in the question. Looking at her badge, she was the customer service manager of the insurance company, called Gao Yuan Yuan.
Huang Ying hurriedly ran up. Teacher, are you okay? Seeing Huang Ying arrive, and Curson hurriedly got up. Huang Ying, why are you here? Teacher is fine, don't worry. Huang Ying sighed in relief. It's good that you're fine. I came with Chen Bin to see you. Chen Bin?
Only then did Nkoxan notice Chen Bin. She hurriedly ran to Chen Bin and scolded. Bin, you can't see, why are you running around? Chen Bin said with concern, Teacher, I heard that you had a fire here. I was a bit worried, so I let Huang Ying bring me here to take a look.
Chapter 41 for Curson out of the head.
And Curson said, worried about if you make a phone call on the line, next time don't run around, in case of bumping and falling. Well, what is the situation of you two, how grey face?
Chen Bin said, nothing. Just came in a hurry, accidentally fell.
And Curson, you two are really, do not know to be careful.
Next time don't be like this. I know, Mr. N.
Teacher is a teacher, all this time still do not forget to teach. An insurance company employee who was investigating the scene ran over and whispered a few words to Gao Yuan Yuan, the customer service manager.
Gao Yuan Yuan nodded and walked to Curson. Mizzen, can we continue now? Nkoxin nodded, sure.
Bin, Huang Ying, why don't you sit here for a while I cooperate with the insurance company's investigation?
Okay. Gao Yuan Yuan glanced at Chen Bin and frowned in thought. But soon, her attention was then on Nkoxin. Gao Yuan Yuan said, Teacher, may I ask when you discovered the fire? Nkoxin said, last night around 2 in the morning.
I reported the fire immediately after I discovered it.
Gao Yuan Yuan, why were you near the fire at that time? Nkoxin, I stayed here last night.
Gao Yuan Yuan, but as far as I know, your garment factory has been shut down for many days, why did you stay here? And Curson said, the janitor was hospitalized with high blood sugar, so I couldn't find anyone to help me, so I just stayed here to keep watch.
Nkoxin deliberately bought high sugar food and drinks for the caretaker grandpa and personally sent him to the hospital. Of course, she won't let the janitor suffer for nothing and will pay him a large sum of money. Gao Yuan Yuan said, can you tell me the name and ID number of the caretaker and which hospital he is staying in? I need to verify it. No problem. Nkoxin reported the caretaker's information.
Gao Yuan Yuan immediately called the hospital to verify the situation.
Chen Bin frowned. The insurance company investigated so meticulously, Chen Bin couldn't see that she had the slightest intention of compensating. Was this ready to find an excuse to renege on the debt?
He knew the nature of insurance companies too well. After hesitating for a while, Chen Bin took out his cell phone and turned on the recording mode, ready to record their conversation.
Maybe Gao Yuan Yuan would slip up. In case both parties went to court, this recording would be enough to serve as heavy evidence.
Gao Yuan Yuan finished the call and didn't continue the conversation, seemingly verifying that the situation was true. After writing and drawing on her book for a moment, she said, Mizzen, it's like this, just now, my staff told me that the preliminary investigation result given by the fire department is that the aging of the wiring caused the fire. When you purchased our insurance, you did not clearly inform us of this point, which belongs to the concealment of fire hazards. Moreover, you have piled up a large number of clothes in the warehouse, which are flammable and explosive products, but you did not take appropriate protective measures, which led to the spread of the fire. According to the company's regulations, our company has the right to refuse compensation.
Of course, this is only my preliminary opinion, the final results need to be reviewed by the company.
What else does the company need to review? Her preliminary opinion is the final result.
And Curson became agitated. What?
This is how you insurance companies treat your customers. When I first bought the insurance, how you said, in addition to earthquakes and floods as well as man-made, you will pay.
But now you say that I conceal the company line aging, I do not serve.
Also, I am a clothing factory, the warehouse does not store clothes, do not store ice. You're obviously playing a scoundrel, you're just being too bullying. Gao Yuan Yuan was used to this kind of situation, she was calm and collected, her tone was smooth. Mizzen, as far as I know, your factory is in a life and death crisis and you owe the bank a large sum of money.
And you are unable to repay the loan, the end result may be squatting. We have reason to suspect that you have staged the fire to defraud the insurance company. Once the company and you go to court, you may be convicted of insurance fraud, so I advise you to accept this result and put the matter to rest so as not to add to the trouble. Nkoxin said angrily, you are threatening me.
Gao Yuan Yuan still wore a professional smile, a dead pig's expression. I didn't say that, I can't help it if you have to interpret it that way.
Gao Yuan Yuan,
I didn't say that, I can't help it if you have to interpret it that way. And Curson gritted her teeth and cut her teeth. Take it to court, then take it to court. I really don't believe that the court can turn black into white.
Gao Yuan Yuan remained calm and collected. Mizzen, don't get excited.
In this society, there is no absolute black or white. Whether it's black or white, it's still all about power. Whoever has the most power is white.
And Curson was so angry that she cursed. What insurance company? What's the difference between you and gangsters?
Gao Yuan Yuan politely smiled. Mizzen, please maintain the minimum respect for me. Otherwise, I don't mind charging you with the crime of insulting or even provoking trouble. And Ko Xian still wanted to argue her case, but Chen Bin tugged on the corner of her coat, signaling her to keep quiet. The more shady secrets Gao Yuan exposed, the more favorable it would be for them. Chen Bin said, in terms of power, I admit that we are not as powerful as your company. But if your company is more powerful, the evil hands can still reach into the sacred and solemn court. Oh. Gao Yuan some disdain, so tell you, like this kind of lawsuit, we do not know how many cases a month, the court has become our company branch, we are there as we like. By the way, there is a Nanshan Pizza Hut in the Nanshan district of Shenzhen City, you know, we are the Water City Pizza Hut. Chen Bin sneered, less to their own face gold. I still know the court president, he is a people's representative, upright, praised by the people of Watertown as the reincarnation of Bao Qingtian. If you can buy an ordinary judge, can you buy the reincarnation of Bao Qingtian? Gao Yuan smiled like a flower, this gentleman is so silly and naive, where in this world is there money that can't be done? Let's make an analogy with you, you are a judge, there are two choices in front of you, the first one is to judge the insurance company to lose the case, you can't get a penny. The second is to rule in favor of the insurance company, that should be compensated to the plaintiff's insurance money, you can take half, you will choose which? By the way, to remind you, 2 days ago our boss just had dinner with the reincarnation of Bao Qingtian in your mouth. Chen Bin angrily said, I can't believe the law can be trampled under your feet so much. Gao Yuan, I'm sorry to tell you that the law only binds you little people at the bottom of the hierarchy, to the rich, it's just a piece of scrap paper. So, now do you know what to choose? Chen Bin sighed, alright, we know. Gao Yuan smiled happily, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, so we won't bother you anymore, goodbye. Slowly. Chen Bin pulled out his cell phone, don't you want to hear my choice? Chapter 42, Gao Yuan who was taken to task. Gao Yuan frowned, what do you mean? Chen Bin, just the literal meaning. I choose to stiff your company and take it to court. Gao Yuan was furious, this gentleman, did I not make myself clear, or did you not understand what I meant? Did you choose to let her go to jail for bail fraud? Believe me, the company can put this on her whether she has fraudulent insurance or not. Chen Bin, you've made it clear, and I understand what you mean. But I think the advantage is in us. After the words, Chen Bin pulled out her cell phone and played the recording she had just made, including her statement that the company could put that hat on her. Gao Yuan's face swished pale. Damn it, he even secretly recorded it, it's really hard to defend against it. Oh my god, what the hell did I just say? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became inside. She had exposed the company's shady secrets, and if this were to spread online, the company would lose at least $1 billion or even a few $1 billion in market value. Even the court president would be pulled down. Based on these 2 points alone, even if the company didn't kill her, the court president would have to kill her. This is not an exaggeration at all, no one understands the company's nature better than she does, saying it's an insurance company, but in reality it's a triad society with a legal cloak, and it's ruthless. Even if the company can suppress this possible public opinion storm, she will definitely be punished. It's over. It's completely over. Are you not ing blind, how do you play so 6 on your cell phone? And Kursin and Huang Ying, on the other hand, had glowing eyes. Originally, they were both desperate, do not hold half a hope for the claim, who knows Chen Bin wave of operation, directly reversed the situation, the peak turnaround. Chen Bin is powerful, Chen Bin is mighty, Chen Bin is the longest. Does Gao Yuan have a choice now? The answer is of course no. She tore up the evaluation form she had just made and said with a sincere face, Mizzen, there was a mistake in the evaluation just now, let's re-evaluate. And Ko Xian smiled, good. Chen Bin, on the other hand, said indifferently, Miss Gao wouldn't think that everything would be fine with a reassessment. What about the psychological damage you caused to us, aren't you going to make it up to us? Gao Yuan took a deep breath and said, the amount of compensation will be reported at the top. Chen Bin, what else? Gao Yuan, Mr. Gao, if you are a good person, you can meet us in the future. Chen Bin, oh, is this the attitude you usually have when apologizing to people? Gao Yuan read temperature, but do not dare to attack, can only bear the anger and said, yes sorry, I know wrong. I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong. Chen Bin sneered, you are not wrong, you are just afraid. The arrogant and domineering Gao Yuan, at this moment finally lowered her noble head. Mission objective found, binding successful. Mission target, Gao Yuan. Height, 174. Face value, 83. Heart value, 50. Daily task, coerce her to have dinner with you. Chen Bin. System, you are also really hungry, you can swallow anything. In other words, Gao Yuan hated herself so much that her heart value reached 50, a record. However, this also gives Chen Bin a strong desire to conquer, so that a person who hates himself so much, prostrate at his feet and let himself be ravaged, think about it is exciting. Gao Yuan was worried that Chen Bin would continue to make things difficult for himself, and hurriedly said to Kursin, Missen, can we continue with the evaluation now? And Kursin nodded her head. Finally, after some evaluation, Gao Yuanyuan set the compensation at $2.45 million. It was 450,000 more than in Kursen's mental expectation.
Chen Bin is still dissatisfied. Mr. In, where did you put the 500,000 cash I lent you? Not put in the warehouse. And Kursen immediately nodded, yes, how I forgot this crop. There is still 500,000 cash in the warehouse, and it was burned up in a fire. Gao Yuanyuan angry crab pain, this acting is too poor right, this with robbing the bank what is the difference not, robbing the bank are not as fast as they come to money. She dared not say anything, only gritted her teeth and said, okay, then 2.95 million. Chen Bin, you don't 2.95 million, let's erase a zero to get a whole 3 million, don't say I'm not close. And Kursen and Huang Ying both laughed, but Gao Yuanyuan was furious, is this how your mom taught you to round up? Gao Yuanyuan looked at Chen Bin and said, then, Mr. Chen, can you delete the recording now? Chen Bin, no hurry, wait until the compensation money arrives. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Chen Bin and said, can you delete the recording now? Gao Yuanyuan reluctantly agreed, then can I leave you a cell phone number, I will keep you posted on the progress of the claim. Gao Yuanyuan reluctantly agreed, can you leave me a cell phone number? Chen Bin still wants to coerce her to have dinner with him, so leave her a cell phone number so that she can get in touch with him. After leaving her cell phone number, Gao Yuanyuan fled. Chen Bin clearly realized that the car Gao Yuanyuan was driving was Chu Yuhan's new boyfriend's BMW 5 Series. The same car that blinded him a year ago. Chen Bin gritted his teeth, this Gao Yuanyuan also know Chu Yuhan's new boyfriend, their relationship must be very close, otherwise the other party could not lend her the car. The price I just asked for is still too low. Must find out the relationship between the two. And Koxian excitedly patted Chen Bin arm, Chen Bin, good job, you have helped me a great favor, I really do not know how to thank you only good. Don't worry, when the compensation money arrives, I'll immediately give you the $500,000. Chen Bin quickly excused himself Mizan, that is your compensation, how can I take it? And Koxian said, alright, Chen Bin, don't push back. You've helped me enough, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to get the $2 million. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Bin will do as he is told. Mission objective, and Koxian. Heart value, 20. The heart value is only 20, and Koxian is worthy of being a teacher, her determination is strong. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Chen Bin Dao, by the way, Mr. In, is your clothing factory still short of manpower? Huang Ying is now looking for a job internship, she is studying accounting, I want to introduce her to work in the garment factory. And Kursen said, there is a shortage, and it is an urgent shortage. Clothing factory this time business is not good, ran a lot of manpower, I am under the lack of an accountant. Aben, you have done me a big favor. Chen Bin laughed, Nizin you're welcome, I also want to thank you for arranging a job for Huang Ying. And Koxian laughed, look at what you said, you are also the boss of the company you recommend employees is your right. Mission objective, Huang Ying. Devotion value, 50. 50, finally 50. Chen Bin was thrilled, 50, it meant that she could accept her boyfriend's identity within her heart. As long as he confessed, she would definitely agree to his pursuit. Daily task completed, reward, 40 dispel charm value. Huang Ying gratefully said to Chen Bin, thank you for introducing me to this job is very important to me. Don't worry, I will definitely do a good job and will never let you down. Chapter 43, The Truth About the Car Accident. Chen Bin laughed, you are welcome. Then, I won't bother you guys hurry up and get busy, I'll go first. Huang Ying quickly said, Bing, I'll see you off. And Kursen also said politely, I'll go to see Chen Bin off, it's faster to drive. Huang Ying hurriedly said, I have modified my electric car, it is also very fast, right Aben? Chen Bin nodded approvingly, well, fast is indeed fast, but the fall is also really painful. Huang Ying immediately blushed, nasty. In the end it was Koxian who drove Chen Bin. The car smelled good, perfume mixed with body odor, the flavor of hormones. Mission objective, Koxian. Daily quest, guide Koxian to offer a deep kiss. Reward 40 exorcism value. Chen Bin. Dog system, come out, I promise not to kill you. And Kursen's devotion value is only 20, how can she take the initiative to kiss me? Every time you release a task, you have to spit it out, are you tired of it? This system cultivates male gods, not trolls. Please note that. I'm being lectured by a system? I'm being lectured by a system? After all, the task still needs to be done. Chen Bin's head was big, how should he open his mouth to guide it? Let's create an ambiguous atmosphere first. Chen Bin said, Teacher In, there is something I have to tell you, I broke up with Yuhan. And Koxian nodded, well, I've already heard about it. Chu Yuhan lied to you about the house, this matter is indeed unseemly of her. By the way Bin, I see that Huang Ying seems to be quite interested in you, you can try to pursue her. Of course, Chen Bin will not tell the truth. He still has to cheat in Koxian, let her know that he is pursuing Huang Ying, then he and she will have no chance at all. And, Huang Ying is almost your daughter-in-law, you even let me pursue her. Chen Bin laughed and said, Mizan, don't laugh. I'm just a blind man, how could she possibly look at me? Besides, I don't have any feelings for her. And Kuxian hurriedly reprimanded Chen Bin. Bing, how can you say that about yourself? Although you can't see, but you are handsome, sunny personality, and still the big boss of the garment factory, there are many girls who pursue you. Chen Bin sighed. Mr. In, you don't have to comfort me. Do you think there are really girls who can look at a guy like me? And Kuxian said, don't worry, there are definitely many girls who will like you. There are many college students in my clothing factory, if you don't mind I can introduce you. To be honest, you have a special kind of personality charm is very attractive, the teacher to be a few years younger, maybe also will be moved. Her intention was to comfort Chen Bin, but after she finished, she realized that it was a bit ambiguous, and blushed. Chen Bin was overjoyed, there is a show. He struck while the iron is hot. Mizzen, I think that if two people truly love each other, age is not a problem, what do you think? And Kuxian's face suddenly turned even redder. What did Chen Bin mean by this sentence? He couldn't be taking his words seriously. Age was not an issue, was he hinting at himself? It must be so. And Kuxian, what nonsense did you just say? He is your son's classmate, a die-hard friend. The atmosphere in the car became very delicate. Fortunately, the two of them arrived home. And Kurson seems to get salvation, quickly said, Bing, home, you get off. Chen Bin is emotionless, just look at Kurson affectionately, and teacher, you have not answered my question. And Kurson pretended to be confused. What question? Chen Bin said, if two people truly love each other, is age a problem? Mission objective, and Kuxian. Heart value, 28. The heart value has risen again, the ambiguous formula really never goes out of fashion. And Kuxian's flesh eyes were visible as she tensed up and her breathing intensified. She looked at Chen Bin's broad shoulders, sturdy muscles, angular handsome face. Damn, it was the feeling of the heart. How can you, this is your son's classmate. She was torn to the extreme, how should she answer? Answer that age is not a problem? Wouldn't this be too ambiguous? What if he really pursues himself? Answer age is a problem? But such a sunny and handsome little puppy, she did not want to give up. In the end, after a fierce mental struggle, and Kurson still returned, in front of true love, any obstacle will not be an obstacle. Chen Bin smiled, thank you Mizzen, I will try my best. And Kurson's face reddened to the root of her neck, what are you working hard for? Chen Bin's hint was too obvious, right, he really wanted to pursue himself. Finished, what should he do? It was too early to guide Kuxian to kiss herself, after all, her heart value was only 28. If he really put forward this request, it might be too late and cause her to be disgusted. Hurriedly cannot eat hot tofu, Chen Bin can only get off. Mizzen, you first go busy, some other day I will ask you to dinner. This is the start of a date? And Kurson gently then kicked the gas and fled as if leaving the scene. Teacher in, I will definitely chase you into my hands, I said. Just then, Chen Bin's phone rang, it was his dead friend Lu Hao calling. Chen Bin answered. He did not speak, Lu Hao head and face as a scolding. Son, we are finished, we are completely finished, you a big pit goods, you pit dad miserable, grass. Chen Bin shocked a hand, rat, what's wrong? Did the traffic police give you a hard time? Lu Hao, more than difficult, I was almost killed alive by him. What? Chen Bin froze, what are you talking about, how dare the traffic police violent law enforcement? Besides, I've made all the arrangements. Lu Hao, he was not beaten in the capacity of traffic police, but in the capacity of my father. Chen Bin, bull? As far as I know, I'm your real dad, your only real dad. Lu Hao, roll. You think I'm joking with you? Lu Long is my dad, my real dad. Chen Bin. Coincidentally, this is not. The water washed the Dragon King temple, the family does not recognize the family ahaha. You kid hide deep enough even an official second generation, before how not to say to dad. Lu Hao, my father did not let me say out, worried that you trust him to do things. Chen Bin, this is not my fault, to blame on your mouth tight. Lu Hao, your grandfather. This thing you say how to do it, no 2 lotus flowers cannot be solved. Chen Bin quickly said, no problem, 2 lotus flowers is a small amount. Lu Hao, you do me a favor, ask Uncle Lu, when the car hit me, is not a BMW 5 Series, tail number 6678, the owner is not called Goodbye. Lu Hao sighed and said, Bing, my father just told me all about you, the person who hit you back then was indeed Goodbye. He was also a student at our school, 1 year below us. It's really him. Chen Bin was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Chu Yuhan was indeed with her enemy. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Bing, I have to explain to you about the truth of what happened back then, you may not be able to accept it, so prepare yourself mentally. Chen Bin, have something to say straight, don't be a mama's boy. Chapter 44 The truth of the car accident came to light. Lu Hao said, in fact, in the beginning, your eyes have a chance to regain their sight, but it will cost a lot of money, at least $500,000. Goodbye's family did not want to take so much compensation money, so they bought the doctor, said your eyes cannot be cured. My father also only knew about this last month. What? Chen Bin heard a bunch of grass mud horse roaring through. Sacrificing one's life's happiness for less compensation is something a human being can do. Their family is a bunch of animals. Straw mud horses. He couldn't help but curse out under the emotional excitement. Lu Hao was busy comforting Chen Bin. Bin, things have been over for so long, don't take it to heart. And this Gu Debai's family is a little powerful, we are not his family's rival, so you do not want to retaliate, so as not to cause trouble for themselves. My dad wouldn't let me tell you about this, but I don't think it's something I should keep from you. Chen Bin took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his emotions. Revenge, must have revenge. Even this instant, he even thought of a way to take revenge. However, he didn't want to tell Lu Hao, lest Lu Hao worry and block himself. He forced himself to be calm and said, well, I know rat, thank you for telling me the truth. By the way, do you know about Gao Yuan? She seems to be very close to Gu Debai. At the mention of Gao Yuan, Lu Hao also became angry. Gao Yuan, of course I know, she is Gu Debai's mother. She's Gu Debai's mother. Chen Bin was shocked, it can't be, Gao Yuan doesn't look older than Gu Depak by 10 years. Lu Hao said, she is not Gu Debak's real mother, but his young mother. Gu Debai's real mom died 2 years ago, and then his dad married Gao Yuan, who was more than 10 years younger than him. Chen Bin suddenly realized, oh, so that's it. But when it comes to Gao Yuan, you're gritting your teeth, you have a deep grudge against Gao Yuan. Lu Hao, Gao Yuan used to be my neighbor, the goddess next door in my heart. I haven't even had a bite yet, but she was married off by that animal. Sooner or later, I want to be a review of the father of Takbai, wait for me to take revenge for you. Lu Hao has saved up a lot of anger, and he can't stop rambling. I heard that the goddess is not doing well in the Gu family. Gu Debai's father has a serious tendency to violence, to Gao Yuan either beating or scolding, and do not give her much money, she is self-reliant. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Luckily, God has a good eye. Gu Debai's father is suffering from a terminal illness and has no more months to live. I heard that he made a will long ago and gave most of his property to Gu Debai, leaving only a small portion to Gao Yuan and her youngest son. By the way, Bin, Gao Yuan was not involved in your car accident, she even persuaded the Gu family to give you more compensation, don't blame her. Chen Bin smiled. I didn't expect Gao Yuan and her youngest son to have such a low status in the Gu family. In that case, not only were he and Gao Yuan not arch rivals, they were even comrades on a united front. They both have a common enemy, Gu Debai. Why don't you use Gao Yuan to get back at Gu Debai? Once Gu Debai got into trouble, both he and Gao Yuan would benefit. The revenge plan in Chen Bin's mind became more and more perfect. Chen Bin smiled and said, rat, thanks, the information you provided is very useful to me. Don't worry, I'll take the heat for you. Lu Hao instantly panicked, Chen Bin, don't mess around. You won't be able to defeat the Gu family, and you might even get a backlash. Chen Bin, come on, I know what I'm doing. Lu Hao panicked, Chen Bin, I know you're angry, but don't be angry, listen to me. Even if we want to retaliate, we cannot blatantly to retaliate, we can find an opportunity to knock the stick. We can find an opportunity to knock down the guy. We'll figure it out together, but don't mess around with it. How can I live without you? Chen Bin, don't worry about it, deal with them, don't need me personally, hang up ah. He hung up the phone directly. Lu Hao called several times in succession, Chen Bin did not answer. Gu Debai, wait to bear the wrath of the old man. And Gao Yuan will be the trigger to ignite it. Just then, Qin Xiaoxia came back, followed by Chu Yuhan. Chu Yuhan begged bitterly, Mom, I'm inviting you to dinner tomorrow night, you have to go. Qin Xiaoxia's attitude is tough, no. Chu Yuhan anxious, Mom, we have not long been about it, when I send the first paycheck must treat you to a big meal. Tomorrow I will pay wages, I specifically invite you to dinner, how can you not go? Qin Xiaoxia is still cold, no time. Chu Yuhan, tomorrow is Sunday, how can you not have time? Mom, it's not easy for you to bring me up, now it's my turn to honor you, how can you refuse? Qin Xiaoxia was a bit surprised, when did Chu Yuhan become so conscientious? She still rejected the expression tomorrow I work overtime. Chu Yuhan, overtime also have to eat have a dinner only, not much time. Qin Xiaoxia said, I ask you, when exactly are you going to return the house to Chen Bin? Chu Yuhan realized, so you rejected me because of this, said that broken house I do not see I returned to him, these are proof. She pulled out a large pile of documents from her pocket and showed them to Qin Xiaoxia. Chu Yuhan also dissatisfied muttered, look, these are all kinds of handling fee invoices, I also paid half of the money. These documents are of course all fake, she spent less than $100 to do it. Seeing these documents, Qin Xiaoxia's expression finally eased, can't you still have some conscience? Chu Yuhan said, then tomorrow's dinner party. Qin Xiaoxia said, I'll see what happens. Row. Chu Yuhan said excitedly, I'll call you tomorrow afternoon, let's not see each other. After saying that, she ran out. Qin Xiaoxia pulled her back, stop, there is one more thing, is your new boyfriend the owner of the car that caused the accident back then? Chu Yuhan nodded slightly, yes. Qin Xiaoxia rebuked, how can you be so nice? You just broke up with Chen Bin and threw yourself into the arms of his enemy, don't you think it's a bit too much? Xu Yuhan retorted, Mom, how can you say that? Everyone has the right to choose love. I can't sacrifice my happiness because of Chen Bin. Besides, Chen Bin and I have broken up, we are now passers-by, whoever I find as my boyfriend has nothing to do with him. You. Qin Xiaoxia was furious, a whole lot of crooked reasoning. But she didn't explode, just said, this is what you said, everyone has the right to choose love. So no matter who I'm with, you can't be angry. Chapter 45, The Little Lolita Who Can't Afford to Pay Rent. Xu Yuhan said, that's for sure. Qin Xiaoxia believes her to hell. When she finds out that she and Chen Bin are good, it will be strange if she doesn't make a big fuss. Headache. Qin Xiaoxia persuaded, Yuhan, I see that goodbye is not a good thing, I advise you to break up with him earlier. I know. Xu Yuhan perfunctorily said, then hurriedly ran away. Qin Xiaoxia sighed helplessly, the woman is not a mother, she is now completely unable to control Xu Yuhan. Hopefully, she would not follow in her footsteps. She adjusted her emotions and walked into Chen Bin's room. She apologized, Bing, sorry, I was stuck in traffic and came back late. You're starving, right? Let's go, Auntie will take you out to eat something delicious. Chen Bin smiled and said, Auntie, you'd better give me food below, I'm not used to eating outside. After eating, Chen Bin also arranged a little program, but do not want to go out to eat to waste time. Qin Xiaoxia red haze flew all over her face, brat, teasing me again. That below is eaten? Can it be delicious? She could not help but think about it, her cheeks are getting redder and redder, so charming. Qin Xiaoxia, that's fine, Auntie goes to give you the bottom, you wait here. She hurriedly ran away. She just ran away, Xu Yuhan sent a message to Chen Bin. Dad, done, tomorrow Sunday, send you a surprise, wait for my call. Chen Bin returned an okay expression. Soon after, Qin Xiaoxia ordered 2 bowls of noodles with scallions and oil. Chen Bin was really hungry, so he gobbled them up. Qin Xiaoxia had a lot on her mind lately and didn't have an appetite, so she couldn't eat any more after 2 or 3 bites. Chen Bin pulled her leftovers clean. Seeing Chen Bin eating his own leftovers, Qin Xiaoxia didn't have any resistance, only a happy face. She now feels the warmth of home more and more. After eating, Qin Xiaoxia was about to go to brush the bowl, but Chen Bin pulled Qin Xiaoxia's hand. Xiaoxia, you invited me to eat noodles, I invite you to drink milk tea. His address to Qin Xiaoxia changed from Auntie to Xiaoxia. Qin Xiaoxia sheepishly looked around, found no one, then boldly grabbed Chen Bin's hand. Good I heard that the Honey Snow Ice City out of the new product, let's go to taste. Chen Bin said, I also have a new product, to ensure that you have never drunk. Only the straw is a bit thick, so bear with me. Qin Xiaoxia immediately blushed to the root of her neck, stinking Chen Bin dead Chen Bin, teasing herself again. But she didn't refuse. The taste of the forbidden fruit was mouth-watering. They walked into the room hand in hand. Chen Bin's physique exceeds that of normal people by more than half, and Qin Xiaoxia's small physique is a little overwhelmed. Dead and alive, the whites of the eyes turned up. Pain and pleasure. An hour of lunch break, Qin Xiaoxia, and ran a marathon like. After drinking milk tea, Qin Xiaoxia left as if she was running away. Straightway to run far away, she only long sigh of relief, this brat is simply more fierce than livestock, picked up the treasure. Chen Bin looked at the time, 2:30 p.m, the next step is to prepare for tomorrow's plan. Let Xu Yuhan and Qin Xiaoxia's mother and daughter turn against each other, and take revenge on Gu Debai. The first step was to first take down Gao Yuan and get her to join his revenge plan. He immediately called Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan's tone was nonchalant, Mr. Chen, looking for me? Chen Bin's cold tone said, treat me to dinner tonight. Gao Yuan was immediately furious. You can have dinner if you want, but you still want me to invite you, where did you get the face? She bluntly refused, sorry, no time tonight, some other time. Chen Bin, this is an order, not a discussion with you. Damn you. Gao Yuan almost didn't curse out, who do you think you are, the domineering president? Who do you think you are, a domineering CEO? And you're ordering me around? Gao Yuan disliked angrily, Mr. Chen, if you are a good person, you will be able to meet with me in the future. If you really push me too hard, it won't do us any good. Chen Bin sneered, what, you still want to break up with me? Gao Yuan, if you really piss me off, I can do anything. I'm not kidding you. Chen Bin, hey. Let me guess, you want to snatch my cell phone, destroy the evidence, or even just run me over? I might as well tell you, that recording material I sent to 2 of my friends. One of them is in Tiannan and the other is in Hebei. Once something happens to me, they will expose the recording immediately. I also gave them $500,000 to buy traffic to cast shivers, so you're on your own. You. Gao Yuan was pinned down, dared to be angry but dared not say anything, this bastard is too despicable and shameless. In the end, she could only compromise, okay, you win. See you tonight at 7:30 at the Shangri-La Hotel. Chen Bin, see you tonight. A good start is equal to half of success, this start is very good. Thinking about the wonderful program tonight, Chen Bin was a little impatient.
When he was in the midst of his self-improvement, the door of his room was suddenly knocked on.
Chen Bin, come in. A little loli walked in.
This little loli was also a tenant here, called Xia Shui. She was a loyal cosplayer. However, she hasn't been in the industry for long, her income isn't high, her days are overstretched, and her monthly rent is her biggest expense. She went to an event today, cos Alice from Alice in Wonderland, classic blue skirt and white apron, elegant and cute, even a bit of a maid's flavor. 2 white tender calves, a little baby fat little face, with a pair of round big eyes. How Chen Bin look at her how like underage. Xia Shui, however, insisted that she was 19. Xia Shui had an ice cream in one hand, licking and licking the corners of her mouth with white frost. Xia Shui handed an ice cream to Chen Bin. Landlord Pot Pot, please eat ice cream.
Thanks.
Chen Bin took the ice cream and realized that the ice cream had obvious traces of licking. However, who care, Chen Bin also licked and licked. Xia Shui laughed badly, with a kind of fun of getting away with mischief.
Chen Bin said, Xiao Shui, you came to find me something?
Xia Shui said, I came to pay the rent. She used her mouth to bite the ice cream, freeing her hands to pull out the money. The ductility of this small mouth was quite good. Her left hand pulled out 400 yuan Xiagua coins from her pocket, and her right hand pulled out 4 plutonium coins.
Chen Bin. Nima, she's not going to pay the rent with the plutonium, is she?
This child does not have money, you just say you can use other ways to offset the rent as to take the plutonium to cheat me.
This is not bullying honest people.
Xia Shui mixed the plutonium and Xia coins together, wanting to hand it over but not wanting to, with a torn face. In the end, her conscience overcame her evil, and she put the 4 medals back. She pitifully said, Landlord Pot Pot Pot, the boss has not yet paid me the labor fee, I only have $400 in my hand. Look at this way, I first pay half a month, the rest of the rent when the boss settled the labor fee and then give. Chen Bin does not care about this rent money, he was just about to agree, but the abominable system sound rang.
Task target found, binding and binding successful. Task target, Xia Shui. Task loading. Chapter 46, Gao Yuan Yuan's Hongmen Banquet. Height, 155. Age, 17. Face value, 88. Concentration value 10. Daily task, guide her to cause speed bumps. Reward, 10 dispelling value. Chen Bin. I was so angry that I wanted to call the police. You see what kind of stuff you let people see us, cause cats and dogs can also be cause speed bumps, you let me how to speak. Think about it all, feel shame. Xia Shui nervously pinched the corner of the skirt, as if receiving the trial of the students, her voice whispered, very good, Landlord Pot Pot, please accommodation, your great kindness I will never forget. I really can't open my mouth. Cam. The inhumane system, you are not forcing good people into prostitution, is it fun for you?
For the sake of the mission, Chen Bin finally clenched his teeth and was ruthless, he said in a sarcastic manner, the landlord's family doesn't have any food left.
My only source of income is rent.
If all with you like this, what do I eat and drink, shall not starve to death on the street
Why does it smell like Yang Bailao? Be more restrained, don't be a villain
Xia Shui face aggrieved, bitterly begged, Landlord Pot Pot, I really have no money, this month's meal money have not yet been settled.
You just let me off the hook. I promise to pay the rent as soon as I have money. Chen Bin said fiercely, I am a rent collector, not a horse raiser.
You do not have money does not matter, you can use other ways to pay the rent Xia Shui froze for a moment, a little red warm. The landlord is so horny, how can he make such an unreasonable request, he has watched too many small movies. But, in the face of this cruel reality, Xia Shui also had to choose to compromise. She whispered, why don't we do this, I'll give you a touch of my hand, and you'll forgive me for half a month, how about it?
This is my bottom line now.
Chen Bin suddenly burst into a rage, he righteously said, what do you take me Chen Bin as, how can you have such evil thoughts, at the expense of me treating you as a sister in the past?
Xia Shui once again froze, the landlord Pot Pot so noble character, is his own to a small man's heart to the gentleman's heart?
She tentatively said, that landlord Pot Pot want me to use what way to pay the rent
Chen Bin said, don't you like to play COS, you give me cost something.
Xia Shui instantly exuberant, small case, you said it earlier, we are professional
Say, who do you want me to COS? Chen Bin blurted out, speed bumps.
Xia Shui almost took out her anti-napkin and flung it in his face.
Are you degrading me or insulting my intelligence? Is a speed bump something that can be cosplayed? If you want me to die, just say it, don't beat around the bush. Chen Bin, I'll reduce your rent by half a month.
Xia Shui, don't even think about it.
Chen Bin, 1 month's rent?
Xia Shui, the man with the lower head, my ass. Chen Bin, I'll take care of your ice cream this month.
Xia Shui, deal.
TSK, this is also an unexpected pleasure, this is a senior snack goods
Xia Shui Dao, you wait for me for a while.
She ran away with 2 little legs thumping, and when she came back again, she changed into a striped little short skirt and snake print stockings. She lay on the ground and rolled, deceleration brought, the old driver deceleration Xia Shui's short skirt is relatively hard, the skirt edge of the prongs. Chen saw a small white rabbit probing. And Xia Shui did not have the slightest wariness. Anyway, the landlord and cannot see. Daily task completed, reward, 10 expectorant value. Xia Shui, it's okay, no popery, the speed bump is going to break. Ahem. Chen Bin was busy saying, it's okay, it's okay. Xia Shui hurriedly got up, patted the dust on her body, and also clenched her small fist and pretended to smash Chen Bin's brain, to export the bad gas. Stinky pot, bad pot, you are evil, ah. Chen Bin casually pulled out $1,000, this month's rent for you free, this 1,000 is your ice cream money this month. From her body to earn 10 charm value for nothing, is 100,000, to give her $1,000 without treachery is not business. Xia Shui is a little shocked, $1,000 ah, pot you or package ice cream or wanna package me. Chen Bin waved his hand, get lost, I'm not interested in underage. Xia Shui grabbed the money, said people 19, what underage? Humph, ignore you. She left in a hurry, blushing. That scene just now was so humiliating, but it was so exciting, I wanted to play it again. Damn, this is like being tempered? How could I, Xia Shui, be that kind of person? Mission objective, Xia Shui. Heartwarming value, 30. Chen Bin was dumbfounded, how did this devotion value skyrocket 20 points at once, what the hell? Xia Shui has a masochistic tendency? Another big treasure. Chen Bin had nothing to do next, there were still more than 3 hours before the evening date, he simply explored the system mall. Since opening the primary system mall, Chen Bin hadn't gone to see it yet. Because it was a primary system mall, the goods inside were not very advanced. The National Rich Woman Address Book. National Rich Businessman Directory. Potion of Heart Fondness. The mission target drinks this water, which can make the other party's value of heart fondness for the host skyrocket by 50 points. Licking dog smile, smile at others, they can tell you are a licking dog at a glance. Eye blindness potion, it can make the host's eyes blind for 1 day, and the eye blindness disease can be certified by the 3rd grade hospital. The Secret Book of National Arts. Chen Bin was a bit mad, what was the difference between having and not having this system mall? Rich woman address book, rich businessman address book also even if, this licking dog smile and eye blindness potion what the hell? What the hell is this dog licking smile and eye blindness potion? Blindness potion, so that the host eyes blind for a day I have a disease I spend money to buy a disease. Inside this also on the pouring potion and the National Secret Book is still a little technical content. The goods in the intermediate system mall are more advanced, please upgrade the host as soon as possible. 1,500 value is still missing from upgrading the intermediate system mall. 1,500 value ah, Chen Bin a little despair, this get monkey years and months ah. Time unknowingly came to 7 o'clock. Chen Bin washed and wiped white, to go to the Shangri-La Hotel to go to the banquet. Gao Yuan was waiting at the Shangri-La Hotel. She only wore a small halter today, the chest V-neck compression is very low, shoulder beautiful skin is very attractive. She also put on light makeup, wiping eyeliner and lipstick, sexy and charming. She was ready to play a fairy jump with Chen Bin, to return the favor and pinch Chen Bin. She will lure Chen Bin to a room and then take a video to threaten him. You have a recording and I have a video, let's see who's afraid of who then. She is very confident in her body, face value and charm, I don't know how many rich businessmen and tycoons she is charmed, and she is still afraid that she can't take him, a yellow-haired boy? Joke. But when she really saw Chen Bin, she was still shocked. Chapter 47, The Quiet Before the Storm. Chen Bin in front of her was dressed in a designer suit, wearing a watch on his hand. His body was slender and straight, and the well-tailored suit perfectly outlined his broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted silhouette, with hidden muscle lines. His features are clear-cut, his eyes are deep as ink under his sword eyebrows, giving people the illusion that he is unpredictable, and his high nose and lips have a cold temperament. Mature, charming, handsome, young. All kinds of buffs were stacked up, it was simply a perfect image of a hegemon tailored for women. Is this still the gray-headed young man he met at noon today? It's simply a transformation. It's just a pity that he can't see and so on, he can't see, and how did he come to the banquet alone? It should be that his eyes are not completely blind, maybe he can still perceive some light, she did not think too much. Besides, being blind doesn't affect the face value. Oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. Originally, Gao Yuan's plan was to lure Chen Bin to the hotel, then do some foreplay to pretend and film the evidence. But now she changed her mind, she wanted to go deeper and finish the big show. Chen Bin nonchalantly sat next to Gao Yuan, right next to her. The slight scent of lemon sweat, mixed with the smell of hormones, made Gao Yuan's heartbeat faster. The domineering president fell in love with me, this is the flavor. Chen Bin nonchalantly said, have you ordered food yet? I'm starving. Gao Yuan hurriedly said, haven't ordered yet, been waiting for you. You order the food. The tone of voice invariably has more than a trace of pleasing emotions, this is the power of the boss. Chen Bin casually said, pan-fried foie gras, Australian Wagyu beef steak, French baked lobster, black truffle cream pasta, and a bottle of Dom Perignon. He had already done his homework before he came here, anyway, Gao Yuan treats, to order expensive. You're not going to die, are you?
Gao Yuan didn't feel any resentment, but even increased her devotion. Even the ordering of food is characterized by the strong style of the boss. Mission objective, Gao Yuan. Heart value, 0. Chen Bin was shocked. It should be known that Gao Yuan's previous heart value was 50 now all of a sudden it soared by 50 points and managed to return to 0. Sure enough, women are all face value controllers, and they can't refuse a good-looking skin, let alone hate it. The two had nothing in common and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. In the end, it was Gao Yuan who broke the silence and took the lead. Chen Bin, let me tell you about the progress of the claim. Chen Bin shook his head. No, I didn't come here today for this matter. Gao Yuan looked at Chen Bin with surprise. Gao Yuan looked at Chen Bin with surprise. Then why are you here? Chen Bin said, introduce myself, I am the victim of Gu Debai's car accident a year ago. Gao Yuan was shocked. Gao Yuan was shocked. You are the college student who was blinded by Gu Debai. Chen Bin nodded, of course. Gao Yuan was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained, I wasn't involved in the accident at all, and I don't know how Gu Debai handled it. Is that why you're looking for me? What do you want to do? Chen Bin said, of course I know that you were not involved, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here unharmed right now. Gao Yuan heard Chen Bin's resentment and cautiously said, so, you are not satisfied with the results of the initial handling? Chen Bin said, what do you think? Gao Yuan was silent. I don't know how he handled it. Chen Bin said, my eyes could have been cured, but Gu Debai didn't want to take the money for the cure, so he bought the doctor and said that my eyes couldn't be cured and ruined my life. Do you think I can be satisfied? Gao Yuan's face changed dramatically. There is such a thing? I've never heard of it. If that's true, then Gu Debai is indeed lacking in great virtue. So, you are looking for me to ask for compensation? Chen Bin mocked, what kind of compensation do you think I need to make up for my entire life? And as far as I know, your position in the Gu family is still below the dog. Do you have the ability to move the Gu family's property to give me compensation? Gao Yuan's expression was bleak. Chen Bin's words were rough. His position in the Gu family was indeed hard to say. And now that the old man of the Gu family is going to die, it is a sensitive time to fight for the inheritance, and she dares not move the Gu family's property at will. Gao Yuan sighed, you're right, I really can't afford to compensate you. If you want Gu Debai to compensate you, you'd better show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence, Gu Debai will definitely not recognize it. Even if you have evidence, Gu Debai may not necessarily compensate you. Chen Bin said, compensation? I don't care about his compensation. I'm going to retaliate against him with a vengeance. The pain I suffered will be returned to him 1,000 times over. Gao Yuan was not half worried, but rather she was happy in her heart. She couldn't wait for Chen Bin to kill Gu Debai, who let him bully her like a dog. However, she was worried. Gu Debai's family is very big and has connections in both the black and white worlds. And you are just a commoner who can't see anything. What can you fight with him? So, Chen Bin directly interrupted her, so I need your help. Me? Gao Yuan tensed. We are family, you think I will help you against him? Gao Yuan said nervously, we're family, you think I'll help you against him? Chen Bin mocked, family, do you believe that yourself? When Gu Depak's father was still healthy, Gu Depak might not dare to offend you too much. Now Gu Deb's father is terminally ill, delirious, he took you as a human being? Even the car you drive is a second-hand BMW he's outgrown. And Gu Debai's father made a will a long time ago, giving most of his property to Gu Debai, and what do you and your little son get? Enough for the rest of your lives? Even if you don't think of yourself, you have to think of your youngest son. Chen Bin's words made Gao Yuan's heart pound. She remembers vividly how Gu Debai bullied her. Her status at home is really not even as good as his family's dog, and Gu Debai even dared to call herself a whore, openly and honestly. Moreover, she accompanied Gu Debai's father for 2 years and gave him a son. What could she get? She couldn't even get 1% of the inheritance. Is she willing to do that? How could she be willing? She carefully said, even if I am willing to help you, what can I help you with? We are all ordinary people, what can we do against him? Chen Bin said, I've already planned this. Tomorrow Chu Yuhan will invite Qin Xiaoxia to dinner, and after dinner Chu Yuhan will definitely arrange Qin Xiaoxia to Gu's Orange Hotel. At that time, I want you. He told Gao Yuan his plan one by one. Gao Yuan was stunned to hear that. How could such a sunny and handsome gentleman come up with such a despicable and extreme means of revenge? It's a real gold and jade outside, but it's not the same inside. Chapter 48, the plan begins. Chen Bin said, if you are willing to help me, Gu Debai at least 3 years in jail. Once he squats in jail, the inheritance distribution advantage is definitely tilted toward you. Even Gu Depak's father is now delirious, you have to blow in the ear, get the majority of the inheritance is not impossible. With the big one out of practice, it makes sense for Gu Debai's father to cultivate the small one. Gao Yuan was even more moved. With tens of millions of dollars of assets in her hands, she would be a proper little rich woman. Once Gu Debai's father died, she would be able to find her own little puppy. This is not exactly the life she has been longing for.
Moreover, Chen Bin's plan was meticulous and rigorous, and extremely maneuverable. However, she didn't immediately agree. She said, "Give me some time to think about it, I can't promise you right now." "Chen Bin, as soon as possible, give me an answer before noon tomorrow. I know you are a smart person, I believe that you will not let me down." "Good." At this moment, the delicacies are served on the table. Chen Bin is also really hungry, wolfing down the food. Gao Yuan, on the other hand, didn't have any appetite, and after a few bites, her mind was filled with Chen Bin's plan. Chen Bin quickly finished eating, and once he wiped his mouth, he was about to leave. Gao Yuan took Chen Bin's hand and drew circles on his palm. "Chen Bin, goodbye has ruined your life, and as a mother, I am also at fault, so I want to make it up to you. How about this, I go to open a room, you first collect some interest off." Her chest was still rubbing on Chen Bin's arm, and her eyes were extremely seductive. Chen Bin glanced sideways at Gao Yuan, a deep gully attracted attention. He drew back his arm and said righteously, "Miss Gao, please respect yourself, and please maintain a minimum of respect for me. Chen Bin is a decent person, lifestyle has never been a problem, I do not want you to guide me to make such a low-level mistake." How could Chen Bin not see the little scheme in Gao Yuan's mind? Her previous love value for herself is 50 but also were so sexy and exposed to the single knife to the meeting, obviously ready to pinch their own handle. Chen Bin felt that since his physique had been enhanced, even his brain had become much smarter. Gao Yuan was greatly disappointed, but the desire to conquer in her heart became even stronger. Mission objective, Gao Yuan. Heart value, 10. Daily task, coerce her to have dinner with you, task completed, reward, 20 dispelling value. Chen Bin turned around and left. Gao Yuan clearly saw that Chen Bin precisely avoided the two stools. She exclaimed, "Chen Bin, your eyes are healed?" Chen Bin turned around and smiled evilly. "I think you'll keep this secret for me, just like I'm keeping your secret. Dog, threatening me again." Gao Yuan was furious. Chen Bin returned to the rental room. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Xiaoxia was waiting in the hall. Seeing that Chen Bin came back, she hurriedly went forward to help him and blamed, "Bin, where did you go at this late hour? I told you not to go out alone at night." Chen Bin smiled, "I went to the old Zhang noodle shop to eat a bowl of ramen." Qin Xiaoxia said, "Oh, you have eaten then save cooking. It's getting late, so get some rest." Chen Bin said, "Xiaoxia, you send me back to my room." Qin Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. "A few hundred meters of the old Zhang noodle shop can go alone, a few meters away from the bedroom cannot find the door? I don't even care to point you out." She was also a little eager inside, so she didn't refuse. After returning to the room, Chen Bin unlocked the door. "Qin Xiaoxia, Bin, let's forget about it, Chu Yuhan will be back later." "Chen Bin, she hasn't come back by this time, she shouldn't be back." "Qin Xiaoxia, but what if?" "Chen Bin, then keep your voice down." Qin Xiaoxia is speechless and helpless. "You think I want to be so loud? You are blindly below, I can control it?" The next day, Qin Xiaoxia was so sore and weak that she really couldn't make breakfast, so she simply limped outside and bought soybean milk donuts. Looking at Chen Bin devouring, Qin Xiaoxia smiled happily. "This kid can eat and can do, he really found a treasure." Qin Xiaoxia tentatively said, "Bin, discuss something with you. Today Chu Yuhan sent the first paycheck to invite me to dinner. I am going to show my cards to her during dinner and show our relationship." When Chen Bin heard this, he was anxious. How can this work? If Chu Yuhan knew that he was her cheap old man, his plan would be completely lost. Not only would he not be able to turn mother and daughter against each other, he would also not be able to take revenge. The loss would outweigh the gain. Chen Bin hastened to persuade, "Xiaoxia, I am not ready, so tonight you still temporarily do not tell her. Let's still follow the good advice and reveal it to her little by little, so that she is more likely to accept this reality." Qin Xiaoxia heard, quickly agreed, "Good." In fact, Qin Xiaoxia does not want to show her cards to Chu Yuhan so quickly, she is not ready. She was purely worried that Chen Bin had a grudge, and her delay in publicizing this matter made him feel uncomfortable, so she had to do this. Now that Chen Bin had said so, of course she readily agreed. After breakfast, Qin Xiaoxia hurried off to work. Just after she left, Gao Yuan called Chen Bin. Chen Bin answered and smiled, "Miss Gao called me so early, I'm sure she has good news for me." Gao Yuan said, "I'm joining your program." Chen Bin smiled and said, "Happy cooperation." Gao Yuan, happy cooperation. Looking at the clear sky outside the door, Chen Bin stretched his waist. Today is really a good day for revenge. Meanwhile, Orange Hotel, the most luxurious presidential suite. This was the exclusive suite of Gu Debai. Gu Pak, who had tossed and turned all night, opened his eyes and felt weak, as if he had been emptied. Chu Yuhan woke up a long time ago, and her panda eyes were obvious. Gu Debai laughed, "Baby, didn't sleep well last night? Why are the panda eyes so heavy?" Chu Yuhan said, "I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I've been reviewing our plan in my head." Gu Debai smiled and said, "Don't worry, our plan is seamless, rigorous and meticulous, will never go wrong." Chu Yuhan sighed, "But I thought about it, we still overlooked a very important risk factor." "Oh?" Gu Debai was surprised, "Tell me, what is the risk factor?" Chu Yuhan, Chen Bin.
Goodbye, is the dead blind man who was hit by me a year ago? Chu Yuhan nodded, yes.
Now that my mom is taking special care of Chenbin, I'm worried that my mom will bring Chenbin along to the banquet. If Chenbin pesters my mom, our plan will be completely ruined.
Goodbye laughed, I don't know what to think, it's just a blind man. Don't worry, I'll take care of the blind man. Chapter 49 Qin Xiaoxia to Hongmen Banquet. Chu Yuhan nodded, Gushao, no matter how much it costs, you must stop Chenbin, must not ruin our whole plan because of him. Goodbye, don't worry, if I can't even solve a dead blind man, I won't be worthy of my family name. By the way, Yuhan, after today's incident, your godfather and your mom will be in the same boat, then you must introduce me to your godfather. If I can work with this kind of big shot, my hotel business will definitely rise. Chu Yuhan, don't worry about it. The two of us will soon become a family, your family business is my family business, I certainly will not be slow. Goodbye smiled and hugged Chu Yuhan, it's good that you can think this way.
My dad can't stay up much longer, my family's industry will be taken over by me in the end, and you are the deserved hostess, I will definitely treat you well then.
Chu Yuhan is shy and ready to bloom, why don't you be nice to me now?
Goodbye's waist vaguely generalized weakness up, this or not or first eat some breakfast pat it, I'm starving.
Chu Yuhan smiled and nodded, good I point takeout.
Smile on the face as a lady, the heart is very upset, Goodbye anything is good, is too weak, simply cannot satisfy themselves. But with tens of millions of family property then, this little regret and what is it?
Goodbye said, point what takeout our hotel has breakfast service, I make a phone call.
After the two ate breakfast, Goodbye also on a good bit of things do not say a word, just seriously cautious and Chu Yuhan re-examined the plan, to ensure that nothing is wrong. They stayed at the Orange Hotel until 6 o'clock in the evening, after which they split up. Chu Yuhan, in her own name, opened a presidential suite at the Orange Hotel, and then drove Goodbye's newly purchased Audi A8 to pick up Qin Xiaoxia.
Goodbye's second-hand BMW was thrown to his little mom Gao Yuan to drive.
Goodbye found two friends on the road to watch over Chenbin, lest he pester Qin Xiaoxia and affect their plans. The two of them are under the watchful eye of Gao Yuan, who is not aware of the fact that the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. Just after the two of them left, Gao Yuan sneaked into Goodbye's exclusive presidential suite and did some maneuvering. Afterward, she slipped into the presidential suite owned by Chu Yuhan and drummed up some more. After doing all this, she was a bit weak, her heart was racing and she was sweating coldly. Let's hope the plan works, if it fails she can't afford to fail. She called Chenbin, everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. Chenbin, OFUK, wait for my good news. After that all Chenbin has to do is wait. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Not long after waiting, an Audi A8 parked in front of the rental room. The window was lowered, but it was Goodbye and two fierce young men. Chenbin's heart thumped, oh no, the situation has changed. Goodbye was worried that he would jeopardize their plans, so he had come to keep an eye on him? If he couldn't get rid of them, not only would his plan go down the drain, Qin Xiaoxia would also be in danger. It's not as good as God's plan. Damn, no matter, even if he killed them, he had to get rid of them. Although his physique had been enhanced and was more than half as strong as that of an ordinary person, it would be difficult enough to deal with three young adults. His brain spun frantically, and soon the plan came to him. His biggest advantage was that he had regained his sight and the other party was unaware of it, so let's utilize this information difference to solve them. Chenbin plotted in his mind. At the same time, Chu Yuhan drove an Audi A8 and received Qin Xiaoxia from the BMW 4S store. Qin Xiaoxia's attitude towards Chu Yuhan was a lot better. Although Chu Yuhan was usually more rebellious, she still knew that the first paycheck invited her to dinner, she was more or less conscientious. Her own efforts and hard work over the years had not been in vain. Chu Yuhan brought Qin Xiaoxia to the Shangri-La Hotel. The reason why she chose this place was that this hotel was only one road away from Goodbye's family's Orange Hotel. When Qin Xiaoxia got drunk, it would be convenient for her to bring Qin Xiaoxia to the Orange Hotel. The meal Chu Yuhan ordered was sumptuous. Halal flounder, cashew double fresh, nourishing mutton, sea cucumber roasted hoof tendon, taihu sauce plate duck. Qin Xiaoxia a little distressed, Yuhan, just the two of us to eat, you point so many things to do, or in this 5-star hotel, surely have to spend a lot of money it. Chu Yuhan said, Mom, don't worry about the money. Compared to what you've paid for all these years, this meal money is nothing. You've been paying for me silently, never enjoyed, today we have a luxury. You're a child, you really don't let people worry about Although she blamed, but her heart is still doubly pleased. Chu Yuhan finally grew up. Chu Yuhan took out a bottle of Jiananshan. Mom, it's a rare day to be happy, let's drink. Qin Xiaoxia frowned, a difficult face. Yuhan, you know that Mom never drink, especially white wine. Chu Yuhan begged, Mom, in fact, I have a bellyful of words to say to you, but have not been able to speak. Today, let's drink a little bit of wine, to boost the mood and courage, we communicate well with each other. Looking at her sincere eyes, Qin Xiaoxia still did not have the heart to refuse. Yes, these years she has been busy, never communicate with Chu Yuhan, the misunderstanding between the two misunderstanding is too much.
Today, she was able to open up once and for all, which could enhance their relationship. By the way, it was also good to take the opportunity to reveal to her about herself and Chen Bin. Qin Xiaoxia agreed. In order to curry favor with Qin Xiaoxia and get her to drink more, Xu Yuhan said a lot of words against her will, thanking her for her contribution, thanking her for raising her, and so on. Early accustomed to the rebellious Qin Xiaoxia, hurt Xu Yuhan's heart, but also a little flattered. That like to go against him against the girl, all of a sudden grew into a well-behaved and understanding of the little cotton-padded. How can Qin Xiaoxia not be touched? Happily, she drank 2 more cups. There was a lot of chatting between the two. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Qin Xiaoxia looked at the time, a little unfinished. Yuhan, with your words today, Mom's previous suffering and tiredness is also worth it. Mom still has a lot to say to you, but it's too late today, let's go home first. We'll talk about it later. Xu Yuhan also drank a lot of wine, drunkenness, she hiccuped and said, Mom, I've been drinking, I can't drive. Of course, the drunkenness was all pretended by her. Qin Xiaoxia, what else to drive? Let's take a taxi back. Xu Yuhan said, Mom, let's not go back today, let's stay at the hotel. The 2 of us sleep in the same bed, let's communicate properly. If we don't empty the words in our stomachs today, I can't feel good in my heart. Xu Yuhan's bitter plea let Qin Xiaoxia's heart soften. She has never been good at rejecting others, especially Xu Yuhan. She nodded, also good. Xu Yuhan was overjoyed and brought Qin Xiaoxia to the nearby Orange Hotel, taking her into the presidential suite she had opened. Chapter 50, The East Window. Qin Xiaoxia wind up, hazy consciousness, yawning, a little heartburn. Xu Yuhan was busy pouring Qin Xiaoxia a glass of water, then while she wasn't paying attention, she dropped 5 drops of fly water into the glass. Mom, have a sip of water to relieve the alcohol. Thank you, thank you. Qin Xiaoxia's speech was slurred as she took the water and drank it. Xu Yuhan had a smug look on her face, the plan was more than half successful. She said, Mom, you lie down and rest first, I'll go to the car to get makeup remover. Aha! Qin Xiaoxia felt weak and paralyzed on the bed at once, her consciousness drowsy. Xu Yuhan hurriedly left the presidential suite and sent a message to her godfather at the first opportunity. Godfather, come to the Orange Hotel 606 presidential suite, I prepared a little surprise for you. Remember to be compassionate. Chen Bin, be right there. Rental room. Chen Bin received Xu Yuhan's message and knew that the time was right. He picked up a pot of hot water that had just been boiled and headed outside. Inside the Audi A8, the drowsy Gu Dubai saw Chen Bin making a move and instantly woke up quite a bit. What is this guy going to do? At this exact moment, Xu Yuhan sent him a message, done. Gu Dubai was suddenly exuberant. Xu Yuhan's side is done, now it's his turn to show off. In fact, he had wanted to beat Chen Bin a meal, the thought of his own woman with him for 2 years he was angry. The reason why he didn't do it just now was because he was worried that if he hit Chen Bin, he would alert Qin Xiaoxia and disrupt their plans. Now that Xu Yuhan's side had been taken care of, it was time to teach this prodigal son a lesson. He said to his 2 companions, make your move. The 3 of them gawked intently as they headed towards Chen Bin. Gu Dubai's bad taste came up as he stretched out a foot, wanting to trip Chen Bin. Chen Bin sneered in his heart, raised his leg high, exerted his whole body's strength and stepped down heavily. Ah! Gu Dubai's heartbreaking screams echoed in the alley. Chen Bin's kick was so strong that he cracked a bone in Gu Dubai's foot. Even Chen Bin was doubly surprised, not expecting his physique to be as terrifying as it was. I'm not sure what to do. The strong man next to Gu Dubai became furious and raised his fist to smash Chen Bin's head. The boiling water in Chen Bin's hand splashed towards the strong man's face. I Nima. The strong man covered his face and rolled on the ground, white smoke coming out. 2 of them had been solved, and there was still the last skinny monkey left. Thin Monkey was in a daze at the moment. He looked at Gu Dubai and the strong man who were rolling on the ground, and his heart roared with grass and mud horses. This is a blind man? Where the hell is this blind? The attack was a bit too precise. He quickly came back to his senses and raised his baseball bat to smash at Chen Bin. Chen Bin was faster and more agile than him, and the water bottle in his hand smashed into the other party's shoulder. Crack! This time, Chen Bin clearly heard the sound of bone cracking. The other party's shoulder must be dislocated even if it was not broken. Skinny Monkey also held his arm paralyzed on the ground screaming. Chen Bin hurriedly jumped into the BMW i7, all the way to the Orange Hotel and sped away. Orange Hotel. Xu Yuhan had been standing guard in the nooks and crannies outside the presidential suite. Finally having the chance to get a glimpse of her godfather, she was still excited inside. Soon, a silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor, and Xu Yuhan's eyes let out a bright light. What a stylish figure, simply like a walking clothes rack, comparable to a professional model, with a special charm and temperament. Qin Xiaoxia must have done nothing in her last life, net stepping on dog, and only in this life did she get so lucky to find such a handsome and stylish man. It was a pity that the other party was wearing a mask and large sunglasses, so he couldn't see his face. But the outline of that face, at a glance, is a handsome man. Just how do I always feel familiar?
Seeing the other party walked into the presidential suite, Chu Yuhan hanging heart finally put down, really is his own cheap old man. At this moment in the suite of Qin Xiaoxia is hot and dry, heart and nameless fire burning her about to explode. She rushed into the washroom, soaked herself into the cold bathtub, but still could not suppress the arrogant flame. Her thoughts were disorganized, her brain was simply out of control, and despite biting the tip of her tongue, the urge was still stronger than ever. She felt like she was going to die. If she didn't solve it in time, it could really kill someone. She ghostly stretched out her sinful hands. But it didn't help at all, and her condition got worse. At the moment of despair, a heavenly voice sounded, Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, are you there? Chen Bin. It was Chen Bin's voice. Qin Xiaoxia was like a drowning person grasping for a life-saving straw, and she desperately cried out with all her strength, Bin, save me, save me. I'm dying. Despite all her strength, her voice was as small as a mosquito hum, she was too weak. But Chen Bin still heard the commotion and rushed into the washroom. The corner of Qin Xiaoxia's mouth was bitten, and her lips were colored redder by the blood. She bitterly begged, Bin, save me, oh, I'm so uncomfortable, quickly save me. Chen Bin hurriedly ran up, Xiaoxia, I will save you now, just bear with me for a while. Next, Chen Bin, disguised as an old Chinese doctor, began for Qin Xiaoxia acupuncture. Acupuncture and moxibustion in the same point. I do not know how many times Qin Xiaoxia's condition before finally some relief. The water in the bathtub was splashing everywhere, and in the end there was only half a tub left. Qin Xiaoxia was so breathless that she felt like a puddle of melted ice cream. She gasped, Abin, thank you, just now I was humiliated, right, let you laugh. Chen Bin comforted, Xiaoxia, what are you talking about, we are a family, what jokes are not jokes? I'm sorry. Qin Xiaoxia sighed, I've never drank white wine before, I'm a little out of shape. Chen Bin interrupted her, Xiaoxia, I think you just should not be drunk so simple. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoxia was a bit puzzled, what is it if you are not drunk? He wouldn't think he was that kind of person. So shy. Chen Bin said, Xiaoxia, what was your reaction after drinking white wine before? Qin Xiaoxia said, I have never drunk white wine, only drink beer. Chen Bin, Baijiu beer essence are the same, are alcohol. What is your reaction after getting drunk? Qin Xiaoxia, I want to sleep. Just after drinking white wine also want to sleep, sleepy I cannot open my eyes. But not long after I came back to the hotel, the sleepiness suddenly disappeared, and I began to feel bad all over my body. Chen Bin, did you drink anything else after you came back to the hotel? Qin Xiaoxia thought for a moment and said, only drank a glass of plain water. After a pause, she added, it seems like it was after drinking the white water that I got hard. Chen Bin followed the advice, did you pour that glass of white water yourself? Qin Xiaoxia shook her head, no, it was Yu Han who poured it for me. Chapter 51, The Truth Comes Out. Chen Bin made a snap decision, Xiaoxia, I think there is something wrong with that glass of white water. Problems? Qin Xiaoxia was curious, it's just a cup of white water, what could be wrong with it? Chen Bin's face was torn, and he wanted to say something several times. Qin Xiaoxia was a bit anxious, Bin, what exactly do you want to say, just say it. At the moment, she didn't think about the drugging aspect at all. The truth is that Chu Yuhan's behavior today is too good, she subconsciously will not think of Chu Yuhan in a bad way. Chen Bin sighed, I don't know how to open my mouth. Let's put it this way, Xiaoxia, aren't you curious as to why I came here? Qin Xiaoxia hurriedly said, yes Bin, why did you come here? I didn't tell you I was here. Chen Bin said, Chu Yuhan told me to come. Chu Yuhan. Qin Xiaoxia was shocked, how did she let you come here? Chen Bin, she didn't ask Chen Bin to come here, she asked her future rich father to come here. Qin Xiaoxia burst into a rage, Chu Yuhan, this rebellious girl, no wonder she made a big offer today, dare I say it was a drunkard's intention. She deliberately got me drunk and then created an opportunity for him. Chen Bin interrupted her, Yuhan, you still don't realize the seriousness of the situation. She didn't just get you drunk, she probably drugged the glass of water you drank. What? Qin Xiaoxia shivered and looked at Chen Bin incredulously, impossible, she wouldn't, how would she dare to? That cup of water, right, the water cup. She was busy looking at the bedside table, the cup she drank water from on the bedside table had disappeared. There was no doubt that Chu Yuhan was worried about leaving evidence and took the water cup away. Then associating it with her own state just now, Qin Xiaoxia couldn't believe it even if she didn't. It turned out that Chu Yuhan was not genuinely inviting herself to dinner at all, not really having a clear conscience at all, not to mention understanding her silent devotion to her over the years. She purely wanted to sacrifice herself to help her get on the side of her big money old man. She even went so far as to drug herself. She's still the same rebellious girl she was before, and she's even gotten worse. Her sweet and caring persona was all created by her on purpose. In her heart, she was just a machine that only deserved silent devotion. This realization made Qin Xiaoxia sad, desperate, and on the verge of collapse. It was as if she heard the sound of her own heart breaking. Chu Yuhan, Yue. Qin Xiaoxia hissed angrily, you deserve to die, you really deserve to die. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks.
Shenbin painfully took Qin Xiaoxia into his arms. Xiaoxia, don't be sad, you still have me, you still have me. Mother-daughter revolt mission progress, 910. Now it's just a matter of the proverbial kick in the pants. Qin Xiaoxia was truly broken-hearted and hugged Shenbin and bawled her eyes out. Shenbin comforted her for a moment before stepping into the main topic. Xiaoxia, don't cry first, I suspect Xu Yuhan still has a backhand. Qin Xiaoxia cried, she has tossed me into such a state, what else does she want, what else can she do? I'm such a fool, a complete fool to believe her flowery words. Oh. Shenbin said, Xiaoxia, think about it, Xu Yuhan went to great lengths to arrange this big show, how can she be willing to stop here? Do you think it is possible for her to install a pinhole camera in the room and take evidence? That way even if you and her so-called big money tycoon can't get together in the future, she can still use this evidence to blackmail a fortune. Qin Xiaoxia's face immediately changed miserably. Just based on her understanding of Xu Yuhan would do this in all probability. She was going crazy, her hands were scrambling around the room. Don't do this to me, don't. Qin Xiaoxia was a very private person, as could be seen from how much she treasured her diary. If this kind of privacy was exposed, she would hate to die. Shenbin quickly said, Xiaoxia, you won't be able to find it by rummaging around like this. Turn off the lights, close the curtains, and when the room is plunged into darkness, turn on the camera to scan. The place with a flashing red dot is probably the camera. Right. A word woke up the dreamer. Qin Xiaoxia immediately did as she was told. Turn off the lights, pull the curtains, and turn on the camera. Soon, she found a red dot flashing in an outlet jack. Her heart also followed the red dot flashing wildly beat up. Don't. But the reality is cruel. She approached, clearly see the jack is a match head-size camera. At this moment, her last ray of hope was completely dashed, and her faith collapsed. She went crazy and smashed the socket, trying to destroy the camera. Beast, Xu Yuhan really should die. Shenbin hurriedly stopped Qin Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, don't be impulsive. This is the only evidence, you destroy the evidence, things will be completely no room for maneuver. Keeping this evidence, the police can still follow the trail and seal the private video. But destroy this evidence, the police cannot do anything, cannot seal the video, privacy may be exposed out. Qin Xiaoxia did not hesitate to grab her cell phone. Call the police, I want to call the police. Shenbin said with a straight face, Xiaoxia, you have to think clearly. If the police get involved, then Xu Yuhan will be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. She is your daughter. Qin Xiaoxia had already been completely disappointed in Xu Yuhan, and the little bit of affection that remained was completely shattered by this camera. Her voice is as cold as her expression. Daughter? Oh, have you ever seen such an inhuman daughter? In order to one's own self-interest, do not hesitate to raise her mother to the fire pit pushed. Daughter? I'll take these years to raise a dog not. She is even worse than a dog, at least the dog will not bite the master. Said Qin Xiaoxia again to call the police. Shenbin busy, Xiaoxia, do not call the police, listen to me. The Gu family is very powerful, even if we report to the police, they will be able to get through the relationship, the big things will be small things will be solved. I'll make a phone call and find someone I know to handle the matter, at least it will be fair. Qin Xiaoxia calmed down, okay, Aben, please. The dog dared to do this to me, she was unkind first, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Mission objective, Qin Xiaoxia. Daily mission, mother and daughter turn against each other, mission completed, reward 40 dispelling value. Task completed. In Qin Xiaoxia's heart, her mother-daughter relationship with Xu Yuhan was completely severed, only hatred remained. Shenbin's only relationship within the official system is Lu Long, the traffic police detachment chief. As far as Shenbin knows, Lu Feng, Lu Long's own sister, is the vice-captain of the security team. Although he did not have much friendship with Lu Long, but now in order to take revenge, he had to use this relationship. As for the favors owed, he would pay them back slowly. Shenbin called Lu Long about this matter. Lu Long was very angry when he heard it, and immediately said that he would greet Lu Feng and let Lu Feng go over to deal with it, and definitely give him a satisfactory statement. Chapter 52, Mother and Daughter Against Each Other. Things are still considered smooth. Shenbin's heart is very clear, Lu Long is in the way of his dead father's face before he is willing to help himself. This favor, also with this help, is considered exhausted. But it doesn't matter, with his own system in place, he can definitely form a stronger and harder network. What he didn't know was that he had already gotten into the eyes of the Chen clan's Miss Chen, who was in charge of half of the city. The security team soon arrived, and the leader was Lu Feng, Lu Long's own sister. Lu Feng was a year older than Lu Long's real age, but she looked 5 or 6 years younger than Lu Long. Her features were somewhat similar to Lu Long's, but combined on her face, she was dozens of times more refined than Lu Long. Valiant and charming, role-playing is definitely something else. The face value was at least 9 points. Lu Feng hadn't dealt with this kind of thing too often. Questioning, investigating, taking evidence, all in one go, familiar. The presidential suite outside the Xu Yuhan confused, what is going on while how to alarm the police? It could not be that the godfather is too fierce, the Qin Xiaoxia played at it. I told him to be compassionate. Xu Yuhan hurriedly broke in, Mom, what's wrong with you? But she just came in and was confused when she saw Chen Bin's figure. How is Chen Bin here? When did he come in? Wait, his clothes are exactly the same as his godfather's, and there is no godfather's figure on the scene. In other words, the godfather he just saw was actually Chen Bin. The real godfather didn't come at all. Then, the one who helped his mother solve the crisis was also Chen Bin? This realization almost made Chu Yuhan explode in place. The setup I carefully laid out, that was for you, you spoiled my big plan. Also, you dare to sleep with my mom, you should go to hell, why don't you go to hell? Chu Yuhan was going crazy, pointing at Chen Bin's nose and cursing, Chen Bin, you bastard, who let you come here? Snap. Qin Xiaoxia rushed up and gave Chu Yuhan a slap without hesitation. This slap was so strong that Qin Xiaoxia's hand hurt. Chu Yuhan was slapped back 2 steps, the slap marks on her face were clearly visible, and it was hot and painful. She covered her face and looked at Qin Xiaoxia incredulously, Mom, you hit me, you dare to hit me? Slap. Another relentless slap, hit you? I will beat you to death today. You dare to drug me, are you loaded with in your head? How the hell do you think, how the hell do you dare? Chu Yuhan's face went green and blue for a while. Damn it, how could Qin Xiaoxia, this idiot, find this out? Just with her cognition, she shouldn't be able to consider this level. Chen Bin. Yes, it must be Chen Bin who told her. Chen Bin, holy your whole family. This dog was ruthless enough, it must have been her who encouraged Qin Xiaoxia to call the police. Of course Chu Yuhan wouldn't admit it, she hissed, Mom, what are you talking about, you're my own mother, how could I possibly drug it? I think you are really senile. Qin Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, still refused to admit, you gave me to drink the water, in the end, what kind of water? Chu Yuhan, of course it was plain water, what else could it be? Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Qin Xiaoxia, bull. I don't even believe in punctuation marks for your words now. Chu Yuhan, I can really convince you, I am your daughter, you do not believe me, who else can believe? Right, who told you that I drugged you? Was it Chen Bin? Well, Qin Xiaoxia, you'd rather believe an outsider than me, do you consider me your daughter or not? Chen Bin, tell me the truth, did you drug my mom and plant the evidence on me? Chen Bin did not say anything, let the two of them to quarrel, the more ferocious the quarrel, the more completely the mother-daughter love break. Qin Xiaoxia scolded, daughter? I don't have such a shameless daughter as you, for the sake of monetary gain, even the mother who raised you sold out, I'd rather raise you than a dog. Chu Yuhan was aggrieved and angry, pointing the finger at Chen Bin, dog, you must be the one who provoked our mother-daughter relationship, right? I'll kill you. After saying this, she really wanted to lay hands on Chen Bin. Lu Feng, the deputy security chief, stopped her, stop. You are Qin Xiaoxia's daughter Chu Yuhan, right? We received a report that you installed a camera in your room to spy on other people's privacy, please cooperate with our investigation. Ah. Chu Yuhan was confused, installing a camera? What camera? I didn't. Of course she didn't, because the camera was installed secretly by Chen Bin, who asked Gao Yuan to plant it to frame her in goodbye. Lu Feng, please come with us and cooperate with the investigation. Chu Yuhan is going crazy, you guys are talking nonsense, simply spitting blood. I'm sick in the head in the room to install a camera, who ate enough to pry into their privacy. Lu Feng Dao, you are now only suspected, you have the obligation to cooperate with our investigation. If you resist law enforcement, we can only force law enforcement. Chu Yuhan to die of anger, you have evidence? Without evidence I can sue you for false accusations. I stayed in this room for less than 5 minutes, how could I install a camera? Chen Bin said, Comrade police officer, I see that this pinhole camera has a transmitter module, so it must also have a receiver. I suggest searching her body to see if there is a receiver. Chu Yuhan quickly said, search, you can search. If you can search it out, I'll voluntarily admit my guilt. If you can't find it, don't blame me for suing you for insult and slander. Lu Feng consulted Chu Yuhan's opinion again and personally searched his body. The results didn't find any so-called receiver. Chu Yuhan said, now what else do you guys have to say? Chen Bin said, this does not get rid of your suspicion, there is a possibility that the receiver you put elsewhere. You fart. Chu Yuhan cursed. Chen Bin lazy to ignore her, but said, police comrades, there is something else I have to tell you, this may be an important clue. Lu Feng nodded, tell me. Chen Bin said, recently, there is a rich businessman pursuing Qin Xiaoxia, but Qin Xiaoxia is not interested in him. But Chu Yuhan wants to be a big shot, and is trying to set up her mother and the rich merchant together. In order to create an opportunity for the rich businessman, she gets Qin Xiaoxia drunk, brings her here, and then informs the rich businessman that she wants them to make love. Gu Dubai is Chu Yuhan's boyfriend, and he is most likely involved in this plan. By the way, this hotel is owned by Gu Dubai, and coincidentally, that rich businessman is also in the hotel business. Is it possible that Gu Dubai installed this camera? He wanted to secretly film the rich businessman's privacy, and then use it to coerce the rich businessman into pulling his hotel business? He had the motive and the timing to commit the crime, he was also highly suspicious. Chu Yuhan's face changed greatly after hearing this, damn it, what Chen Bin said could be true. Chapter 53, Mother's Best Friend. Goodbye, that stupid bastard, how could he do that?
In case she angered the rich businessman's old man, it would completely cut off her path to riches.
Lu Feng looked at the change in Chu Yuhan's expression and realized that Chen Bin's words were not empty words. She said, "We have the right and obligation to line up all suspects. Xu Yuhan, call Goodbye and ask him to come and cooperate with our investigation." Xu Yuhan hesitated. Chen Bin incited, "What? You don't dare? Then Gu Deepak's suspicion is even greater." "Bull."
Xu Yuhan said, "How can I not dare? We are not afraid of the shadow slant. I will call him now. Even if this thing is really Goodbye did, he will certainly destroy all the evidence. It is impossible for them to catch the clues."
Xu Yuhan immediately called Goodbye.
Chen Bin heart cold smile. Xu Yuhan has been introduced into the self-evidence trap. This pincher is not like a game. The phone has just been connected. Xu Yuhan bluntly explained that he was controlled by the police, first to give him a precautionary shot, and then went straight to the point, asking whether the camera he installed. At this moment, Goodbye is a bellyful of fire, and now he is being put on such a hat, he is angry and cursing.
"Put the ing fart. I'm sick of installing cameras," who said. "See, I do not get dead her." Xu Yuhan relaxed a lot, said, "The police are there, you speak politely."
It is Chen Bin said, but also said the nose and eyes, I almost believe it.
Goodbye, Chen Bin, how to be present. Chen Bin, our account is not over. Chen Bin directly interrupted him, "Do you dare to let us search your place?" Goodbye, search. Go ahead and search. If we don't find anything, I'll sue you to death. I live in the 808 presidential suite, go and search. Chen, wait for me.
We'll settle our scores sooner or later.
With Goodbye's permission, Lu Feng led the team to search his presidential suite. With their efforts, they finally found the receiver.
The receiver was plugged into the computer and faked as a USB flash drive, which could not be seen without a closer look. With the evidence, Goodbye's arrest was a foregone conclusion. Next, Lu Feng took Chen Bin, Qin Xiaoxia, and Xu Yuhan back to the station to take statements.
Chen Bin and Qin Xiaoxia rode in Lu Feng's police car, while another security officer drove Xu Yuhan's car and drove her to the police station.
On the way, Qin Xiaoxia was heartbroken, like she had lost half her life.
"It's gone, everything is gone, and my only relative has betrayed me. Bin, I feel so bad."
Chen Bin hugged Qin Xiaoxia tightly. "Xiaoxia, you still have me, I will be your heaven from now on.
Even at the end of the world, I will never leave you. I will never leave you even if the world ends."
Qin Xiaoxia's broken heart was slightly relieved, snuggled tightly in Chen Bin's chest, not caring about the strange eyes of others. In the future, Chen Bin is my all, I only live for myself, and Chen Bin will not care about the eyes of the world.
Xu Yuhan in the other car is about to go crazy.
Goodbye is really a complete idiot. How could he do such a stupid thing?
How could he do such a stupid thing?
Just do a stupid thing, how could he be so careless and get caught? If her godfather knew about this, her dream of being a second-generation rich girl would be completely shattered.
Goodbye, if you want to cut off my wealth, I'm definitely not done with you.
At the police station, Qin Xiaoxia told the details of what happened, including the big money that pursued her, including Xu Yuhan's desire to climb the ladder. Of course, she didn't say that the big spender who pursued her was Chen Bin. Because Chen Bin had previously said that the policeman who came was his acquaintance, she didn't want to embarrass Chen Bin in front of his acquaintance. Lu Feng finished recording her statement and said, "Okay, I've recorded it all in detail, we'll find out the truth as soon as possible and give you an answer." After that, her eyes fell on Chen Bin again. "You are Wen Yan's son, Chen Bin, right?"
Chen Bin was a bit surprised. Why did she suddenly mention his mother? Chen Bin nodded, "Yes. You know my mom?"
Lu Feng Dao, your mom and I were high school classmates. Although the university is divided into different things, but there has been contact. By the way, your father's auxiliary police work or I introduced. Chen Bin, doubly surprised, did not expect Lu Feng and his mother still have this relationship.
In that case, Lu Feng should be 45 or 60 now?
But she looks even less than 40 years old, and fair skin, delicate features, tall figure, more youthful.
Chen Bin was puzzled, "But why don't I remember you?"
Lu Feng said, "You were too young at that time, I even hugged you when you were little."
Lu Feng is not smiling even when she is exchanging pleasantries with people. There is a kind of icy coldness that rejects people, as cold as her appearance. Chen Bin nodded, "Aunt Lu, thank you for helping my parents in the beginning." Lu Feng waved her hand, "It's nothing."
Chen Bin, you're not an outsider, so I'll let you in on this.
Goodbye has been controlled by my people. However, Goodbye has someone in the security bureau, and the other party's position is above mine.
Goodbye will surely ask for connections to exonerate him, and the probability of success is very high, such as finding a scapegoat, and so on. There are simply too many ways to do it.
The only thing I can promise you is to punish him as severely as I can. At least his hotel will be shut down for half a month.
And the secretly recorded video, I will be strictly sealed, will not be leaked.
Chen Bin gratefully said, "Aunt Lu, this is enough, thank you."
Chen Bin's purpose is to use the fact that he broke the law to weaken his advantage in the inheritance of the estate, and now the purpose is achieved. Goodbye, squatting or not squatting in jail does not matter much. Shenbin did not think that Gu Debye squatting a few years in jail can atone for his sins. Shenbin also want to kill, such as swallowing his inheritance. He even thought about the plan to annex the heritage, and to implement this plan, Gu Debye really cannot squat in jail. Mission target found, binding successful. Mission target, Lu Feng. Height, 173. Age, 46. Face value, 90. Love value, 0. Daily mission, help her to get promoted and get rich, win the love value, reward 50 charm value. Your sister, this is mom's classmate, how can I go down ah? And I'm a civilian, but also to help others to promote in wealth, the system you also to look down on me. However, he was used to the system of urine, and did not complain much. Lu Feng added, it's good that you understand. By the way, Gu Debye is a vindictive villain, you caused him such a big loss, he will definitely retaliate against you, you must be careful. She gave a few more brief instructions and let the two leave. Qin Xiaoxia and Shenbin walked out of the police station, and found that Chu Yuhan had already come out, and was sitting in the car in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Seeing Qin Xiaoxia, Chu Yuhan wanted to come up and talk to her. Chapter 54, Godfather is here. However, Qin Xiaoxia didn't give her this opportunity, beckoning a cab to stop, and sailed away. Chu Yuhan was furious, and directed a flurry of output at the cab. Only when she was tired of cursing did she return to the car and continue to be gloomy. I wonder if Chen Bin and Qin Xiaoxia have that. I don't know if Godfather found out about today's incident. If he found out about this, he and Qin Xiaoxia would be completely out of the question. Her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, it felt like she had missed out on $100 million. After thinking about it, Chu Yuhan sent a message to her godfather Rui Xingwei, Dad, did you go to my mom tonight? Let's hope he didn't go, so there's still room for things to ease up. She never considered that Qin Xiaoxia would completely sever the mother-daughter relationship with her, so that even if Qin Xiaoxia really got a big money, she could not get the light. In her perception, no matter how big a mistake she makes, as long as she says a few soft words, she will surely be able to win Qin Xiaoxia's forgiveness. In the cab, Shenbin saw the message sent by Chu Yuhan and did not reply. Let her suffer for some more time, so that Shenbin's heart is also balanced. Shenbin is not ready to showdown with Chu Yuhan for the time being, he wants to annex Gu Debye's inheritance. Chu Yuhan is a very important role. When Gu Debye found out that Chu Yuhan pit away his property, he must be very angry, dog eat dog. When Chu Yuhan found out that she pit away the inheritance all fell into the hands of Chen Bin, surely to be angry to death. Not to mention the discovery of Chen Bin is her rich old man this secret. Qin Xiaoxia was completely broken-hearted this time, and didn't say a word on the way. After arriving home, she settled Chen Bin, then returned to her room and cried. Chen Bin didn't bother, she needed to vent her anger. After all, it is more than 20 years of mother-daughter love, all of a sudden broken, anyone cannot accept for a moment. Chen Bin was just about to lie down to rest when he received a call from Gu Debye. Gu Debye was controlled by Lu Feng's people, but still able to call Chen Bin. It seems that his relationship in the security bureau is really not general hard. The phone has just been connected. Gu Debye is a scolding. Surname Chen, you ing have the balls, our thing is not over. The camera was installed by you, deliberately planting evidence to frame me, right? Also, my foot bone was broken by you, I want to break your whole body bones. If I don't kill you, I will not be a human being. Shenbin said lightly, good, I'll wait. If you do not come, I grass your mom. Directly hang up, pull black. And Shenbin prophecy, the next morning, Gu Debye's mom Gao Yuanyuan called Shenbin, begging for days. Gao Yuanyuan, Shenbin, I have good news for you. When Elder Gu heard about Gu Debye, he almost collapsed in anger. He was so disappointed in Gu Debye that he changed his will overnight, giving him only half of the inheritance, with the other half going to me and my youngest son. Shenbin smiled and said, congratulations. Gao Yuanyuan daintily said, I can get these inheritance, are Shenbin your credit, I really do not know how to thank you well. Shenbin laughed, don't you know? What's the old saying, I can't thank you for what you've done, I can only thank you for what you've done. Gao Yuanyuan giggled, well, you are always welcome to come to my home as a guest, my door is always open to you. Shenbin, it's a deal, we'll meet again some other time. After hanging up the phone, Shenbin remembered the message Chu Yuhan sent to himself last night, so he immediately returned it. Sorry, I had to go abroad temporarily last night and negotiated a big order, so I didn't go. I will make it up to you next time. Chu Yuhan excitedly almost jumped up, hanging heart finally put down. Did not go on good things still have room to ease. Chu Yuhan busy reply, Dad, what are you saying, we are a family, what sorry not sorry. We will have many opportunities in the future, do not care about this once or twice. Shenbin, it's good that you can think this way, I thought you were angry. By the way, Yuhan, I learned about your boyfriend's Orange Hotel in the past few days, and it seems that the hotel is preparing to go from 3 stars to 4 stars. However, they seem to have a serious shortage of funds, and it's very difficult to get a star upgrade, so there's almost no hope. Chu Yuhan's eyes lit up. What was the intention of Godfather's initiative to talk about Orange Hotel? It couldn't be that he felt ashamed of himself and Qin Xiaoxia this time, so he wanted to support the Orange Hotel to atone for his sins.
This possibility is very big. Shu Yuhan was overjoyed. Yes, Dad, his family Orange Hotel is indeed experiencing financial difficulties. Thank you for your concern. You took the initiative to bring up this topic. It will not be to pull the Orange Hotel a naughty. Shin Bin, that's exactly what I want to do. But in what capacity am I pulling him along? Shu Yuhan, Dad, we are family. Is this relationship not enough for you to lend a hand? Shin Bin, I mean, in what capacity do I help him as your boyfriend? Shu Yuhan, he is my boyfriend. Shin Bin, just a boyfriend, not a husband. This relationship is not very solid. I am a little uneasy. Shu Yuhan, you mean, as long as I marry him, you can help him? Shin Bin, of course, he became my son-in-law, that is a family I can only take for granted to step in. Otherwise, based on your boyfriend's identity alone, even if I'm willing to step in, my board of directors won't agree. Shu Yuhan busy back, Dad, truth be told, we have been engaged, not long after we'll be able to get a license. At that time you must come to drink a cup of wedding wine. Shen Bin, really? Okay, I hope this cup of wedding wine is not too late. Shu Yuhan, you just please good. Shu Yuhan couldn't wait to share the good news with Gu Depay. Although Gu Debay was in the detention center, he had hard connections and secretly brought his cell phone in. When Gu Depay heard the news, he was also too excited to help himself, and quickly said that he would go with Chu Yuhan to get a license in a few days after he managed to get out of jail. Shen Bin was equally excited. As long as Chu Yuhan and Gu Debay got a license, then his plan to embezzle Gu Debay's family property would be half successful. His plan is very simple. As long as Chu Yuhan married Gu Depay, then she has the right to inherit Gu Depay's family property. Once Gu Debay accidentally died, then Gu Debay's family property will all be Chu Yuhan's. Shen Bin still held Chu Yuhan's hand. Shen Bin also holds the evidence of Chu Yuhan's fraud, which is enough to let her squat for more than 10 years, 20 years, or even life imprisonment, and then they use this to coerce her, still afraid that she will not hand over the property? As for why Gu Debay accidentally died in today's society, what is the difference between the death of a person and the death of an ant? His third granduncle is an obvious example. A while ago, his third granduncle offended a big brother on the road. The result of the next day, his third granduncle was hit by a car and died. The owner of the car that killed his third granduncle was a terminal cancer patient, and he didn't have 3 months to live. The other party would rather go to jail than pay for the loss of his granduncle. Coincidentally, the owner of the car is also related to his brother on the road. When the owner of the car accident funeral, the mob big brother to him with a full 200,000 yuan of money. Nowadays, society lacks everything, but not lack of cancer patients who do not want to die. 100,000 200,000 can buy a life. Bang bang bang. Just at this time, Shen Bin room door was knocked was kicked. Who is it? Shen Bin shouted nervously. Now is a very eventful time, everything should be careful. Chapter 55 Auntie Ching comes to rent a room. It's me, your Auntie Ching. Outside the door came Shui Cheng panting voice. Shui Ching, Qin Xiu's co-worker best friend, the 2 BMWs were bought through her hands. Shen Bin went to open the door. Shui Cheng's red-pointed high heels kicked the door, her hands carrying large bags, tired and sweaty. Sweat-wet white shirt, close to the skin, inside lace suspenders are clear. Chen Bin smiled and greeted, it's Auntie Ching, please come in. Shui Cheng nonchalantly barged in, put down a big bag, a lean back in Chen Bin bed, was a big shape, damn, can be tired of me, first let me slow down. Shui Cheng is still that big-headed hot character, completely ignoring the short skirt her rolled up to the buttocks. Anyway, Chen Bin can't see, so why be so reserved? Chen Bin's blood was boiling a little, he could feel the dark forest laws. He was busy diverting his eyes and said, Auntie Ching, why are you free to come to my place today? Shui Cheng teased, I came over to supervise if you did anything bad. Kid, tell the truth, just opened the door so long ago, is it hiding in the house to do bad things? Jia. Shen Bin blushed a little, Auntie Ching, tell me the truth, what are you doing here? Ha ha. Shui Cheng laughed, you kid also blushed, I said it. Tell Auntie, just now you fantasize hua. Shen Bin was speechless and helpless, he and Shui Cheng could not communicate normally at all. He could only desperately try to change the topic. He kicked Shui Cheng's luggage and said, Auntie Ching, did you bring these big bags here? Why did you bring so many things? At the mention of this, Shui Cheng's expression suddenly became gloomy. Auntie came here because she saw something different. Seeing a good-looking man and wanting to move in with him. Shen Bin, Auntie Ching, you're not moving in with me. Shui Cheng Dao, why, can't I? Shen Bin, yes. But your house is so big, why come to me to squeeze out the rental? Shui Cheng cursed, it is not because of my gambling husband. He seems to have guessed that I reported him for DUI, causing him to be detained, so he looked for his friends to take revenge on me. He forged $1 million bill of debt, and his friends found my house to collect the debt, causing me to be on edge all day, and the police were useless. I have no choice but to take refuge with you. I have initiated a lawsuit, and so on after the lawsuit is good. Shen Bin cried and laughed, Auntie Ching, your husband is really a superb asking other men to take the initiative to harass their wives. Shui Cheng hangs her head in shame, who says it's not, why is my life so bitter I wish my husband was half as good as you.
Chen Bin's younger brother is the most loving, more than $2 million of luxury cars said to send. Chen Bin smiled and laughed, I'm not much, my own brother is only generous, 2 or 300 million said to send, a second does not bring hesitation. Shuo Cheng got up, wiped the sweat on his face, do not talk about him, affecting the mood.
Stinky brother, borrow your room to take a shower. I'm sweaty and stinky. Chen Bin, go ahead. He said, he went out.
Shuo Cheng flirted, okay, don't run around, just stay in this room, you can't see it anyway. If you bump into something, it will be a problem if Sister Xia finds me to settle the score. I just ran into Sister Xia, who went to work and entrusted you to my care. Today you are my person, call me the queen, huh? But the problem is, I can see it now. Chen Bin is about to be torn to death, whether to go out or not, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he was torn, Shuo Cheng swaggered past his eyes, a white flower. What's the point of this? Let's just sit back and enjoy it. Shuo Cheng didn't even close the shower door. To her, it made no difference whether it was closed or not. But for Chen Bin, it was a torment, a test. Chen's younger brother was about to protest and rise up. Fortunately, Shuo Cheng quickly washed and dressed. Stinky brother, why is your face red? Shuo Cheng laughed and teased, is it not thinking nonsense? Chen Bin shook his head, a little incoherent, blush? No. I don't think so. Shuo Cheng said, your face is burning. Say, your blush is not burning tart? Her face was close to Chen Bin's face, and her breath was like an orchid. Chen Bin is going crazy, I am blind, not a eunuch, you net this dead out, who can stand off? Chen Bin got angry, Auntie Ching, don't be like this. If you do this again, I'm not going to be polite. Shuo Cheng daintily said, smelly brother, who let you with me polite? Chen Bin was furious, violently got up and thumped Shuo Cheng to the wall. Auntie Ching, if the tiger is not powerful, do you think I am a sick cat? I'm not sure if I'm a cat, but I'm a cat. Smelling the smell of hormones on Chen Bin's body, looking at the sturdy shoulders, Shuo Cheng is more unrestrained, then let me see, you in the end is a sick cat or a tiger ah. This implies that if Chen Bin doesn't understand it, his brain will grow in vain. Chen Bin loosened the hands supporting his body and pressed towards her. Soft, like cotton. Shuo Cheng closed her eyes and didn't resist, only her voice was trembling. Bin, all the money I have on me has been raided, I can't afford to pay the rent, so I'll take this as a rent payment, okay? Yes. But as he was about to make his next move, an angry voice came from the front door, where's the landlord? Where is the landlord? We want to rent a room. Shuo Cheng immediately changed her face, damn, they even chased us here. Chen Bin glanced out at 3 strong men, each with bare arms, depicting dragons and tigers, with a sense of Kunshin dragon. Dragon reincarnated this is? Chen Bin is furious, bad thing, damn. Seeing Shuo Qing's face of fear and nervousness, Chen Bin comforted, Auntie Qing, you wait here, I will go to send them away. Don't go. Shuo Cheng pulled Chen Bin, they are triads, you cannot afford to mess with, or I step in, they are rushing me, do not involve you. Chen Bin laughed, triad? What kind of triads are they? The real triad is wearing a suit and tie, wearing a watch, laughing and having a scholar without a white man, turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain, only hand to cover the sky, but also low profile and modest. Shuo Qing, so what do they count? Chen Bin. Put. Shuo Qing sums it up pretty well. Trigger daily mission, fighting violence with violence, saving beauty with heroism. Reward, 1 chance to draw a prize. Chen Bin was speechless. Originally, he had planned to win with his wits, but now the system was asking him to fight violence with violence. Fighting violence with violence, could he beat these 3 people? Although his physique exceeded that of normal people, and he did easily solve the 3 men from Gouda by last time. But those 3 people are young, not much experience in battle, and he is to win with wisdom. Chapter 56, Chen Bin was taken in hand. These 3 strong men is not the same, they look from the bottom of the social crawling out, rich experience in combat, against the young tricks, to deal with them certainly not. Hey, can only use the system mall, he remembers the system mall in the National Art Secret Book, this commodity. Chen Bin, redeemed the National Art Secret Book. Ding! The exchange of the secret book of the National Art is successful, deducting 100 charm points. Remaining charm points, 130. Damn, it's a blood loss. A large amount of theoretical knowledge of national martial arts poured into Chen Bin's mind, his brain was bloated for a while, and this bloating pain lasted for a full half a minute. Shaolin fist, long fist, internal fist, Southern School of Martial Arts. Chen Bin was surprised to find that his physique seemed to have increased as well, his agility and reaction speed had all increased. It felt like the knowledge of the national martial arts in his mind, he had practiced it a million times long ago, and had long since reached the realm of human martial arts unity. Strong. I'm going to hit 10. The 100 expectorant points hadn't been spent in vain. Auntie Qing, wait to be conquered by my charm. Chen Bin went out, but Shuo Cheng pulled him back. Bin, you really don't need to cause trouble for me, this kind of person is better not to be messed with. Chen Bin said, how is it unnecessary? You are my tenant, as your landlord, I have the right and obligation to protect your safety.
Shui Cheng, but. Chen Bin ignored her and walked straight out. Shui Cheng had a helpless look on her face, really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Forget it, the big deal is to call the police later. Although the police will not be able to do anything, they will only say that this is an economic dispute and let them go to court, but at least it will guarantee that they will not dare to really do anything. But at least it can guarantee that they don't dare to really hurt Chen Bin. Shui Cheng followed him out. Chen Bin looked at the other side. In the three strong men, the bald man should be the leader, the remaining two people a tattoo of the river dragon, a tattoo of the mountain tiger. The three of them swallowed clouds and mist, seeing Shui Cheng's face full of ill will, smiling lewdly. This kind of person called them all uplifted them. When they were young, they were street thugs, stealing chickens and dogs, fighting and brawling, and now that they are older, they have become old thugs, taking short-term jobs to make a living, and as soon as they have money, they eat, drink, whore, and gamble, and they can't even beg for a wife. The limit of their future is the street bully. Chen Bin coldly said, "No smoking here, pinch the cigarette." Instead of pinching the cigarettes, the three of them smoked harder. TSK, you are the landlord, right? Chen Bin, yes. The bald man said, "We are here to rent a room, don't talk so cold." "How much do you pay per month for this living room? We rented it." Chen Bin coldly said, 100,000. The bald man is happy, good boy, really dare to ask for a lot of money. But it's okay, we rent. His eyes fell on Shui Cheng. "Miss Shui, you can see, we three brothers to rent a room in urgent need of money. Trouble you owe us $1 million back to us." Shui Cheng said angrily, "I don't owe you any money at all." The bald man said, "Your husband borrowed $1 million from us, written in black and white. Your husband personally signed the pledge. You do not recognize not. Even if you sue the court, we also have reason." Said, bald also to Shui Cheng, "Show a note." Fart. Shui Cheng scolded, "This is clearly a collusion between you and that gambler. Forged bills, I do not recognize." The bald man shook his head and sighed. "It seems that Ms. Shui is ready to do this the hard way. Then we can only fulfill you." He forced his way towards Shui Cheng step by step. Chen Bin immediately stopped in front of the bald man. "Stop. This is my home, you are trespassing, get out now." The bald man laughed coldly. "Brat, I advise you to mind your own business, or I will even pack you up." Splat. Chen Bin slap up, steady and accurate, bald turned around in place and then fell to the ground. Cheeks bruised, blood at the corner of the mouth. The bald head is mad. "Young people do not talk about martial virtue. You ing hands first, greetings ah. On, fast ing on, give me to get him dead." The bald head hysterically cursed. Shui Cheng's head is going to explode. Chen Bin is too impulsive he should not have started and hit so hard. The bald three would definitely not forgive him. She immediately took out her cell phone to call the police. The two companions of the bald man rushed towards Chen Bin one after the other. Cross River Dragon swung his arm and smashed Chen Bin's solar plexus. Tiger Wind, this punch even if it does not stun him, but also have to smash confused. Chen Bin reacted quickly, agile, and did not fight with it, but quickly crouched down to avoid the opponent's hook. After that, he almost instinctively performed Shaolin mastery, Luohan sweeping leg, hard bridge, waist and horse, the power is fierce, sweeping leg like a knife cut. Bang! Cross River Dragon's nearly 200-pound body fell heavily to the ground. The lower mountain tiger also came barreling in. He wrapped his arms around Chen Bin's waist and tried to slam Chen Bin into the wall. The lower mountain tiger's weight exceeded Jiang Long's, and its impact could be imagined. Chen Bin was knocked back several steps by him. However, Chen Bin immediately forked his legs and eventually managed to stand firmly, holding his stalemate with his opponent. At the same time, he utilized the 8 Extremes Fist's top heart elbow and slammed his elbows into the back of the lower mountain tiger. Closely leaning against the fight, elbows like hammers, 8 Extremes plus chopping and hanging, gods and ghosts are afraid. Click. It was the sound of the lower mountain tiger's ribs fracturing. The screams echoed in the rental house. Shui Cheng's alarm call was connected, and the other party said, "Hello, alarm center." Shui Cheng looked dumbfounded. "Ah, stinky brother, how so fierce, casually 3 moves, settled 3 big gangsters. And his posture is very handsome, very ornamental, not at all like the scoundrel fighting style. Wait, he can't see? He doesn't look like he can't see. Minato, the stinky brother lied to me, he must have regained his sight." She blushed when she remembered that she had just bathed herself. Mission objective, Shui Cheng. Tilted heart value, 40. What kind of police report is this? Chen Bin broke someone's ribs, you guys come and arrest him? Shui Cheng said to the other side of the phone, "May I ask if your family's guabo is cooked?" Opponent, you've got the wrong number. Shui Cheng, sorry, wrong number. The bald three were also a bit surprised, not expecting his small body to possess such strong explosive power. Fortunately, they were prepared. The bald head immediately pulled out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at Chen Bin's head. "Kneel down and apologize to me or I'll shoot now." Gun. Chen Bin was shocked in his heart and was busy looking at the other party. What the bald man was holding was not a real gun, at best it was a spray, purely handmade.
The principle of this spray is very simple, is the gun chamber stuffed gunpowder behind the steel ball or iron sand, used to fight chickens and dogs, hit people, at best, minor injuries. Of course, if the top of the head hit, it is also possible to cause death. With the bottom of the spray to give, Bald and Angry walked up, spray top Chen Bin brain, dog, you are not arrogant, come on, continue to be arrogant to the master to see. Grass. Today do not give me a need to apologize, I shot you. Chen Bin had a moment of inner panic, but quickly calmed down again, thinking about countermeasures. Chapter 57, Heroes Don't Want to Save Their Lives. He didn't have much of a chance of winning if he went directly to snatch it, and he wasn't prepared to risk his life. It could only be done wisely. He pretended to be scared and said, if I kowtow to you Auntie Ching, don't. He looked behind the bald man in horror. The bald man was shocked, thinking that Xue Qing was going to sneak attack, and immediately turned his head. But Xue Qing stood still and didn't move a muscle. Just now, Chen Bin took advantage of his surprise and dodged the gun sideways first, while reaching out to snatch the sprayer with one hand. He was so fast that the bald man didn't react at all, and even his trigger finger was almost broken by the spray. The sprayer pointed at the bald head. Bald ass, kneel down. Baldhead was furious. You don't talk about martial arts. Chen Bin kicked him twice in the knees, and Baldhead fell to his knees uncontrollably. Xue Qing was paralyzed on the sofa at once. She almost pissed herself when the gun was just pointed at Chen Bin's head. Chen Bin, kowtow and apologize to Auntie Ching, and eat the IOUs for me, or I'll shoot. Me. Baldhead panicked and was incoherent. Over River Dragon shouted, Brother Baldhead, don't be afraid of him, he doesn't dare to shoot. Now as the rule of law society, he shot you will not necessarily die, but he will certainly be sentenced to death. Overseas River Dragon's words allowed Baldhead to regain some sanity. He forced himself to calm down and said indifferently, Kid, you have to think about the consequences. Shooting someone is a capital offense, you are still young, don't go down the path of breaking the law. Chen Bin, so, you are betting on whether I dare to shoot or not? Bald, yes. Ka Ching. Chen Bin did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The firing pin struck the gunpowder, which snorted and ignited with a muffled sound. The bald head held his head and fell to the ground, screaming non-stop. The smell of urine echoed in the rental room for a long time. In fact, Chen Bin had noticed that the marbles in the spray gun had fallen off the moment he grabbed the gun. Without the marbles, this spray is a gunpowder exciter, not much power. But even so, the gunpowder debris still sprayed the bald man's forehead black, and the starbursts burned out some scars. Chen Bin frowned, damn, how did he not die? Oh, it's the marbles that came off. He re-picked up the marbles and loaded the gunpowder pouch from the bald man's body, and re-aimed at the bald man's head. This time there should be no accidents. There shouldn't be any accidents this time. Poof. The bald head was scared to death, and quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Spare my life, good man, spare my life, I am wrong, I really know I am wrong, please let me go. This guy is a madman, the devil, he really dared to shoot off. The horizontal afraid of rash afraid of desperate, this kind of rash and desperate, dare to ask your honor how to deal with? Cut. Chen Bin disdain, I still like you just untamed look, you recover. The bald head continues to kowtow up again, dare not, I apologize immediately. Miss Xue, it's my fault, I'm sorry, I kowtow to you, please let me go as a fart. Chen Bin, what else? The bald head immediately pulled out the note, and without hesitation stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Miss Xue, our accounts are settled, you no longer owe me money. Chen Bin used the spray to vigorously hit the bald head, you're still not honest. Say, this note in the end what happened? Bald head immediately confessed, yes, this note is fake, is Miss Xue's husband with us forged, used to frame Miss Xue. Miss Xue, I was wrong, we won't dare next time. Only then was Chen Bin satisfied and looked at Xue Qing, Auntie Ching, are you still satisfied? At this moment, Xue Qing felt that her body was not her own, out of control and weak. Just now, Chen Bin shot, even though it did not cause any damage to the bald head, it crashed her soul. Chen Bin had actually dared to shoot, and without the slightest hesitation. How could he play with his life so much for himself? Was her own position in his heart so heavy? In the past, she had always fantasized about a hero saving a beautiful woman, but when this was really put on her, she couldn't afford it for a while. If Chen Bin really killed someone because of herself, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, this feeling of being valued was so good. Ever since she was a child, there had never been anyone who dared to fight for her, including her parents. She felt like her heart was going to melt. Chen Bin shouted again, Auntie Ching, what's wrong with you? Only then did Xue Qing get up with difficulty and walked over to Chen Bin, her eyes misty with tears. She hugged Chen Bin and choked, Chen Bin, promise me that you will never do such a stupid thing again. I don't know if I can repay this favor in this lifetime. Chen Bin laughed, Auntie Ching, what are you talking about? A man protects a woman, isn't that the natural order of things? Shut up. Xue Qing slapped the gun out of Chen Bin's hand, promise me that you will never be so impulsive and reckless for me again. Chen Bin helplessly said, okay Auntie Ching, I promise you. Xue Qing hugged even tighter, Bin, thank you, really.
Mission objective, Shueching. Devotion value, 50. Daily mission, heroic rescue, mission completed. Reward, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Please ask the host if he's going to draw a prize now. Her heart value has reached 50, she can accept her boyfriend's identity in her heart. Chen Bin, lucky draw. The lottery page appears. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host, you've won a chance to use the privacy prying skill. This skill can peep into the deepest and greatest privacy of any character. Prying into other people's privacy, this is good, this is good. Whose privacy? Those 3 assholes? Forget it, he's not interested in them. Shui Chang? Auntie Ching is so straight talking, what kind of privacy could she have? Chinbin would be able to get it out of her in just a couple of words. Forget it, this opportunity will come in handy later. The sound of a police siren suddenly rang out and quickly approached this way. Soon, a police car appeared in the line of sight. Seeing the police car, the bald trio seemed to see a lifesaver and quickly ran up to stop the car. Comrade police, help, help! Someone is trying to kill us, save us. The police car stopped and the 3 vigilantes got out. Chen Bin and Shui Cheng immediately frowned, the situation seems a little bad Although it is the bald a few people provoked in the first, but the first move is Chen Bin, strictly responsible for it, is Chen Bin reasonably disadvantageous. And they did not call the police, but the police car appeared here in time, inevitably let people think about it. To know the previous police car patrol, are not much from this through. Chen Bin looked at the badge of the security lead officer, and it was the captain of the security brigade, Wang Kuan. His expression turned intriguing, as far as he knew, Gu Debai's relationship in the security bureau was this Wang Kuan. Now Wang Kuan suddenly appeared here, people cannot help but question, he is not early ambush in the neighborhood, just waiting for this opportunity to revenge Chen Bin, for Gu Debai revenge? Even the bald head to pick a fight and make trouble is also his arrangement. Chapter 58 Peeking into Privacy. Wang Kuan's icy gaze swept over Chen Bin and finally landed on the bald head. What happened here? The bald head immediately complained, Captain Wang, you have to do us justice. We came here to collect a debt, but the other party not only did not pay the debt, but even wanted to kill us to silence us. Look at that gun, it is the evidence of their murder. You have to do justice for us all. Wang Kuan looked at the pistol that fell to the ground, and his expression instantly became alert. He immediately gave 2 men a wink, 2 men hurriedly ran up, one put the pistol into the evidence bag, the other hand holding the electric baton, a defensive face staring at Chen Bin. Wang Kuan looked at Chen Bin, coldly said, you 2 go back with us, cooperate with the investigation, make things clear. Indiscriminate, directly have to take them back, this is not Gu Debai arrangements, Chen Bin upside down to eat. This to really be caught in, he can still have good? Chen Bin nonchalantly said, Wang Captain, you do not ask what happened to arrest people indiscriminately, it is a bit too much. Wang Kuan scolded, please pay attention to your words, I said to let you cooperate with the investigation, never said arrest. This matter involves the control of firearms, belongs to the criminal case, you must come with us. This is the duty that every citizen should fulfill. Chen Bin Dao, the gun is theirs. They broke into the house and wanted to commit a robbery, seriously endangering my life, and I had to strike only in self-defense. Wang Kuan looked at Chen Bin, and then looked at the bald trio, a burst of fire in his heart. Chen Bin unharmed, bald 3 a face bruises, a fracture, in the end who endangered the safety of whose life? Bald 3 people really ing waste, originally counted on them to teach Chen Bin a good lesson, now it's good, they are Chen Bin to clean up, white waste of their own 30,000 pieces of labor. Wang Kuan said righteously, I don't care who the gun is, this matter belongs to the criminal case, you must go back with us, explain the situation, make a statement. Shui Cheng was anxious, hastened to defend, Captain Wang, I can testify, this gun is really bald them, is bald first with a gun threatened Chen Bin. Enough. Wang Kuan angrily rebuked, I've made my words very clear. If you refuse to cooperate, then we can only take coercive measures. Shui Cheng hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Bin, okay, I can go with you guys, this matter is caused by me, it has nothing to do with Chen Bin. Chen Bin is blind, cannot see at all, you cannot take him away. Wang Kuan, that's not up to you. Take them all away from me. The bald trio looked pleased with themselves and hurriedly said, Captain Wang, we will definitely cooperate with you. We can just go to the police station ourselves. Wang Kuan's 2 henchmen grabbed Chen Bin and Shui Cheng, wanting to force them into the car. Shui Cheng bitterly pleaded for Chen Bin, but to no avail. Chen Bin's brain spun quickly, must not be brought in by them. Once inside, Wang Kuan black can be said to be white, forged evidence, forged confessions, they want to come out again can be difficult. And even if they can come out, during this time inside, Gu Debai will definitely take personal revenge and find someone to clean them up. Soon, Chen Bin will think of the solution to the problem, they still have the skill of peeping privacy, why not peep at the privacy of Wang Kuan, may be able to catch him what handle. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. Chen Bin, activate privacy skill, snoop on Wang Kuan's privacy. Using privacy skill, privacy snooping in progress. Ding! Successfully detected 1 item of Wang Kuan's privacy.
Wang Kuan's biggest secret, he had an affair with Gu Debai's mother, and Gu Debai is Wang Kuan's seed.
Oh, my god.
This privacy surprised Qin Bin. I did not think that the captain of law and order would also do this kind of dirty work of digging up walls. No wonder he is so protective of Gu Debai, and even risked his own life to abuse his power in order to give him a chance to be angry, so Gu Debai is his own son.
With this handle, I want to pinch you again will be too waste. Qin Bin teasingly said, Wang Captain, I have something to explain to you. Wang Kuan indifferently said, wait for the time to record the statement. Qin Bin, are you sure? I'm going to say about Gu Debai, this kind of thing is not good to put in the open, right? This makes Wang Kuan a bit confused. He coldly said, Gu Debai has nothing to do with this case, you do not bite people, it is not good for you. Qin Bin, how unrelated, the relationship is great. I want to talk to you about Gu Depak's father.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about the father who raised him, but the father who gave birth to him.
Wang Kuan's heart thumped and his expression turned grim. Damn, what does he mean by that?
The father who raised him, the real father who gave birth to him,
he was implying himself? That he knew about it?
But the only people who knew this secret were himself and Gu Debai, and the two would never tell anyone, there was no way he could have known.
Where did it all go wrong?
Now not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. This thing if really exposed, the impact is too big, he had to be careful disposal.
Wang Kuan made an immediate decision and said, let go of Qin Bin.
Qin Bin, you come with me. Qin Bin sneered, looking at Wang Kuan's reaction, Qin Bin knew that this matter was stable.
The system is awesome. He followed Wang Kuan into a rental house. Wang Kuan closed the doors and windows, the voice is very low, threatening, what do you just mean by that? Qin Bin did not condescend to say, what do you mean with me to say it explicitly? You bring me here, close the doors and windows to whisper, not enough to explain everything?
Wang Kuan is still not dead, said, you put the words with me to understand.
Qin Bin, okay, don't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right?
Wang Captain play quite flower even give birth to children are borrowing other people's wives. This is the real version of the turtle dove. When Gu Debai's father died, Gu Debai inherited all the family assets, you and Gu Debai recognized his wife, you slept with her, you got the property, and your son also took your name. Captain Wang has done such a great job that he is not afraid of retribution.
You're not afraid of retribution. Wang Kuan was enraged, reaching out to pinch Qin Bin's neck.
Qin Bin reacted quickly, grabbed Wang Kuan's hand. Wang Captain, how is it? This is worried about the east window was revealed, want to kill to silence. His hand of force, Wang Kuan suddenly felt the tiger's mouth numb, hastily retracted his hand.
Second, oh, this force how so big?
Wang Kuan viciously said, Qin Bin, you again believe in the mouth, believe it or not I sue you for insult and slander.
Line Qin Bin immediately happy, you go ahead and sue, you do not sue as my grandson.
I can't wait for this to become a big deal. Gu Deb's father knows about this, will certainly do a paternity test, then Gu Deb not only cannot get half a penny inheritance, your future is also ruined. As the saying goes, if you have economic problems, you don't necessarily have style problems, but if you have style problems, you definitely have economic problems.
When the authorities find out about you, you'll be in trouble.
Chapter 59, Auntie Ching wants to commit murder.
Shut up.
Wang Kuan is still trying to do the last struggle. Gu Debai father is my good brother, Gu Debai mother is my sister-in-law, I am not hungry to that point.
Qin Bin, there's nothing wrong with that. Eat dumplings and love your sister-in-law. Qin Bin, there's nothing wrong with that.
Wang Kuan was so angry that his teeth were almost crushed, and could not fight, scolded but also scolded, angry people. Words have been said to this point, Wang Kuan knows that he does not admit it will not work. Qin Bin does not even need to come up with evidence, as long as the matter is disclosed to the father of Gu Debai, based on his nature, 100% will do paternity test. Gu Debai cannot inherit is a small matter, affect his future is a big deal. Now is the key period for him to be promoted to the Deputy Bureau of the Investigation.
After a psychological game, Wang Kuan finally chose to compromise. Tell me, where did you hear this rumor?
Qin Bin, correct you, this is not a rumor, but the truth.
Wang Kuan, okay, let's talk. Who did you hear it from? Qin Bin, this does not seem to be important, now the most important thing, not how you block my mouth? Wang Kuan hung his head, said good ing sense. Wang Kuan, say it, what do you want?
Qin Bin, very simple, first of all I want you to return my innocence, it is not too much.
Wang Kuan threatened, I know.
But you also better guarantee that, in addition to you and me, this matter will not have a third person to know.
Otherwise, really enraged me, you have no benefit at all. Do not underestimate my means, know how many lives I handle every year lawsuit? At least hundreds.
A large part of them are headless cases, check all clues. Qin Bin you as a security captain, the jurisdiction of so many murders each year, but also to find no clue, you are also quite proud of the chant?
Wang Kuan sneer, you know what I mean.
After the words, he turned to go. Qin Bin pulled him, do not go I have not finished it.
Wang Kuan said angrily, surname Chen, you better not get an inch. Qin Bin, inch into the foot? Don't forget your identity, Captain Wang. Your duty is to do justice to the people. You help me to clear the injustice as part of the matter, cannot be counted as my conditions. Wang Kuan impatient, have words have fart put. Shenbin said, your team's Auntie Lu Feng is doing her duty, bowing and scraping. Do you think you should not be appropriate to promote the promotion of people? The system gave Shenbin the task, help Lu Feng get promoted and become rich. This was an excellent opportunity to complete the task, how could Shenbin miss it? Besides, Shenbin does not believe that Wang Kuan will let himself go, he will certainly find an opportunity to rub off the sand in his eyes. So he now needs to pull people on his side, deter Wang Kuan, so that he will not dare to move easily. Lu Feng is a good choice. Auntie Lu Feng, I'm sorry, now I'm also desperate, I can only take you as a shield first, we are also considered to be mutually beneficial. Don't worry, I will compensate you later. Damn, how do I feel that after having the system, the whole person has become a little bit of a diabolical. Blame me? Wang Kuan's expression was uncertain, he looked at Shenbin thoughtfully, so, this secret is Lu Feng told you? Previously, he and Shenbin did not cross paths, and the probability of him spying on this privacy was extremely low. On the contrary, Lu Feng, with his head up and down, working together for so many years, clear his connections, she is most likely to detect this end. Shenbin quickly shook his head and denied, no, don't misunderstand, I simply think that Auntie Lu Feng is a good servant of the people. Believe you have a ghost, the explanation is to cover up. Wang Kuan coldly said, Lu Feng in the unit performance is indeed good, I will seriously consider your proposal. After the words, he was worried about what Shenbin again excessive requirements, hurriedly left. Out of the rental house, Wang Kuan ordered two men said, let go of Xue Cheng, close the team. The crowd was a little confused. What was the situation just now? What happened? Too inexplicable into the rental house, out of Wang Kuan and inexplicable release Xue Cheng, they will not have PY deal it. Bald three people brain shrink a little, not, Wang Captain you do what you have to work hard to engage in this out is not for the arrest of Chen and Xue Cheng it, now how to put people to release? Have you considered our feelings? Baldhead protested, Captain Wang, they're dangerous, how can you let the murderers go free? Shut up. Wang Kuan reprimanded, I've already ascertained the matter, it's you guys who broke into the house, they were only acting in self-defense. Bald anxious, Wang Captain, what trespassing, we just come to the normal debt collection. Wang Kuan, what about your IOUs? Bald, I ate as he forced me to eat down. Wang Kuan, then you spit out I see. Bald. Listen to what you say is human language? Bald still want to argue, Wang Kuan to two men wink, two men forced to take the bald three people left. Turning danger into safety, Xue Qing breathed a long sigh of relief. She looked at Chen Bin with surprised eyes, Chen Bin, tell me what exactly just happened. How did Wang Kuan suddenly change his mind? Chen Bin laughed, I'm just trying to reason with my feelings. But I don't know what to say. Xue Qing said, do you think I will believe? I'm not the kind of woman who has big breasts and no brain. Chen Bin, you don't have big boobs either. I'm not the kind of woman who has big breasts. Xue Qing puffed up her chest and tried her best to prove herself, less pulling away from the topic, tell Auntie Qing the truth. Chen Bin does not intend to tell her the truth, if she also knows Wang Kuan this privacy now, Wang Kuan will also target her. Chen Bin is still the same sentence, to tell the truth with love and reason. Xue Qing looked helpless, bull. Just now you suddenly mentioned Gu Debai, Wang Kuan is to hear this name to change the attitude of Gu Debai as Wang Kuan's relatives? You are holding Gu Debai's what handle? Chen Bin smiled without saying anything, is considered to be the default. Xue Cheng was delighted, great. You hold Wang Kuan, bald three people also certainly do not dare to mess around again, the road to divorce smoother. Shenbin ambiguously said, Auntie Qing, I helped you so much, how are you going to thank me? Xue Qing thought a little, bad smile and laugh, Bing, you wait for me. She hurriedly ran into Chen Bin's rental house and took out a pair of scissors from her luggage. She grabbed the scissors and stabbed at Chen Bin's head. Chapter 60, The Demonic Miss Chen. Chen Bin was startled and hurriedly dodged away, loudly rebuking, Auntie Qing, what are you doing? Xue Qing was even more angry than him, brat, you really can see. You even deliberately pretended to be blind in front of me, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. She punched Chen Bin in the chest. Chen Bin grabbed Xue Qing's hand and held her tightly in his arms, not letting her move around. Xue Qing symbolically struggled twice, then gave up resisting. So powerful, so man, oh my god, let me rot in this gentle land. Her collagen-filled face rubbed and rubbed against his chest, feeling the rising and falling pectoral muscles, her body went soft. Chen Bin said, Auntie Qing, I didn't pretend to be blind, it's you guys who never asked me. Little bad guy. Xue Qing scolded, you clearly did it on purpose. Say, just in your room, what did you see? Chen Bin, I saw everything I should have seen. Xue Qing, what should not be seen? Chen Bin, you saw it too? Xue Qing, I'll whack you to death. The small fist seemed to pound Chen Bin's heart, his heartbeat accelerated. Chen Bin, Auntie Qing, let's continue to talk about the rent. You said you don't have the money to pay the rent, I can accept other ways to pay the rent. Xue Cheng poofed a laugh, what else to pay the rent off? Those 3 assholes didn't dare to harass me anymore, so I went back to live.
Shenbin immediately regretted, damn, really lifted a stone to stone their feet to the mouth of the duck flew. He was not willing to continue to fight. Auntie Ching, I don't care, anyway, you said you want to rent a room, you have to rent. Even if it's empty, you have to rent it. Shuo Cheng helplessly said, that is the charge to rent a room to go. I am embarrassed to point out that you. Sorry Bin, I came to relatives, inconvenient. Shenbin, I don't believe it, just now you didn't come, how come this moment? Shuo Cheng rolled her eyes, it's not because of your gunshot. Take a look for yourself. Shenbin glanced at it, and it really came. Shenbin face depressed, not it, the sound of gunfire still have this effect? Shuo Cheng, originally, it should have come in the past 2 days, just stimulated by the sound of gunfire, it suddenly came. Shenbin was disappointed, feeling that he had missed a billion. Auntie Ching, you just stabbed me with scissors, and I was so angry that I punished you by forbidding you to meet with me for 7 days. Shuo Cheng, I'm only on my physiological period for 3 days. Shenbin, then you are not allowed to meet me for 3 days. Shuo Cheng was so angry that she bit him on the chest, get lost. Don't forget I still have hands, I'm quite capable of catching snakes with my bare hands. Shenbin brightened up, really? It just so happens that I have a big snake here, a python. Wang Kuan gave the bald 3 people detention for the crime of provoking trouble. Bald head is about to die of depression. Captain Wang screwed up. Obviously he encouraged us to go to deliberately pick a fight, but also said that Shenbin is a blind man, let us make as much trouble as possible. But in the end, we were beaten up. Wang Kuan not only did not stand up for us, but also detained us. You want to clean up our straight say, need to beat around the bush to get this out? Wang Kuan's mood is equally complex. Now he almost decided that Lu Feng found his own black information, and then told Shenbin. Now Shenbin has Lu Feng backing, he temporarily cannot move him. Although Lu Feng is his subordinate, but she is, after all, within the system. If he moves Shenbin, she bites himself, even if he does not die also have to take off layers of skin. Shenbin temporarily cannot be moved, then can only move Gu Debai's father, now must minimize the risk. Once Gu Debai's father dies, Gu Debai will be able to take over the inheritance. This way, even if it explodes in the future, Gu Depak's inheritance will be their way out. Well, that's it. As for Lu Feng, we need to stabilize her first. If nothing else, he will be promoted to deputy bureau in a short time, and then the captain's seat will be vacant, and he is prepared to let Lu Feng sit in this position. He called Lu Feng into his office and politely expressed this idea to her. Lu Feng first heard this news, very flattered. Because in the 3 vice captains, she is the most unlikely to be promoted to the position. Firstly, she has the least seniority, secondly, she is the youngest, thirdly, she is a woman, and fourthly, she also personally arrested Gu Debai and offended Wang Kuan. But now Wang Kuan is to promote her, she has some puzzled. Wang Kuan gourd in the end sold what medicine? Wang Kuan's last words completely woke her up. Today because of the work, I have contact with Shenbin. Shenbin to me highly recommended you. I think his evaluation of you is still very objective. The organization and the masses need you such a good public servant. In the future, you must do a good job, do not let down the organization and the public's expectations of you. Lu Feng was really shocked. Shenbin because Gu Debai, the Wang Kuan is offended to death, but now Wang Kuan not only do not find Shenbin's trouble, and even listen to his views, to promote themselves. Shenbin this little guy, in the end what magic, exactly how to do? Could it be that he has some unknown background? This background is still above Wang Kuan? Lu Feng was puzzled, and immediately gave Lu Long a call. She told Lu Long about this matter. Lu Long is also very surprised. Shenbin this guy I understand, I used to be a colleague with his father, and now he is roommates with my son. I did not hear that he has any hard relationship in the system. Could it be that this kid was hiding something? Did we underestimate him? No wonder the last contact with him, this kid behaved like a bureaucratic old man. He may have someone on top. Lu Feng said, Shenbin has helped me so much, tonight I invite him to dinner. I will slowly hammer him and see if I can dig out his background. Lu Long nodded, good. If this kid really has a big background, it can be of great help to us. Also, be careful, don't act pushy and too purposeful. Lu Feng, you are teaching me to do things? Lu Long coyly, I don't dare to dare. Bloodline suppression. Snow Mist Manor, the highest end and most extravagant restaurant in Jiangbei Water City, there is no one. The Chen family behind it firmly holds the fate of half the city. The Chen family's eldest miss was listening to the old housekeeper's report on work. The so-called work here was Chen Bin's intelligence. Ever since the last time Chen Bin played himself in the restaurant and proposed to Qin Xiaoxia, Miss Chen could not forget him. Regardless of her looks, figure, temperament, and charisma, Big Miss Chen was unrivaled in the world, at the level of a siren. The people of this city figuratively called her a chimera, loved by everyone, flowers bloomed, and cars had flat tires. Of course, she wasn't just a good-looking vase. The fact that she was able to hold the Chen clan in the palm of her hand at the age of 30 was a testament to her ability and iron fist. The old butler respectfully said, Miss, I have found out his life. His name is Chen Bin, his parents died when he was young, and he was blinded in a car accident a year ago, so he collects rent for a living. He has a very clean background and was not sent by your nemesis to compel you. Miss Chen's cold and unrivaled expression, finally slightly eased, have a car and a house, parents are dead, really a good son-in-law it. Even the voice is demonic unlike words. Chapter 61 Gu Debai's father died. She drank a mouthful of red wine, and the goblet was stained with lip prints. If this goblet was taken to auction, it would fetch at least 10 million heavenly dollars. Miss Chen, then, take action, no matter what the cost, make sure to take him down. Smash the money, smash the resources, and if you still can't get his heart, tie him to my wine cellar. I'll keep this puppy. The old butler said carefully, Missy, as far as I know, Mr. Chen has quite a few women around him. Eh? Miss Chen's expression was a bit displeased. Uncle Chen, you're talking a bit too much today. Yes. The old butler was busy palming his lips. Miss, it's my fault, I'll do as you ordered now. He left in a hurry, not daring to speak again. In case the irritated young lady committed another illness, he would die of a living heartache. When the old butler left, Miss Chen opened her computer and enjoyed the video of Chen Bin playing and singing to himself. I want to hold hands with you all the way, the sunlight sprinkled on your gentle face, the breeze gently blew through your hair. My heartbeat is suddenly so flustered, so this is the sign of falling in love. His knitted brows, every move, even a breath, all accurately poked her heart. This man is simply tailor-made for her. From childhood to adulthood, there had never been anyone who could bring her this marvelous feeling. It was as if the two of them had experienced separation in their previous life, and this life was to pay back the sins of their previous life. Damn it, asshole, why did you appear in my world? You will regret it, you will definitely regret it. Damn, is it going to happen again? After Xuechang helped Chen Bin subdue the big snake, he went home. Chen Bin was left alone with nothing to do, and simply mulled over a plan to seize Gu Debai's family fortune. First, he encouraged Chu Yuhan to marry Gu Deepak, so that she could get the right to inherit the estate, and then found a way to make Gu Deepak disappear. When Chu Yuhan inherited the Gu Debai inheritance, she then used the fraudulent video to force her to transfer the inheritance to herself without compensation. Gu Debai and Chu Yuhan almost ruined their lives, so it's not too much to ask for this compensation from them. But now there is one more uncertainty, Wang Kuan. What to do with Wang Kuan? Headache. Wang Kuan is different from Gu Debai, he is within the system, hard words, Chen Bin is certainly not his opponent. Even if they use black material to deal with him, but also at most let him take off his hat. Now he can only hope on the system, hope that the lottery can draw any awesome prizes, or upgrade the system mall and buy awesome goods. In the morning, Huang Ying came to give Chen Bin a report on his work. Now that the clothing factory's external accounts were basically paid off, the clothing factory was gradually getting on track and had started making small profits. Although the money earned now is very little, but this is a very good beginning. When the clothing factory officially on track, the profit will be quite considerable. Chen Bin encouraged Huang Ying to do a good job and report to himself regularly every day on the profitability of the garment factory. Xia Shui, a little lowly, also came to find Chen Bin to play, pestering Chen Bin to buy her ice cream. Chen Bin also completed 2 quests on her by the way, rewarding her with 50 dispel value. Xia Shui was so cute and silly that she could provide emotional value as well as earn expectorant value. Who could not love that? When noon came, Jin Xiaoxia rushed back specifically to cook for Chen Bin. Nowadays, Jin Xiaoxia's devotion value to Chen Bin had reached a full score, treating Chen Bin as her whole world. Her and Chen Bin's ambiguous daily life is no longer hidden, no longer worried about others seeing, just as a normal couple to socialize. At lunchtime, the big snake in the rented room ran out again, and the two were busy catching snakes again. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yuan suddenly looked for it. This surprised Chen Bin and he couldn't help but wonder, what are you looking for here? Gao Yuan said nervously, Gu Debai's father died, and I've successfully gotten half of the inheritance that belongs to me, with a market value of $15 million. Gao Yuan said nervously, Gu Debai's father died. Chen Bin was surprised. Didn't you say last time that he could still live for a month or two? Why did he suddenly die? This. Gao Yuan was even more nervous. She mysteriously closed the doors and windows and said, you may not believe me when I say it, to be honest, even I am a bit unconvinced. But I saw it with my own eyes. Speaking of this, she wanted to stop talking. Chen Bin cried and laughed, here we are 2 people, you have what to say, mother-in-law what to do. I believe you have to say what you don't believe. Gao Yuan said still palpitating, today Gu Debai father's sworn brother Wang Kuan went to see him, Wang Kuan arrived, the idea of me away. I walked out of the hospital and then remembered that I did not take my cell phone, so I went back to get a cell phone, and guess what I saw? Wang Kuan even pulled out the oxygen tube of Gu Debai's father. Gu Debai's father struggled desperately, but Wang Kuan was indifferent, a face of indifference. I was so scared, I didn't dare go in to get my cell phone, so I pretended I didn't see it and sneaked away. When I went back in the afternoon, Gu Debai's father was dead. Hiss. Chen Bin inhaled a breath of cool air. This Wang Kuan really ruthless, for the sake of money, even dare to harm people's lives, or the lives of sworn brothers. There was no doubt that Wang Kuan was worried that his black information would be exposed by himself. In that case, Gu Debai's father would definitely cancel Gu Debai's inheritance, and Gu Debai wouldn't get a dime. So he didn't do anything about it and simply ended Gu Depak's father's life early, letting his will come into effect and allowing Gu Depak to inherit the property without any problems. He still underestimated Wang Kuan's wolfish ambition. Gao Yuanyuan whispered, "This is just my speculation, there is no substantial evidence, you must not talk nonsense outside ah. That Wang Kuan is the captain of the security team, I heard that he will soon be promoted, I cannot afford to offend him." Shenbin nodded, "Don't worry, I promise to keep my mouth shut." Gao Yuanyuan said, "Shenbin, I came here today to say goodbye to you." "Farewell?" Shenbin was surprised, "Where are you going?" Gao Yuanyuan said, "I want to leave this city, the farther the better. Trigger daily quest, retain Gao Yuanyuan in this city. Reward 50 charm value." Shenbin was a bit speechless. "System, you are in too much control, the sky wants to rain and the mother wants to marry, who can control this?" Shenbin asked, "Why do you want to leave?" Gao Yuanyuan sighed, "I went to the notary office today and ran into Wang Kuan and Gu Debai. They wanted to buy the inheritance I inherited. They wanted to buy my inheritance. $15 million, but they were only willing to offer $3 million, of course I didn't agree, so they threatened me. Wang Kuan is ruthless, he even dares to harm his sworn brother's life, not to mention mine. So I contacted a powerful boss privately, and the other party was willing to offer $10 million for my inheritance. When I get the money, I will be ready to leave the city." Shenbin nodded thoughtfully. Gao Yuanyuan is right, Wang Kuan and Gu Debai could really get her killed for her inheritance. Hey, how can I persuade her to stay? Chapter 62, You Have to Show. Shenbin thoughtfully said, "You just said that powerful boss, in the end how powerful it? Can it be hard over Wang Kuan? Don't underestimate a security captain, especially this kind of economically backward small city's security captain. Say he is this district's emperor of the soil is not too much. Now as the rule of law society, the results of the fight against gangs and evil is remarkable. The triads that cannot be on the stage have been purged, but they have become a new generation of triads. Generations of businessmen are not as good as the fragrance of the black hat, the unchanging truth of the ages. Businessmen want to fight with the officialdom, only afraid to die do not know how to die. The famous Prince's Milk incident is the best example. Gao Yuanyuan shook her head, "I'm not sure about this, I don't care, as long as someone collects it." As a result, just as the words fell, her phone rang. She answered it in a hurry. "Hello, Mr. Gao, how are you? What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you not satisfied with the price? We can discuss the price again." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yuanyuan wilted like a frosted eggplant. Shenbin said, "What, did the powerful boss back out?" Gao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, "Yes. Damn, it must be Wang Kuan that dog threatened Gao boss." Shenbin said, "What is your next plan?" Gao Yuanyuan cried and said, "What else can we do? Even Boss Gao is not willing to take over this mess, let alone others. Besides selling my inheritance to Gu Debai for $3 million, do I have any other choice?" Shenbin laughed, "Yes, of course, I can show you the way out." "Oh?" Gao Yuanyuan looked at Shenbin with anticipation, "I'd like to hear more." Shenbin said, "I'll double the price, $6 million, and you can sell me your inheritance." Gao Yuanyuan looked at Shenbin with anticipation, "I'd like to hear more about it." Gao Yuanyuan looked skeptical, "Do you have the strength?" Shenbin took out the key to the BMW i7 and pressed it, and the BMW i7 by Yubi rang twice. Qin Xiaoxia drove the BMW 7 Series to work and left the i7 at home. She was worried that driving the i7 was too high profile. "I bought BMW i7 to give away, and there are 49% of the shares of Xin Garment Factory. Now Shenbin has 200 expectorant values, and when converted into cash, it is $2 million. During this period of time and then do more tasks, and then use the clothing factory shares and car property real estate mortgage loan, to make up enough $6 million is still very easy. Besides, he is confident that he can get Gao Yuanyuan within a week. By then, she would be her own person, and she might not have to pay a dime." Gao Yuanyuan believed it. Without mentioning anything else, just Shenbin's aura, this temperament, at a glance, he is not an ordinary rent-a-guy. Gao Yuanyuan said, "Then, it's a deal. One hand to pay and one hand to deliver." Shenbin said, "I have invested all my money in the Xin clothing factory, and I can't come up with that much liquidity at one time. Give me 7 days and I'll give you the $6 million. 7 days. Gao Yuanyuan was disappointed. "Even if I can wait, can Wang Kuan and Gu Debai wait? Maybe I'll get killed on the road tomorrow." Shenbin said, "You can stay with me for 7 days, I'll keep you safe." "I'll keep you safe." Gao Yuanyuan looked skeptical. "How can I trust you to protect me? You went to great lengths to deal with Gu Debai, but Gu Debai is now free, and he found a scapegoat from the hotel to help him take all the blame. You can't even deal with Gu Debai, what can you take against Wang Kuan?" Shenbin snorted, "You do not think I do not have a little background to dare to move Gu Debai it? To tell you the truth, today Wang Kuan came to me, want to take me away. But I made a casual phone call and took care of him.
Also, do you remember Lu Feng, the lieutenant who handled the hotel camera incident? With one word, I got Wang Kuan to promote her to full rank. I still have this strength. Shen Bin also showed the surveillance video to Gao Yuan. After watching the video, Gao Yuan fell into deep thought. When Wang Kuan came, he was very aggressive, but when he left, his attitude changed drastically, which is enough to show that Shen Bin can really overpower Wang Kuan. He can really protect himself. $3 million on one side and $6 million on the other, the devil knows what to choose. Gao Yuan, deal. I trust you. Then I'll stay at your place for these 7 days, and you'll be responsible for protecting me. By the way, which house will I live in? Shen Bin said half-jokingly, you can make do in my house first. Gao Yuan laughed, with an ambiguous face. Shen Bin, honestly speaking, you are young, handsome and rich, I really can't find a reason to reject you. Plus, my family is an old and useless thing, I'm starving to death, if it were normal, I would have said yes. But not today, I'm here. Shen Bin. Gao Yuan is so open-minded, I'm just teasing a little bit, but she directly put the topic into the open. Am I out of date? If I don't show myself when it's all said and done, won't I look like a loser? What's wrong with it? You have a long mouth to eat dry rice off. Shen Bin said, Miss Gao, I helped you so much, you do not show a little, is not too unkind. Gao Yuan said, I said I am not convenient. Shen Bin said, as long as you are sincere enough, there is no inconvenient time. He stared at Gao Yuan's flaming red lips. You. Gao Yuan felt offended and was about to get angry, but after looking at his handsome and stylish face, she softened. She tied up her hair and squatted down. Mission objective, Gao Yuan. Tilted heart value, 20. Shen Bin suddenly felt that he was a bit evil and diabolical. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing, but now he felt justified in his heart. The host's charm-removing action has begun to bear fruit, please continue to work hard. Shen Bin nodded, recognizing the system's words. Who is Gao Yuan, a multi-million-dollar rich woman, a senior manager of an insurance company? In the past, when he saw this kind of person, he would have worshipped the other party as a high goddess, and as long as the other party hooked his finger, he would have taken the initiative to give himself to the other party as a dog. But now, the other party to their own as a dog, they feel no sense of contradiction. Long live the system. Waiting for the evening, Shen Bin suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. Shen Bin, which one? A female voice came from there, although cold but very good. It's me, Lu Feng. Shen Bin suddenly realized, so is Aunt Lu, you call me something? He was not the least bit surprised to receive a phone call from Lu Feng. Surely Wang Kuan told her that he recommended her. Lu Feng said, Bing, today you to Wang Kuan recommended me as a captain. Wang Kuan talked to me, he recognized your proposal. Not surprisingly, I should be highly promoted. You helped me so much, I want to invite you to have a meal, thank you properly. Shen Bin laughed, oh, I just said it casually, I didn't expect Captain Wang to take it seriously. Lu Feng was shocked. Shen Bin just casually said, Wang Kuan is so serious about it. Shen Bin's background is certainly not small. Most likely a thick leg. Lu Feng laughed, Bing, this is a little bit of Auntie's heart, you must not refuse. Shen Bin laughed and smiled, well then, I'll be respectful. Lu Feng said, good, you have mobility problems, I will send someone to pick you up now. Thank you Auntie. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a Lexus UX parked in front of the rental house. The car window lowered and a pretty sweet young face peeked out. Shen Bin, it's really you. Get in the car, it's Sister Lu Feng Lu who sent me to pick you up. Who is she? Shen Bin sized up this pretty face and quickly recognized her. Chapter 63 Aunt Lu's Privacy. Jiang Shirwan. Isn't this their department flower Jiang Shirwan? Regardless of her appearance, figure, or temperament, this Jiang Shirwan was a well-deserved department flower. Especially now that she was wearing a female police uniform and a female police cap, she was even more valiant. Jiang Shirwan's body is very material, the uniform short skirt froze by her wearing out the feeling of a short hip skirt. A strong sense of uniform temptation came out. The department flower deserves to be the department flower, what clothes can be easily managed. It is rumored that Jiang Shirwan is an official second generation, parents, grandparents, and grandma and grandpa are all in the system, she has the kind of noble temperament inherent. During her college years, the men who pursued her could form a reinforced company, but Jiang Shirwan never moved, has always been clean, alone. There are even rumors that she is a lily. Shen Bin and Jiang Shirfan have nothing to do with each other, and have not even spoken a few words. One is a poor, inferior and ordinary, and the other is a glamorous, rich white beauty. How can there be any interactions? In the past, Shen Bin would blush when he occasionally spoke to her. I didn't expect that the two would have the chance to meet again in this life. Jiang Shirwan, who has a sunny and cheerful personality and is nicknamed the Sun Goddess, giggled, Shen Bin, you won't even be able to hear my voice, right? Shen Bin politely smiled, where can I? This is not our department flower Jiang Shirwan. This is not our department flower Miss Jiang Shirfan Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Shirwan said, your memory is good. Get in the car, don't keep Sister Lu waiting. Ms. Lu will be waiting for a long time. Shenbin got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. There is a box of milk in the passenger seat. Shenbin sat down on his butt and burst the milk. Pure white milk splashed all over Jiang Sherwon's face. Shenbin immediately panicked. Sorry, I can't see. He turned his head to look at Jiang Sherwon and couldn't help his heart beating faster as he saw her face covered in milk. Sabo. This scene is killing me. Jiang Sherwon froze, but eventually suppressed her anger. Shenbin, I don't blame you. It's my fault for being careless and not cleaning up the passenger seat. The passenger seat is dirty, why don't you sit in the back? Shenbin hurriedly moved to the back row. A passerby passed by and happened to catch a glimpse of Jiang Sherwon's face full of milk. He looked at Jiang Sherwon, then Shenbin, and was dumbfounded by the whole thing. Nowadays, young people play so high, so open? The car is starting, let's go. Jiang Sherwon is worthy of being the sun goddess, very talkative. She smiled and said, Shenbin, I remember during school, you were quite honest, sitting in the corner all day long, not much socializing with people, cannot be a transparent person, with me to say a word will blush. But now take a look, ooh, so you are so handsome and stylish, so temperament you are the legendary treasure boy, say you are the school grass is not too much. Shenbin modestly said, Miss Jiang overpraise, or I counted school grass On the contrary, you, more beautiful than before more attractive, say you are the department flower or aggrieved you are deservedly the school flower. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Jiang Sherwon laughed, her flowery branches trembling. Shenbin, you have really changed a lot compared to before. Not only have you become handsome, but you've also become more eloquent. Just for your words, I'll have a drink with you later. Shenbin laughed, good, then I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman. By the way Sherfin, are you working in the security team now? I see you are wearing a police uniform. Jiang Sherwon said, yes, I am now in the security brigade internship. Shenbin, oh. You are quite familiar with Auntie Lu Feng? Jiang Sherwon said, we are the only two women in the team, Sister Lu took care of me, we also have a lot of common topics, 1 to 2 to get acquainted. I am now living in Ms. Lu's house, I usually help her do housework, clean up a bit of hygiene, as the rent. Sister Lu is really nice. Shenbin half-jokingly said, you live in Aunt Lu's home, uncle will not have a comment Will it affect the normal life of the two couples Jiang Sherwon did not react for a moment. Uncle? What uncle? Shenbin said, Aunt Lu's object Jiang Sherman cried and laughed. Shenbin, you do not know the situation of Sister Lu and her husband, right? Shenbin, What situation? I really don't know. Jiang Sherman said, Sister Lu and her husband seem to be separated, early separation for decades, now the two have a name but no reality, almost the same way, from the marriage is just a certificate. Only Sister Lu due to professional and other reasons, the two cannot really divorce just. I go. Shenbin was shocked, there is this thing? Why is this? Jiang Sherman huffed and puffed, what else can it be, the man is too useless. The man's only promise, do things afraid, and often get into trouble, once in trouble let Sister Lu to wipe his ass. Instead of marrying a husband, it would be better to say that she has a son. The man to drive a cab for a living, the money earned is not enough for his own living expenses. The family car and house are all bought by Sister Lu, and even he asked Sister Lu for living expenses every month. Shenbin surprised, they have children? How come I haven't heard about it? Jiang Sherman, there is a fart child. According to Ms. Lu, from the beginning, she did not like the man, she never let him touch. Shenbin was skeptical, what's the deal with the alimony? Jiang Sherwon, alimony is to support the man. I Lu a tart just. Shenbin felt his 3 views destroyed. Married for so many years, the man has never touched the woman, and now separated, he also asked the woman for alimony to support themselves. He is really a loser, and the man's face has been disgraced by him. If Jiang Sherfin hadn't said it herself, Shenbin really wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Sherwon said, right, later you must not mention that man, that is Sister Lu's taboo. Shenbin gave a perfunctory oh, his mind couldn't help but float up. Lu Feng has been married for so many years, and has never had a fact with the man, this is really not normal Even if how to look down on each other, but not to once did not it. Physiological needs of this piece, not by will alone can carry through. Unless a little, Lu Feng simply do not have this aspect of the demand, she is Lily. Then he thought about the rumors at school that Jiang Sherwon was also a Lily. A bold idea rose in his mind, Lu Feng and Jiang Sherwon couldn't be a couple, right? Once this thought came up, it could not be dispelled any longer. 2 superb beauties, one cold and noble, one passionate, if they were to be together, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Mission target found, binding and binding successful. Mission objective, Jiang Sherwon. Age, 21. Height, 169. Face value, 89. Falling in love value, 0. Daily task, correct the orientation of Lu Feng and Jiang Sherwon, break them straight, reward, 100 dispel charm value. Shenbin, holy, my speculation is true. Chapter 64 Aunt Lu's tipping value. This is someone's private matter, how can I have the honor to intervene and in what capacity to intervene
Besides, this is a physical and psychological double disease, even the top medical institutions cannot cure, let alone me. The system you purely difficult Tip, do more grinding, more practice, so that the target to experience the sweetness of the man, natural water to the channel.
Chenbin, you were standing and talking without waste pain you line you on.
However, looking at the reward of 100 expectorant value, Chenbin could only take the task with a hard head. Based on his own skills alone, it was almost impossible to change the two.
One could only resort to the system.
He remembered that there seemed to be a charm potion in the system mall, and drinking the charm potion could make the target's charm value skyrocket.
Chenbin immediately clicked on the system mall and checked the instructions for the heart potion.
Heart potion, drinking heart potion can make the target's heart value towards the host skyrocket by 50 points.
Tip, this potion is only effective on one target.
Chenbin's head was spinning, it was only effective on one target, but now he had two targets.
Who should he give it to?
Thinking about it, Chenbin decided to use it on Lu Feng. Lu Feng was relatively old and had been sick for a long time. Trying to change her purely by physical means was almost impossible. The system commodity was the only chance. On the contrary, Jiang Shiwen was still young and mildly ill. Chenbin felt that he still had a few certainties that he could change her.
Just do it.
Redeem the pouring heart potion.
Ding. Redemption successful, 50 dispelling value deducted. The two quickly arrived at Lu Feng's residence. Lu Feng lives in a large flat in an upscale neighborhood.
Lu Feng's salary is not high, but she has a lot of gray income, so it's still easy to buy this large flat.
Of course, Chenbin did not think that Lu Feng will put the house in his name, that is too risky.
She must have put the house in the name of her friends and family.
Jiang Shiwen fingerprint unlocked the door and walked in with ease, just like her own home.
The room was decorated in a modern minimalist style, bright and atmospheric, the floor was wiped spotless, and the room was well organized. It is said that all lilies have a fetish for cleanliness, and this statement is not true at all.
Jiang Shiwen shouted, Sister Lu, we are back.
Lu Feng hurriedly walked out from the kitchen. She changed into a home dress, long hair coiled up, upper body a silk halter, lower body denim short skirt, 2 long legs eyesight to 1 meter, more show tall and seductive. At the same time also appear younger, simply cannot see more than 40. Seeing Chenbin, her unsmiling face finally had a touch of smile. Chenbin, here, you first sit for a while, the meal will be ready soon. Shiwen, you help me take care of Chenbin first.
Jiang Shiwen, okay.
Jiang Shiwen helped Chenbin to the dining table, poured 3 cups of water, and handed a cup to Chenbin. Chenbin, drink a cup of water first, it's just like your own home here, don't be polite. I will go to change clothes first, you wait a moment.
Okay.
Jiang Shiwen ran to the master bedroom to change her clothes. Lu Feng was busy in the kitchen. Chenbin immediately pulled out the pouring heart potion and poured it into Lu Feng's water cup. The pouring heart potion was only the size of a cool oil bottle, colorless and tasteless, and melted into the water. Jiang Shiwen quickly changed her clothes and walked out. She directly changed into a nightgown with a very low V-neck and high hemline, schoolgirl style.
She sat next to Chenbin with a big grin, showing off her colors. Lu Feng quickly served the meal.
Sweet and sour carp, braised spare ribs, white scorched prawns, steamed crabs, and a few home-cooked dishes. She used the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, a few strands of hair covering half of her face, flavorful, and immensely lethal. Chenbin picked up a glass of water and said, Aunt Lu, thank you for your hard-working hospitality, I'll toast you with water instead of wine.
Lu Feng smiled faintly, Chenbin, thank you.
She was probably thirsty and drank the water in the cup in one go. Lu Feng used the official chopsticks to give Chenbin a piece of braised pork ribs. Chenbin, try my handiwork, is it to your liking?
Thank you, Auntie Lu. Chenbin ate the ribs while observing Lu Feng's reaction.
At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly felt her eyes blurred for a moment, but soon returned to normal. She didn't think so, but when her eyes unintentionally landed on Chenbin, she was in a trance for a moment, and a marvelous feeling arose within her. Lu Feng was heavily misogynistic, except for her relatives. She felt disgusted when she looked at any man, and felt that it was evil and disgusting for a man to grow that thing on his body. It was disgusting. However, when she looked at Chenbin, instead of feeling a little nasty, she kind of liked him? Appreciate? Heartwarming? At the moment she looked at Chenbin, as if naturally with beauty and filters, knife-sharp and angular face, handsome features, sunny personality are so pleasing to the eye, let her inner pleasure cannot help but want to look at more eyes, more close to him close. What's wrong with me? She subconsciously cared about Chenbin, worrying that he wouldn't get enough to eat, worrying that he would be formal. She took the initiative to give Chenbin some food, and didn't even use the official chopsticks, directly using her own chopsticks. She also peeled shrimps and crabs for Chenbin and fed them to him with her hands. The corner of Chenbin's mouth inadvertently touched her fingers. She was ashamed of the blush, not at all half a little nasty feeling, but on the contrary, inner joy, intuitive stimulation. Later on, the relationship between the two was much closer. She even used her finger to wipe the oil stains on the corner of Chenbin's mouth. At this moment, Lu Feng was completely unconcerned about herself and Jiang Shiwen, and was only interested in serving Chen Bin well.
Chen Bin's heart furiously cried out, the system is mighty.
Right now the two of them were like real couples, doing their couple-ambiguous routine. Jiang Shiwen on the side could no longer remain calm, feeling that everything was unrealistic. Was this real or a dream? No one knew Lu Feng better than her. She was a heavy misogynist. In her eyes, men were all very evil and dirty existences to be respected and kept away from. Usually she shook hands with strange men, have to carefully wash their hands several times. But now, she even used her own chopsticks to give Chen Bin food, hand-fed him crabs, fish and shrimp, and even used her fingers to help him wipe the oil from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Shiwen looked creeped out, and a wave of jealousy and even nausea flooded her heart.
Lu Feng didn't even peel shrimp and crabs for himself. Is this damn day the wrong way for me to open this world? Or has Lu Feng suddenly changed his nature?
Impossible, Lu Feng is by no means able to change her sex, she is 100% sure. The only possibility is that Lu Feng was trying to find out Chen Bin's background, so she intentionally held back her nausea and got close to him. Thinking this way, her heart was much more comfortable, but the jealousy was always following her.
The three quickly finished their meal.
Chen Bin and Jiang Shiwen were full. The difference was that Chen Bin was full from eating and Jiang Shiwen was full from eating dog food. Lu Feng was so focused on feeding Chen Bin that she basically didn't eat much. After eating, Lu Feng pulled Chen Bin to chat again. In order to please Lu Feng, increase her devotion value, and straighten her out as soon as possible, Chen Bin purposely spent 10 dispel charm points to exchange the blowing awesome skill. This skill allows the host to speak with a mouth full of words, talking about the sky, yet extremely convincing, without making people question and resent it. Continuous output for 3 hours without dry mouth. Chen Bin and Lu Feng chatted from her nephew Lu Hao to the campus, and from the campus to campus love, and from love to human reproduction, family planning, and even life-threatening 18 squats. In the end, almost 36 styles were talked out.
Chapter 65 Chen Bin and Jiang Shiwen's deal.
Lu Feng was overwhelmed by Chen Bin's magnetic voice and infectious eloquence, completely immersed in his world. She was sometimes shy, sometimes mesmerized, and felt that her entire soul had been seduced by Chen Bin.
Her devotion value ended up skyrocketing by 15 points, coming to 65.
Jiang Shiwen's devotion value, on the other hand, fell from 0 to a negative number. Lu Feng couldn't hide the fact that she liked Chen Bin's eyes. Jiang Shiwen's eyes that wanted to knife Chen Bin could not be hidden either. She was completely left out by the two. No matter how angry and lost she was, the two ignored her the entire time, let alone consoling her. Jiang Shiwen's heart was in turmoil. She could tell that Lu Feng truly liked Chen Bin, the kind of like between a man and a woman.
Is Lu Feng really going to go down the right path? This is a like-minded comrade that I've found so easily.
She felt like her sky was about to collapse at the moment.
Time unknowingly came to 11 o'clock.
Chen Bin was going to say goodbye and leave. Lu Feng was reluctant to part, and even took the initiative to retain Chen Bin, letting him spend the night here. Jiang Shiwen of course would not agree. If Chen Bin wanted to stay, then she and Lu Feng would be completely finished.
In the end, under Jiang Shiwen's persuasion, Chen Bin had to say goodbye and leave.
Even on the way out, Lu Feng took the initiative to change Chen Bin's shoes, without any dislike at all. Jiang Shiwen was on the verge of collapse. Lu Feng even touched a man's smelly feet. She really liked Chen Bin from the bottom of her heart.
Chen Bin, you took my beloved, I will kill you, I will kill you. Lu Feng personally sent Chen Bin to the car.
Jiang Shiwen closed the car door heavily to express her dissatisfaction.
Bang!
Lu Feng didn't care at all. To be exact, he directly ignored Jiang Shiwen and sent Chen Bin away with affection. The car was awfully quiet, with only the sound of Jiang Shiwen gasping for air. Chen Bin's heart, however, was smug. Small sample. As a male god with a system, if I can't compete with you again, won't it make me look like too much of a vegetable?
Wait for it, sooner or later, I will fight you over. Waiting until she was almost home, Jiang Shiwen finally opened her mouth. Her voice is cold and terrible. Chen Bin, this meal is happy to eat? Chen Bin politely said, very happy, thank you.
Happy is right, this lady took her life in exchange.
Jiang Shiwen said, what do you think of Sister Lu as a person?
Chen Bin, virtuous and gentle, will be heartbroken, a big sister in the heart, quite good.
Jiang Shiwen was even more angry. Chen Bin, tell me the truth, do you like Sister Lu? Chen Bin readily admitted, like, of course I like, am I not showing enough obviousness? Bah! Shameless!
Jiang Shiwen held back her anger and said, Chen Bin, I advise you to stop as soon as possible, stop in time, you two are absolutely impossible.
Chen Bin was surprised, oh, why is it impossible? Jiang Shiwen said, what do you think?
You two age difference so much, you even with her nephew Lu Hao the same age, you two how possible? Chen Bin said, two people who truly love each other, any obstacle is not an obstacle, including age. I can see that Aunt Lu also truly likes me, I will never fail her.
Jiang Shiwen was anxious, Sister Lu has given you enough to be your mother, do you really not mind at all? Chen Bin, people don't mind my blindness, what qualification do I have to mind people's age? Besides, Aunt Lu is rich and powerful, she can support me for the rest of my life, why not? Jiang Sherman quickly said, so you are after her money? If it was for the money, it would be good to say that you can give him money yourself.
Chen Bin shook his head, not only for the money, but also for her as a person.
Young people do not know the young woman is good, wrongly take the young girl as a treasure. Do you know how much this kind of mature woman kills men? Rely on. Despicable, shameless, nasty, and dirty.
Jiang Shifan said angrily, Chen Bin, to tell you the truth, you two are absolutely impossible. As long as I live, I will never let you succeed in your treacherous plan.
Chen Bin said, why is it impossible?
The two of us are willing, a willingness to fight a willing, you care so why?
I'll ask Auntie Lu out tomorrow, as long as I move my lips a little, Auntie Lu will certainly be very active.
Jiang Sherwin really have no choice but to show her cards to Chen Bin. Chen Bin, tell you, Sister Lu is a lily, she likes women, she is mine, the two of us are true love.
You can't take her away from me. Is that right? Chen Bin smiled, that's just great. It's buy one get two free.
I like women, and Aunt Lu likes women, so we have more in common. I'll ask her out tomorrow, she should be happy to introduce her girlfriend to me. 2 birds with 1 stone, 3 birds, or even more, a steady profit. Jiang Sherwin finally couldn't hold back and punched Chen Bin hard. God, under the sky, how can there be such a shameless bastard man? This kind of man simply should go to death, should be broken into pieces to feed the dog. Jiang Sherwin threatened, Chen Bin, you should know what my home is for, if you dare to continue to pester Sister Lu, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Chen Bin remained unmoved and laughed, hee hee.
You dare to lay hands on me, I will tell your family that you are a lily, see who is afraid of who.
I'll be damned.
Jiang Sherwin's teeth were almost gritted. The hard one didn't work, so she could only come to the soft one. She said, Chen Bin, tell me, what exactly do you want to do to let Sister Lu go? Chen Bin thought for a moment and said, this is not impossible. As long as you help me solve the needs on the line.
10 times, just 10 times, what do you think?
10 times, enough to break Jiang Sherwin straight.
Fart. Jiang Sherwin was so angry that she was trembling, don't even think about it.
That scene made her sick just thinking about it. Chen Bin spread his hands, there's no way out then, I'll ask Aunt Lu out early tomorrow morning.
Do you think we should drink white wine or beer, or red wine tomorrow? Drink red wine is the most flirtatious.
Aunt Lu has been separated from her husband for so long, she must be very hungry, I will try to feed her all at once tomorrow. Jiang Sherwin cried, heartbroken and crying, her heart broke at the thought of what might happen to Lu Feng tomorrow. She said in an almost pleading tone, Chen Bin, other than this condition, what exactly do you want to leave Sister Lu? No matter how much it costs, Chen Bin must not be allowed to ask Lu Feng out tomorrow. Chen Bin was in deep thought. Getting Jiang Sherwin to accept the condition 10 times at once was too difficult and almost impossible. It's better to go step by step and start with small things.
Chen Bin thought a little and said, why don't you let me touch you for 10 minutes? I won't ask Aunt Lu out tomorrow.
Jiang Sherwin was about to retort, but then she wanted to stop. Compared to what might happen to Lu Feng tomorrow, this condition didn't seem excessive.
Sacrificing a little for yourself is fine.
Jiang Sherwin bargained, 10 seconds at most.
10 minutes, that's not going to be bald. Chen Bin, deal.
He stretched out his sinful hands, and Jiang Sherwin closed her eyes in despair.
Chapter 66 Gao Yuan's help. Drive properly, what are you closing your eyes for, you want to die together. 10 seconds of torment.
After arriving at Chen Bin's rental house, Jiang Sherwin pushed Chen Bin out of the car and left. Chen Bin watched her leave, but his heart was full of guilt and sin.
System, why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more of a villain? However, this is also the manifestation of dispelling charm.
Now Chen Bin's sense of inferiority was gone, feeling horribly strong, day by day and air by air. He didn't go back to his room, but went to Qin Xiaoxia's room on the 2nd floor to catch up. He also purposely glanced at Chu Yuhan's room. The room was in a mess, the household items were all taken away, she should have completely moved out of the rented room. Moving out is the best, so as not to always spoil his good deed. Qin Xiaoxia was still awake and was writing in her diary with a focused look. She was wearing a silk nightgown, pure desire.
Chen Bin's fingers moved and came up. Qin Xiaoxia wanted to cry, again. The night was sleepless.
The next morning, Qin Xiaoxia gave Chen Bin a good breakfast and rushed off to work. Chen Bin is a little heartbroken, she was tossed by herself at night, and tossed by the work during the day, the small body plate can eat it. Or persuade her to leave, do not do this job. Peace of mind at home as a housewife, it really cannot be idle, go to Kuexan clothing factory or the upcoming hotel to go to work. Just thinking about it, Chu Yuhan sent him a message. Dad, have you returned to China?
Chen Bin, not yet, why?
Chu Yuhan said, I and my fiancé will be licensed to marry the day after tomorrow. I want to see if you can rush back the day after tomorrow to drink our wedding wine.
My fiancé and I would like to have your blessing.
Of course, Chen Bin couldn't reveal his identity now, or else he wouldn't be able to take over Gu Debai's family fortune. Chen Bin then replied, sorry, I'm too busy on my side, I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. Chu Yuhan was full of disappointment. Oh, well, then Dad, you first busy you. Shenbin consoled, don't worry, no matter whether I go back or not, as long as you guys a license, confirmed the relationship, I will immediately help your family hotel star, out of money, out of force, out of people.
Shu Yuhan elated, thank you dad happy. Shenbin sneered, as long as the two are married, that is far away from their own takeover his family property is still far away? He finished the breakfast Qin Xiaoxia prepared for him and went downstairs. Gao Yuan was holding a boy of about 3 years old and playing in the living room on the first floor. Gao Yuan officially moved into the rented room yesterday.
Seeing Chen Bin, Gao Yuan took the initiative to greet him. Chen Bin, good morning.
Chen Bin smiled and nodded, good morning. Yuan, is this little boy your son? He's so cute, with a tiger's head.
After the negative distance contact between the two yesterday, the relationship has become much closer. Chen Bin called him Yuan without any contradiction.
Gao Yuan said, well, this is my son Gu Xiaohu.
The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Gu Xiaohu looked at Chen Bin with big eyes. Good day, uncle. He said in a milky voice. Chen Bin took out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Gu Xiaohu. Xiaohu is a good boy, uncle sends you a gift. What do you like to go to the supermarket across the street, just pick. Gu Xiaohu now has a basic concept of money. He took the money from the arms of Gao Yuan down. Thank you, uncle. He took the money and got down from Gao Yuan's arms. Thank you, uncle. He walked backward towards the opposite supermarket with his two little legs. Gao Yuan scolded, why give the child so much money, he does not know how to spend it. Chen Bin laughed, don't worry, the owner of the supermarket across the street is my second uncle. If Xiaohu doesn't know how to spend it, the owner of the supermarket will do it for him. Gao Yuan didn't continue this topic, but said, last night to today, Gu Dibai called me several times, threatening me to sell my property to him. If I don't comply, he will come after me and my son. Shin Bin, can you really come up with $6 million in a week? You don't want to screw me and my son over. Shen Bin comforted, you can put your heart in your stomach, I really don't care about $6 million. It won't take more than a week, and I'll probably have the money together in 3 days. Gao Yuan sighed, I hope so, the faster the better. Just then, an engine roar sounded at the door. A black high-powered motorcycle came barreling in, and the driver grabbed Gu Xiaohu and took off again. Xiaohu! Gao Yuan exclaimed and hurriedly chased out. Xiaohu, my son, let go of my son, asshole. Grass! Chen Bin was furious, he dared to play kidnapping in front of his house in broad daylight, looking for death. If I'm not wrong, this motorcycle should be arranged by Gu Dibai. Chen Bin immediately ran out, shouting, Yuan, call the police immediately. Then he said to the boss of the supermarket across the street, second uncle, immediately notify sixth uncle and third aunt to block the road out of the village, no one is allowed to go in or out. There are human traffickers abducting children. Supermarket owner was furious. Dare to play kidnapping in our territory, tired of living. He immediately pulled out his cell phone to make a call. The urban village is not big, and almost all the villagers know each other. They support each other, help each other, in this cold world to warm up, to fight for a foothold. Shen Bin immediately jumped into the car and chased after the motorcycle. There was only one exit planned for the urban village, and the 6 uncles and 3 aunts Chen Bin had just mentioned lived at the end of the exit. As long as they blocked the intersection, no one could run out. The 6th uncle and 3rd aunt acted immediately after receiving the call. They took out their electric cars, motorcycles, wheelbarrows and even benches to block the end of the road. Shen Bin accelerated the gas to the maximum and soon came to the end of the exit. The scene of the electric car, motorcycle, handcart, etc. were knocked over on the ground, a mess. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The kidnapper's black motorcycle was nowhere to be seen, so it should have escaped, but Gu Xiaohu was left behind. Gu Xiaohu was terrified, was held by the 3rd aunt, wailing and crying, still clutching the $100 in his hand. Chen Bin immediately went forward, picked up Gu Xiaohu, gently soothing. Chen Bin and the 6 uncles and 3 aunts, they chatted a few words, first expressed their gratitude to them, and then told them about their own recovery of sight, said that in a few days to invite them to eat a big feast, a good celebration. When the villagers heard that Chen Bin had regained his sight, they all felt happy for him from the bottom of their hearts, and the 3rd aunt even enthusiastically wanted to introduce her niece to Chen Bin as her daughter-in-law. Before leaving, Chen Bin threw them $30,000, compensation for their motorcycle money. Naturally, the townspeople refused to accept the money, but under Chen Bin's hard work, they still accepted it. Chen Bin knows that it is not easy for them to live, and now that they have suffered this kind of loss for no reason, even if they don't say anything on their mouths, they will still have a grudge. If Chen Bin couldn't satisfy them this time, then they wouldn't help Chen Bin next time. If they encountered such a thing again, he would have no place to cry. He still understood this bit of human decency. Trigger daily quest, guide Gu Xiaohu to call out to his father. Reward, 50 dispelling value. Chen Bin. Chapter 67 I want to change my dad. Here we go again, system you're at it again, as usual, the tawdry operation of steady play. But on second thought, this isn't a bad thing.
If he could go through Gu Xiaohu and raid Gao Yuanyuan, then he would be able to take her $15 million fortune without spending a dime. Why not? And it would also discuss Gu Debye. Gu Debye's stepmother became his girlfriend and his half-brother became his son. He would definitely have a great expression on his face when he finds out, wouldn't he? Ha, I'll do anything that's bad for the enemy. Trying to guide a 3-year-old kid to call out to his dad, that's not a handful. Shenbin took Gu Xiaohu into the snack and toy wholesale city next to him and bought a whole bunch of snacks and toys. Yogurt, jelly, potatoes, model cars, Bumpman. The world of children is very simple. With so many snacks and toys, Gu Xiaohu quickly forget about what just happened, in Chen Bin's arms playing happily, Uncle long Uncle short. Chen Bin smiled and guided, Xiaohu, you say Uncle good? Gu Xiaohu said in a milky voice, Uncle is very, very, very good. Chen Bin said, then you say is Uncle good or Father good? Gu Xiaohu did not hesitate to say, Uncle is better than Dad. Dad never play with Xiaohu, also do not give Xiaohu to buy so many snacks and toys. Dad also often hit Mom, Xiaohu hate Dad. Chen Bin said, then Uncle for you as a father okay? Gu Xiaohu was ecstatic, really? Xiaohu likes Uncle Dad. Uncle Dad? Chen Bin laughed, then if your mom does not want Uncle to give you as a father how to do ah? Gu Xiaohu was stuck, do not know what to say, even in the hands of the Bumpman are not fragrant. Chen Bin said, if mom is not willing, you will cry, make a scene, you will be on the bed to pull stinky pee, must make mom agree. In the future, Uncle will buy you more snacks and toys, and buy you a car as big as a Bumpman, okay? Gu Xiaohu instantly glowing eyes, good, Xiaohu all listen to Uncle Dad is so good, Xiaohu like to play with Uncle Dad. Chen Bin, call daddy. Gu Xiaohu, Dad. Chen Bin, good boy smashed. Mission accomplished, reward 50 expectorant value. This expectorant value is a bit weak to hold. Gao Yuanyuan quickly chased after her, she was going crazy. When she saw Gu Xiaohu, her hot tears fell, and she was busy rushing up to snatch Gu Xiaohu. Xiaohu, son, are you alright? Mom is worried to death. Gu Xiaohu wiped Gao Yuanyuan's tears. Mom doesn't cry, Xiaohu doesn't cry either. Just now when the bad guys grabbed Xiaohu, Xiaohu only cried for a little while. Xiaohu was very brave. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Yuanyuan's tears flowed even harder. Little tiger is very brave, little tiger is great. I'm sorry, it's all my mom's fault for not protecting little tiger. Gu Xiaohu was busy handing the Bumpman to Gao Yuanyuan. Mom, this is the toy that Uncle Dad bought for Xiaohu. Xiaohu will give it to Mom to play with, so Mom won't cry. Uncle Dad? Gao Yuanyuan froze for a moment. What uncle and dad? Gu Xiaohu said, Uncle said he wants to be Xiaohu's dad. Xiaohu likes Uncle. Xiaohu wants Uncle to be his new dad. I don't like that old dad. Xiaohu wants a new dad. What tiger and wolf words? Gao Yuanyuan glared at Chen Bin. Chen Bin, what did you just talk nonsense to little tiger about? Chen Bin quickly explained, just now Xiaohu was scared and kept crying for his father. I had no choice but to say that I was his father to comfort him. Gao Yuanyuan believed it, it better be. Gu Xiaohu stretched out his hands towards Chen Bin. Dad hug, I want dad to hug, Uncle Dad hugging comfortable, mom's mom choking Xiaohu. Gao Yuanyuan immediately blushed. She chided, Xiaohu, from now on you are not allowed to shout daddy, that is a bad word, you cannot say it. Gu Xiaohu stretched his neck and said, Mom, do you not want Uncle to be Xiaohu's father? If you don't agree, Xiaohu won't eat, keep crying and fussing, and poop and pee on the bed. Gao Yuanyuan's face darkened and she glared at Chen Bin. Chen Bin, is this what you taught him? How can a child say such things? Chen Bin cried out in injustice, I really didn't teach him this, it was Xiaohu himself who came up with it. Gu Xiaohu also rushed to Chen Bin's defense, Mom, don't scold Uncle Dad. Uncle Dad only taught me to cry, stink and pee on the bed, and not eating was something I came up with on my own. Chen Bin. Sure enough, Dad's a good big boy. Gao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, Chen Bin. You're not even a human being anymore. Back at the rental house, under Gao Yuanyuan's comfort, Gu Xiaohu fell into a deep sleep, still holding Bumpman tightly in his arms. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Chen Bin with a grateful face, Chen Bin, thank you for saving little tiger. Little tiger is my life, you saving him is saving my life, I really appreciate it. Chen Bin waved his hand, I'm little tiger's uncle and father, I shouldn't have saved him, don't be so polite. Gao Yuanyuan's face turned even redder and scolded, you still say that? She is really charming when she is pouting. Chen Bin said, by the way, Yuan, just now Xiaohu said something I didn't understand, he said that his mom's mom was choking him. Isn't mom's mom grandma? Gao Yuanyuan was busy explaining seriously, oh, this is our old family dialect. Mom's mom is the bag of grain used for breastfeeding. Chen Bin suddenly realized, oh, so it's not grandma, it's grandma. But how can you be choking the baby? It shouldn't be, can I experience it? Gao Yuanyuan then realized that Chen Bin was teasing himself, daring him to wait here. Gao Yuanyuan was so angry that her nicey hurt, stinking rascal, teasing me again, ignore you. Chen Bin said, Yuanyuan, I'm not teasing you, I'm serious. Gao Yuanyuan lowered her head in shame and couldn't find a crack in the ground. Mission objective, Gao Yuanyuan. Heart value, 30. The mouth says no, but the body is still very honest. Chenbin had done himself such a great favor, it was not wrong for him to return the favor. Moreover, Chenbin is young, handsome, sunny, and so rich and temperamental. She gently nodded her head, her voice is as small as a mosquito humming. Then go to your house. Don't! Chenbin quickly said, I do not feel comfortable leaving the child alone here, let's stay here. Gao Yuan's eyes widened, you're crazy, how can you guard the child? Chenbin smiled evilly, why not? That's exciting, isn't it? Stinking hooligan. On her lips, she still silently pulled the curtains closed with an expression of anticipation. Only this greatly limited her play, she did not dare to make too much noise, feeling almost suffocated alive. Chenbin stood behind her and pulled her hand, feeling like the herdsman who steered his horse and galloped across the vast grassland. Chapter 68 for Good Buddy Blind Date. An hour later, Gu Xiaohu woke up. Just woke up and cried non-stop, the new father is bad, like the old father bullied mom, ooh. This stinky child woke up really not the time. Chenbin had to comfort him, Xiaowu, don't cry, dad didn't bully mom, dad is curing mom. Gu Xiaowu said, cure? What kind of disease? Chenbin said, your mom has a bad appetite, I give her a gastroenteroscopy. Put. Gao Yuan didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Gu Xiaowu said with an innocent expression, Mom, is that so? Gao Yuan said, yes, I did a gastroscopy yesterday and an enteroscopy today. Gu Xiaowu said with a look of adoration, Dad is still a doctor, Xiaowu grow up also want to be a doctor, Dad you teach Xiaowu to do that with the mirror, okay? Chenbin touched Gu Xiaowu's head, Xiaowu is good, when Xiaowu grows up, it will be natural. Chenbin played with Gu Xiaowu for a while, and Gu Xiaowu's laughter never stopped. Gao Yuan suddenly felt that they were like a family of three, having a good time. Marrying Chenbin herself seemed like a good choice. It was just that she was married for the second time with a baby, and Chenbin was young, handsome and rich, could he look at herself? Mission objective, Gao Yuan. Heartwarming value, 35. When it was almost noon, Zhou Wei neglected to call Chenbin. Zhou Wei, teacher and Coexian's son, Huang Ying's ex-boyfriend, Chenbin's roommate. Chenbin went back to his room to answer the phone. The phone just connected, Zhou Wei on the aggressive tone, Chenbin, you kid in the end what do you mean, dare backstabbing me, looking for death is not. Chenbin is not accustomed to him, old weak, you ing eat, mouth so stink. You have something to say things, scold your father to do what? Zhou Wei said, I ask you, is it you introduced Huang Ying to my mom's clothing factory to work? Chenbin, it's me, why? Zhou Wei more angry, how, you say how? You know that I broke up with Huang Ying, but also let her go to work in my mom's clothing factory, in the end, what is your intention? Chenbin said, Lao Zhou, you can really dog bite Lu Dongbin, do not know good people. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhou Wei, ing ha. You arrange my ex-girlfriend lurking around my mom is for my good? Ghosts do not believe. Chenbin had thought of a good excuse, he patiently explained, that Huang Ying also do not know who said, know that you fixed the matter of doll marriage, which makes her very angry. She felt that you deliberately cheated her feelings, wasting her youth. She was ready to go to showdown with Ms. and Kuxin, to ask your mom for the youth loss fee. If you let Ms. know that you have 2 feet in 2 boats, and you are still talking outside when you have a marriage in your family, with Ms. N's temper, you will be scolded to death. I then stopped Huang Ying, persuasion, mouth or dry, only to think of this expedient. I arranged for Huang Ying to go to work in Mr. N's clothing factory, providing her with internships, giving her a high salary, blocking her mouth, not letting her talk to Mr. N about it. Huang Ying is also clear in her heart, once she and Mr. N showdown, will certainly lose this rare internship opportunity, she certainly do not dare to talk nonsense. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Your father I think of you in every way, but you do not appreciate it, your father I am very disappointed in you. Zhou Wei was immediately embarrassed, so it is like this I am sorry Chenbin, it is me who did not understand the situation clearly and misunderstood you. Do brother in the heart, you do not mind. But how did Huang Ying know about my betrothal? Chenbin huffed and puffed, I'm not your father, where do I know to go? Now is not, but soon will be. Zhou Wei cursed, damn, if I know who is informing, I have to kill him. Old Chen, you helped me a lot this time. If I let my mom know that I'm in love with Huang Ying, she'll have to peel my skin. By the way, Chenbin, to save a man's life, can you do me one more favor? Chenbin refused categorically, do not help. Lest someone again good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Don't intervene. Zhou Wei, 100,000 urgent old Chen, you do not help me, I have to crunch dead here today. Chenbin, first call out the righteous father, let me see your sincerity. Zhou Wei did not hesitate, righteous father, please accept the child of worship. Ego, can let stingy Zhou Wei willingly shout righteous father is really rare in the end what matter to him difficult like this? Damn, just now I should record myself. Chenbin thought a little, said, tell me, want me to help you what? Zhou Wei said, you go to the blind date for me. What the hell? Chenbin thought of a variety of possibilities, such as borrowing money and so on, only did not think he let himself go on a blind date for him. Chen Bin said, there is no mistake Lao Zhou, how can a blind date on behalf of it, people are going to phase you, I go how can. Zhou Wei said, Chen Bin, I have considered many times, my friends around me, there is no more suitable than you for my blind date. Chen Bin said, in the end what is the situation, you tell me to understand a little. Zhou Wei sighed, is that my doll relatives came to the city, my mother forced me to go with her blind date. If I don't go, my mom will kill me. Chen Bin, then you go to the match Zhou Wei, you don't even know how ugly my baby girl looks. I chatted with her on WeChat, she sent a selfie. People ugly even if, but also a face of pus, fat with the pumpkin into the spirit of the same, I estimate that she can sit on my ass to death. She's from the countryside and has never been to the city. I'm a good looking guy, so she'll fall in love with me and haunt me if I go in person. But it's not the same with you. You're ugly, blind, and have a low IQ, so you'd be disgusting to her, and if she doesn't fall in love with you, you'll naturally back out of the marriage. Nani? I'm a damn hall charm demon, women see the initiative to fall on, to your mouth how to grow up frustrated, emotional intelligence is not high? Also said that your own jade wind instrument, you can pull the chicken inverted it, look like a sharp tongue and monkey cheeks did not evolve completely like. Chen Bin speechless and helpless, Lao Zhou, your home this condition, Mr. and again how it is not to find you a refined pumpkin it. Zhou Wei said, you do not know the situation here. My dad and into the spirit of the pumpkin's father is a comrade in arms, her father saved my father's life, the two made a poisonous oath at that time, fixed a baby marriage. Before he died, my dad was still talking about this marriage. These were my dad's last words. My mom took my dad's last words as holy orders. Old Chen, it's a deal. 12 o'clock sharp, Yenta Hotel, table 103. Don't be late. My cell phone is dead. Don't call. Pop. The phone hung up. Chen Bin took the cell phone, a face tangled. To go, or not to go? After some intense thought struggle, Chen Bin bit the bullet and went. He pried someone's girlfriend, but also to raid his mom, will soon become his ex-husband, brother and stepfather. As a stepfather, this point of responsibility and bearing or have to have. Chen Bin simply primped and drove to Yen Tower Hotel. He parked his car and arrived at the dining hall, his eyes looking towards the 103 dining table. At this glance, Chen Bin's eyes couldn't move any further. This girl was the fertilized potato that Zhou Wei had spoken of? Fertilization is indeed fertilization, but not potato fertilization, but sable cicada fertilization, Daji reborn, Yang Guife reincarnation. Hollowed on again. Chapter 69, Getting a Smile from a Beauty. Before seeing her, Chen Bin would never believe that there was such a beautiful girl in this world. She was like a girl who came out of an ink painting, with features like they had been sculpted by the hands of Niwa maiden. Her willow leaf eyebrows were curved just right, her large grape eyes were like obsidian immersed in a clear spring, her eyelashes were long and flickered like butterfly wings, and she had a small nose and thin red lips. Small nose, red thin lips, even if you do not smile, also through a 3-point tenderness, the body scattered with a subtle aura. She came from the countryside, wearing a washed white light-colored dress, without too much complex decoration, only in the neckline tied with delicate lace, adding a few points of euphemism. In her dynamic and beautiful face set off, this plain dress but not at all show-earth, but elegant and decent, cannot help but let a person doubt that this is a tied brand new launch of the old new products. How to say it, with beautiful to describe her is too earthy, very down to earth 4 words here materialized. Among all of Chen Bin's mission targets, the one with the highest face value was Xue Qiang, with 9 points. But Chen Bin felt that this girl should be at least 95 points. Truly a golden phoenix flew out of the ravine. She was like a precious pearl, unusually eye-catching in the hall, and many people frequently glanced sideways. The girl shyly lowered her head, and her skin was slightly reddened. It is the feeling of first love, this girl I want to be sure. Chen Bin even thought of the name of their child. Just such a top-earthly creature, Zhou Wei how to say she is a fertilized potato? The girl sent to Zhou Wei is not their own photos? Or is it that the adult potatoes have been transformed? The latter is unlikely, the girl looks to be a natural beauty, into the fine potatoes spend millions of dollars cannot be rectified to this effect. Chen Bin took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions and walked up. Hello, may I ask if you are Lin Xian? Zhou Wei had sent the other party's information to himself to see. Lin Xian, who had been looking down, then looked up at Chen Bin, looking a bit flustered. She nodded shyly, yes. Even her voice was so soft and melodious, Chen Bin felt his heart melting. Chen Bin took the initiative to extend his hand. I am Chen Bin, Zhou Wei's good friend. Zhou Wei had something to do and couldn't come, so he asked me to come over to receive you. Please bear with me. Chen Bin decided to be honest with her. Sincerity is the surefire way to take someone down. Anyway, what Zhou Wei meant was to let himself impersonate him and deliberately discuss the other party to stir up this marriage. You Monday Wei do not want, then I Chen Bin will take this treasure. First it was someone's mom, then an ex-girlfriend, and now a blind date. Damn, how to go further and further down the road of villainy. Lin Xian shyly stretched out her hand and shook Chen Bin. Hello, Chen Bin. Just after shaking it, she quickly retracted her hand and her face turned even redder. Chen Bin was even more heartened. He smiled and said, "Have a seat. By the way, have you ordered yet?" Lin Xianxian shook her head, "Not yet." The waiter came up. "Sir, madam, I am glad to serve you. May I ask what you would like to eat?" Chenbin signaled the waiter to give Lin Xianxian the menu. "Chen Xian, you order first." Mr. Chenbin signaled the waiter to give Lin Xianxian the menu. Lin Xianxian took the menu, flipped through a few pages, and finally ordered only one dish, mushroom soup. A good girl who was thrifty and diligent. Chenbin added a few more dishes: vegetable salad, sautéed broccoli, steamed flounder, supreme Buddha jumping over the wall. Lin Xianxian's eyes flashed with a touch of heartache. Task target found, binding and binding successful. Task target, Lin Xianxian. Age, 19. Face value, 95. Height, 163. Heart value, 0. Daily task, win a smile from a beauty. Reward, 30 charm removing value. The face value is really 95. The difficulty of this task is not small. Lin Xianxian is introverted, very shy, and doesn't smile. It's not easy to make her smile from the bottom of her heart. The waiter quickly brought up the dishes. "Mr., Miss, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal." Chenbin stopped the waiter who was ready to leave and said, "Wait. Waiter, let me do a magic trick for you." The waiter was a bit confused. "Magic? What kind of magic?" "Chenbin, I can drink soup with chopsticks." The waiter laughed. "Mister, you are really joking. How can you drink soup with chopsticks?" "Chenbin, then don't you bring me a spoon." The waiter blushed and apologized. "I am sorry, sir, it was my negligence. I will get you a spoon right away." Lin Xianxian was amused by Chenbin, but it was a guffaw, almond eyes smiling, mesmerizing. Mission objective, Lin Xianxian. Falling in love value, 3. Daily task completed. Reward, 30 dispelling value. Witty as I am. The two of them start eating. Chenbin chatted with Lin Xianxian while eating. "Chen Shan, Joey Wei said that the selfie you sent him before was fat and ugly. What you sent wasn't a picture of yourself, right?" "I don't think so." Lin Xianxian nodded her head. Chenbin said, "Why did you send him a fake selfie?" Lin Xianxian said, "He sent me the fake photo first. He sent me Pang Yuyan's photo and said it was his selfie, so I just randomly found a girl's photo from the internet and sent it to him." Chenbin, "Oh, it's like that. Old Joe is really unkind." After a pause, Lin Xianxian added, and I don't like him. The voice is small like a mosquito humming. Chenbin, "Why?" Lin Xianxian said, "I send him idyllic scenes, he says it's a poor countryside. I share with him my milk-made sesame sauce, he said like a child diarrhea we do not see eye to eye. I can feel it, he does not see us country people." Chenbin almost laughed out loud. Previously, Joey Wei had said that his emotional intelligence was not high. Now it seems that his emotional intelligence simply belongs to the level of retardation. Chenbin continued, "If you don't like him, why did you come to the blind date?" Lin Xianxian's eyebrows are lowered, a little sad, lovable. "My grandmother is sick in the hospital, urgently needs surgery costs, I have no money, was going to borrow money with Joey Wei. My mom and dad died early, and my grandma raised me with her own hands. However, forget it, he said dinner with me I knew I could not borrow money. I'm going to get a job to earn money to pay for my grandma's treatment. Well, it's very much in line with Monday Weir's urbane nature. After all, he is a master who even circumcised himself to with Huang Ying." Chenbin said, "How much does your grandmother's surgery cost?" Lin Xianxian said, 46,000 plus. Chenbin said, "I'll lend it to you." "No need." Lin Xianxian refused to do it. "We are just meeting each other, how can I borrow your money?" Chenbin, "It's okay, I really don't care about this small amount of money. I really don't care." Lin Xianxian is determined, "It's a matter of principle, I don't want to owe anyone a favor. I will work to earn money for my grandmother's treatment." Chenbin realizes that lending her money will not work, and may hurt her self-esteem and affect their relationship. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring the two of them closer together and create a crossroads, and he would not easily miss it. Trigger daily mission. Daily quest, bring Lin Xianxian home. Reward, 50 dispelling value. Chenbin. This progress is too fast. Chapter 70 Goddess and Murder. To take someone home after only one meal, isn't this a stinking hooligan? Lin Xianxian is not that kind of casual girl at first glance. Chenbin had a big headache. Lin Xianxian was also very ladylike when she ate, a small mouthful, her red thin lips made people's hearts flutter. Soon, lunch was over. Chenbin called the waiter, "Pay the bill." "Waiter, your total consumption is 867, you can just give 860. Lin Xianxian immediately pulled out cash from her pocket to settle the bill. She counted out $430 and was just about to hand it to the waiter when she realized that Chenbin had no intention of settling the bill. She was a bit flustered. Didn't she say why didn't he settle the bill? Did he want to let himself pay? However, her whole body added up to only $900. If the bill, she will have a problem to eat later. Forget about it, people are also good intentions for Joey Wei to matchmaking, delay his time to waste his energy, and then let him get money is a bit too much.
The big deal is to find a job that takes care of food and housing, and to be thrifty, and still last a month. Lin Xianshan had to give the waiter all the $535 in cash and swept another $325. If ice can kill, Shenbin should be killed by 1,000 cuts at this moment. The diners in the restaurant are looking at him like he's killing his father's enemy. With such a beautiful fairy date, you even let people pay. You should go to 18 layers of hell. That little fairy cash plus scanning code to settle the bill. She did not have much money left, right? Heartbroken me. Fairy, go home with me, I'll break my ribs and make you soup. If the system collects envy and jealousy value, now Chen Bin has become a billionaire. When he walked out of the restaurant, Chen Bin said, Chen Shen, give me your payment code, I will transfer the money for the meal to you. Lin Xianshan waved her hand, no, 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 no. Chen Bin said, how can I do that? I never owe anyone a favor, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Receipt code to me. This. Under Chen Bin's insistence, Lin Xianshan could only show the payment code. Drops. Chen Bin directly swept $50,000 to Lin Xianshan. Ah. Lin Xianshan panicked. She then realized that Chen Bin's intention of not AA just now was to lend herself money. She quickly said, Chen Bin, I appreciate your kindness, thank you, but I really can't take this money. Chen Bin generously said, Chen Xian, take this money to cure your grandmother first. Human life is bigger than heaven. If your grandmother's condition is delayed because of the money, you won't be able to regret it. Besides, I am Mizan Croxin's student. If Mizan knew that I am going to save her from death, Mizan will be very angry. Just take it as a loan from me and pay me back when you have money. Lin Xianshan still refused to accept, insisted on returning the money to Chen Bin, anxious. At that moment, her phone rang, and it was her sister who called. On the phone, her sister was sobbing uncontrollably, saying that her grandmother had suddenly fallen ill, and the hospital had informed her that she needed an operation urgently, or else she might have to go to the hospital. Lin Xianshan quickly said, Sister, don't cry, have sister in, not afraid. Sister has already borrowed money and will transfer it to you right away, so we can give grandma an operation right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xianshan immediately transferred $50,000 to her sister. Chen Bin's eyes lit up. If his sister is so beautiful, then his sister must be no worse. Moreover, his sister's voice is just as good as Lin Xianshan's. If the sisters were to pay for the operation, it would be a good idea for them to do so. If the sisters were to take out all the money, it would make me happy to think about it. Lin Xianshan gratefully bowed to Chen Bin. Chen Bin, thank you, you saved my milk's life. I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. Don't worry, I'll take this money as a loan, I'll definitely pay you back. After saying that, she also took out her ID card and handed it to Chen Bin. Chen Bin, my ID card will be held by you first, when will you pay me back when I finish the money? Chen Bin was busy refusing no, really no. But Lin Xianshan insisted on pledging her identity card. Otherwise she would have a bad conscience. Chen Bin had no choice but to accept the ID card. Chen Bin asked, Chen Xian, what are your plans next? Lin Xianshan said, my sister is taking care of my grandma at home, I am not going back for the time being, I want to find a job in the city, and if the conditions permit, I want to study in an adult university. Chen Bin said, have you found a job now? Lin Xianshan shook her head, I just arrived in the city today, I haven't found a job yet. Chen Bin said, finding a job is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Do you have a place to live now? Lin Xianshan shook her head again. Chen Bin said, why don't you go to my place and stay there? I have nothing to do these days, so I can accompany you to look for a job. Lin Xianshan instantly blushed and hastily refused. No need. She grew up in the countryside and has never been to the city, her thoughts are very feudal and conservative, and she is extremely vigilant. She had just come to the city and stayed in a strange man's house, how could she accept it in her heart? Chen Bin was busy explaining, Xian, you misunderstand me. My house has 3 floors, specially rented out to the public, with more than a dozen rooms. I am letting you rent a house at my place and settle down temporarily. If you find a job later, you can move out again. Lin Xianshan was overjoyed, your house is for rent, that's great, I was going to rent a house too. However, she soon lowered her eyebrows and said in embarrassment, it's just a matter of what? Just what? I just don't have money to pay the rent. Such a beautiful fairy, who would not want to charge rent off? Chen Bin said, my rental rules here are different from other places, I live here first and pay rent later. You can try living here for a month, and then pay the rent after a month. Although Lin Xianshan has little knowledge, she is not stupid and knows that Chen Bin is thinking for himself. She smiled innocently, Chen Bin, you are so nice. Mission objective, Lin Xianshan. Devoted value, 10. Chen Bin was in a hurry, don't say that, it's like sending a good guy card, how unlucky. Chen Bin said, let's go, I'll take you to see the house. Lin Xianshan, wait a minute. She hurriedly ran to the green belt next to her and dragged out a snakeskin bag from it. Lin Xianxian was embarrassed to bring the snakeskin bag into the hotel, so she hid it in the green belt. Chenbin thought, no wonder Lin Xianxian was always sneaking a look at the green belt when we were having dinner, so she put her luggage here. My wife is really thrifty and diligent. Chenbin hurriedly ran up to help Lin Xianxian to get her luggage. But just as he got closer, Lin Xianxian suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful." Then she lunged towards herself and pushed herself away. Chenbin was confused. A limousine ran across the street, close to Lin Xianxian's body and sped past. Lin Xianxian's arm was hit by the rearview mirror, and she spun in place several times before falling heavily to the ground. The black sedan didn't stop, didn't even slow down, and continued to run wildly. Chenbin instinctively looked at the license plate number, but realized that the other party didn't even hang a license plate. Damn! Chapter 71, Spiritual Little Sister Avalanche Old Den. Chenbin hurriedly crawled to Lin Xianxian. "Xianxian, are you alright?" Lin Xianxian's arm is full of blood, her face is twisted with pain, her tears are falling, but she didn't cry out. Her face was twisted with tears, but she didn't cry out. She's so sad, it's heartbreaking. Chenbin picked up Lin Xianxian in a princess hug. "Xianxian, I will take you to the hospital now." Lin Xianxian, my luggage. Chenbin, I will come back to help you with your luggage. Lin Xianxian was in pain, covering her injured arm and shedding tears, but she still didn't cry out. Chenbin anxiously accelerated the gas to the maximum. If it wasn't Lin Xianxian, he would have been hit by a car and died. So wide road does not go, but prefer to stick to the green belt high speed, and hit a person still does not stop. This is not intentional. Chenbin upside down to eat. Goodbye, Wang Kuan, it must be the two of them, they want to kill to silence. Waiting, playing dirty right, I'm with you to the end. On the road, Chenbin to the traffic police detachment Captain Lu Long made a phone call to him to report the case. Lu Long was furious, bastard, really lawless. Bin, I now immediately go to the investigation, as soon as there is news, I will tell you, you can rest assured that the injury on the line. Chenbin, thank you, Uncle Lu. I came to the hospital and gave Lin Xianxian a checkup, she was not seriously injured. Her shoulder was dislocated and her arm was bleeding from contusion. The doctor bandaged Lin Xianxian's wounds and Chenbin wanted Lin Xianxian to be hospitalized. However, Lin Xianxian insisted that she didn't want to waste money on herself and only wanted to go back to recuperate. Chenbin had no choice but to promise her that he would take her to his rental house. Daily task, take Lin Xianxian home, task completed, reward, 50 dispelling value. Chenbin arranged Lin Xianxian on the third floor. Nowadays, Gao Yuan, Huang Ying live on the first floor, and Shui Cheng occasionally comes to stay on the first floor. Qin Xiaoxia and Cos loyalist Xiaoyu live on the second floor. Arranging Lin Xianxian on the third floor so that doing shy things won't be easily discovered. Chenbin helped Lin Xianxian clean up her room, laid out her bedding, and was just about to help her wash her intimate apparel. Lin Xianxian can't move her hands, and stands aside with a red face. Chenbin said, "Xianxian, lie down on the bed and rest, don't move. Don't move. I'll change the medicine for your wound at night. I'll change your wound tonight." Lin Xianxian nodded shyly. "Chenbin, thank you, you are a good person." Sending out good guy cards again? After arranging Lin Xianxian, Chenbin went back to his room and waited. Waiting for 11 o'clock at night to change the medicine for her wound. Qin Xiaoxia didn't get off work until 9 o'clock. She said a brief hello to Chenbin and hurried back to her room to rest. In the past few days, she had been cleaned up by her boss during the day and by Chenbin at night. Her body couldn't take it anymore and she went to bed early. At 11 o'clock at night, Chenbin knocked on the door of Lin Xianxian's room. Just entering the door, the rotten and moldy smell disappeared, replaced by the natural body fragrance of a young girl. This is a pure natural spice. In the future, we need to give more goods to the rental house. Chenbin said, "Xianxian, let me change your medicine." "I'll change your medicine." Lin Xianxian, as always, blushing shyness, she rolled up her sleeves, white and silky, blowing the bullet can be broken if this moment materialized. Chenbin helped her change the medicine, first tearing off the old gauze, then sterilizing it, applying medicine and wrapping the gauze. Lin Xianxian's pain was too much for her to bear, and she turned into a calling monster, calling non-stop. Chenbin's heart was in turmoil, who the hell could stand this little commotion? After changing the medicine, Lin Xianxian sweated her head off and her clothes got wet. Chenbin played a basin of water and wiped Lin Xianxian's face. When she got close to her face, she realized that her face was flawless, not even a pimple or a black spot, it was green and natural, with no trace of makeup. Lin Xianxian's face was like fire. "Chenbin, Xianxian, I'll give you water to wash your feet, go to bed early." "No need, no need." Lin Xianxian hastily refused, "I'll do it myself." Chenbin said, "You only have one arm that can move, how can you serve water?" "I'll do it." Lin Xianxian was speechless. Chenbin directly and forcefully gave her water. Lin Xianxian, with a red face, took off her shoes and socks and washed her feet. The two little feet are round and white, rubbing around in the water like two naughty little fish. This woman is really a natural seductress, even washing her feet is so seductive.
If this foot washing water is put up for auction, it must be worth a lot of money. After helping Lin Xianshan to pour the foot washing water, Lin Xianshan is already so shy that she can't find a crack in the ground to drill in. Mission objective, Lin Xianshan. Heartwarming value, 20. Shenbin didn't tease her anymore, lest she couldn't sleep and he himself couldn't sleep either, so he excused himself and left. Lying on his own bed, Shenbin's mind is full of that exquisite face, rounded arms, delicate feet, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Really torment ah. He was considering whether to go to Gao Yuan to talk about his heart. The door of the room was suddenly knocked. Who is knocking on a bachelor's door in the middle of the night? Shenbin went to open the door, and there was Xiaoyu, a little lowly, standing at the door. Last time, Shenbin encouraged her to cost speed bumps, rent reduction, and a month's ice cream package. Behind her stood two girls. Those two girls looked about the same age as Xiaoyu. However, they were a bit taller and thinner than Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu belonged to the cute type with a little baby fat, while these two girls were the flirtatious type. One of them had dyed red hair, and the other had dyed green hair. Standing with the yellow-haired Xiaoyu, they had the feeling of a traffic light. The two girls were dressed very similarly, both with short sleeves and shorts. Shenbin felt that his boxers were longer than their shorts. Black stockings, small board shoes, red light with a mouth nail, holding an electronic cigarette, green light right arm tattoo, containing a pacifier. This is a typical spirit of the little sister Ah. The two girls low head drumming do not know how many hands of the Apple phone. From time to time Geijai laugh. Shenbin yawned and said, Snow, most of the night do not sleep. Do what ah? Xia Shui said in a serious manner, sleep? The bay has not been collected, where do you come in the mood to sleep? Shenbin. This girl consciousness so high? Xia Shui said, Bing, go, I will take you to experience a nightlife, a good indulgence indulge, do not always alone in the home to play fly. Today I took a big job, earned $1,000. Shenbin almost broke the defense, beat your sister. Experience the nightlife? I think you guys want to crash the old deng right? However, after thinking about it, I grew up so big, but really did not go to the nightclub bar and other places life is wasted. Go, must go, maybe tonight can I wear 3. Shenbin, good, just idle, I drive to take you there. He took out the BMW i7 key and pressed the remote control. By you. The doorway BMW i7 rang. The red light and the green light looked up fiercely, looked at the doorway i7, and then looked at the car key in Shenbin's hand, and his eyes glowed. Mission target found, binding successful. Mission target, Yuan Shanshan. Face value, 85. Favorable value, 80. Mission objective, Jia Shengnan. Face value, 85. Love value, 80. Daily task, make 2 women's heart value full points, reward, 50 charm removing value. Shenbin, 666 ah. Seeing this luxury car, the 2 spiritual little sisters' love value soared to 80. It's not easy to get them a full score. Maybe fried noodles with a sausage and 2 eggs will do it. Tonight, we'll be able to make it to 3. Moreover, if you get a perfect score, not only will you be rewarded with charm value, but you will also be given 2 chances to win the lottery. Shenbin seemed to see a shortcut to riches. The last thing this small town lacks is spiritual little girls.